Chapter 1: Unconventional Start. Which motherfucker stole my chicken? Born without an asshole, lacking morals, eating and eating. I hope you choke to death. Damn it. Can't you see I have no hands or feet? Just know how to sneak around. It's my duck that was stolen by that shameless bastard. I hope I don't get caught by my mother. In a low stone house in a seaside fishing village, Zhao Qin sat at the head of the bed with a face full of despair, blankly staring at two women outside who were cursing at each other. As an excellent and competent fisherman, one must meet two conditions: being a bachelor and living in a house that is being demolished, and he happened to meet both. His family was from an inland city, and feeling unsatisfied with freshwater fishing, he thought about sea fishing, so he gathered a few friends, rented a speedboat, and was looking forward to experiencing the fun of sea fishing. However, the wind and waves grew stronger midway, forcing them to turn back. He lost his balance and fell directly into the sea, making a splash. Waking up in a daze early in the morning, he was trying to recall how he ended up here. It wasn't until he washed his face and looked in the mirror that he realized he had taken over someone else's body, and then he shut down, looking at the broken bed beneath him, then at the dust everywhere and the spider webs in the corners. Damn it, the condition of this body was clear at a glance. Before long, a series of unfamiliar memories flooded into his mind, and he realized he had crossed over into the body of a stranger in 2005. Zhao Qin, 22 years old, entered a key university in the country at the age of 20, but only attended for half a year before dropping out due to the double blow of his mother's death and his childhood sweetheart cheating on him. After returning home, he became a slacker and muddled through 2 years, turning from a well-praised good student into a person everyone called a loser. He increasingly let himself go, stealing chickens, drinking, fighting, doing everything. Zhao Qin was having a mental breakdown, wondering if he should drown again to see if he could go back. After all, the original owner was really cowardly. Just then, a head peeked in at the door, and upon seeing him sitting on the bed, came in smiling. Brother, look what I brought you." Saying this, he shook the bag in his hand, looking proud. "My grandma made rice dumplings today. I brought you some." The visitor, about 18 or 19 years old, had a dark complexion and a hint of childishness. He was Zhao Qin's little sidekick, Ahi. His parents had an accident at sea and never returned when he was 6 years old, so he had been living with his grandmother ever since. Perhaps seeing Ahi arrive, the cursing of the two women got even louder, not knowing if they were tired or not. "Don't they get tired?" Zhao Qin, feeling really hungry, looked at the two women outside with a mouthful of rice dumplings. "Just love to make a fuss. It's just one chicken and one duck they lost. Men eat from their family. It's giving them face. Speak nicely." Zhao Qin tapped Ahi's head lightly, making it seem like he was robbing someone. "Brother, isn't this what you taught me before?" Zhao Qin rubbed his forehead and glanced at Ahi. "Do you have any money in your pocket?" "Brother, there were $7 left yesterday, but a pack of cigarettes cost $3.50. A bottle of wine, $3. Originally, I had 50 cents left, but you insisted on buying a pack of peanuts to go with the drink, and then it was all gone. All right, you can go back now. I'll find you if I need anything." "Brother, which family's target today? How about we go to the Goof family? They have a few sheep behind their mountain." "Get lost. Stealing a chicken or duck occasionally isn't a big deal, but stealing sheep will land you in jail, you know? Hurry up and get lost." After some pushing and shoving, he managed to send Ahi away. Damn it, being a waste is one thing, but bringing the kid down with him. Thinking of going to the seaside to take a look, he found there was still one rice dumpling left uneaten. "Well, let's eat it first." As he sat down again, suddenly a wave of dizziness hit him, and then a half-transparent LCD display appeared in front of him, like a transparent tablet computer. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, but after shaking his head, he found the display was still there, and with that shake, it started to show something. The screen displayed only 2 values. Luck value, 0.5. Wild Hunt merit value, 20. Other than that, there was nothing else. Out of curiosity, he shook his head again and found the displayed content unchanged. He tried to touch the luck value with his hand, and a description box popped up. "The harvest from beachcombing and hunting can increase the host's basic luck value. The higher the luck value, the more good luck continues. Besides the basic luck value, the host also has a fluctuating luck value. The larger the number behind it, the better the host's luck that day." Oh, could it be a system? He touched the Wild Hunt merit value. For each new marine or wild species unlocked by the host, corresponding merit value can be obtained based on the rarity and value of the species. Merit values can be used in the system mall to purchase equivalent beachcombing tools. Only tools purchased from the system can enjoy the bonus of luck value, so the host should hurry to beachcomb or hunt. System all? Zhao Qin tried to swipe the screen, and indeed, there were quite a few beachcombing tools: sand shovels, iron shovels, dip nets, fishing lines, fish hooks. Oh, there's even a fishing rod, his favorite. However, upon seeing the price below, his mood immediately soured. A fishing rod actually costs 3,000 merit points, and now he only had 20 merit points. After looking for a while, he found it was only enough to buy a sand shovel that he remembered that only the system's tools could enjoy the luck value bonus. So he decided to buy a sand shovel first. Clicking on the sand shovel icon and then clicking purchase. In the next moment, a brand new small shovel appeared by the door. Just as he was about to pick it up and inspect it, the next moment the door darkened and a man in his 30s walked in with a snakeskin bag over his shoulder. Zhao Qi knew this was the original owner's older brother, Zhao Ping, a very down-to-earth and hard-working person. He had contracted a piece of land behind the mountain to grow pomelos and loquats, and during the slack farming season, he would do some odd jobs at the dock. He was now married with a son and a daughter. This is 50 pounds of rice, enough for you this month. Let me know when you finish it, Zhao Ping said, putting down the rice. He glanced at Zhao Qin, seeming to want to say something, but ultimately it turned into a long sigh. Did you kill those chickens and ducks for food? Seeing Zhao Qin still not answering, he looked outside again, then turned his back to the door and pulled out a 50 yuan bill from his pocket, stuffing it into Zhao Qin's hands. Don't tell your sister-in-law. This is money I made from catching 2 big crabs while beachcombing a couple of days ago. Spend it wisely. Zhao Ping turned to leave but couldn't help saying, Qin, you're already 22 years old. Just as he was about to go, he suddenly heard Zhao Qin say from behind, I got it, brother. Zhao Ping paused, staring at him for a long time before saying, all right, as long as you know. Did I help you get rid of those 2 women? This older brother was very honest. What he meant by helping was just compensation. Zhao Qin didn't reply to Zhao Ping, holding the 50 yuan he was given, and walked towards the 2 women. The 2 women were still cursing vigorously, but upon seeing him approach, they became a bit fearful, wondering whether to continue cursing or to run home and call their men. But when they saw Zhao Ping behind him, they slowly relaxed. How much for your chicken? Zhao Qin asked one of them. 30, if you're compensating, 20 is fine too. And your duck? Zhao Qin asked the other. 20 or 15 will do. Zhao Qin handed them the 50 yuan, saying 50 bucks compensation for both of you. Can we call it even? Sure. The 2 of them took the money and ran off with smiles, finally putting an end to the morning's quarrel. Qin, no need to compensate. When your sister-in-law goes back to her family, I can just catch one from home to give them. Raising them at home doesn't cost money. Zhao Qin turned back to look at his somewhat simple-minded brother. 50 counts as a loan for me. I have hands to earn. All right. You can earn it. You're a college student. After all, smart. Chapter 2. First, beachcombing, watching his elder brother leave with a smile. Zhao Qin thought for a moment that staying here might not be such a bad thing after all. Back in his room, he began to admire the shovel he had purchased, only to find that it was not much different from an ordinary shovel. Perhaps because he bought the shovel, the luck value on the system tablet changed to 0.18, an increase of 13 points compared to before. A man remains a boy until death who doesn't like to play. Although he was unfamiliar with tide catching, he was filled with enough enthusiasm. He casually found a bucket, took the shovel in his right hand and the bucket in his left, and planned to head to the beach to give it a try. However, after just a few steps outside, he ran back into the house. At 22 years old, he needed to take care of himself. He didn't want to be called grandpa before turning 30. Back in his room, he changed into long sleeves and long pants, found a straw hat, and wrapped a cloth around his face, tucking the end into the hat, leaving only his eyes and nostrils exposed. After rummaging around for a while, he found a pair of yellowed work gloves to wear. Unfortunately, he was missing sunglasses, but he thought to himself as he stepped out, let's head to the beach. People he encountered on the way looked at him with confusion. His elder brother probably wouldn't even recognize him now to the beach. Those who caught shellfish did so as a profession, and regardless of gender, everyone was tan from the sun. No one dressed as meticulously as he did. His outfit not only attracted attention, but was also a bit scary, resembling a mummy that had just escaped from a pyramid. When he reached the beach, he encountered several women harvesting oysters on a rocky shore. One of them looked up and, upon seeing him, let out a loud "oh." This not only startled the other 3 women, but also made Zhao Qin jump. Qin, are you trying to scare people to death? Hearing the familiar voice, Aunt Chu tentatively asked, Is that little Zhao from the Zhao family? Zhao Qin pulled the cloth down a bit to make it easier for her to see that, oh my. Why are you dressed like this? My skin is tender and doesn't handle the sun well. Shouldn't you be sleeping at home? What are you doing at the beach? Snoozing is boring, I came to catch tide. After saying this, Zhao Qin walked westward, rounding a large rock and heading towards another area of the sea. Zhao Qin didn't go far, he knew these women would definitely gossip about him. With that appearance, he thinks he can catch tide? He doesn't even check the tides people go when a tide recedes. And he shows up when it's almost high tide. Hey, how can a grown man be embarrassed to say his skin is tender and doesn't handle sun? That's hilarious, there's a saying about him. Even eating shit, he can't catch it while it's hot. How could someone like him even get into college? I bet he copied the answers. Old Chu, if daughter Nana did the right thing, she should have cut off his hopes early. If she married this kind of person, her life would be ruined. Indeed, Aunt Chu was Zhao Qin's former betrothed mother-in-law. That can't be who would want someone like him? Like father, like son. Look at what his father is like, and he's just the same. Before, Huaiping had some semblance of decency, but now that Huaiping is dead, their family is finished. Huaiping was Zhao Qin's biological mother. Hearing them mention his mother and father, even though Zhao Qin was not the original Zhao Qin, an inexplicable anger surged within him. He stepped out from behind the rock and cleared his throat. The women noticed he was still there and all smiled awkwardly. Aren't you going to catch tide? Hurry up, it's almost high tide, and we have to go home too. Even the thick-skinned people would feel a bit embarrassed when caught talking bad about someone behind their back. After Aunt Chu finished speaking, the other women echoed that it was getting late and they should head back. Aunt Chu, when I was betrothed to Ina, your family took a load of rice from my family. Now that the engagement is off, you should return that rice to me. Hearing him say this, Aunt Chu was no longer embarrassed and scoffed. You still have the nerve to ask for that bag of rice? I was just thinking you wasted my Nana's time. Getting involved with you ruined her reputation. Please don't bring up the engagement again. Look in a mirror and see yourself. Zhao Qin wasn't angry, he smiled lightly and said, do you know why Ina said the engagement was void? Are you sure you don't want to return that load of rice? Return what rice? That never happened. Zhao Qin turned to the other women and said, let me tell you something actually. As soon as Ina entered college, she was spotted with a boy in a small grove. And just so happened Zhao Qin, if you dare to tarnish my daughter's reputation, I swear I'll tear your mouth apart. The other women's eyes lit up, excited about the juicy gossip, looking at Zhao Qin with encouragement, hoping he would continue. Well, never mind, talking to you guys isn't interesting. We'll see if I can borrow a loudspeaker from the village committee. If old Xing, who's on duty, doesn't agree, they'll just beat him up. He then looked at the women again and said, don't worry, at 6 o'clock tonight, they'll tell you in detail. I follow them secretly, and wow, that scene. He made a clicking sound, making the three women next to him feel anxious and almost made Aunt Chu faint from anger. Zhao Qin, you, fine, they'll return your load of rice. By tonight at the latest, or it'll make an announcement. Zhao Qin looked at Aunt Chu, who was exasperated and imitated her earlier scoff before finally bypassing the large rock and really leaving this time. Old Chu, so it turns out Nana did something wrong to the Zhao family? Yeah, if that's the case, then Zhao Shower isn't at fault at SO. Does that mean Nana started dating someone new right after entering college? What does he look like? When can we meet him? No, that's absolutely not true. That little bastard Zhao Qin is making it all up. Don't believe him, and definitely don't spread rumors. Aunt Chu shouted at the group. The more she yelled, the more everyone believed it, their eyes full of intrigue. Aunt Chu was so furious that tears flowed down her face as she hurried home with her bucket. On the other hand, Zhao Qin didn't take the earlier incident to heart. Instead, he was somewhat pleased to have gained another load of rice. And no matter how those women called him shameless, his reputation had already been ruined long ago, and he didn't care for this extra blow. Moreover, in a group, being a villain is always easier than being a good person. Life is much more comfortable that way. Indeed, the tide was rising. Although he didn't understand tides, he could clearly see that the water was higher than before. The beach was now empty. He had the entire stretch of sand to himself. But it was of no use. There was nothing to be found. Looking around, the beach was bare, even worse than the rocky area he had just been in, where he could still see shells stuck to the stones. In fact, for those who had never caught tide, it was difficult to find seafood. In his past life, he was from inland and had only gone to the sea at the age of 4 or 5. By the time he was of school age, he was a good student. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get into a national key university. Now that he was here, he took a glance at his empty bucket and thought that if he returned to encounter those women, he would probably be laughed at. As he pondered, His hands subconsciously began to dig into the wet sand with the shovel, and the waves occasionally splashed against his feet. Hey, is this a clam? Unconsciously, he had dug a hole in the sand in front of him and pulled out a clam from it. Chapter 3. Digging on the Big Beach. The clam was about a dozen centimeters long, and as thick as an adult's thumb. It was quite plump. It had a piece of soft flesh on top, which fell off when touched. He knew that this was the clam's siphon, used for breathing. Just as he was excited that he finally didn't have to return empty-handed, the system tablet appeared in front of him once again, and 2 lines of data changed once more. Luck value, 118. The base luck value finally broke 0. Merit value, 20. The previous purchase of the shovel had cleared it, but unexpectedly, 1 clam increased it by 20. Seeing the growth in the 2 rows of data, Zhao Qin was overjoyed, feeling full of motivation and working even harder. Following the previous pits, he continued to dig, but after a while, he surprisingly found nothing more. He wasn't foolish and realized he was using the wrong method. Digging blindly was not the solution. Couldn't just turn over the entire beach. Looking closely at the beach, he soon discovered a small hole, about the size of a fingernail. Thinking there must be something below, he began to dig. The sand in this area was relatively hard, so the clams were not buried too deep. In no time, he dug up a clam, which was even bigger than the previous one, weighing about 2 taels. As this clam went into the bucket, his luck value increased to 218. It turned out that using the system tool to harvest a piece of seafood would increase his luck value by 1 point. Indeed, the harder he worked, the luckier he became. However, his merit value remained at 20 with no change. Zhao Qin figured out that only by discovering new species could he increase his corresponding merit value. At this moment, he wasn't in a hurry to find others because he saw a cluster of breathing holes on the beach. It was essential to earn some money first. He got back to work. Squatting down, he chose the largest hole and started digging again, humming lightly to himself. Digging in the big beach, digging and digging, earning little money, never enough to spend, digging in a small job, eating the boss's cake and the colleague's melon. It was exhausting. His back was already damp with sweat, and even the cloth on his face was nearly soaked. However, he would rather be hot than take off his long sleeves. The ultraviolet rays by the sea were no joke and could sunburn someone. His throat was dry, and he had miscalculated. He was so focused on protecting his skin that he forgot to bring water. Looking at the numerous breathing holes on the beach, he was reluctant to leave. "Brother, is that you?" A figure approached, looking down at Zhao Qin, his tone still uncertain. It wasn't Zhao Qin's outfit that confused him, but rather that in his mind, Zhao Qin shouldn't be here, digging so diligently in the sand. Seeing Ahe, Zhao Qin felt as if he had found savior. "Ahe, go back and get some water. I'm about to die of thirst." "Oh, brother, it's really you. What are you digging for? We can drink at home. Stop talking and hurry up." Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Ahe reluctantly left, still wondering if his brother had fallen and hit his head last night after getting drunk. Zhao Qin continued to dig. His bucket was already half full, weighing at least 3 to 4 pounds of tea this moment. He had moved a bit higher, and fortunately, today seemed to be a small tide, with the sea water rising only to his ankles before stopping. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. While digging and complaining about Ahe being too slow, he finally dug out 3 more clams when Ahe came back, holding a pot of water. He stood up, feeling a bit sore from squatting too long, and gulped down a few big swigs of water. Feeling relieved, he handed the pot back to Ahe and planned to continue working today. He had to dig up a whole bucket no matter what. "Brother, are you really okay? Get lost." Zhao Qin snapped back. "Brother, how about I help you dig for a while?" Zhao Qin paused for a moment, realizing that if he let someone else use his shovel, would it also have a luck value bonus? "Sure, you dig for a while. Don't just laze around all day." Ahe took the shovel and glanced deeply at Zhao Qin, wanting to retort about the lazing around comment. "Hey, why can't I find anything? This should be the Clam King's hole." A few minutes later, Ahe had dug a decent-sized hole, but found nothing after feeling around for a while. Not giving up, Ahe switched to another more obvious hole, but after a while, the result was still the same. Zhao Qin sighed. It seemed that even trying to be lazy wouldn't work. It looked like the system's rewarded tools could only be used by him. Just as he thought this, the system tablet popped up again. "Would you like to bind a tool user?" The system detects that the host is allowing someone else to use the tool. After binding the tool user, the other party will enjoy the same luck value bonus, and the host can unbind at any time. Zhao Qin was overjoyed. This was a good deal. Without hesitation, he chose to bind it, and the next moment, he heard Ahe's excited voice. Brother, I found it. Wow, this one is really fat. Not bad, not bad, keep it up. Well, sell it and drink tonight. Oh, so brother is out of money? All right, let's see how much we can dig up. Ahe became interested upon hearing this and chose another hole to dig vigorously. You dig first, he'll go find another tool. Brother, don't worry, I've got this. Zhao Qin went around to the back of the previous giant rock, hesitated for a moment, and then bought a sand shovel from the system, spending his newly acquired 20 merit points. However, he had no regrets. Nothing was more practical to him than money right now. Brother, where did you find another sand shovel? Ahe asked curiously as he squatted beside Zhao Qin and dug. Picked it up from over there by the rocky beach. Stop talking and hurry up. Brother, you're really lucky this shovel is so new. It would cost several bucks to buy one, and you just found it. Shut up and dig. Okay. Before long, Ahe tossed another clam in the bucket and said, Brother, let's chat, otherwise it's so boring. Sure. What do you want to chat about? How about talking about what university is like? Ahe whispered. University? Huh? It's a place that helps you grow up quickly. Then what's going on between you and Yaina? Ahe curiously asked again. Usually, he wouldn't dare to ask, as he would get hit, but today Zhao Qin seemed more talkative, so he cautiously inquired. Nothing much, I got dumped for not being ambitious. It's normal. Ahe, remember, money is a man's courage. Nothing is more important than money. As long as you have money, pretty girls will flock to you, and you'll be spoiled for choice. Brother, I heard a foot massage parlor opened in town. Why don't we go check it out one day? Ahe said with a mischievous look. Get lost. Zhao Qin was speechless. It seemed this kid had been led astray by his previous self. His earlier talk about money was for nothing. Keep digging, sell what you dig, and brother will take you to experience what it means to be a true descendant of the dragon. Let's just go for a foot massage. I heard you can even touch them. Brother, I've never done that before. Get lost. The two continued to talk and dig, and Zhao Qin felt that working with Ahe was actually a bit easier than digging alone. Chapter 4 frightened Zhao. Ping around 9 o'clock in the morning, they set out, and now it was almost noon. The jug of water they brought had already been completely consumed. In the meantime, Ahe not only went back to refill a jug of water, but also brought over a bucket. The new bucket was already 2/3 full. This stretch of beach had been dug up by the two of them as if a dog had chewed on it. Zhao Qin originally planned to fill this bucket as well, but he could no longer find any clam holes on the ground. Unwilling to give up, he opened the system tablet. The luck value displayed was now in 1930. Although the additional luck value for today had been exhausted, the base luck value was still there. What was going on? He lightly tapped the screen, and the system seemed to understand his thoughts, quickly popping up a box. The higher the base luck value, the more valuable the seafood the host can encounter, while the timely luck value determines the quantity of the host's harvest. He more or less understood. It meant that the timely luck value was now 0, and there would be no possible harvest of seafood. Hey, pack up, we're going to sell the goods. Brother, why not look for more? Let's fill this bucket too. Zhao Qin shook his head, saying it was futile. Let's go, see how much we can sell today. Brother, I'll carry the extra. Why don't you say you'll carry both buckets? Oh, all right, stop joking, let's go. The two of them strolled towards a nearby dock, occasionally encountering people. Whenever others saw the contents of their buckets, they would exclaim, "What the hell, you guys actually dug up so many king clams. Wow, the sun must have risen in the west. Only you two could find clams. What did you dig so many? Goodness, this must be dozens of pounds of clams." Some familiar faces would tease them, while strangers would merely express their astonishment at the haul. When they arrived at the dock, there were 3 or 4 seafood purchasing points. Brother, this one. Ahe pulled him towards one in the middle, where a girl around 18 or 19 stood at the entrance. She was a bit thin, no taller than 1.60 meters, with delicate features, though somewhat tanned. Qin, you're here. Upon seeing Zhao Qin, the girl's face brightened with a smile. Wow, Ping Ping is getting more beautiful, Zhao Qin casually complimented, causing Lin Ping to blush with joy. And me, Ping Ping, I'm here too. My brother brought me. We found some good goods, and I thought of selling them to your family. The price is negotiable. Ahe's mouth was like it was borrowed, chattering away nonstop. You brat, hurry up and get lost. If you come to my doorstep again, believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Just then, Lin's father peeked out from the window inside, apparently seeing Ahe, and came out with a stick in hand, saying as he approached, "Go back inside." Lin Ping glanced at Zhao Qin, huffed at her father, and then turned to go back inside. You little brat, you're the one hanging around my house every day, right? Believe it or not, I'll break your legs. Go, go, go. With Lin's father's shout, more and more onlookers gathered, wanting to see the excitement. Old Lin, it's all because your daughter is too pretty. Old Lin, what's going on? Is there a new son-in-law in town? Why do you have a stick? Nearby were all purchasing points, and everyone was somewhat of a competitor, although they usually got along. They wouldn't miss the chance to poke fun at Lin's father when the opportunity arose. Old Lin's eyes were almost spitting fire as he glared at the crowd, then raised the stick towards Zhao Qin and Ahe. Aren't you two leaving? Zhao Qin looked at Ahe speechlessly, wondering what this guy usually did. Old Lin, we're here to sell goods. If you don't buy, we'll just look for someone else. Sell what? With your little schemes, do you really think I don't know? Halfway through his words, Zhao Qin pointed to the bucket by his leg. Everyone had been too busy watching the commotion to notice what was at his feet. King clams. Where did you get so many? Old Lin lowered the stick and walked closer to take a look, then picked up one. Not bad at all. And they look freshly dug, really fresh. Oh my God. Where did you two get so many king clams? You didn't go out to sea, did you? Which island did you dig them up from? Wow, they're really big and so fat. Achin, you can dig clams? You guys didn't steal them from some farm, did you? Achin, Old Lin still has the stick. Why not sell them to me? You can trust the price. They weren't far from each other, and Zhao Qin was somewhat of a local celebrity. After the glory of getting into college, he was now the other people's child everyone talked about after dropping out. Wild or farmed, you think you can escape their eyes? Old Luo, I would like to sell them to you, but my brother won't agree. He insists on selling to Old Lin. Saying that, he pointed to the cheerful Ahe behind him. Old Lin's lips twitched, but this time he didn't scold them further. You can't drive customers away in business. And besides, these clams were obviously top quality, especially since the beach was searched every day. To dig up so many clams at once was simply impossible. Just as Zhao Qin said, whether they were wild or farmed, they dealt with goods every day. So how could they not recognize them? In this day and age, the chances of digging up so many wild king clams in one day were too slim. I'll buy them at 16 yuan a pound. Old Lin said, dragging over a basin for Zhao Qin to dump all the clams out of the bucket. He wanted to see if the quality was consistent and to wash off the sand. At the dock, there were always quite a few people gathered, carrying bags, helping to load cars, stacking goods, and some even organizing fishing nets and sorting goods. As long as you were diligent, you could always find work. Zhao Qin's older brother, Zhao Ping, didn't he go up the mountain today? After delivering rice to Zhao Qin, he came to work at the dock. It was currently the fishing ban period, and it was just the right time to repair the dock. Zhao Ping knew how to do masonry work, so he helped smooth out the gaps between the stones with cement, earning 80 yuan a day, which was not bad, but it was unstable. Some days there were jobs, and some days there weren't. Ping, Ahe went to flirt with Old Lin's daughter again. Your brother is about to fight with Old Lin, and it's getting physical. Someone shouted from a dock. Those nearby caught the gist of it and shouted to Zhao Ping, Ping, your brother is teasing Old Lin's daughter, and Old Lin is about to hit him with a stick. Then someone else chimed in, Ping, your brother is going to elope with Old Lin's daughter. But Old Lin blocked him with a stick. Ping, your brother got Old Lin's daughter pregnant and wants to elope, but Old Lin caught him. Hearing the last remark, Zhao Ping was so frightened that he almost slipped down the slope. He hurriedly tossed aside the tools in his hands and rushed up. Running along the way, he felt his scalp tingle. If he really got the girl pregnant, that would be a huge problem. Old Lin had 2 sons, and they would definitely not agree to let his younger brother marry into their family. If it came to marriage, that would be a joke. With just those 2 broken stone houses that a Qin had, even if Old Lin were blind, he wouldn't agree. No matter what, he couldn't let his brother suffer. Thinking this, he noticed a wooden stick by the roadside and grabbed it. With a nervous heart, he ran to the seafood purchasing spot, but the scene before him left him dumbfounded. His brother was hugging Old Lin's shoulders, both with cigarettes in their mouths, laughing and chatting. Although Old Lin's smile was somewhat forced, he was indeed smiling. Chapter 5. The price is quite good. As for the price of 16 yuan per pound that Lao Lin quoted, Zhao Qin actually didn't know if it was high or low. At this time, the other purchasing stations wouldn't speak out, otherwise they would become enemies. He thought for a moment, took out a cigarette, handed it to Lao Lin, lit it for him, and then lit one for himself before putting his arm around Lao Lin's shoulder and saying, "Uncle Lin, you can't cheat me, okay? These farm clams are selling for around 20 yuan, and mine are all wild-caught. 16 yuan is just too low. Look, I came to you because I know you do business fairly. How about raising the price a bit?" Lao Lin took a puff of his cigarette, feeling a bit amused. They knew each other, but had never dealt deeply together. He didn't expect Zhao Qin to be so familiar, calling him uncle, which made him a little embarrassed. 18 yuan. No higher. I have to take the risk too. If I can't sell them, they'll just sit here. Uncle Lin, let me ask you, have you ever collected wild clams this big during this time? Lao Lin honestly shook his head. I've collected some, but the most I've ever gotten at once is just 2 or 3 pounds. I haven't seen this much in a long time. Uncle Lin, with such good quality, if you take them to the seafood market, I really worry someone will snatch them from you before you even get in. If you run into a boss who likes these, then the price will be whatever he says. You know my situation. I was a bit foolish before, but now I'm thinking about living well. You think it's fair to squeeze me on the price? Lao Lin chuckled at that. You still remember your foolishness, huh? Your mouth really can talk someone to life. All right, since you say you want to do well, I'll take a loss and buy them for 23 yuan. That's the highest I can go. Okay, I trust Uncle Lin. You say it's 23 yuan, then it is. Zhao Qin thought that this price was about right and decisively agreed. Lao Lin, this kid has squeezed out his own profit and still talks like this. Qin, did you dig these clams yourself? Zhao Ping, who had been listening nearby, asked uncertainly, cursing the unreliable messengers in his heart. Brother, what are you doing here? Zhao Qin turned in surprise and found that his older brother had actually come. I heard you dug quite a bit of clams, so I came to take a look. I dug with a he for the whole morning and only got this little bit. Hearing this, everyone around rolled their eyes. Some were even ready to rush up and beat Zhao Qin. This little bit? You dug dozens of pounds in one morning. Even if you dug that much in 3 or 4 days, you'd be thrilled. Zhao Ping was genuinely happy now. He had felt this morning that his younger brother seemed to have changed a bit. He thought it was just his imagination, but now he knew his brother was making money. He was a bit slow with words, just smiling and saying, "Good, good, good. Uncle Lin, let us weigh them." No, wait a minute. Zhao Qin suddenly thought of something and picked out a dozen or so big and plump clams from the basin, putting them into a bucket, and asked Lao Lin to weigh the rest. The scale was nearby. Lao Lin placed a basket on it, peeled the clams, and then scooped them up to weigh them. A total of 42 pounds, 1,092 yuan. Uncle Lin, I don't have change to give you. How about we just settle for 100 yuan? Lao Lin was about to unlock the box for the cash when he paused at this. You don't have change? I do, but thinking about it, a few bucks isn't worth arguing over. He counted out 11 red bills and handed them to Zhao Qin. After Zhao Qin counted and confirmed it was fine, he noticed a pack of cigarettes nearby, took one out, shook his hand, and said, "Uncle Lin, I'm off. I'll sell you more good stuff next time." Lao Lin was both amused and helpless. This kid really didn't want to lose out on anything. He just lit one for himself and now asked for another one back. "Brother, where did you come from?" Zhao Ping explained that he was working at the dock and mentioned it was lunchtime, so he would go home to eat first and then come back in the afternoon. At the nearby convenience store, Zhao Qin bought 2 packs of soft red cigarettes, each costing 5 yuan. After getting his change, he asked the owner for a plastic bag. He poured the leftover dozen or so clams into the bag and handed it to his brother. "These are good. Take them back to supplement my niece and nephew. Over 20 yuan a pound. What do you want to keep them for? You might as well kill a chicken instead." "I don't want them. You keep them for yourself." At the purchasing station, Zhao Ping had thought about saying something when he saw the intercepted clams, but he held back. As long as his brother knew how to work, it was fine if he kept a bit for himself. Now seeing that he was keeping them for himself, he felt touched but also a bit pained. "Take them. By the way, I want to return the money for now. Once I earn more, I'll give you a lump sum." In the past 2 years, he had borrowed a lot from his older brother. 10 yuan today, 50 tomorrow. His brother had secretly given him a lot. If he only returned the 50 from this morning, it felt a bit cheap. He had given all he had, and he couldn't be left with nothing. So he thought it better to wait until he made some money and then give a lump sum to his brother. It didn't matter how much. They were brothers for life. What's the point of paying back money? That's what I, as the older brother, should do. Zhao Qin glanced at his brother and handed over the clams. "Take these back for my niece and nephew. This is what I, as an uncle, should do." Hearing him say this, Zhao Ping smiled and this time didn't refuse, taking the clams home. After his brother left for home, Zhao Qin returned to the convenience store to buy 2 buckets of instant noodles and 2 hot dogs. It was getting late, and there wouldn't be enough time to cook lunch, so he settled for this. Back at the house, Zhao Qin hurried to boil water and cook the noodles. While waiting, he took out the money and counted out 220 yuan, placing it on the table. From now on, as long as you follow me to the sea, you'll get 20 of the harvest. Brothers should be clear about accounts. If you think it's too little, then go work on your own. He was taken aback by the money on the table, but the next moment he waved his hand and said, I don't want it. It's my own choice to follow you, and you're paying me? That's just shameless. Zhao Qin kicked him in annoyance, but he nimbly dodged and laughed. Sit down and listen to me. Seeing Zhao Qin serious, he moved a stool and sat across from him. You're already 19 years old. Your grandma should be about 60 this year, right? My grandma is 63, right? She is 63. How many more years do you think she can work? You don't have parents. Having a father is almost like not having one. I have an older brother, but he has his own family, kids, and wife, so I can't rely on him. Your grandma is already this age, and you still expect to rely on her? You need to think about how to take care of her. A man without money is destined to be a coward for life. We are both capable, and we aren't any less smart than anyone else. Why should others get rich while we remain poor? Starting today, we need to change how we live, so that when people see us in the village, they give us a thumbs up. We need to outshine everyone here. He was lively but not foolish. Although he didn't absorb much of what Zhao Qin said, he really had no one else to play with, so he could only follow Zhao Qin. Brother, I'll listen to you. Then hurry up and put the money away. Keep 20 yuan for yourself, and let your grandma keep the 200 yuan. She'll definitely be happy. The book may involve a lot of seafood from various regions. So I want to clarify in advance that as long as it's available along the coast of the country, I might write about it. So let's not argue about it. If there are others who share the same interests, please add it to your bookshelf. I will work hard to update it. Let us go. Chapter 6. Cleaning up after eating instant noodles. Zhao Qin took another look at his luck value, which had not changed at all after filling his stomach. Still at 1930. So, his wish to go to the beach in the afternoon was dashed. Bro, what are we doing this afternoon? He asked. Zhao Qin glanced at their messy home, resembling a pigsty, and said to him, Let's clean the house this afternoon. This place doesn't even look like somewhere a person could live. Then I'll stay and help you. He finished the last sip of soup from the instant noodle cup and naturally threw the cup outside the door. Zhao Qin was also taken aback by his careless action. Fine, let him experience that cleaning is even more tiring than going to the beach. All right, you go back first. Give the money to your grandma, and pick some vegetables from your family's garden for me. This time, I won't give you money, but I'll pay you for every time you pick in the future. Go on. My grandma's vegetables don't cost anything. Zhao Qin suddenly turned cold. It's not you who planted them. If you had planted them, you could generously give them away. Why should you use your grandma's hard work to do someone a favor? All right, go. Remember, you're growing up now. Your grandma will rely on you to support her in the future. I got it, bro. This time, it seemed he really understood, and he ran off. But as he just left, he kicked the instant noodle cup he had thrown. Pick it up and throw in the trash can. He had no choice but to pick it up and quickly ran away. Zhao Qin found a bamboo pole and tied a broom to it, sweeping the ceiling and the walls first. One could only say that his parents' genes were pretty good. His body was not short, similar to his older brother, who was around 1.78 meters, while he was about 1.82 meters tall. After he finished sweeping the ceiling and the walls, he still hadn't returned. As he was complaining about Ahi being unreliable in his mind, he saw Ahi tiptoeing in quietly without saying a word and started sweeping the floor. Do you understand the order of tasks? The floor should be swept last. If you sweep it now, you'll have to do it again later. Ahi gave a soft "oh" and started wiping the table with a rag. Zhao Qin then noticed something was off with this kid. What's wrong? Bro, my grandma cried when she saw the 200 yuan I gave her. She was both crying and laughing. Bro, was I a jerk before? Zhao Qin smiled faintly, put down the bamboo pole, and gently patted his head, feeling bad inside, realizing that your previous self was wrong, right? It's okay. I just woke up today, too. You were just a little slower than me this morning. We brothers will definitely make something of ourselves in the future. You will surely become your grandma's pride. Bro, can I really? If others can, you can definitely too. By the way, where are the vegetables I asked you to get? He then reacted. I forgot because I was preoccupied with other things. No rush. Let us finish cleaning first, then I'll go help you pick. You need to wipe every visible spot on the table. I'll wash the bedding. Even though there was no washing machine, Zhao Qin was not unfamiliar with washing clothes. He had been a soldier for 3 years in another timeline and had always washed his clothes by hand. This took time while washing. He also had to keep an eye on Ahi. His attitude was correct, but this kid clearly hadn't done much work before. Many places were not up to standard. When wiping the table, he only knew to clean the tabletop, completely ignoring the corners and the table legs. There were just 2 trees at the entrance. One was a camphor tree, the other, the clothesline he had tied before, was still usable. So he could just hang the clothes up directly. Zhao Ping's wife was named Xiaorong. She was not considered beautiful, but one could say she was somewhat delicate. After giving birth to 2 children, her waist had become a bit thicker. She was cutting vegetables when she saw her husband return. Why did you finish so late at the dock today? Zhao Ping didn't reply, just chuckled foolishly. Found some money, huh? Xiaorong looked at what he was holding and said with irritation, look at how shallow your eyes are. You're so happy just because you dug up a few clams. Go wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon. It's not me who dug them. Did you buy them? Tell me where you got the money. You just know how to waste it. These cost more than $20 a pound, and it's not even a holiday. What are you buying this for? If you really want to eat, I can go dig some oysters this afternoon when the tide is out. Saying this, she directly grabbed Zhao Ping's ear. I didn't buy them. Qin dug them. Xiaorong had only been pretending to grab his ear, but hearing this made her pull harder. So you can lie now, huh? You might as well say they fell from the sky. Why don't you believe me? It's true. I do believe you when pigs fly. Go see if our daughter is awake. Our son has an exam today, and he should be back soon. It really was Qin who dug them. All right, really? Hurry up and go. Seeing her husband's back disappear, she sighed. She knew that every time her husband asked her to help Zhao Qin, he would always say good things about him. This time, it seemed he had made some progress, knowing to come back with something to impress. She looked at the clams, which were still alive, thought for a moment, and decided to wash them, planning to stir-fry them with scallions. Their daughter was just over a week old and usually slept quite a bit. Zhao Ping went into the room to take a look. She was still sleeping soundly. The small fan was shaking its head from afar. He touched the child's head. There was no sweat, so he walked out of the room with peace of mind. Just then, their son returned home with a backpack, and upon entering the house, he immediately grabbed the large tea jar on the table and took a big drink. How did the exam go? Their son, Zhao Junyuan, who was in the 2nd grade this year and would be promoted to the 3rd grade next school year, only had math and Chinese exams, so they finished in the morning. I should be able to get a perfect score, Zhao Junyuan said naturally. Zhao Ping had only read 3 books, so he had the heart, but not the ability to help his son with studies. Fortunately, this kid was just like his uncle when he was young. He hardly needed to worry about his studies. Mom, you know I did well on the exam. So you specially bought clams? Zhao Junyuan said, reaching out to grab one, only to have his mother swat his hand away. Had you washed your hands? Go wash your hands first. The dishes were ready. A plate of cucumbers, a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a plate of stir-fried clams, and a bowl of seaweed soup. After sitting at the table, Zhao Ping picked a large clam and offered the meat to his son. Eat more. He then put the clam shell in his mouth, sucked it, and tossed it onto the table. The chickens and ducks had been caught and packed in a snakeskin bag. You need to deliver them to those 2 families this afternoon. Don't think I don't know. Those 2 families were cursing pretty badly, right? After saying this, Xiaorong sighed deeply again. How do you know? Zhao Ping asked, surprised. Those 2 were cursing while walking early in the morning and even deliberately lingered at our door. They were cursing just to let us hear it. Look at how much you're supporting Qin. When will it end? We still have 2 little ones at home and an older one to raise outside. What kind of sin are we committing? As she spoke, she actually started to tear up. What is wrong with my uncle? Zhao Junyuan asked curiously. Children shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking. Zhao Ping scolded lightly, then offered another clam to his son before turning to his wife. Qin has really changed. Why don't you believe me? This clam was really dug by him. He sold over 1,000 yuan worth of them. Many people at the dock saw it. If you don't believe me, you can go ask yourself. He also paid for the chickens and ducks himself. Otherwise, why wouldn't those two families make a fuss? I happened to pass by the dock after work, and he saw me, so he picked out 10 or so clams, saying they were for Xiao Jun to nourish his body. Xiao Rong was taken aback. This time, her husband seemed to be telling the truth, even mentioning that she could go find out for herself. But thinking about Zhao Qin's character, it was indeed hard for her to believe. Chapter 7. One peach kills 2 scholars? In the afternoon, Zhao Ping went to work again. Zhao Junyuan had finished his exam and was already on summer vacation. After dinner, he disappeared somewhere. The little daughter woke up, and after feeding her and coaxing her back to sleep, it was already 3 or 4 o'clock. Xiao Rong saw the chickens and ducks still in the plastic bag and wondered if her husband hadn't taken them to return to someone else. Did they really not need them anymore? She got up to let the chickens and ducks out, but couldn't help herself and went to the dock's receiving station. There was no need to ask. As soon as she arrived, she heard people saying that Zhao Qin had inexplicably struck it rich today, digging up 2 buckets of clams and selling them for over 1,000 yuan. Wow, all that work in one morning was worth as much as someone else's monthly salary. It was indeed surprising. She was quite astonished. Her little brother-in-law had done nothing but odd jobs these past 2 years. Could it be that he had really changed? After returning from the dock, she hesitated for a moment, but still decided to head to the old house. From a distance, she saw clothes hanging on the clothesline at the door. This didn't surprise her. Her little brother-in-law, no matter how reckless, had never asked her to help wash clothes. However, he wasn't very diligent either. Sometimes he would wear the same piece of clothing for several days, and when she got closer, there was a distinct smell. But this time, he had actually washed so many clothes. When she reached the door, she found it closed. She called out, but no one responded. Cautiously, she pushed the door open. Everything looked familiar, yet something felt off. After a moment of confusion, she realized it was because everything was too clean. Not just the floor, but everything in sight was spotless. Even the windows were shining bright. She even felt it was cleaner than her own house. With wide eyes and a look of disbelief, she wondered if this was really the place of her disorganized little brother-in-law. Who dared to come into my house to steal? Are they tired of living? Hearing a noise, she quickly turned around and forced a smile, saying, "It's me." She saw Zhao Qin holding a basin with 2 cucumbers, a few half-red and half-green tomatoes, and 3 eggs in it. "Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Is my brother looking for me?" In her memory, this sister-in-law was actually quite nice. It was mainly that the original owner was too terrible. It was unreasonable for a 22-year-old to still be relying on her older brother. Perhaps the original owner felt a bit upset about it, but at this moment, Zhao Qin saw through it all and considered her a rare good sister-in-law. "It's nothing. I just heard your brother say you made over 1,000 today and brought clams for Xiao Jun. I came to take a look." "Oh, sister-in-law, this money isn't enough to repay you and my brother. Just give me some time. When I've saved enough, I'll pay you back." Xiao Rong quickly waved her hand. "No, that's not the point. I and your brother never expected you to pay us back. You earn the money, so keep it. Spend it wisely. When you really want to marry a wife, if you lack a little, your brother and I can help, but if you lack a lot, there's nothing we can do." Then she pointed to the house and asked, "Did you clean this place?" "Yes, and Ahe helped me for an afternoon." After chatting for a bit, Xiao Rong left. She had intended to say that if they lacked vegetables, they could go to the vegetable garden to pick some, but she held back. She didn't know if Zhao Qin was just having a momentary enthusiasm or if he had really matured. If she was too polite now, it would be troublesome if Zhao Qin became reliant later on. Zhao Qin didn't care what she was thinking. In any case, he wouldn't take anything for free from whoever picked. Lying back on the bed, he turned on an electric fan that his mother had bought years ago. He planned to take a nap. Sigh, when will I be able to exchange merit points for a fishing rod, fishing line, and hooks? As a fishing enthusiast, he was fixated on fishing. Thinking about these things made his hands itch with the impulse to go cast a line. He slept until the sun was about to set, then got up to cook. He made scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Cooking in the summer was really tough. If he didn't get it right, he would be drenched in sweat. Just as he was about to eat, he heard some noise outside. Peeking out, he saw that it was Chu Ying, who looked displeased, and her husband carrying a load of rice. Upon seeing Zhao Qin, she snorted and silently left after removing the burden from her shoulder. Yin Na's father, Yin Jianjun, was a decent man. When he saw his wife leave, he opened his mouth as if to say something, but after a long time, he still hadn't uttered a word. Uncle Ian, why not stay for a meal? No, dinner is already ready at home, he replied, trying to make small talk, but was interrupted by Chu Ying's scolding from a distance. Still making a fool of yourself over there? Don't get yourself dirty. We're all innocent here. Hurry back home to take a shower. Yin Jianjun sighed and turned to leave. The childhood betrothal between their two families had been arranged by the two grandfathers, and now that both old men were gone, returning the load of rice made him feel a little relieved. Zhao Qin didn't want to engage with chewing either. Once the two left, he began to eat. Just as he lifted his bowl, Ahe ran over again. Have you eaten? Not yet. There's still some in the pot. We'll split this dish. Ahe waved his hand with a smile, but it was unclear whether he had eaten or not. Brother. The daughter-in-law of Lai Bao's family and the daughter-in-law of Lin Ayer's family got into a fight this afternoon. I heard they even tore each other's clothes, but unfortunately, I didn't see it. As he spoke, Ahe's face was filled with regret. Zhao Qin thought for a moment and realized the two women he was talking about were the ones arguing at the door early in the morning. Didn't they resolve it with 50 yuan? Why were they fighting again? Why? Ahe laughed so hard he shook, then gave him a thumbs up. Quickly tell me, did you eat bee poop or something? Why are you so happy? Brother, you're just too clever, haha. So impressive. As Ahe spoke, he started banging on the table. What does that have to do with me? At that time, you asked them how much the chickens and ducks were worth. Both families were afraid you wouldn't pay, so they quoted a low price. You gave them 50, right? Lai Bao's daughter-in-law took that and gave Lin Ayer's family 15 yuan. Lin Ayer's family definitely wouldn't accept that, saying their ducks were worth 30 yuan and at least deserved half. Lai Bao's family said their chicken was worth 40, and taking 35 was already a loss. The two families live next door, and the women's hearts are small. They were already at odds, and this time it completely exploded. So they started bickering, and when that wasn't enough, they started fighting. Zhao Qin shook his head after hearing this. He didn't expect such a development, but he didn't gloat over it and continued eating. Brother, you don't know. Now, they're all saying this is your scheme, something about how in ancient times, one peach killed two scholars, and they say that in the end, it's because you went to college, so you're smarter than others. Both families originally wanted to come find you, but they didn't dare. Zhao Qin was bewildered. What was going on? He paid for the chickens and ducks because he thought he should pay for what he consumed. He only had 50 yuan in his pocket with no change. Which bastard is spreading these rumors? I'll beat him up another day. No, brother, they're just praising your reputation. In the future, who would dare to provoke us? Just casually coming up with a scheme could make them fight among themselves. Get lost. This was not intentional. It was purely an accident. Right, it was an accident. We can't let anyone catch us with any dirt. Zhao Qin, feeling exhausted, he simply stopped explaining and continued eating. Brother, did you cook a lot? What? Didn't you eat? I've eaten, but seeing you eat so deliciously makes me hungry again. Serve yourself. Chapter 8. Nighttime beachcombing. Zhao Qin naturally wouldn't waste time suing two families. Although he had acted a bit unscrupulously by taking the money without notifying them, he realized his mistake and returned the money. He hadn't spent much on food, and he had hardly eaten anything, so Zhao Qin was left unsatisfied. At 22 years old, having skipped breakfast and only having a bowl of noodles for lunch, he was counting on dinner to fill him up. He wasn't going to cook again and was too lazy to buy instant noodles. After sending Ahe away, he took a shower, lay down, and fell asleep, which made him forget about his hunger. Having slept too much in the afternoon, he wasn't feeling drowsy at all now. After thinking for a moment, he got up and rummaged through his box to find his phone. Since dropping out of school, he hadn't used his phone at all for almost 2 years, and wasn't he sure if it would even work. This was a Nokia 1100 that his mother had bought for him before she passed away, celebrating his acceptance into a prestigious university. It wasn't anything special, just durable, able to make calls, and occasionally serve as a makeshift weapon. He plugged it into charge for a while and tried turning it on, and actually powered up. However, there was no TikTok or anything similar for him to scroll through, and his phone number had probably run out of credit, leaving him with no signal. No rush. In a couple of days, he would make some money and get a new phone number. He opened a game and started playing Snake, which was quite nostalgic. He played until it was past 10 o'clock. After putting down the phone to sleep, he felt drowsy but was soon awakened by mosquitoes, as the old fan wasn't strong enough to keep them away. He checked the time on his phone and saw it was only 2 in the morning. He turned to his side to continue sleeping, but as he turned his head, a familiar system display popped up. Luck value, 19328. Merit value, 0. Irritated. He turned off the display and tried to sleep again. However, a few seconds later, he shot up as if he had been resurrected. What the hell? I earned $1,000 with a luck value of 18, and now it's 28. Sleep? Forget it. I need to make money. He excitedly shouted, turned on the light, quickly took off his shorts and tank top, and glanced at the big clock pendulum below. Well, the capital was sufficient, which put him in an even better mood. Putting on some clothes, he thought he wouldn't need a hat or face covering at night, but then remembered the mosquitoes that had just disturbed him, and he shivered. Wrapping himself up again, he tossed 2 sand shovels into a bucket and headed outside. The weather at night was nice, with a moon that illuminated the road. Arriving at Ahi's house, he knocked lightly on the back window, signaling their secret code, careful not to wake the old lady sleeping on the other side. Brother, is that you? The kid was surprisingly alert while sleeping. Boil some water. Do you have a flashlight at home? Yes. Bring it, hurry up. After a moment, I cautiously opened the door, and the two met. Brother, didn't you say you were done with it during the day? What's going on now? Just talking big? Zhao Qin handed him the bucket and slapped him on the head. Always talking nonsense. Do you want to take the entrance exam? Come on. Let us go beachcombing. Ah, you want to go beachcombing at this hour? If we want to do better than others and bring glory to Grandma, we have to work harder. All right, I'll follow your lead. Are we going to that beach from before? Not yet. One flashlight isn't enough. We'd better get a headlamp. Let us go to the convenience store. At the small convenience store by the dock, Zhao Qin began banging on the door with the same energy he had shown earlier. The village was relatively safe, but the convenience store didn't dare to be empty at night. Who is there? It's late. Why are you making a racket? Do you believe I'll smash your eggs? Old Jew, open up. If you don't, I'll tear your convenience store down. Inside, the bamboo bed creaked, suggesting Old Jew was getting up. Akin? Before opening the door, he called out again. If you know, hurry up. Old Jew grumbled something incomprehensible and opened the door. Upon seeing the two, he said, stealing is one thing, but robbery is against the law. Don't be foolish. This was the universal view in the village. As long as stealing didn't exceed $100, if the culprit was known, they would just pay it back. If unknown, it was considered bad luck, and no one would actually report it. It would just be a waste of time. Do you have headlamps? Bring me 2 headlamps and 2 pairs of gloves, and 2 packs of soft tashin. Can't you buy things during the day? If I could remember to come knock at night, I wouldn't have to. Hurry up. Besides, why sleep so much every day? You can sleep long after you die. Old Jew rolled his eyes at him. You really are a cultured guy, always talking like that. Tell me, did you set up the fight between the wives of the Lai and Lin families? Get lost. Hurry up. How about your headlamps ready? One is $25, 2 are $50, 2 packs of Tashin are $13, gloves are $2, totaling $65. Forget it. Just give me 60. I'm worried you'll come up with a scheme and trick me one day. While taking out the money, Zhao Qin cursed. You never shut up? I told you that has nothing to do with me. After walking a few steps outside, he suddenly realized that doing physical labor in the middle of the night would make him hungry. So he turned back and started banging on the door again. What on earth do you want? Old Jew wanted to cry. He couldn't beat these 2 kids, and he didn't dare to scold them, feeling utterly helpless. Do you have hot water at home? Help me boil 2 buckets of noodles. Are you my father? Old Jew replied irritably. Does that mean I don't have to pay for the noodles? Old Jew. Actually, Old Jew wasn't that old. He was in his 30s. He had previously worked at the dock, but after injuring his leg while moving machinery, he now had a slight limp. With the compensation from the dock and some savings, he opened this small convenience store. He wasn't making a fortune, but he was living quite decently. Old Jew, you need to replace your thermos. It doesn't keep warm at all. The noodles barely cooked. I said while eating. Old Jew rolled his eyes. This was also thanks to the local habit of drinking tea. Otherwise, who would prepare hot water in this heat? A bucket of noodles only filled them halfway, and this time they truly set off with their buckets. Old Jew watched the 2 walk down the embankment before cursing as he closed the door and went back to sleep. Arriving at the beach they had scouted during the day, they noticed several flashlights flickering over there. Did you check? Did Zhao Lar really dig here? During the day, Mom bumped into Zhao Lar while digging for oysters, and he said it was this area. Hearing the conversation of the 2, Zhao Qin patted Ahi. Let us go. There's nothing to dig here. If the system was generous, maybe he could find something others couldn't see, but that would be hard to explain. Anyway, there were plenty of mudflats around. They could just switch to an unoccupied area. Damn it, what the hell? These people are really something. This is our discovery. Brother, how about we go over and teach those guys a lesson? Ahi said indignantly. Are you crazy? Look at all those lights. There are at least 7 or 8 people over there. Can we take them on? Besides, the sea doesn't belong to us. Anyone can come. Let us go. Let us switch to another area. At night, it seemed the tide had just receded, and there were quite a few people beachcombing. It was no wonder. Summer vacation had just started, and the kids could not only play but also earn some pocket money. Brother, how about we go to the mudflat over there? We might even find some crabs. All right, let us head over there. Chapter 9. 2 buckets. The two arrived at the mudflat on the west side of the village, where there were hardly any lights visible. Occasionally, there were distant lights, which belonged to fishing boats working at night. Don't go too far down, or the tide will come in soon. Let's just look around here, Zhao Qin suggested. This area was a mix of mud and sand, and the ground was somewhat soft. If they weren't careful, their shoes could get stuck in the mud, so Zhao Qin didn't want to go further down where the mud would be deeper. What can we find? Zhao Qin said, handing a shovel from the bucket to Ahi. Each took a side and started searching. Soon, Zhao Qin became very excited because he noticed many holes at his feet, with fine mud and sand coming out of them, resembling little grasses or small clumps of dung. Bro, what did you find? There are clam holes. Let me dig. Zhao Qin thought the original owner of this seaside place was too useless, so he couldn't tell the difference between the holes, assuming they were all clam holes. After digging for a while, the shovel suddenly picked up a soft worm, which was pale red and about 10 centimeters long. Wow, the seaside earthworms are so fat, Zhao Qin exclaimed, as this creature was very familiar to any fishing enthusiast. Wow, it's a sandworm. He squatted down, held it in his hand, rubbed it casually, and then handed it to Zhao Qin, saying, Bro, this isn't an earthworm. It's a sandworm. Look, Zhao Qin took it and found it quite amazing. It looked soft like an earthworm just moments ago, but now it had become shorter, slightly thinner than his pinky finger, and fell hard. Bro, you're not wrong. This is also called a sea earthworm. Are we digging it for fishing? Zhao Qin asked. That would be a waste. This is very expensive. Hearing that it was expensive, Zhao Qin's eyes lit up. How much per kilogram? I haven't sold it before, so I don't know, but it's pretty expensive. It should be more than the clam king we dug up yesterday. I've heard people say this thing can enhance vitality, and many big bosses like it. Zhao Qin thought for a moment and figured that perhaps today's luck from the system would rest on this little creature. What are we waiting for? It seems like there are plenty here. Let us dig. The holes in this area were too dense, so the two didn't need to look for holes to dig. They simply flipped over patches of ground. Bro, I've never eaten this before. Let us dig more. How about we keep some taste? We're both young and single. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to sleep after eating it? He fell silent for a while before quietly saying, I was thinking of keeping some for my grandma to try. Zhao Qin smiled. That was fine. They could save a kilogram or 2. Thanks, bro. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Let us finish digging this area before dawn. Luckily, we didn't go down there. The tide shouldn't come up here. The mud and sand were sticky, making it harder to dig than the beach yesterday. Fortunately, they had eaten instant noodles, and both were young guys. As long as they weren't hungry, they wouldn't feel weak. Besides mosquitoes, there were also horseflies by the sea, which hurt more when they bit. He was wearing shorts and a tank top, and he had to slap himself after every few shovels. Bro, you're really smart. Seeing Zhao Qin was fine. He said somewhat unhappily, next time you should do the same. When we go to the sea at night, spray some floral water first. It works better. Bro, how many have we dug? I don't know. It's a little over half a bucket. Hurry up. If it gets light and people see it, it won't be ours anymore, right? Zhao Qin felt fortunate. This body wasn't useless after all, and he had a good little sidekick. If he were alone at night, he would dare to come out, but digging alone would be too boring. Fishing enthusiasts were bold. As long as there were fish, they could sit on a grave and fish all night. Let us take a break and drink some water. After bending over and digging for 2 hours, both were a bit exhausted. Not caring about how dirty the ground was, they sat down and took out their water bottles. After resting for more than 10 minutes, they continued. As dawn broke, the sandworm holes became fewer. Previously, they could dig 3 worms with 2 shovels, but now it took more than 10 shovels to get one. Straightening up to stretch, they looked around. The two had turned over an area of over 1,000 square meters in 3 to 4 hours. Looking at the system's luck value, the last point of luck value was cleared. He threw down the shovel and said to Ahi, "Stop digging, it's gone." At that moment, the system's luck value changed to 4930. Wait, what? We dug for so long and only got 300 worms? Looking at the 2 buckets next to them, it surely was more than 300 worms. He lightly touched the panel, and a prompt appeared at the top. For a single variety, the maximum fixed luck value increase per day is 300 points. Damn, there's actually a limit. The merit value section changed to 50. This also indicated that the system determined the value of sandworms was higher than the clams dug up yesterday. In the system, besides the sand shovel, the cheapest tool was the iron shovel, which required 100 merit points. It seemed he needed to find 2 more items to unlock new tools. Bro, my waist is about to break. What waist does a kid have? Zhao Qin rubbed his waist, walked a few steps up, found a dry spot, and sat down again. Not only was his waist sore, but the fingers of his right hand holding the shovel seemed unable to straighten, and his entire arm was also severely sore. He staggered over to him, lay directly on the ground, and mumbled, "Damn, money really isn't easy to earn." At this moment, the sea water in the distance began to slowly recede, and the sky brightened. Some people were coming to the mudflat to fish. Seeing the 2 of them, they curiously walked over to take a look. "Wow, it's rare to see you guys digging at the seaside in the middle of the night." The newcomer joked. The 2 were too tired to even speak. Normally, they would have shot back a few words. "What the hell were these 2 buckets?" "Sandworms. You actually dug so many sandworms right here?" With that shout, others nearby came running. "Heavens, so many sandworms. How much are they worth? Did you 2 dig these? What kind of luck did you have? Clams yesterday and sandworms today." Some were pointing at the 2 buckets of sandworms, while others had already started digging beside them. But naturally, they only found a few clams and nothing else. "Achin, since there are so many, how about you give me 2 kilograms to take back for a meal? My back has been uncomfortable lately." The speaker was Zhao Qin's cousin, Zhao Haidong. The 2 families didn't interact much. His family was better off than Zhao Qin's. And it was only when Zhao Qin had just entered college that Zhao Haidong considered them relatives. Once Zhao Qin dropped out, he immediately cut ties, afraid of being associated with them. Hearing Zhao Haidong ask for sandworms, Zhao Qin pointed to the mudflat. "There are plenty. Dig your own." Zhao Haidong's expression darkened, snorting lightly, and muttered something about them just having a stroke of luck. Zhao Qin couldn't be bothered to respond. "I'm asking if you guys have anything serious to do. Why are you always surrounding me and my brother?" He stood up and brushed off the group that was about to grab the sandworms from the buckets. At this point, it seemed everyone remembered they were there to fish, and gradually the crowd dispersed. "Bro, it's just right for the tide to recede. How about I go see if I can flip over some rock crabs? We could cook some for lunch. I'm too tired." Zhao Qin couldn't help but laugh. That statement sounded a bit contradictory. Too tired, yet still wanted to go down to flip crabs. Chapter 10 developed. He originally meant to say that he was too tired and wanted to drink some wine to relieve fatigue, which Zhao Qin naturally understood. "I won't move. If you want to go down and take a look, find 4 or 5, and that's enough. If you can't find any, come back quickly. We need to sell." "Okay, I can do it alone. You rest," he said as he got up and walked down to the tidal flat. Zhao Qin brought 2 large buckets of sandworms closer, and this time he just lay down, biting on a piece of grass that mixed freshness with bitterness, which was quite refreshing. After about half an hour, just as his eyelids were about to fight, he finally came back, holding a plastic bag he picked up from somewhere, and indeed found a few rock crabs inside. These things aren't worth much, and they have hard shells with little meat. The locals don't really like them, and they don't sell for much, but if fried in oil, they can be pretty tasty with drinks. "Let's go 1 bucket each. Time to sell." Hearing about selling, he regained his energy. "Bro, should we sell the old Lin?" "Sure, as long as the price is fair. Selling to anyone is fine. By the way, do you really like Lin Ping?" He rarely smiled shyly. "That girl is not bad. You have good taste. Keep making money, and you'll definitely have chance." The 2 chatted as they walked, and when they arrived at the dock, they happened to bump into old Jew opening his shop door, who smiled widely at them. Oh, the sun's coming out from the west. I thought you two bought headlamps last night to sneak around under the guise of beachcombing. But you really are beachcombing. Old Jew, you didn't brush your teeth this morning, did you? Should I poke you a couple of times? Don't. I'm afraid if you poke me, I'll lose my teeth. As Old Jew said this, he leaned closer to take a look at the goods in the bucket, his eyes suddenly wide open. What the hell? Where did so many sandworms come from? A few years ago, they were quite cheap, but in recent years, it's been hard to dig them up in this area, and the price has skyrocketed. How about I save you £2? Would you? Two-Tom Mountain, the price is quite fair, right? Old Jew huffed and turned to go back into the shop. Zhao Qin thought he would refuse, but after a few steps, he saw Old Jew come back holding a basin. Seeing the Two-Tom Mountains in the basin, Zhao Qin was taken aback. It seemed he had underestimated the amount, but it was too late to take back his words. They had nearly 100 in the basin, and £2 was more than enough, making Old Jew grin from ear to ear. Wow, how long did you two dig? How did you get so many? Old Jew couldn't help but exclaim. They're all over by the sea. It was only about 2 hours just casually digging. He waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Zhao Qin shot him a glance, thinking he had done all the bragging alone. He tucked the cigarette under his armpit and silently walked to the purchasing point. Doing seafood purchasing is actually quite hard work. You have to get up early in the morning, and many nearshore fishing boats come back late at night. So working until midnight is normal. Old Lin was having breakfast. This was the dock, and there were nearby stalls selling buns and noodles. His breakfast consisted of a few buns with porridge, and since it was too early, there weren't many people around the purchasing station. Old Lin looked at the two of them, and Zhao Qin directly carried the bucket into his room, with Ahi following closely behind, looking a bit dazed. Hey, what are you two doing? Get out of here, Old Lin said, ready to chase them away with his chopsticks. Zhao Qin set down the bucket, sat on a nearby stool, and seeing the buns, took one in his right hand and stuffed it into his mouth while pointing at the bucket with his left hand. Old Lin was about to scold him, but couldn't help but glance at the bucket he was pointing at, and the next moment his eyes widened. Sandworms? Are they all at the bottom of the bucket? Seeing the second bucket that he had put down, his voice rose even higher. 2 large buckets. Isn't it? You can pour it out and see for yourself. Honestly, I wanted to take these to the town to sell, but Ahi insisted that you were a good person and wouldn't undercut me, so I brought them here. Since Ahi was his little brother, it was only natural for him to say a few good words for him. Old Lin's face twitched, and he looked up just in time to see Ahi grinning, which made him feel even more disdainful. Let's go outside. The lighting is better. It's not good in here. If you turn on the light, Old Lin, from now on, all the goods I dig from the sea will be sold to you. But you have to guarantee not to tell anyone how much I sold them for. Old Lin replied irritably, with the two of you, who will be interested? If you two aren't interested in others, that will be good enough, and besides, how much can you pick up just by the sea? The clams from yesterday and the sandworms from today, it's also because your ancestors are smoking green smoke. If you don't agree, then this morning, just pretend I never came. Old Lin watched the 2 buns disappear from the table in anger, trembling all over. If he didn't come, my 2 buns were taken away by a dog. It's good to understand the importance of being low-key. You two have rarely worked hard for once, which is a good thing. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. I heard that Widow Wang had the mole on her, but you were the one who spread that. As soon as he heard this, Old Lin jumped up 3 feet high in anger. Which heartless bastard spread that nonsense? I've never even seen it. How would I know? Shameless. Go look. Which side is it on, left or right? Right. Old Lin suddenly realized and glared at Zhao Qin. So early in the morning? You were just messing with me, right? I won't tea buy your goods anymore. Hurry up and get lost. All right. I know it wasn't you who spread it. Let us talk business. Old Lin snorted lightly. Wasn't it you who led the topic astray? First, weigh how many pounds? How much is it per pound? This thing used to be quite abundant here. Back then, it was a few dimes per pound, and it hasn't been seen in this quantity for many years. People occasionally dug a little to take home to eat, but I'm not sure about the current market. First, ask for the price. If it's too low, even if you promise to marry Ping Ping to I'll still want to take it to the town to sell. I looked at Zhao Qin with a bitter face. Bro, my lifelong happiness. Old Lin felt exhausted. He really wanted to kick these two out. Dealing in business, and they can't even say a good word. He took out his phone and dialed several numbers. Seemingly all restaurants. There's a restaurant in the city that said they would take as much as they had, offering 60 a pound. I'll give you 55, plus a discount, and considering the round-trip costs, earning $5 a pound isn't unreasonable, right? Zhao Qin rolled his eyes. If the other party quoted $60, he could gouge his eyes out. $58, that's it. Hurry up and weigh it. Old Lin felt secretly pleased, but still had to pretend to be annoyed. You can't leave a little profit for me? All right, you two have finally done something right. Consider it early support for 2 welfare recipients. After saying that, he chuckled, finally regaining some face. Old Lin, just wait, I'll definitely take. No, I'll let he take Ping Ping and elope. The 2 buckets of sandworms weighed more than the clams, with Zhao Qin leaving about 4 pounds behind, and the rest totaling 67 pounds and 4 ounces. After taking the $3,900+ handed over by Old Lin, Zhao Qin found his hands were slightly trembling. In his previous life, with a savings of over 7 figures and 3 houses, he had never felt so excited about money coming in. Chapter 11. Paying back after receiving the money. Zhao Qin pulled out 2 plastic bags and divided the remaining sandworms in the bucket into 2 portions. Then tossed the 2 sand shovels back into the bucket. Let's go, have breakfast first, and then go home to sleep. I felt a bit regretful for not seeing Lin Ping. At this moment, it unexpectedly started to rain, which was typical by the seaside. One moment it was sunny, and before long, dark clouds gathered. Hurry up, let's eat noodles. The 2 rushed to a nearby beef noodle shop. As soon as Zhao Qin sat down, he called out to the owner, 2 bowls of beef noodles with extra beef and extra noodles. The owner chuckled, but didn't respond, starting to cook the noodles. Brother, isn't that Pingu? Following Ahei's pointing, Zhao Qin indeed saw his elder brother's figure hurrying home. Big brother, over here. Zhao Ping arrived at the dock early. But after working for less than half an hour, it started to rain, forcing him to stop. As he was running home, he vaguely heard someone calling out, and after stopping to look around for a while, he finally saw Zhao Qin at the noodle shop's entrance. Seeing his elder brother running over, Zhao Qin said to the owner, "Add 1 more bowl. Are you planning to go clamming?" Zhao Ping asked, noticing the bucket and sand shovels by Ahei's feet, feeling pleased. I just got back from going out last night. Sit down quickly, the noodles will be ready soon. I already ate at home. My sister-in-law made taro porridge. You 2 eat. I'm not hungry. In no time, 3 bowls of noodles were served. Zhao Ping smiled and didn't hold back, picking up a bowl to eat. After they were full, Zhao Qin stopped his elder brother from paying $2.50 for a bowl of noodles. The price is really fair. And the owner didn't show off his knife skills. The beef slices aren't translucent at all. At this moment, it turned into a light rain, and the 3 had no umbrellas, so they could only get wet on their way back. Ahei, you go to my house and wait for me first. Zhao Qin handed the bucket and sand shovels to Ahei, only carrying a plastic bag and a cigarette. He accompanied his elder brother back to his house. Today we probably can't work. Just stay at home for lunch. I'll have your sister-in-law cook a couple of dishes, and we can drink a bit. Although Zhao Ping was the elder brother, he also had the heart of a father. Last night, hearing his wife unexpectedly speak well of his younger brother made him incredibly happy. This morning, hearing that Zhao Qin had gone clamming late at night, he felt that no matter the catch, being diligent would always lead to better outcomes. Zhao Qin didn't comment on whether it was good or bad. He was quite worried that after going back, he would sleep until the afternoon. Xiao Rong was knitting yarn. On a rainy day, she couldn't go out. When she saw the 2 come in, she greeted them. If it had been earlier, she would have looked unkempt, but now, though she was still cautious, she looked somewhat better. What are you carrying? Zhao Ping asked curiously when he saw Zhao Qin place a bag on the small table beside them. These are sandworms. I dug them up at midnight. Save some for you to stir fry. Saying this, he also placed a cigarette he had tucked under his arm on the table. When Xiao Rong heard it was sandworms, she curiously approached and opened the bag, exclaiming with surprise, "Wow, they really are sandworms. I haven't seen these things in years. I've heard they're quite valuable now. Why not sell them? It's such a waste to eat them. I dug up quite a few. This is for you. My brother does heavy work every day, so he needs some supplements." Zhao Ping's mouth nearly split to his ears, but he complained. "We have chickens and ducks at home. You should sell these instead. And this cigarette, I already have enough. You keep it for yourself." Hearing it was Zhao Qin's gift to her husband, Xiao Rong didn't push back any further. "Take it. Keep it for yourself," Zhao Qin said, pulling out 2,000 yuan from his pocket, which made the couple's eyes widen in surprise. When did Akin become so rich? This is 2000, over 2 years. My brother has definitely given me more than this. You deserve to take a little loss, so let's just leave it at this. No, that asks for me. And your sister-in-law, we can't take your money. Just put away. Xiao Rong then worriedly asked, Akin, where did this money come from? I had good luck clamming last night and found a sandworm nest. I dug up about 70 pounds and sold them to old Lin. I earned it honestly, so feel free to take it. The reason he didn't want old Lin to say anything was that he truly didn't want too many people to know. If he had good luck once or twice, it was fine, but if it happened every time, it would be hard to explain. He even thought about finding a purchasing point in town to sell good goods, alternately with old Lin S family. That would be a bit better. Then keep it. We don't want it. Xiao Rong felt relieved, but truly didn't intend to accept her brother-in-law's money. Zhao Qin placed the money on the table, lifted his leg, and left, feeling exhausted and not wanting to chat any longer. You take it. Brother, if you're not afraid, I'll foolishly spend it all. Then just give it to me again. Zhao Ping's hand that was about to give him money paused, and the next moment he nodded. Okay, then I and your sister-in-law will help you save it. All right, I'm leaving. Come over for lunch. I'll have your sister-in-law kill a chicken. Okay. Zhao Qin walked quite a distance before replying, thinking that if he became estranged from such good siblings, he would be completely out of his mind. Watching his retreating figure, Zhao Ping sighed. He probably hasn't slept all night. After saying that, he turned around and handed the money to his wife, chuckling. It's like eating bee droppings. But looking at it, Akin has really grown up. Seeing her turn and go into the house, then come out a moment later to head to the backyard. Zhao Ping asked, what are you doing? Killing a chicken. You promised, Akin. I've been thinking about the few chickens at home. The sooner we eat them, the sooner we can relax. Then I'll help you boil water. When Zhao Qin returned home, he found Ahe sprawled on the table, already drooling. He shook him awake. Brother, why did you come back so late? Zhao Qin ignored him, took out the money, and pressed 800 yuan into his hand. Then opened another cigarette, dividing it into 5 packs. Take the money and cigarettes, go back and sleep. Oh, then I'm leaving. Don't forget the sandworms in the bucket. Oh, then you should take a nap too. I'm leaving first. Zhao Qin waved his hand, pulled out a Tashin cigarette, lit it, and started looking for clean clothes. After taking a shower, he lay down on the bed, thinking about things. With only a couple of thousand at home, he needed to earn money quickly. In fact, crossing over to this place still felt somewhat unreal to Zhao Qin. His current mindset was like playing a game, where making money was akin to the joy of leveling up. He hoped for an extraordinary stroke of luck tomorrow, dreaming of hitting the jackpot, and with such thoughts, he soon fell asleep. At noon, he was awakened by his elder brother. Turning over, he looked at everything before his mind returned to reality. Brother, what time is it? It's after 1. Knowing you probably didn't sleep last night, I had your sister-in-law cook a little later. Hurry up. If you're tired, eat and then sleep again. After a quick wash, he and Zhao Ping made their way to the new house. Chapter 12, taking my nephew to town, walking on the road with his older brother. Zhao Qin couldn't understand why there were so many people wandering around at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Hey, Akin, I heard you dug up 2 big buckets of sandworms last night. How much did you sell them for? Listen to them bragging. They can turn 2 or 3 pounds into 2 or 3 buckets. Just enough for my brother's lunch, he said casually as they walked. 2 or 3 pounds is not a small amount. It could be worth 100 or so. Why didn't you sell it? I have a mouth. If others can eat it, why can't I? The other person was momentarily speechless and lost interest in continuing the conversation. Instead, he pointed at Zhao Qin's back and said to someone next to him, a second-rate person is just a second-rate person, has no sense of family. Sigh. You can't help someone who's like mud that can't stick to the wall. The voice wasn't low, and both brothers heard it. Zhao Ping, feeling displeased, was about to stop and argue. Brother, let's go, I'm starving. Hearing this, Zhao Ping hesitated for a moment, but continued home. Before entering the house, Zhao Qin heard his nephew's complaints. Uncle is so lazy, it's already past 1, and he still hasn't gotten out of bed. I'm about to starve to death. Is this my fate to be scolded? A yuan, it's not a good habit to talk bad about people behind their backs. Uncle, I didn't say anything wrong. You're just lazy. All right, you've got some guts. Don't ask me for help with homework if you don't do it. Zhao Ping had read 3 books, graduated from summer primary school, and was busy, so neither of them could help the child with his homework. Therefore, Zhao Junyuan had to seek help from this almost college student whenever he encountered difficulties. Fine, if I don't ask, I want to ask. I'll definitely score better than you in the future. Ambitious. If you really do, I'll buy you a bike. A bike? I don't want that. I see everyone riding those electric bikes now. Got ambitions, only thinking of 2 wheels. Uncle, with you like this, I wouldn't even dare to think of 3 wheels. How do you talk to your uncle? No respect, still not hungry. Zhao Ping lightly patted his son's head. After settling down, Xiao Rong wiped her hands and went back into the house, shortly bringing out a bottle of wine and saying, "You two drink this, just 1 fried egg will do." Sister-in-law, the dishes are enough, you don't need to be busy. What do you want to eat first? It's really too late. Xiao Rong went into the kitchen in the backyard, and Zhao Qin didn't hear what she said. I'll do it. Zhao Ping opened the bottle and was about to pour when Zhao Qin snatched the bottle, first filling his brother's cup, then his own, putting down the bottle and clinking glasses with his brother. Come on, eat up, this chicken is quite fat. Zhao Ping directly placed a big chicken leg into his bowl. Zhao Qin found it a bit amusing. This seemed like treatment he only received before he turned 10 in another timeline. Yet here he was at 22 still enjoying a big chicken leg. Of course, he couldn't just bite into it. And just then, Xiao Rong brought over his nephew's meal. So he placed the chicken leg into a yuan's bowl. Eat more, study hard. Xiao Rong was slightly taken aback. Although she had been disdainful of her brother-in-law these past 2 years, she still invited him over for meals during festivals. And he would just eat whatever was there without caring for others. Why are you giving him food? There's still a big leg here. Brother, I'll get it myself. I'm not an outsider. Why do you keep serving me? Right, we're all family. Zhao Qin picked up a piece of chicken neck, which was the most exquisite part of a native chicken. The sandworms were stir-fried with chives, and after tasting it, he had to admit that the high price was justified. The taste was extremely fresh, crispy, and very chewy. In no time, after Xiao Rong was done, she took a small bowl and started feeding the little girl, who was just over a year old and looked very healthy, with chubby arms that made you want to pinch them. Seeing his brother's scooter in the backyard, Zhao Qin had an idea, so he drank his wine slowly, mainly to keep his brother company. He had 1 cup while his brother had 2.5 before they finally started eating. Qin, if you don't want to work in the fields or at the docks, you should learn a trade. Having a skill will ensure you always have food to eat, and you're educated, so you'll definitely learn quickly. Brother, are the fruits on the back mountain ripe yet? He didn't want to talk about this with his brother, so he changed the topic. A few mangoes will be ready to pick in a few days, while the loquats and pomelos won't be ready until August. After the meal, Zhao Qin wouldn't be pretentious enough to help his sister-in-law wash the dishes. He pointed at the scooter and said, "Brother, can I borrow it this afternoon? I want to go to town. Just take it." Zhao Ping got up, took the keys from the cupboard, and placed them on the table. "Uncle, you're going to town? I want to go too." "All right then, let us go together." He hadn't drunk much, and since riding would only take a little over 10 minutes, he wasn't too worried. After greeting his sister-in-law, he rode off with Zhao Junyuan. Xiao Rong looked at the leftover dishes on the table and smiled. This is the first time Akin has eaten here and left so much food. He really has become sensible. Sigh, he doesn't let me serve him. And he doesn't serve himself much either. I don't know if he is full. Zhao Ping lit a cigarette and took a puff. The soft tower mountain wasn't great, but he didn't want to waste it. Zhao Qin had given him a fish, and he had just run to Lao Zhu's place that morning, adding 10 yuan to exchange for 2 peonies. Their village had to cross an arch bridge to get to town. This bridge had only been built for about 10 years. Zhao Qin remembered that when he was young, they used to take a ferry to town, and he had heard that several people had died while building this bridge. At the bridgehead, there was a game hall and a billiards room. "Uncle, the game hall. You're aiming to get into a prestigious university. You can't play this. Sometimes you need to indulge a little." Zhao Qin smiled. This kid had a way with words and even knew about indulgence. "Wait a minute. I need to take care of something first, then we can talk." He found a mobile shop, parked his bike, and walked in. Hearing that his phone card had only been suspended for half a year, and that he could renew it, he didn't bother changing his number. After paying and confirming that his phone had a signal, he got back on his bike. "Uncle, you came here just to recharge?" "Yeah. Can we go play games now?" "Wait a minute." The so-called town was just a provincial road with some shops on either side. This place was very close to the sea, and there was a dock not far away. He thought the collection station should be near the dock, so he rode in that direction. When he arrived, there were 3 or 4 shops in a row, all 2-story buildings. I'll keep an eye on the bike. I'll be right out. He reminded Zhao Junyuan and casually picked a shop to enter. A woman in a dress was sweeping the floor. Zhao Qin happened to be facing her. The hem of her dress was slightly open, and he could clearly see a white area spilling out, with even the veins faintly visible, not only white, but also large. Zhao Qin wasn't a virtuous man. He didn't miss the chance to take a good look and glanced a few more times. The woman seemed to have just noticed someone and looked up, and at that moment, Zhao Qin shifted his gaze to the fish tank beside her. Are you buying fish? Just taking a look? Are you the one collecting? Zhao Qin then got a good look at the woman's face. She had a fair, doll-like face, likely around the same age as him. Yes, do you have goods? How much are sandworms per pound? It depends on the size. If they're all fat, I can buy them at 60 per pound. Although Zhao Qin didn't look like a fisherman, she still answered honestly. Oh, then that's fine, thanks. I'll come back when I have goods. Seeing him leave, the girl ran to the door and said, if the goods are good, the price can be negotiated. She thought Zhao Qin was just asking for prices next door. Got it. If I have goods, I'll sell them to your place. I won't sell to others. After saying this, he smiled, and, surprisingly, the girl behind him showed a faint blush on her face. Girls these days are still quite nice. Unlike more than 10 years later when they would demand a castle to marry them, calling themselves little fairies. Chapter 13, Sea Fishing. From the collection station to the motorcycle. Zhao Qin had already cursed old Lin's ancestors 18 generations over. Damn it, he said the restaurant only offered 60 yuan, while the collection point opened with 60. If he really brought the goods, he could negotiate for 65. 7 yuan, less per gene adds up to 3 or 400. Uncle, is there anything else? Accompany me to the supermarket. Zhao Junyuan, who had been somewhat listless, suddenly perked up at the mention of the supermarket. Uncle, how did you know I was thirsty? Stop squirming, sit tight. This kid is quite clever, even using hints. Upon arriving at the supermarket, he stocked up on daily necessities like flour water, mosquito coils, and soap. Zhao Qin had been living quite roughly before. Since this place is near the sea, the supermarket surprisingly sold fishing gear. Looking at the fishing rods, he felt a strong urge, but ultimately restrained himself, planning to slowly accumulate merit points to exchange through the system. After picking out his items, he bought Zhao Junyuan 2 bags of Sufu Jishikima and grabbed 2 bottles of soda from the freezer before heading to checkout. Have you played games before? You can't tell my parents. Oh, looks like you have played. Didn't anyone come to ask you for coins? Zhao Qin had also encountered seniors asking for coins back in school. They wouldn't dare to directly extort money, but whoever bought coins would have one taken from them. I won't beat him to death. Zhao Qin lightly tapped his head. A real man must be able to bend and stretch. Admitting defeat when your strength is inferior isn't anything to be ashamed of. Uncle, you're really cowardly. Ignoring him. Zhao Qin knew from having suffered a loss or 2 that his advice was golden. It's too dark. A coin only gets you 2 tokens now. Back in the day, it was 4 tokens for an afternoon, and we made the boss chase us with a broom, spending 2 yuan for 4 tokens. They could each have 2 to satisfy the craving, but couldn't lead the kids astray. 2 each. What are you playing? Uncle, I want to play King of Fighters. I'm telling you, my Iori can take on 3. How about we have a match? Sure. Zhao Qin picked a monkey character, while the other 2 were random. Zhao Junyuan chose Chizuru, Iori, and Daimon, which was considered the strongest lineup in 97. Uncle, your monkey can't fly. Of course, if the monkey could fly, it wouldn't be standing there to take a beating. But when you fly, I can't tell if you're on my left or right. What are your eyes for? I can see, but my hands can't react in time. In less than 2 minutes, Zhao Junyuan lost his first token, getting taken out by Zhao Qin's monkey combo. One more round, you can't use the monkey. All right. Zhao Qin thought for a moment and chose Hyo Kusanagi. The other 2 were randomly selected again, and with just one move, he defeated the kid. Zhao Junyuan's face turned dark, having been taken out again by Uncle. Don't make that face. I'll give you my last token. You can play against the machine. Zhao Junyuan accepted it, grinning. Zhao Qin didn't feel like playing anymore since he had already played with the king, and this game didn't pique his interest. After Zhao Junyuan finished with another token, he asked, are we still playing? Forget it. Just a little fun is enough. This statement made Zhao Qin look at him with new respect. It's a child's nature to enjoy playing, and Zhao Junyuan was only 9. Having such self-restraint was impressive. All right, keep it up. You'll definitely do better than Uncle in the exams. Of course, I want to be the top student. They say it's really cool, with drums and gongs. Then your dad's mouth might end up crooked with laughter. After gathering their things, they hopped back on a motorcycle and returned to the village. After returning the bike to his brother, he finally carried his things back to the old house. From a distance, he saw someone squatting at the entrance. Getting closer, he realized it was a he. Bro, why didn't you call me when you went to town? I went to buy some essentials. The motorcycle couldn't fit Xiaoyuan. Zhao Qin opened the door, and he followed him inside. The cigarettes were on the table. He took one himself. But he wasn't polite, pulling out a stick and taking a deep drag. Bro, there's good news. My uncle just bought a new fishing boat. Sometimes he takes guests out to fish at sea. Someone's going tomorrow, and there are 2 fishing spots. I've already confirmed it. Let us go together. Zhao Qin was pleased at first, but then he thought that the system might not give rewards, and using other fishing gear might lead to empty-handedness, which would waste a day. Right now, he needed money the most. What time tomorrow? If we're going, we need to be at the dock by 5. Zhao Qin thought for a moment. He could agree first and see how the luck was. If it was good enough, he would go for the tide. If not, he would just play for the day. But I don't have a fishing rod. My uncle has one ready. Don't worry, it'll be fine. All right, I'll agree for now. We can talk if we end up not going. With a decision made, Zhao Qin organized the items he bought, planning to take a shower and catch up on sleep. Bro, one more thing. Grandma asked you to go to her house for dinner tonight. Then I won't go. I'll just make do with something. You should go. Grandma received 800 yuan and cried again, saying I finally understood. I told her it was you who taught me, and she insisted I bring you over tonight. All right then, I'll go over in the evening. Hearing his agreement, he cheerfully got up, planning to go back and catch some chickens. Zhao Qin slept for 2 hours. This time, he didn't need anyone to wake him. After washing up, he strolled over to old Zhu's small shop. Qin, how much did those sandworms sell for this morning? Didn't sell. I was in a bad mood and had a price dispute with old Lin. So in a fit of anger, I dumped them all in the sea. I don't believe a word he says, not even the punctuation. What's wrong? Did old Lin offend you? And now you want to vent your anger on me? Cut the crap. Give me a box of milk and 2 bottles of liquor. Is Wang Zai okay? Zhao Qin initially wanted to say whatever, but seeing the box old Zhu brought out made his nose wrinkle in anger. Old Zhu, if you dare sell fake goods again, believe it or not, I'll smash your little shop. This is just Wang Hao milk. Old Zhu awkwardly smiled. The taste was similar to Wang Zai. The key was that it was cheaper. Wang Zai cost 45 yuan a box, while this one was only 35 yuan. Nonsense. Wang Zai is 45 yuan a box, and you make at most 5 yuan. This one is 35 yuan a box. You make at least 15 yuan. Forget it. Just give me a box of this. Zhao Qin pointed at the nearby box, and after seeing it clearly, he couldn't continue because the box actually said, Hachi Wang. There's a real one. I'll get it for you. Old Zhu was genuinely worried Zhao Qin would blow up. If Zhao Qin beat him up, everyone would only side with Zhao Qin. And he would not only have been beaten for nothing, but also might get scolded by others. 1 box of Hachi Wang is 42 yuan, and 2 bottles of liquor are 25 yuan each. Together, it's 90 yuan. 80 yuan, consider it a lesson for you. Fine, running into you. This living Yama is my bad luck. You sell fake goods, and you still have a reason? Qin, this isn't fake. It's from a legitimate manufacturer. Guaranteed not to make you sick. Zhao Qin took the 20 yuan change and left with the drinks, not wanting to see the merchant's face again. Chapter 14 Setting Sail. Ahei's grandmother is considered a person of misfortune. She has experienced 3 of life's 4 major sorrows, losing her mother in her youth, her husband in middle age, and her son in old age. Fortunately, she still has a grandson by her side. Otherwise, her spirits would surely be affected. Grandma, I'm here, Zhao Qin said, addressing the old lady just like Ahei. Zhao's little brother is here. Come in and sit down. Ahei, Akin is here. Hurry and make tea. She looked at the things he brought and added, It's not a holiday. What do you bring stuff for? Where's the wine? Save it for tonight. If you're thirsty, you can have a can of soda. That must have cost a lot. You guys work hard for your money. Spend it wisely. Got it. Is there anything you need help with? Everything's ready. Sit down and have some tea. We'll be eating soon. After she finished speaking, The old lady bounced off to the kitchen. Bro, sit down. I've helped Grandma a bit, and we'll be eating shortly. All right, you know how to help your grandma now. The kid is improving. The two chatted and laughed for a bit, then saw the old lady bringing out dishes, and they both stood up to help. In the countryside by the sea, there was no need for market day to prepare a full table of dishes. The old lady had prepared 4 dishes and a soup, scallion stir-fried sandworms, a plate of salt and pepper shrimp and mushrooms, which she probably bought at the dock in the afternoon, a plate of stir-fried greens, and a chicken cut in half, one half braised and the other half for soup. They had chicken for lunch and now again for dinner. The old lady was particularly generous, constantly using serving chopsticks to add food to his plate. Akin, did you really work with Ahe for that money? Don't worry, we dug up clams yesterday and caught some sandworms last night. If you don't believe me, just ask at the dock. There were plenty of witnesses. I believe you. How could I not? The old lady smiled, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes crinkled together. Don't worry, Ahe is grown up. He will definitely be filial to you in the future. Just wait to enjoy your blessings. That remark brought tears back to the old lady's eyes. Grandma, why are you crying again? Don't worry, I'll definitely learn well with my brother, and you can have a drink. I'll pour you one. All right, then I'll have a drink tonight. The old lady took out a small handkerchief to wipe her eyes and smiled again. Zhao Qin felt more comfortable here than when he ate at his older brother's house. Just like his brother, the old lady also liked to serve food. After drinking until he was a bit tipsy, he went home, relieved himself, and fell asleep. With things weighing on his mind, he woke up just after 4. Rubbing his hands in bed, he summoned the system panel and saw his luck value, 4933. What the heck? Only 3 points of luck. He probably wouldn't even find a half bucket of stone crabs. Well, at least he could go out fishing. Bro, have you gotten up? Zhao Qin opened the door to find Ahe holding a lunchbox. My grandma heated up the leftover food from last night for breakfast. I finished eating, and this is for you. There probably won't be breakfast at the dock this early. Why make the old lady get up so early? He said this, but after washing up, he still prepared as usual. Hat, face cloth, long sleeves, and long pants. Ahe looked hot just watching him. Let us take the food. We'll head to the dock first. When they arrived, it was just past 4:40. Zhao Qin ate the food from the lunchbox and hung the empty box on the doorbell of Old Ju's convenience store. If it got lost, he planned to find Old Ju to pay for a new one tomorrow. Well, who told him to sell fake milk? Just then, people started arriving, all carrying large and small bags along with fish boxes, while the two of them were empty-handed. Uncle, let me help you carry that. Zhao Qin wasn't familiar with Ahe's uncle, who seemed to be named Qian Kuan. Their eyes met, and they just smiled at each other as a greeting. By now, the sky was gradually brightening, and as the boat began to sway and leave the dock, Zhao Qin felt a bit nervous, gripping the railing tighter. He was sure his face didn't look good, but fortunately, he was wrapped in cloth, so no one could see. He kept telling himself to relax. The waves were small today, and he wasn't going to fall overboard. He closed his eyes and stopped looking at the sea, slowly calming down after about half an hour. As the sun rose, the sunrise over the sea was truly beautiful, and his attention was immediately captured by the stunning view. After nearly 2 hours, they finally reached the fishing spot, and everyone began to prepare their lines. Ahe handed him a sea fishing rod and pointed to the live well, indicating that there were live shrimp inside. Once he got a grip on the fishing rod, any lingering fear had long since vanished. Deep-sea fishing gear is quite different from freshwater fishing gear. Typically, they use double hooks for bottom fishing, with a bait cage tied above the hooks. Of course, this wasn't the real deep-sea setup for big catches. For that, a strong spring circle would need to be tied to the hook to increase the elasticity of the line. Once everything was ready, he couldn't help but drop his first line. Ahe, your friend is quite skilled. Mr. Qian, I'm Zhao Qin. Just call me Akin. He could call Ahe's grandma as such, but he found it hard to call the uncle that, especially since he didn't know if the other party would be pleased. So he used a generic term instead. After all, there's a saying, if 10 people die on the road, 9 are managers and 1 is a CEO. Akin, fish well. Let's see who breaks the ice first today. Thank you, Mr. Qian. Since they were on someone else's boat, he felt it necessary to express his gratitude. He stood next to Ahe, while the other 2 stood on the opposite side of the boat, and Qian Kun stood at the stern, occasionally adjusting the boat's direction. It wasn't long before Ahe's rod started shaking violently. Bro, I caught a fish. Without electric reels, everyone was using hand-cranked reels, and Ahe was struggling a bit. The sea conditions were good today, and they could see the fish just a few meters below the surface. Oh, it looks like a stone fish, quite big. Qian Kun leaned over for a look, his face showing surprise. Bro, I'm the first to catch one, huh? Ahe was beyond excited. Zhao Qin glanced over. Stone fish have thick meat and weigh a lot. This one was at least 5 or 6 pounds and could fetch a decent price. Ahe was reeling it in too quickly, and the change in water pressure caused the fish's intestines to burst. There was no need to release it. This fish was certainly not going to survive, so he just put it in the fish box to chill. For the next half an hour, the other 3 also caught fish in succession. Qian Kun caught a red grouper, but it was only a little over a pound, while the other 2 caught bass. However, Zhao Qin's rod showed no signs of activity at all. Fishing requires patience, but after waiting for an hour, Ahe had already caught his second fish, and Zhao Qin was starting to feel restless. He reeled in his line and found that the shrimp on both hooks were just heads left, clearly indicating that small fish were messing around. Not willing to give up, he replaced the shrimp again, but after another hour, it was the same situation. Bro, how about we switch places? Ahe, seeing him like this, was also worried for him. The boat drifted on the sea, although there was a top flow device. It still moved, and the position didn't matter much. Still, there was talk of feng shui, so he switched positions with Ahe. Bro, I caught a fish. Chapter 15. Saving people. Ahe had just taken Zhao Qin's original position, and it seemed like the bait was finally at the bottom. The next moment, he surprisingly caught a fish, which left Zhao Qin feeling quite frustrated. He finally understood that his broken system was a double-edged sword. Without the tools purchased through the system, he probably wouldn't even be able to pick up a conch shell. When Ahe pulled up his 4th fish, he handed the rod to Zhao Qin. Brother, you give it a try. Zhao Qin didn't hesitate, taking the rod and enjoying the thrill of reeling in. But just as the fish was about to come to the surface, it suddenly broke the line with a violent tug. Ahe, the fish got away, he said somewhat apologetically. If it got away, then it got away. We can fish again, Ahe replied. At noon, while eating instant noodles on the boat, everyone looked at Zhao Qin with bitter expressions as he unveiled the food. Even Qian Kun couldn't help but laugh. Akin, what did you do last night? You must have touched something dirty. The 5 people on the boat were all smoking, and after a couple of rounds, they became familiar enough to start joking. I think I can take a nap this afternoon. Zhao Qin's words immediately drew laughter from everyone. After lunch, everyone tacitly patted their pockets, took out a cigarette, and lit up. With the current not strong, the fish weren't biting well, so everyone relaxed. Around 1 o'clock, everyone gradually resumed fishing. Ahe had great luck today. In less than half an hour, he pulled up a 7 or 8 pound green grouper. Zhao Qin decided not to fish anymore. After all, just casting and reeling in would leave only the shrimp heads, so he thought it better to save some bait. After more than an hour, everyone went crazy reeling in fish again. At this point, clouds began to gather in the sky, thickening more and more. Looks like it's going to rain. Let's head back, Qian Kun said, glancing at the sky while packing up his fishing gear. It was around 3 o'clock, and they would reach the dock by about 5. Since they weren't relying on fishing for a living, there was no need to start early and stay late, so everyone naturally agreed. After over an hour of sailing, Zhao Qin noticed a boat ahead towing a larger speedboat, which had several people sitting in the back. It seemed like the boat had run into trouble and had called for help. Both boats were moving at a constant speed in the same direction, but they couldn't outrun the rain. It wasn't too heavy, but combined with the speed of the boat, everyone quickly became drenched. Zhao Qin was okay with his hat on. He could still open his eyes, but the boat ahead was becoming a bit blurry. Just as he was about to look away, he saw something being blown into the water from that boat. He froze for a moment, and the next second, every hair on his body stood on end. Mr. Qian, a little to the left. It looks like someone fell off the front boat. After hearing this, Qian Kun was also startled and adjusted the boat's steering according to Zhao Qin's direction. Zhao Qin glanced around and spotted a rope beside him. He quickly wrapped it around his waist and said to Ahe, Ahe, if I don't surface in 2 minutes, pull the rope. He couldn't risk his life to save someone, but he also couldn't bear to stand by and watch someone die. Fortunately, it was just rain, and the waves weren't too high. Feeling that he was close enough, He suddenly stepped off the side of the boat and jumped into the water. Due to the rain, the visibility underwater was poor, but thankfully, they were close to the shore, so it wasn't deep, at most about 10 meters. He didn't know if it was the other person's fate or if his luck had returned at that moment, but less than a minute after jumping in, he actually found the person, grabbed their arm, and started swimming upward. Ahe was scanning the surface of the water, while Qian Kun was watching his watch, reminding him of the time. When Zhao Qin surfaced, Ahe was overjoyed and quickly pulled on the rope. Zhao Qin first helped the person onto the deck, then climbed back onto the boat himself. Without taking a moment to rest or untie the rope, he started checking the condition of the person he had saved. Seeing that their chest and abdomen weren't rising and falling, he felt alarmed. He moved the hair covering the person's face aside and saw a pale, delicate face. It turned out to be a girl. Without taking time to examine her closely, he pinched her nose and began giving her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. After 2 breaths, he knelt beside her and started chest compressions, repeatedly shouting in his mind, "Wake up, wake up." After 3 sets of compressions, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of water, and her chest began to rise and fall violently. Damn it, I finally saved her. He forced a dry smile and sat down on the deck. At this moment, he couldn't tell if he was wet from water or sweat. The girl slowly woke up, and after sitting up, she began to cough continuously. After a while, she looked around at the strangers and quietly asked, "Where am I?" Noticing that the girl's clothes were wet and her underwear was visible, Zhao Qin quickly took off his shirt and draped it over her, saying, "It's okay. We'll be at the shore soon." "Brother, you're really amazing. Do you have a cigarette?" Zhao Qin extended his hand, his fingers still trembling. "What do I have? Everything's soaked." The girl tightened the shirt he had draped over her, hugging her knees and sitting quietly, likely still in shock. "Brother, she's so pretty," Ahe said quietly, glancing at the girl. At this moment, the rain gradually stopped, and Zhao Qin took a careful look at the girl. He had to admit she was indeed beautiful. Her small cheeks were still pale, and her large eyes cautiously darted towards the others, her long eyelashes fluttering. After just one glance, he withdrew his gaze. Habitually, his hand reached for his pocket, and the next moment he wanted to curse. His phone had fallen into the water again. He wanted to talk to the girl about compensation, but seeing her like this, he ultimately held back. "What's wrong, brother? I just forgot to take my phone out. It fell into the water." After a while, a boat rushed over, and upon seeing them, the people on it hurriedly asked if they had seen a girl fall into the water. Qian Kun pointed to the deck, and everyone saw the girl sitting there, some collapsing onto the bed, while another girl began to cry loudly. When they reached the shore, Zhao Qin didn't pay attention to the girl. He jumped off the boat and approached the people, asking who was driving the boat earlier. The group was taken aback and pointed to a young man nearby. It was someone from his village. Zhao Qin recognized him as Gu Daoan, whose family owned 2 fishing boats, making them one of the wealthier families in the village. Zhao Qin walked up to him and, without saying a word, kicked him down. Once he was on the ground, Zhao Qin started hitting him with hands and feet. "How the hell did you drive the boat? Didn't you notice someone fell off? What are your eyes for? Watch me beat you to death." The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and he couldn't help but think about whether he had met the same fate in another timeline. The other party, perhaps feeling guilty or just stunned, didn't resist, curling up with his hands over his head. "Okay, stop hitting him. If you really hurt him, it won't be good." Zhao Qin didn't know when Qian Kun had come down from the boat, but he stepped forward and pulled him away. Even as he was pulled away, Zhao Qin still kicked him twice in frustration. "Mr. Qian, thank you so much today. I'm a bit cold, so I'll head back first. Go back, take a hot shower, and drink a bowl of ginger soup. Otherwise, you'll catch a cold." "Okay." Zhao Qin walked toward the dock, shivering as the wind blew. "Brother, wait for me. Aren't you selling your fish? I'll have my uncle help me sell it. He won't cheat me. He'll give me the money tonight, and then I'll give it to you. Why should I take it? You caught it. Didn't we agree on a 20-80 split? Mine. Those are all yours. Stop bothering me. Go to old Jew's place and get the lunchbox. I'm running home before I freeze to death." Chapter 16. Gathering shellfish on the deserted island. As Zhao Qin walked down the road, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. What bad luck. I saved someone and ended up losing a phone. Considering my net worth is only around 2,000 yuan, buying a new phone would mean I'm officially bankrupt. He decided to forego buying a new phone for now. When he got home, he took a shower, Without a water heater, he boiled water himself, and after that, he cooked a bowl of noodles for dinner. Once everything was ready, he turned on the old television in his home and randomly tuned to a channel, discovering that they were airing The Emperor Wu of Han, a show he quite liked. He immediately became engrossed in it. The episode had just finished playing, and today's story was about the aging Emperor Wu visiting a village full of old soldiers. Upon seeing how poorly everyone was living, he realized that the wars could no longer be fought. After finishing the episode, he switched to another channel and saw Home with Kids. This was also good. He enjoyed the characters Xia Shui, Xia Yu, and Xia Bingbao. Just as he was getting into the episode, there was a knock on the door. "Bro, are you asleep?" "It's me." It was a he, who was carrying a few bottles of beer and 2 bags of groceries. "I bought some marinated dishes from Old Zhang S." He looked pleased. These days, there were no disposable food containers available, so people either brought bowls or used plastic bags to carry food. Seeing the marinated dishes made Zhao Qin's mouth water. The bowl of noodles he had for dinner did not satisfy his hunger at all. He went to the kitchen to get 2 pairs of chopsticks while he had already opened the beer. "How much did it cost?" Zhao Qin asked curiously as he watched he lay the money on the table. "Total was 546 yuan. My uncle helped me out by giving me 4 yuan to make it an even number, so I took 110 yuan as my share, and the rest is yours." Zhao Qin took a sip of the beer, which was surprisingly cold, and sighed in satisfaction. He pointed at the money on the table, saying, "Put it all away, or I'll knock you out." Even though he was short on cash, he refused to take the money from he. "Bro, we had an agreement." Zhao Qin didn't know how to explain, so he told he to put the money away or get lost. Seeing that he was serious, he stuffed the money into his pocket. Now that they were truly full and satisfied, as soon as he left, Zhao Qin lay down to sleep, falling into a deep slumber in no time. He woke up around 5 o'clock and checked the system, instantly feeling energized. Today's luck value was even better than the day before, reaching 49,329, although it had only increased by 1 point. The previous day's 28 luck points had brought him nearly 4,000 in income. At that moment, he ran over again. "Bro, someone contacted my uncle this morning to go fishing. He said you're a good guy and called to ask if we want to go together today." Zhao Qin instinctively wanted to refuse, but then he thought that constantly digging for things on the beach was too suspicious. Even if he sold them in town, it wouldn't be surprising with so many people around. I didn't catch anything yesterday, but I remember there's a deserted island not far from the fishing spot. How about I go there to gather shellfish while you fish? You could just pick me up when you're done. I'll just be fishing randomly. If you're gathering shellfish, I'll definitely join you. All right, let us go together. Grab your gear quickly. We can't keep them waiting." Grabbing a bucket and a sand shovel, the 2 of them ran towards the dock. When they arrived, they saw Qianzong and his crew boarding the boat. "Qianzong, sorry for the trouble again. It wasn't easy for you to go into the sea to save someone yesterday. If you hadn't been so kind-hearted, I wouldn't have told he. Today, there's only 1 fishing spot left. How about you and I plan to go to the deserted island next to it to gather shellfish. Could you please stop there when you see me?" Looking at the tools they had, Qianzong waved his hand and said, "It's a small matter." After nearly 2 hours at sea, when they arrived at the deserted island, Qianzong glanced at his watch and said, "Around 4 o'clock this afternoon. You guys wait for me here." Zhao Qin felt a bit awkward and said, "Qianzong, my phone fell into the sea yesterday, and he doesn't have a phone either. We don't have watches, so if we're late, could you wait for us?" "Don't worry. I'll pay for the boat fare this time. Let's talk about that next time. This time is a reward for saving someone," Qianzong said, taking off his watch and handing it to he. "Use this. Return it to me after we're back on the boat." Zhao Qin thanked him again and watched as the boat turned around before he walked towards the island. "Your uncle is a good person." "Yeah, my grandma says the same. Every time my uncle comes home, he gives her money. On the other hand, my aunt only brings 2 bottles of 8 yuan wine during the new year, and that's it." I writes, Qian Kuan and his grandmother had no particular connection since they were relatives on his mother's side. So it was indeed not easy for him to do that. Don't take it too much to heart. Every family has its difficulties. Maybe your aunt's family isn't doing well either. He opened his mouth to say something, but eventually nodded firmly, saying, "I don't need their pity. I can earn money." "Yes, that's the spirit. Let us see what we can find today." With a bucket and a sand shovel each, the two split up. The small island was not big, and they planned to circle around the intertidal zone. After walking for a while, a dark shape under a stone by the sandy beach caught Zhao Qin's attention. At first, he thought it was a fish, but upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "Wow, it's a sea cucumber, and it's quite big, probably weighing 2 or 3 tails." Just as he was about to pick it up with his hand, he suddenly remembered the dog system's quirks and decided to use the sand shovel instead. Opening the system panel, he saw that his merit points had increased to 140. Sure enough, the previous sandworm had increased by 50 points, and now this sea cucumber added another 90 points. Haha, I could buy a shovel now. Putting that aside, making money was the priority. He turned to the other side of the stone and found another sea cucumber. Wow, today really is a lucky day. He should be able to find more good stuff today. And sure enough, he soon spotted a dark shadow not far away. Picking it up, he found it was even bigger than the previous two. Though he didn't know the exact price of these items, wild sea cucumbers were definitely considered high-end goods. Picking them up was a joyful task. He wondered if he had found anything as well. Although he could bind helpers to work for him, the items they found wouldn't increase his luck or merit points. Otherwise, if he hired 2 workers, giving each a shovel, he could just take a nap on the side. The dog system really left no bugs for him. By the time he saw he from a distance, over an hour had passed, and he had already collected around 20 sea cucumbers. "Bro, guess what I found?" He ran over excitedly. "Sea cucumbers? Ah, you found some too, right? I found 16, each weighing over 2 tails, all wild. We're going to make a fortune." Zhao Qin was happy, but silently calculated in his mind. Together, they had probably gathered about 40 sea cucumbers. At 2.5 tails each, that would only be 10 jin. Wait, looking at the system's current luck value, 51,822. With 22 points of luck left, you should be able to find more good things. Chapter 17, all good stuff, according to the data on the system panel. Zhao Qin should still be able to find good things, but after circling around with Ahe, he didn't discover any good items. Could it be buried in the sand? With that thought, he bent down to search in the sand again. After a moment, he spotted a breathing hole on the sand flat. Sure enough, he eagerly scooped down to dig, but the next moment he only unearthed a flower clam. He often ate this in the inland areas, and even after more than 10 years, it only cost about 5 or 6 yuan per pound. Looking at the system panel, his merit value only increased by 1 point. Well, his luck value also went up by 1 point. No, it definitely wasn't this item. "Bro, I just discovered that there's actually a flat mud flat in the middle of the island. There's nothing on the seaside. Why don't we go check it out up there?" "Okay, let's go." Following Ahe, they climbed over 2 rocks and found that the terrain of this island was actually U-shaped with high sides and a low middle. When the tide rose to its highest point, the water level would wash over the rocky edges of the island and flow into the low-lying area in the middle. Perhaps that was the reason for the accumulation of mud and sand here. The world is indeed vast and full of wonders. There was also a channel in the middle, and at this moment, the seawater was still flowing from one side to the other, the current very weak. He stepped in and found it manageable. The mud was mixed with a lot of gravel, making it not too hard to walk. "Wow, bro, it looks like there's a row of holes along the edge of this channel, resembling blue crab holes." Ahe clearly understood more than him, so upon seeing the holes, he happily exclaimed and began to dig with a sand shovel. Zhao Qin took a closer look, as Ahe had said. There was indeed a hole every 1 or 2 steps, and the openings were slightly larger than a human fist. He chose one hole to dig and soon reached the water. He thought for a moment and reached in, having heard that blue crabs could pinch hard. So he was ready for that. The hole wasn't very deep, and when his hand reached the bottom, he unexpectedly touched something slippery, which scared him more than finding a pair of big pincers, and he quickly withdrew his hand. He couldn't even guess what could be inside. Anyway, it wasn't a crab. Just as he hesitated about whether to probe again, he saw Ahe also digging in a hole. In the next moment, he pulled out a fish that looked similar to a freshwater goby. For anglers, gobies are the most annoying because they are greedy and cause chaos. However, the one in Ahe's hand was much larger than a goby, nearly 20 centimeters long. "Bro, it's a crab-eating goby." "Wow, there are actually crab-eating gobies here." Ahe looked overjoyed and tossed the fish into the bucket. Then he dug into the same hole again, muttering, "These things usually come in pairs." Sure enough, the next moment he pulled out another one, slightly smaller than the previous one. Okay, hearing the term crab-eating goby, Zhao also had some idea and was no longer scared. He reached into the hole he had just dug and, sure enough, pulled out 2 crab-eating gobies, even larger than Ahei's earlier one. Bro, do you think all these holes are crab-eating goby holes? If so, we're going to make a fortune. Ahei then expressed doubt. No, crab-eating gobies usually live at the brackish water junction. How could such a small island have them? After saying that, he didn't mind getting dirty and tasted a bit of the water from the channel. Wow, this is actually fresh water. The full name of the crab-eating goby is Chinese mudskipper, which is a high-protein, low-fat, precious edible fish with tender meat and delicious flavor, rarely disliked by seafood lovers. They often inhabit shallow seas and estuaries with brackish water, which is why Ahei had his doubts earlier. Zhao was also curious. How could there be natural freshwater on an island surrounded by the sea? He wasn't familiar with geography and wasn't concerned about such things at the moment. He just urged Ahei to hurry up and dig. Ha, bro. I pulled out 3 from my hole. Wait, there's one more, a total of 4. Zhao turned his head to take a look and felt quite pleased. 2 big ones and 2 small ones made a family of 4, all caught in one go. Sigh, these 2 should have had a few more. All right, stop chatting. Save your energy and dig faster. The holes were somewhat deep, and each one almost required a few scoops before their arms could reach the bottom. The 2 of them were racing against time. If the seawater rose, they wouldn't be able to dig the remaining holes. Because this was a spur-of-the-moment decision. They only brought water and no food. Zhao hadn't even eaten in the morning, and by around 1 o'clock, he was considering giving up, seriously suspecting he was suffering from low blood sugar. Bro, I can't dig anymore, I'm so hungry. Zhao was also barely holding on, looking at a half-full bucket, which had at least 20 to 30 pounds in it. The larger ones weighed 3 or 4 liang each, and the smaller ones were over 1 liang. They wouldn't bother keeping the very small ones. Just as Ahei finished speaking, he looked up and noticed the seawater was almost rising over them. He immediately bent down and quickened his movements. Bro, hurry up and dig. The seawater is coming up. We're going to lose out big time. There are still many holes left to dig. Although they were very tired, upon hearing that the seawater was rising, both of them exerted all their remaining strength and started to dig furiously. Finally, when the seawater reached their ankles, Zhao system panel showed that his luck value was nearing 0. The values on the panel read: luck value, 7931, merit value, 201 points, crab-eating goby unlocked. And the system rewarded him with 60 merit points. Seeing this, he felt a bit regretful. He could have exchanged for a shovel just now. The sand shovel was too small, making it very laborious to dig. But then he thought about it and felt relieved. They still had to take a boat back. And since they hadn't brought a shovel when they came, bringing one back wouldn't make sense. Oh, hey, what time is it? Each carrying a bucket, they walked up higher. Zhao asked. Ahei glanced at his watch. It's 2:30, still an hour and a half left. It's tough. They reached a flat rock and both placed their buckets down, then laid down to rest. Bro, look, the sky is so blue. He hummed in acknowledgement. But in his heart, he thought it would be better if a girl were next to him saying that. Bro, are you hungry? Just drink a few more sips of water. Don't fall asleep. Remember to check the time. Although he said this, his own eyes were already half closed. After a while, Ahei sat up and looked around, saying, I can't just sit here and not sleep. Bro, you rest. I'll see if I can find something. Like a bowl to match the plate. Zhao didn't respond, suddenly thinking about where the stone crab Ahei had brought back last time had gone. He hadn't seen it at dinner at his house that night. This little guy must have eaten it before noon. He didn't fall asleep. He just closed his eyes and didn't want to move. Damn, money is really hard to earn. At that moment, he felt the same way as Ahei. After a while, when he sat up, he saw Ahei running over energetically. Aren't you tired? I just ate 2 raw oysters, smashed them open with the sand shovel. Just rinse them in seawater, they were really sweet. Zhao wasn't very averse to eating raw. He had eaten several plates of salmon at a buffet, having heard it was expensive, but he didn't find it particularly delicious. He felt he would be missing out if he didn't eat it. As a result, that night he had to go to the bathroom 7 times, spending most of the night on the toilet, feeling quite miserable. Bro, it's about time. Should we head to the landing spot and wait for the boat? Okay, you've eaten something, so you carry both buckets. Ahe didn't act coy and carried both buckets, first heading to the spot where he had smashed the oysters to load the things they had collected. The two of them then arrived at the rocky area where they had landed to wait. After a while, they still hadn't seen the boat. Ahe, what time is it? 4:30. Do you think your uncle forgot about us? No. Once he remembers, he'll come to pick us up even at night. While they were chatting, a small black dot appeared in the distance, coming closer to them. Chapter 18. Bountiful Harvest. Wow. I can't believe I found a sea cucumber. And such a big one. Qian Kun originally thought that the two of them were just playing on the island. After all, even though it was far from the coastline, a fixed small island like this would occasionally have people coming by boat to gather seafood. To his surprise, they actually found such a top-quality item. Sea cucumber? Let me take a look. When the three bosses heard there were sea cucumbers, they all came over. This guy must be purely wild, right? Another boss looked at Zhao Qin with a surprised expression. Zhao Qin could tell that this person clearly wanted to buy it. For these bosses, money was not a problem. They were just afraid that if they paid, they might end up with fake goods. Moreover, the two young men's buckets were clearly empty, indicating that they had definitely picked them up on the island, making it impossible for them to be fake. Qian Kun nodded, turning the boat around while explaining. Mr. Yi, it's actually easy to distinguish between wild and farmed sea cucumbers. First, it's the size. Wild ones vary in size, while farmed ones in a batch are almost uniform. Look at these sea cucumbers. The small ones weigh just over an ounce, and the big ones are nearly 4 ounces. Then there's the color. Wild ones have uneven colors, while farmed ones are uniformly brown. Finally, you can look at the spines. Wild ones face greater natural threats, so their spines are thick and robust. It's hard to explain just by talking. If you have time, go to the market and take a look at the farmed ones and you'll see the difference right away. Mr. Yi rubbed his hands together. I wonder who found this sea cucumber? My brother found it. Mr. Yi looked at Zhao Qin and said, Little brother, is this for sale? Yes, Mr. Yi, this is wild, you can rest assured. How much can you offer per pound? Both of their gazes turned to Qian Kun, who pondered for a moment and said, Farmed ones are currently about 60 yuan per pound, and you definitely can't buy one this big. The price for wild ones would probably be doubled, and for one this size, the price would certainly be even higher. You two discuss it. If you can't agree, we can check the buying station at the dock for their offer. Qian Kun didn't want to directly state an exact price. He didn't want to see Zhao Qin and he lose money, but he also feared that if he set the price too high, Mr. Yi might have objections, especially since he hoped to become a repeat customer in the future. So he made his statement ambiguous, letting both parties negotiate the final price. Little brother, I really like this. Why don't you sell it to me for 150 per pound? How does that sound? Zhao Qin was taken aback. This price was already quite high. His ideal price was 100 per pound, especially since it was 2005. Unlike more than a decade later when prices could easily reach 300 or 400 per pound. Okay, Mr. Yi, since you've spoken, I'll definitely sell it to you. Both of them smiled, believing they had made a good deal. Old Yi, I'll come over to your place tomorrow to enjoy a feast. How about a stir-fry dish? Sure, old Lu, you come too. We'll have a good drink tomorrow night. It turned out that the three people on the same boat were friends. Little brother, what's your phone number? If you have rare items in the future, feel free to contact me. I guarantee you won't lose out on the price. Zhao Qin felt a bit awkward. I had one before, but I lost it yesterday. Qian Kun explained the situation to everyone, describing the thrilling rescue Zhao Qin had performed yesterday, which drew a round of praises from the three bosses. Qin, my boat needs to dock at the town S pier today for maintenance. I have a motorcycle at home. Why don't you ride back with Ahe? It's not far. We could just walk back. Thank you, Mr. Qian. In summer, it gets dark late. By the time they reached the pier at 6:30, visibility was still good, and the sun had only just set halfway. When they arrived at Mr. Qian's house, Zhao Qin intentionally picked out 4 medium-sized sea cucumbers to keep, neither the biggest nor the smallest. The remaining ones weighed 7 pounds, totaling 305 yuan. Mr. Yi, let us round it off to 300. Mr. Qian took a small basin from his house, filled it with the sea cucumbers, and handed it to Mr. Yi to put in his car. Mr. Yi then took out his bag from the car, counted out 13 red bills, and handed them over, reminding him again, if you have good goods, you can have Mr. Qian contact me. All right. For the remaining 4 sea cucumbers, he asked Mr. Qian for a small bag. After packing them, he handed it to Mr. Qian, since I used the boat twice. I feel bad. You keep these for taste. Today is a reward for you yesterday. Mr. Chien, we aren't just doing a one-time deal. If you're too polite, I won't be able to ask you to take me out to sea again in the future. Moreover, I picked these up. I didn't buy them. This was a nice way to put it. And Mr. Chien laughed heartily. Chien, you will definitely have a great future. Old Lou, who was listening nearby, suddenly said, Chien, you're a good person and know how to talk. My company needs a sales supervisor. Why don't you come and give it a try? Chien Kuen's eyes lit up, and Zhao Qin didn't know what old Lou did. But he knew this was the big boss, and following someone like this would surely lead to an unlimited future. Thank you, old Lou, for your appreciation. But I'm used to being laid back. I wouldn't want to ruin your good fortune. I'm doing just fine like this. Seeing him politely refuse. Old Lou naturally wouldn't insist further, but Chien Kuen felt sorry for him. What a great opportunity. After declining Mr. Chien's invitation for dinner, he carried the buckets and walked out. They headed straight for the buying station they had inquired about earlier, which happened to be in town, hoping to sell the crab tigers as well. Bro, there's a place selling oyster pancakes. It was a bit far, but he seemed to have caught the scent and swallowed hard. Go buy a couple, we can snack on them. By the time we get back, your grandma might have finished dinner. Let us buy some marinated dishes and cook the oysters you knocked open to drink with. He agreed and ran off in that direction, while Zhao Qin arrived at the buying station. Unfortunately, it was not the very fair-skinned girl from before. A man around 30 years old. Was that girl's boyfriend? Zhao Qin silently cursed, old cow eating young grass, but asked aloud, Do you buy crab tigers? Yes. Just then, a voice came from upstairs, Bro, Mom wants you to come up for dinner. Then the girl he had seen before came down the stairs. Don't rush. Someone asked selling goods. I'll take them. What the hell? Where did these come from? So many? The man exclaimed halfway through, surprised because Zhao Qin had already lifted the lid off the bucket. Pick them, purely wild, and they're all quite big. The man instinctively nodded, reaching into the bucket to check. Indeed, it was all there. We need to pick through these. I can offer 85 for those over 2 ounces. And for those under 2 ounces, I'll buy them for 60. How does that sound? Boss, I don't know if the price is high or low. I'll check when I get back. If I sell them cheaply, it'll just be a one-time deal. If the price is right, I'll bring all my good goods to you in the future. The girl next to him glanced at him and seemed to remember something. You were the one who came asking about sandworms yesterday, right? I sold a few dozen pounds of sandworms the day before and lost out. I came to ask yesterday because your price seemed reasonable, so today I brought the goods. The man smiled and said, My name is Chun Dong. My prices here are absolutely fair. How about this? Since it's our first deal, I'll add 5 yuan per pound for you. I can't give more than that, or I won't have any profit left. All right, then let us go with what you said. Shall we start sorting now? Chun Dong brought over 3 plastic baskets and asked him to pour out the crab tigers. Of course, the so-called 2-ounce benchmark was just a rough estimate. It wasn't possible to weigh each one, just as long as they looked big enough. By the way, for wild sea cucumbers, what price can you give per piece if they're 2 ounces each? If they're confirmed as wild, I can offer around 130 each. Do you have any? I just picked 2 or 3 and gave one to an elder. Chun Dong nodded, saying that it was almost impossible to find such large wild sea cucumbers at the beach nowadays. Being able to pick up 2 or 3 was already good luck. He walked in and asked if he hadn't finished selling yet. Zhao Qin replied that he was almost done and didn't let him help. After sorting and weighing, the large ones totaled 21 pounds, and the small ones were 17 pounds, making a total of 995 yuan. The other party was very straightforward and directly counted out 30 red bills, not even requiring him to stick to the 5 yuan increase, just reminding him to bring good goods in the future. Chapter 19 Gratitude after receiving the money. Zhao Qin had Ah carry the bucket and greet the 2 siblings before leaving. Walking by the roadside, he took the oyster omelet that Ah handed him and gobbled it down in a few bites. Ah, buy some marinated dishes, and let's call a car to go back. Okay, how about pig ears? Sure, you go buy. Zhao Qin took out 100 yuan and handed it to Ah, who then walked to a crossroads where several diesel tricycles were parked, equipped with canopies that could carry both people and goods. Actually, it was only about 3 kilometers, and after negotiating the price, Ah returned with the marinated dishes. The tricycle stopped at Ah house, and Ah paid 8 yuan. The 2 got off, and Zhao Qin said to Ah, "You go home, take a shower, and tell your grandma you're coming over." "Got it, brother." Zhao Qin carried the items home, first putting the money under his pillow, then rinsing rice and cooking. As for the few oysters, he simply tossed them into a small pot to steam. Just after finishing his shower, Ah arrived, carrying a few bottles of beer. Zhao Qin took out the money. They had made a total of 4,300 today. He had just given Ah 100 for groceries, which would surely be more than enough. So he counted out 800 yuan. "Put this away, and when you get back, give it to your grandma. Don't lose it." "I won't. Hurry up and eat, brother, I'm starving." Ah had gotten used to it by now and didn't refuse, stuffing the money into his pocket and handing Zhao Qin a bottle of open beer. "Don't rush. The oysters need to be steamed properly first. Let me take them out." After casually finding a small basin to put them in, the two started eating and drinking. Each had 2 bottles, and Ah got up to serve rice. "Brother, what are we doing tomorrow?" "Let's talk about it tomorrow morning. Eat up, you need to eat more. You're as skinny as a stick." Ah was indeed very thin. Last time when he squatted at the door, Zhao Qin thought he was a monkey. However, he himself wasn't much better off. He could pinch his waist with both hands. After dinner, Ah helped clean up, and after everything was done, he went home. Zhao Qin turned on the TV, as usual, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep within a few minutes. Early in the morning, he opened the system, as usual, glanced at his luck value, 79419, not bad. Looking at the merit value, he hesitated whether to buy a shovel. What was it good for? It seemed to overlap with the function of a sand shovel, so he didn't rush to buy it. He wasn't in a hurry today, with this bit of luck value. He planned to take a nap at noon and go out in the afternoon when it wasn't too sunny. He really didn't want to cook breakfast and planned to go to the dock for a bowl of beef noodles. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw a few people standing outside. "Excuse me, is Mr. Zhao Qin here?" Glancing at the group, he recognized a familiar face. It was the girl he had rescued the day before yesterday, so he knew their purpose for coming. "That's me." Seeing they came empty-handed made Zhao Qin feel a bit displeased, although he didn't expect anything in return for saving someone. It felt a bit like a joke that they came without any gifts. It would have been better if they hadn't come at all. "Thank you, Mr. Zhao. If it weren't for your selfless act in saving my sister, I would probably have been kicked out by my parents when I went back." The man, probably in his mid-20s, shook his hand vigorously without waiting for a response. Seeing the sincerity in the other person's attitude, Zhao Qin's expression softened a bit. He slightly pulled his hand away and looked at the girl behind him, who also had a grateful expression. "Is everything okay now?" "We went to the hospital for a checkup the day before yesterday, and the results came back yesterday, saying she is fine." "Thank you." The girl blinked her big eyes and even bowed to Zhao Qin after speaking. "Are you from the capital?" Zhao Qin could tell from their accents, as he had a few friends from there. "Yes, I'm Luo Tian, and this is my sister, Luo Xiaoi. These 3 are our friends who came here to play with us." "Oh, you've expressed your gratitude, so that's enough. I have things to do." Upon hearing this, Luo Tian took out a business card and a card from his pocket. "This is my business card. Mr. Zhao, if you come to the capital, please contact me. I will definitely arrange a good time for you." Zhao Qin took it, but didn't look at the business card. Instead, he checked the card, which was a bank card from China Construction Bank, and on the back was a small note with the password written on it. "How much is in it?" "Huh? Oh, 100,000. Please don't think it's too little. Is your sister, a living person, only worth 100,000? His words turned the faces of the 2 siblings completely red, while the 3 friends beside them showed a hint of anger. Zhao Qin took Luo Tian's hand and slapped the card back into his hand. "A life is more valuable than money. Let's not measure it in monetary terms. Saving someone was my choice. This is not right. We just wanted to express our gratitude." Brother, Lai Laosan dug up a lot of blue crabs last night." Ah ran over while shouting, and when he got closer and saw the puzzled expressions on their faces, he exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Luo Xiaoi. "It's you. My brother kissed you the day before yesterday. No, I mean saved you." His words made Luo Xiaoi's little face turn even redder, and Zhao Qin almost kicked him. Urgent matters take precedence. Artificial respiration." He shot Ah a glare and hurried to explain, fearing that saving someone would turn into a scandal. "I know. I still want to thank you," Luo Xiaoi said softly. "Zhao. Call me Zhao Qin. We're all young people. I can't stand the formalities." "All right, Zhao Qin. You should keep this money. You also risked your life. We just wanted to express our feelings. Zhao Qin certainly wanted to accept it, but taking 100,000 might not be a good idea. How about this? My phone fell into the sea when I saved your sister. You helped me buy a phone. By the way, the captain of that boat also helped a lot. You might want to thank him as well. If it weren't for Qian Kun taking the boat over that day, we wouldn't have been able to save anyone. This money, brother. Let's go with what Zhao Qin said. We'll go buy a phone right away. Luo Xiaoyi then looked at Zhao Qin. We don't know that captain. Could you take us there? He's my uncle. Let him take you. Zhao Qin pointed at Ahe beside him. The Luo siblings thanked him again and planned to head to town. Zhao Qin had Ahe accompany them to find Qian Kun, who had mentioned he wasn't going out to sea today. As the group walked away, Zhao Qin turned around and slapped himself in the face. Isn't money appealing? Why refuse it? Is he expecting the girl to repay him with her body? Not to mention, she was quite pretty, just his type. Muttering to himself, he locked the door and set off for the dock to have breakfast. Qin, where are you going? The village aunties loved to ask questions. Going to the dock for a bowl of noodles. He didn't pause, replying as he walked past, and after brushing by, the aunties began to gossip again. I heard the razor clams dug up 1,000 or more a few days ago. I thought he had changed his ways. Believing he would change is worse than believing a sow can climb a tree. He's not reliable. I bet he spent that 1,000 in half a month. I heard he even beat up that guy from the Gu family the day before yesterday. The old Gu family is saying they must get revenge. He's a lost cause. Luckily, he's not my son. Otherwise, I wouldn't have time during the day and would have to find a moment at night to hang him up and beat him. Zhao Qin didn't hear their gossip, and even if he did, he couldn't be bothered to argue with them. It wasn't worth wasting his breath. The last time he snapped at Chu Ying was because she mentioned the parents of this body. Chapter 20. Working up the mountain, the dock was bustling all day long and was also the fastest place for gossip to spread. Hey Qin, I heard you beat up that guy from the Gu family. What happened? Old Jew from the convenience store asked curiously as he saw him pass by. Nothing much. Just didn't like the look of him. Qin replied. It could be that he left right after beating the guy. And Luo Tian and the others didn't want to spread the word, so no one knew about his heroic act. Good job. I've been fed up with that Gu guy for a long time, but I just didn't have the guts to do it. Hearing that you beat him up made my day yesterday, Zhao Qin said, stopping in his tracks and looking at the still happy old Jew. Do you have a grudge against the Gu family? Well, not really. My family has some land next to theirs, and they're a bunch of scoundrels. They often let water from my family's land flow into theirs at night. I've talked to them about it a couple of times, but they always deny it. Zhao Qin lightly remarked, by beating up the Gu guy, I guess I've avenged you. Old Jew nodded with a silly smile, completely unaware of Zhao Qin's subtle persuasion. If I help you get revenge, is it too much to ask you to treat me to a bowl of noodles? Hey, let us go to Old Peng's beef noodles. Old Jew's smile suddenly froze, and he had the urge to slap himself. He pointed at Zhao Qin, then burst into laughter again. After locking up the convenience store, the two of them walked arm in arm to the noodle shop. Boss, 2 bowls of beef noodles. Extra beef and extra noodles, Zhao Qin ordered. You always say that. Do you think Old Peng will give you more? Old Jew felt that Zhao Qin was just seeking verbal satisfaction. But when their noodles were served, he clearly noticed that Zhao Qin's bowl had more meat. He was quite dissatisfied. Old Lu, we see each other every day at the dock. Why does his bowl have more than mine? Old Lu, sitting nearby, took out a cigarette and lit it, smiling. Old Jew, that guy comes to my noodle stall 10 times a month, and you come once in 10 months. Who do you think I should give more to? Also, every time I go to your little shop to buy things, you never give me a discount for being neighbors. Zhao Qin laughed heartily, turning to Old Lu. Old Jew is just a shrewd businessman. You're absolutely right. Hey, Qin, I'm treating today. Do you believe I'll just walk out in anger? If you walk out without paying, do you believe I'll go to your shop for a $0 purchase? What is $0 purchase? It's a shopping method for poor Americans. Zhao Qin explained the concept of $0 purchases, leaving both of them stunned. Wow, that sounds great. I heard Americans live well, but I didn't know it was like this. Things for free. Old Lu exclaimed. Just listen to Qin talking nonsense. They have guns. The law is just a joke. Old Jew thought Zhao Qin was just rambling, and Zhao Qin didn't bother to explain further. After finishing their meal, Zhao Qin patted his pockets and pointed at Old Jew, telling Old Lu that Old Jew would pay the bill. They strolled over to his older brother's house, where they saw his sister-in-law sitting at the door knitting a sweater. Sister-in-law, where's my brother? He went up the mountain. He went to check yesterday and said those mango trees are ready to be picked, so he brought some stuff today. Then I'll go take a look. No need for you to worry. It won't take long. Your brother will probably be done in the morning. Seeing Zhao Qin ignore her, Xiao Rong added, if you really go, take a kettle of tea. Your brother forgot it when he left. It's hot today. Okay. Taking the kettle, he walked towards the back mountain. The so-called back mountain wasn't high, and it wasn't just one mountain. There were 3 or 4 that belonged to their village. Previously, during the Great Leap Forward, people left for work or school, and the older folks couldn't climb the mountains anymore, which gave Zhao Ping the opportunity to lease the land. At the foot of the mountain, there were a few small ditches with little water, but they never dried up throughout the year. He paused to take a look and saw groups of small carp and crayfish. Locals didn't usually eat freshwater fish, thinking they had a muddy taste and weren't as tasty as sea fish. When I have time, I can come here to fish. I quite like carp soup and crayfish, he thought. Zhao Ping mainly planted loquats and pomelo trees. Upon reaching the mountain, Zhao Qin took a long time to find his older brother, since he hadn't visited much before. What are you doing up here? Just came to see how much is left. Saying this, he handed over the kettle. Zhao Ping smiled and took it, guzzling a few big mouthfuls. There are about 10 left. This year has plenty of sunshine, and it's neither too dry nor too wet. The mangoes are growing well. Just don't know what the price will be. A local saying goes that if you say you've planted a few trees, it means you've planted a little. But Zhao Ping probably planted just over half an acre, about 20 trees. Have any fruit buyers come? Who would come for these few trees? Zhao Qin observed how his brother worked and started picking as well. Seeing that he genuinely wanted to help, Zhao Ping silently smiled and didn't stop him. Having 2 people working together was much faster. By noon, they had almost finished picking. Zhao Qin looked at the baskets on the ground and estimated they had about 1,000 pounds. While resting, Zhao Qin discovered that his merit points had actually increased again. Although it only went up by 10 points, it was enough to make him happy. However, his luck value hadn't changed, which was strange. Not bothering with that, he got up to help his brother, and the 2 started carrying the mangoes down the mountain. Zhao Ping could carry 150 pounds at a time, but Zhao Qin didn't dare carry that much. About 100 pounds was enough. After finishing the load, Zhao Ping had nothing else to do, and he was already exhausted. What's next? I called a small truck. There's a factory in the county that makes dried mangoes. They buy them. Just don't know what the market is like this year. Last year, it was 6 yuan per pound, which was a good price. Before long, the small truck arrived. The driver, Tu Min, was also from the village, a chubby guy who could barely fit into the driver's seat, breathing heavily as he stood there. Hey, Qin is also helping to pick fruits? Just trying it out. Zhao Qin didn't want others to keep talking about him changing his ways, so he always replied nonchalantly. Tu Min smiled but didn't say anything further. Before the load was finished, his sister-in-law brought lunch, 2 big bowls of rice, and the dishes were quite abundant, including pickled salted fish, scrambled eggs with cucumbers, and a small bowl of seaweed shrimp soup. The 2 quickly finished their meal and continued loading the truck. Brother, if you're tired, I can go sell them with you. I was planning to go to the county anyway. Tu mean slacker.Until? Thinking Zhao Qin was trying to take the mango selling money for himself. He thought Zhao Ping would definitely refuse, and even if Zhao Ping agreed, Xiao Rong would reject it. To his surprise, Xiao Rong was the first to say, all right, Qin, it'll be hard work for you. Your brother can just turn over the vegetable field at home this afternoon. Seeing Tu Min's face filled with disbelief, Zhao Qin impatiently said, let us go. It's hot. As the truck passed by the old house, Zhao Qin asked Tu Min to stop. He went inside to stuff some money into his pocket and grabbed his ID. Old Tu, how much for a trip to the county? 50 yuan round trip. Since we're from the same village, it's still a good deal for you. It's 30 kilometers one way, and the fuel prices have skyrocketed. I just filled up yesterday. It's now 36 yuan per liter. It's unbearable. Zhao Qin. 36 yuan per liter is unbearable? You haven't seen prices at 8 or 9 yuan. Chapter 21. Small issues. How many kilometers is it from the county to the city? Zhao Qin asked. About 20 kilometers. Zhao Qin saw a piece of cardboard on the windshield. He picked it up and glanced at it. It was old Tu's phone number, which he silently memorized before putting the cardboard back. Tu Min knew the address, which was also why Zhao Ping felt at ease letting Zhao Qin come. Upon arriving at the factory and finding the receiving department, they happened to see someone arguing. "You're just a worker. My boss is my cousin. Do you believe I'll beat you, you dog-eyed lowlife?" A man in his 50s pointed at a young man, cursing. The young man's face alternated between green and red, but his tone remained calm. "Uncle, the mangoes you brought for inspection are mostly rotten. We received them. With your eyes saw rotten fruit. You're just deliberately making things difficult for me, old man. Do you think I haven't given you a kickback? Fine. Tell me how much you want. I'll give it to you. Do you dare take it, you dog?" Zhao Qin was getting anxious. There was another vehicle in front of him, also there to sell mangoes. A middle-aged man squatted beside it, wiping the sweat from his forehead, looking anxious as well. "Brother, what's going on?" Zhao Qin offered a cigarette to the middle-aged man. The man replied, no need to be polite, but still took the cigarette and said, "That old man seems to be a relative of the boss. The mangoes he brought are all fallen fruit, which is a scam. At first, the procurement said they wouldn't accept them. Seeing the old man making such a fuss, they said they'd have the price, but the old man wasn't happy. So they started arguing. Mangoes that have fallen on the ground are generally considered overripe. They might look fine on the outside, but inside they're definitely spoiled. How long has this been going on? It's been half an hour, and it's still stuck. It's driving me crazy. Half an hour? The boss should have shown up by now." But then Zhao Qin realized maybe this young man was pushed out by the boss to be the bad guy. So the boss definitely wouldn't come. After a few more minutes, Zhao Qin was anxious beyond measure. He thought for a moment and walked up to two men. "Old two, do you know the name of that procurement manager?" "I don't know his name. I only know everyone calls him Manager Qin." "Do you know what little thug looks like?" "What do you mean?" Two men asked, confused. "Just tell me if you know." "What's there to not know?" Leaning with a cigarette, shaking his legs, standing improperly, or sitting improperly, just like you are now. Zhao Qin's face twitched. Then he lowered his voice and whispered a few words in his ear. "Is that okay? Don't offend Manager Qin. Let's give it a try." Two men was even more afraid of the heat. He was sweating profusely and couldn't wait to get this done, so he stopped insisting and started reversing the car. Zhao Qin then walked over to the middle-aged brother and whispered a couple of sentences in his ear. Seeing two men park the car far away, he walked over and unbuttoned two buttons of his shirt, rolled up his sleeves, lit a cigarette, and walked over to the two arguing men. "Shut up." A loud shout startled the old man, making him decisively close his mouth. Zhao Qin quickly winked at Manager Qin, then patted him on the shoulder and said, "Little Qin, where's your boss?" Manager Qin looked a bit confused, glancing at Zhao Qin and then at the fat man shaking his legs behind him. He had some impression of this person. He often delivered goods to the factory. He then replied, "The boss didn't come to the factory today. Tell your boss that hiding all the time isn't a solution. This factory has been built for 4 or 5 years. Back when he didn't have money and borrowed from my brother didn't say a word. Now that it's time to pay back, he's nowhere to be seen. Is he deliberately avoiding us?" While speaking, he winked at Manager Qin. The procurement manager, being quite capable, quickly understood that Zhao Qin was trying to help himself out of the situation. Realizing this, he showed a flattering smile and said, "Mr. Wang, how could that be? Our boss really has something going on. Why don't you give him a few more days?" The old man beside them widened his mouth in shock upon hearing their conversation, thinking his cousin's factory was quite impressive. Wow, it turns out to be a shell with a mountain of debts. After his surprise, a faint look of joy appeared on his face. Human nature is hard to decipher. "Give you a hammer, always giving extensions. My brother asked me to come today to take something away. If you don't use some means, you'll keep dragging this out." After saying this, he looked at the truck full of mangoes and told the fat two, "Go, intercept that truck of mangoes. Consider it the fee for me and my brother coming over today. This isn't boss Chi-S, it's mine." They haven't paid. The previous middle-aged man, with a tone filled with fear, jumped into the driver's seat, shifted into reverse, and took off. Zhao Qin's face was filled with anger as he kicked a nearby empty basket, sending it flying far away. He endured the pain in his foot and thought, "Are you treating my words as wind in your ears?" Then he pointed at a nearby tricycle. Before he finished speaking, the old man seemed electrified, scrambling into the vehicle while saying, "Mine, this is mine. When I came, I heard you say you're the boss's relative, so it's only right to take yours." Not right, not right. I have no relation to the boss here. Really no relation. The tricycle was hand-cranked, and the old man couldn't run away as easily as with a small truck. Little Cheen, is this old man a relative of your boss? Just say it. If he is, I'll keep this truck of goods. Manager Cheen understood what Zhao Qin was playing at and tried to suppress his laughter while showing a troubled expression. The old man, seeing his hesitation, quickly clasped his hands together and apologized. Manager Cheen, I was just talking nonsense earlier. You mustn't take it seriously. Please, let me go. I won't sell anymore. I'll take it home. Manager Cheen felt extremely pleased, but was also worried about things going south. He sighed and said, this old man has nothing to do with our boss. Don't make things difficult for him. No way. I clearly heard him say, he is your boss's relative. I was just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Manager Cheen stood in front of the old man's vehicle, giving the impression that he was blocking Zhao Qin from grabbing things, and turned to the old man, quickly cranked the car and leave. The old man responded with an "oh," took out the crank, and trembled for a while before finally inserting it into the hole. Using all his strength to crank the vehicle, then jumped in and was about to turn around. Zhao Qin lunged forward, and Manager Cheen pretended to block him. Watching the old man speed away in a vehicle, Manager Cheen couldn't help but laugh heartily and patted Zhao Qin on the shoulder. Brother, you really have a way. In this day and age, the bold fear the stubborn. Manager Cheen, you're a cultured person. Dealing with such hoodlums is definitely not easy. This compliment was beautifully said, implying that it wasn't that he was more capable than Zhao Qin, but that he, being cultured, looked down on using such methods. Behind them, Old Two secretly cursed. Damn it, a blind man isn't scary. What as scary is a blind man with education? Zhao Qin could get into a key national university and still has that rogue spirit. Earlier, he heard that Zhao Qin used $50 to get the wives of Lai Lin's two families to tear each other apart. He thought it was nonsense. But now it seemed, this guy set up the plan. Chapter 22, Going to City in short. I still want to thank you for helping me out. Are you also here to sell mangoes? After Manager Cheen finished speaking, he went inside to get 2 bottles of mineral water and handed them to the two. Two Men was quite frustrated. Ever since he bought the truck and started delivering goods to this factory, he had been here dozens of times, and this was the first time he had drunk water from the factory. Zhao Qin was also thirsty, opened a bottle, took a sip, and then said, Yes, Manager Cheen, don't worry. Early this morning, my brother and I cut them one by one. There's not a single fallen fruit. We don't do unethical things. He then told the old two beside him, Hurry up and bring the car over. Don't waste Manager Cheen's time. That middle-aged brother's truck also arrived, and Zhao Qin took out a cigarette and offered him one, saying, Brother, I have urgent business in the city. Would you let me weigh my goods first? Just a matter of words. Young man, you really know how to handle things. Zhao Qin smiled and waited for Old Two's truck to stop before letting Manager Cheen inspect the goods. He casually picked 2 fruits, peeled them, and tasted them. Manager Cheen nodded and said, Brother, today's market price is 73 yuan, slightly higher than last year, but today is also thanks to you. I will pay 3 yuan per kilogram for you and this brother's goods. I can't justify paying more. That's fine. Don't make it difficult for yourself. An extra 30 cents means an extra 300 yuan for 1,000 kilograms, which Zhao Qin didn't mind at all. But the middle-aged brother beside him was excited. He had over 2,000 kilograms in his truck, which could mean an extra 6 or 700 yuan, half a month's wages. He hurriedly took out a cigarette, offered one to Manager Cheen, and when the latter waved his hand, he handed it to Zhao Qin instead, saying, Thank you, little brother, it's all thanks to you. And Manager Cheen. Weighing was very simple. The factory had a weighbridge, so they just had to drive the truck on it. After unloading the goods and throwing the baskets back in the truck, they weighed again, and everything was settled. A total of 105 kilograms sold for 315 yuan. After getting the receipt, Manager Cheen signed it and told him to go to finance to settle the payment. After getting into the car, he said to Two Men, Don't go back yet. I'll give you an extra 40 yuan to go to the city. You're not really planning to run away with your brother's money from selling fruit, are you? If I take you, wouldn't I be an accomplice? Get lost. 3,000 yuan isn't 3 million. Why would I run away? Drive faster. I hope they haven't closed yet. Old two, who made money by driving, naturally agreed when Zhao Qin offered an extra 40 yuan and immediately headed for the provincial road to the city. You're too clever. How are you so sure the old man would be scared? In fact, the louder someone shouts, the more timid they often are. Hey, you wasted your time dropping out of school. If you had studied for a couple more years, you might have become a genius. Can you not talk? If you can't, just shut up. Old two chuckled and wasn't he angry. When they arrived in the city, it was only a little past 3. Zhao Qin first found a bank. With all his assets totaling over 100 yuan, he opened a card and deposited 600 yuan, deciding to keep a little for pocket money. He originally wanted to activate online banking, but then remembered he didn't have a phone number, so he had to get an electronic payment card. The downside of this was that the maximum single payment amount was only 500 yuan. After sorting that out, he asked someone for the address of the stock exchange and had old two drive over. What exactly are you going to do? Don't worry. I'll shortchange you a penny. Just wait for me here. I'll be out in an hour at most. At the stock exchange, he first opened an account and checked the current price of Matai, which was about 10.09 yuan per share. Without hesitation, he bought 4 lots, spending a little over 4,000 yuan. Is Matai's stock valuable? He only knew that a friend once said if he could go back to 2004 or 2005 and just buy Matai's stock, he would have made a fortune. At that time, he jokingly said buying a house was more stable, and his friends scolded him for being foolish. Housing prices might have increased 2 or 3 times at most, while Matai had skyrocketed 180 times. Now at 10.09 yuan per share, it would eventually reach over 1,800 yuan per share. Crazy. Unfortunately, his funds were limited. If he could invest a few $100,000, he could just sit back and wait for the value to rise. The reason he didn't buy everything was that the remaining money wasn't enough for a whole lot, and he needed the few hundred yuan left on the card for other uses. After finishing up, he walked out to the car and looked for an internet CAF. Damn, are you done yet? This is wasting too much time. Why don't you just go back now? I'll take a bus back later. Two Min was choked for a moment. Knowing Zhao Qin, he probably wouldn't even pay the 50 yuan for the bus fare to the county. So she had to drive in silence. Soon, at most half an hour later, after reminding two Min, he walked into the internet CAF. After paying a 10 yuan deposit, the internet manager let him choose a computer, and he casually pointed an empty one and walked over. He opened the computer, directly searched for domain name registration service providers on Baidu, and began registering online accounts, filling everything out with his real name, fearing that someone might want to contact him later, but wouldn't be able to reach him. The cost for registering a domain was 35 yuan. He started trying to register 360. And it was easily registered, making him secretly happy. Then he tried JD. We. Me. She's Vernda. VP. One after another, he registered as he thought. Some had already been registered, but he didn't mind. Anyway, playing this was like picking up money. Until he was prompted that the transaction failed due to insufficient balance in his card. He finally left the internet satisfied. Can we go back now? Let us go. Drive faster. Otherwise, it will be dark when we get home. Two Min rolled her eyes. Now she was in a hurry. Where was she earlier? By the way, when we go back, don't say we went to the city. Just say there was a disturbance, and we've been queuing up until now. After saying that, Zhao Qin took out a red bill from his pocket and placed it on the windshield, adding that the extra 10 yuan didn't need to be changed, as it indeed delayed her afternoon. Two Min grinned and replied without being polite, generous. At home, Zhao Ping was also anxious. If he had known, he wouldn't have let him go. What was going on now? I hope nothing happens on the way. Before he finished speaking, he slapped himself on the mouth and muttered a few times for Mazu's blessing. Xiaorong was also anxious. Her brother-in-law wouldn't be unreliable again, right? But seeing her husband spinning around like a donkey on a mill, she still comforted him. Nothing will happen. Maybe there are many people selling fruit today, and they've been queuing up. Yes. Last year I also queued for half an hour. This year might be even longer. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes lit up because she saw a car coming from a distance. As soon as the car stopped, Zhao Ping asked while unloading the baskets, "Why are you so late?" This year, the factory prices are pretty good, so there are many sellers, and we queued a little longer. After unloading the baskets, Zhao Qin replied to the brother while waving for two men to leave. Tu Min was also hungry and didn't want to stay longer, so she started the engine and left. You should recharge your phone. It's useful to contact you in the future. Zhao Qin replied with an not bothering to tell his brother that his phone was out of credit, knowing that his brother would worry about it. The couple didn't ask how much they sold for. Zhao Qin went into the house and pulled out the receipt and money. A total of 105 kilograms, 3 yuan per kilogram. Sister-in-law, please count the money. The price is so good. There's nothing to count. You say how much is how much. Zhao Ping looked pleased. Xia Rong took the money and started counting. After she finished, she glared at her husband and said, "You covered the transportation cost, right? And today you helped your brother for a day. So let us just count it as 200, okay? Give me the transportation fee. The rest is up to you. Don't mention wages." Zhao Qin, afraid of dragging it out, simply ran off. Zhao Ping chased after him, saying, "If you don't give me the money, come over for dinner." "No need. I have something to do tonight." Chapter 23. The problematic girl. The sun was just about to set, and visibility was quite good. From a distance, Zhao Qin saw several people squatting at his doorstep. "Zhao Qin, what have you been doing?" "We've been waiting for 2 or 3 hours," said another girl, who seemed to be named Yu Fan according to Luo Tian's introduction. "Miss, I'm just a regular Joe trying to make some money," Zhao Qin replied as he opened the door and let them in. "Brother, I asked Pingu, and he said you went to the county to sell mangoes. Why are you so late?" He had been waiting with them. "There were a lot of people, and I had to queue," Zhao Qin explained. Luo Xiaoyi handed him a box, saying, "I picked this out. I don't know if you'll like it." Zhao Qin took it, opened it, and exclaimed in surprise, "Not bad, not bad, a Motorola V3. He was very familiar with this model. It was his first mobile phone. When he received a call, it would say, "Hello, Motorola." He bought it back in 2006 for over 2,000 yuan, and now it would cost at least 3 or 4,000. "Thank you. I really like it," he said. "Then try inserting the card," Luo Xiaoyi urged. He unwrapped it to find it was ice blue, but he couldn't test it yet, as he hadn't replaced his SIM card. "Brother, Luo Gu also bought me one," she added. "Look at you. Someone buys you a phone, and you're calling him brother," he thought, but still took a look. It was a Samsung D508, which had been extremely expensive when it first came out, but should be less than 3,000 now, a bit cheaper than his V3. He returned the phone to Ahi, and Luo Xiaoyi took the large bag from Luo Tian and placed it on the table. "I accidentally lost the shirt I borrowed from you at the hospital, so this is to compensate. It's not very good quality. I hope you don't mind." Zhao Qin was taken aback. This girl was quite thoughtful. He thanked her and put it away before asking, "Have you eaten?" "No. We've been starving waiting for you," they replied. Everyone was talking among themselves, and Zhao Qin turned to Luo Tian and said, "Brother, the countryside isn't like the city. There's not much to eat. If you don't mind, can we just make do with something here?" "Sure. Then I'll let you treat me," Luo Tian agreed. He let them sit down and took out some money from his pocket to hand to Ahi. "See if Lao Zhang has any more marinated dishes to buy, and check if Lao Lin has any seafood." "I have money," Ahi replied and quickly ran out. "Don't forget to buy drinks and alcohol." "Got it." At this moment, the sun had completely set. Zhao Qin moved the table outside because the house was too small. It would be hot when they started cooking, and the oil smoke would be suffocating. He lit 2 mosquito coils under the table and invited everyone to sit outside. The evenings by the sea weren't hot at all, mainly due to the cool sea breeze. "Do you want me to help you?" Luo Xiaoyi asked when she saw him busy alone. "No need. I'm just steaming some rice and preparing some dipping sauce for the seafood," he replied. "Is it just you at home?" Luo Xiaoyi asked, looking around the shabby but relatively clean room. "My older brother is married and built a house at the bottom of the village. My dad is out working, and my mom passed away from illness a couple of years ago." After a moment of silence, Luo Xiaoyi continued, "I heard from Ahi that you're a student at Peking University. Why did you drop out? And at your age, why not go to the big city to develop? What's so good about the big city? As for dropping out, it's purely because I'm not interested in studying. By the way, can you take the kettle outside and pour water for them? The disposable cups are on the counter over there." "Okay." Luo Xiaoyi happily agreed and took the kettle and cups outside. Zhao Qin secretly sighed with relief. This girl really asked a lot of questions and cursed Ahi for being so chatty. Ahi hadn't returned yet, but Zhao Ping came in first. "Akin, is this your friend?" "Yes, she is my friend." "Brother, why are you here?" "Perfect timing. Stay for a drink." He went to buy vegetables. Hearing their conversation, Luo Tian didn't understand much, but he could guess a little from their appearance. He stood up and said to Zhao Ping, "You are Zhao Qin's older brother, right? We came from the capital, friends of Zhao Qin." Zhao Ping looked at their ages and thought they were probably Zhao Qin's classmates. He assumed that since Zhao Qin had dropped out, he wouldn't be in touch anymore. Unexpectedly, they came to his hometown, so he quickly said warmly, "Have a seat. Qin got back late from selling mangoes and neglected you." This was probably the best thing Zhao Ping could say. After saying that, he hurried back home and soon returned with his wife. "Qin, I'll help. You go chat with your friends. By the way, I just happened to kill a duck tonight. It's all cooked, and I brought it over. Just heat it up in a bit. Sister-in-law, why are you here? What about Meow Meow?" Meow Meow was Zhao Ping's youngest daughter. A Yuan is at home watching her. "I came to help. You hurry up and go out." Zhao Qi no longer occupied space and walked out of the room. Just as he sat down, Luo Xiaoyi actually poured him a glass of water. "Thank you. This is my home. You don't have to be busy. Sit down and take a break. We'll eat and drink when he comes back." He then looked at his older brother, who was standing awkwardly, and said, "Brother, sit down. You all sit. I'll help your sister-in-law." "I don't understand what you're talking about." Not wanting to pressure him, Zhao Qin let him sit down, but he turned to Luo Tian and asked, "Brother, how did you think of coming here to have fun? Yu Fan has a relative in the town, so we made plans to come together. Naturally, we wanted to go to the beach, and that's what happened the day before yesterday. After great difficulties, there are bound to be blessings. Just don't take it too seriously. As long as everyone is safe, that's what matters," Zhao Qin casually replied. "Thanks to you, if you hadn't saved Yi, I would have been in big trouble," Yu Fan said, raising her cup, wanting to toast with tea instead of wine. Zhao Qin clinked his cup lightly with hers. Upon closer observation, Zhao Qin figured out the relationships among them. They all seemed to be family friends. Luo Tian and Yu Fan were likely a couple, and the other two guys seemed to have some interest in Luo Xiaoyi, but he didn't know who Luo Xiaoyi liked. As it grew darker, Zhao Ping returned home with a bundle of electrical wires, connected them to a lamp, and set it up with a bamboo pole at the side of the table, making things much brighter. Zhao Qin reflected that his older brother was actually quite smart, skilled with his hands, learned quickly, and most importantly, was diligent. He just didn't socialize much and was too honest. He returned with 4 or 5 kinds of marinated dishes. He only managed to buy a little shrimp and a 3-kilogram wild bass from the seafood vendor. "Brother, Lao Lin's seafood truck left today, so I bought this little bit to keep for myself," he said. "All right, we can only make do with this in a hurry." Xiaorong brought out the duck that had been heated up. With 5 or 6 dishes ready, Zhao Qin asked, "Has a Yuan eaten?" There's food left at home. Zhao Qin ran back to grab a bowl, put in some pieces of duck, added some marinated dishes, and handed it to Ahi. "Take this to my brother's house for a Yuan." He was opening beers for everyone, but immediately put down the bottle and took the bowl. "Be careful running. Don't spill it. I won tea." Luo Tian looked at the two and surprisingly showed a hint of envy on his face. "You're really good to Ahi." Zhao Qin was taken aback. He was just having Ahi run errands, and that was considered good? Seeing his confusion, Luo Tian explained, "When we went to the town, Ahi mentioned quite a bit about you, saying if it weren't for you, he'd still be stealing and doing bad things every day. You taught him to make money and to take care of his grandmother at home." Zhao Qin. It seemed that this kid had gone astray because of his influence. Chapter 24. Nighttime crab, digging 2 beauties. "Can you drink?" "I can drink. Give me a bottle." Yu Fan raised her hand and shot a glare at Luo Tian after speaking. "Then I'll have a bottle too." Luo Xiaoyi also seriously raised her hand, like a primary school student answering a teacher's question. Meanwhile, one of the 2 guys next to them waved his hand, saying he doesn't drink at all. "Come on, let us drink." Zhao Qin opened the bottle and shouted into the inner room, "You guys drink, don't mind us." Zhao Qin didn't persuade them further and raised his glass, saying, "Let us not keep bringing up the past. We're destined to be together, so let us toast." "Yes, here's to our fateful meeting." Luo Xiaoyi raised her bottle in agreement. I came back quickly and sat beside Zhao Qin, addressing everyone. "Everyone eat. Don't be polite, come on." Thanks to Luo Gu for the phone. "You're too polite." Zhao Qin said, "Why don't you guys come with us to dig crabs tonight?" Luo Xiaoyi blinked her big eyes. "Yeah, Zhao Qin, take us with you. We have strength and can help dig," I've never caught crabs before. Yufan had finished gnawing on a duck wing and playfully put it into Luo Tian's bowl. Seeing Luo Xiaoyi say this, she quickly echoed. Zhao Qin glanced at Luo Tian, knowing that he was the head of this group. If it's not a bother, we'll follow along to have a look. Actually, digging for crabs at night is quite a hassle, with lots of mosquitoes and horseflies. Isn't it nicer to sleep at home? I nodded and replied to Luo Xiaoyi. Sister E, there are especially many mosquitoes. You'll get covered in bites in no time. You guys shouldn't go. We're not afraid. We just want to go along for fun. We want to experience how hard it is to make money, as you said. Seeing their insistence, Zhao Qin nodded. After eating, you guys should go change into long sleeves and pants at the place where you're staying, and see if you can buy a bottle of mosquito repellent in town. Better safe than sorry. Oh, and buy 2 headlamps. Then let us eat quickly. Yufan was a bit impatient. No need to rush too much. We can head out at 10. Going a bit later might save some effort. In terms of digging for crabs at night, he had much more experience than Zhao Qin. Crabs are nocturnal and come out to forage at night. While eating and drinking, it was just around 8 o'clock. Under Yufan's constant urging, everyone ended the meal. Luo Tian had called for 2 cars in advance, and they had just arrived. They agreed to meet at 10 o'clock before leaving. The brother and sister-in-law had been inside, and when they saw everyone leave, Xiao Rong came out to tidy up the table. Sister-in-law, don't rush. Well, my brother haven't eaten yet. Sit down and have a drink. Zhao Qin knew his sister-in-law could drink a little. After sitting down, he opened a bottle for both of them, raised his bottle, and first thanked his sister-in-law. If it weren't for you helping out, I would been busy until 7 o'clock and wouldn't have had such a feast. What's the point of saying this as a family? Qin, are they your classmates? No, I met them while digging for crabs the other day. They're all young people I chatted with casually. I didn't expect them to find our home today. He didn't want to mention the rescue, so he casually fabricated an excuse. That tall girl is really pretty. I noticed she has been staring at you, Xiao Rong said with a smile. To be honest, these 2 brothers are quite good-looking. With Qin's appearance, it's possible he could be picked by a rich girl. She is from the capital. I don't want to think about it. Come on, brother, let us go for one. After finishing the remaining bottles of beer with his brother and sister-in-law, he finally got up to help his brother carry the table back inside, then grabbed a broom to sweep the garbage at the door. After tidying up, his brother and sister-in-law returned home. He thought for a moment and opened the system. His current merit points were 211, just enough to exchange for 2 shovels. He decided to exchange all of them today. If luck was good in the next days, he could keep digging. After getting everything ready, he took a shower and rested for a while. Brother, I brought 100 ropes for tying crabs. Is that enough? He pushed the door open and walked in directly. This time he was smart and wore long sleeves and pants. Thinking we could dig 100 crabs in one night? We'd be exhausted. But we have Luo Gu and the others. They can eat. Zhao Qin replied irritably, thinking it was foolish to rely on them for heavy lifting. When he saw the 2 new shovels, he asked, Brother, did you just buy these from old Jew? No, I bought them in town earlier, thinking they'd come in handy. Brother, you really think ahead. Zhao Qin lightly tapped his head, saying, If you can't even flatter, what use do I have for you? After preparing, he looked outside. There was still no sound of engines, and he was getting anxious. Brother, what time is it? Don't you have your phone? I was afraid of falling into the water, so I didn't bring it. That thing is too precious. Zhao Qin smiled, knowing he was starting to cherish things, which was quite an improvement. Just as he was about to take out his phone, he heard what seemed like a car in the distance. Moments later, a car stopped in front of his house. Luo Tian got out first. We're not late. Are we? No, just on time. Zhao Qin watched them get out of the car one by one. Not bad. Everyone was in long sleeves and pants, and the 2 girls had even wrapped scarves around their necks. He could smell the mosquito repellent from far away. Let me help you carry the buckets. Luo Xiaoyi and Yu Fan each carried a bucket. Okay, let us go then. Brother, where are we going? Where did Lai Bao dig last night? He shook his head. Many people at the dock asked, but he didn't say. It's human nature. Why should he share a place where he finally found a fortune? My grandma said before she came that blue crabs stay at the junction of salt and fresh water. And that day we dug sandworms a bit further west, so it should be about right. She mainly worried about us going into the mangroves at night, where snakes can easily climb down, and it's not safe at all. Zhao Qin, let us not go to the mangroves, okay? Hearing about snakes, Luo Xiaoyi quickly spoke up. Zhao Qin nodded, and it took about 40 minutes to arrive at the place he mentioned. Let us split up and look for holes. If you find one, just call out. Everyone nodded, and Zhao Qin and he each took a shovel, while Luo Xiaoyi followed behind with a bucket, starting to look for crab holes. I found one, Yu Fan shouted excitedly. Zhao Qin walked over to take a look. Even if he was an idiot, he knew this hole was impossible to dig. It was only the size of a ping-pong ball, and even if it was a blue crab, it would be tiny and useless once dug out. Sister Fan, look for a bigger one. This hole is too small. The crab that comes out will be even smaller. I explained. I finally found one. Zhao Qin noticed a big stone nearby, with a bit of water underneath. He reached his shovel over and scratched it. And the next moment, a big claw clamped onto the shovel. Oh, there really is one, he said as he pushed the shovel a bit further into the water. He liked to play in the wild and had watched many videos about digging for crabs, knowing that blue crab claws can easily fall off, and once they do, they lose their value. When the crab loosened its claw, he finally pulled back the shovel and called out to Ahi. With a shout, everyone quickly gathered around. Zhao Qin, did you find it? Where is it? Show me what the hole looks like. Is it big? For a moment, Zhao Qin felt like he had entered a duck pen, with voices all around him. Chapter 25. Oh my, it's like picking up money. I didn't even see it. Just bumped into the crab claws. Under the stone, move aside. Ahe, let us see if we can turn this stone over. Ahe inserted the shovel into the soil beside it and stepped forward to help. I also lent a hand. Luo Tian was quite interested as well, standing at the other corner of the stone with Zhao Qin in the middle. Don't flip it directly. It's easy to hit someone. Let us slowly move it to the side. The three of us pushed to the left at the same time, and to our delight, it really could be moved. Come on, one more push, and we should be good. There was already a gap under the stone, and after moving it, we saw a small puddle of water. But there was no sign of the blue crabs. Zhao Qin, did you see it wrong? One of the boys said upon seeing this. No, I saw it too. A big claw. Luo Xiaoyi replied eagerly. Zhao Qin hesitated, wondering if he should go for it. When he was a kid, getting pinched by a crab hurt a lot. And that was just a small freshwater crab. He had heard that a big blue crab could pinch a piece of meat off, but he didn't know if it was true. In the end, he gritted his teeth and reached his hand into the water, and soon he touched a crab. Carefully, he controlled its big claws with his hands, but the next moment he yelped and quickly pulled his hand back. Did it pinch you? Does it hurt? Zhao Qin looked speechlessly at the two girls. Those questions were pointless. There are two inside. They are a pair of crabs. He was sure he had touched the claws of one crab, so the one that pinched him must be the other crab. Bro, should I do it? Zhao Qin shook his head. To become a qualified crab catcher, he had to take this step, so he squatted down and started feeling around again. This time he was smarter. He touched one crab as carapace, pressed it down, and then used his other hand to feel for the other carapace. How is it? Be careful. Don't get pinched again. Zhao Qin felt that taking this group of people to catch crabs was a huge mistake he made today. They were too noisy. The next moment, he managed to catch two crabs, one big and one small, struggling to hold the big one with one hand while the small one was quite easy to handle. Wow, an old cow eating tender grass, he said proudly. The big one was obviously a male, weighing about a pound, while the small one was a female, probably less than half a pound. The size difference was significant, looking like an old cow eating tender grass. Wow, Zhao Qin, you're so amazing, one in each hand. Zhao Qin, that is huge. Can I try to catch it too? Zhao Qin looked at the excited faces of the few people and felt it was quite fun. Hey, can you tie them up? He had miscalculated. He had brought rope, but didn't know how to tie them. Bro, I can do it. Ahe asked him to put the crabs on the ground, then got to work, grabbing one crab to tie it up while stepping on the other one. Let us keep looking. We can find more. Hurry up, right? Everyone is here to help Zhao Qin, so we can't lag behind. Zhao Qin was amused. The young people were willing to follow him tonight, probably because they wanted to help him. After all, he treated them to a big dinner earlier. Look into more stones. Zhao Qin paused, took out a cigarette and lit it, seeming to rest, but actually checking his system's merit points. Because he caught crabs, his merit points, which had been almost gone, had now increased to 71 points. So satisfying, not only gaining merit points, but also making money. He turned a glance at Luo Xiaoyi, thinking and there's a beautiful girl to look at. Life couldn't be better. He was only happy for half a minute before picking up the shovel to continue searching. Zhao Qin, come quickly, there seems to be one here. Luo Tian's excited voice came from not far away. Zhao Qin quickly walked over, seeing a small muddy pit. And at the point Luo Tian was pointing at, only a pair of small eyes were visible, which could hardly be seen without a close look. Luo Ge, you're good, your eyesight is amazing. Luo Tian pointed at the crab footprints beside him, grinning widely. I saw the footprints looked like crab tracks. So, I followed the prints to find this one, right? Yes, you didn't wear gloves? I'll catch it. Wow, Luo Tian, did you find it? Yu Fan ran over. Of course. No, next time you find one, call me first, I want to catch it. Yu Fan said resentfully. Don't mess around. Getting pinched isn't joke. Zhao Qin looked at the two flirting and felt speechless. Dude, I didn't eat enough tonight, but now I'm full? What do you mean? Luo Xiaoyi asked in confusion. I just got fed a mouthful of dog food by these two. What dog food? I didn't bring any. Did you? Yu Fan tugged at Luo Tian, quite puzzled. Luo Xiaoyi was the first to react. Then she giggled. Luo Tian, feeling a bit embarrassed, also chuckled. In this day and age, the term dog food does refer to food for dogs, but it's not hard to connect the meaning. So it didn't take long for everyone to understand what it meant. What are you laughing at? Yu Fan seemed to be missing the point and still didn't get it. Everyone continued to search, and the more they found, the more rewards they got like lollipops. Zhao Qin threw the crabs on the ground for Ahe to tie up, happily encouraging everyone. TSK, so stingy, just lollipops? No way, I want to find one. Yu Fan responded, probably because she had eaten too many chicken heads as a kid. They gradually moved westward, and Zhao Qin saw a decent-sized hole with clear footprints at the entrance. Just as he was about to move the shovel, he heard Luo Xiaoyi's voice from behind. Zhao Qin, hurry, there's one running over there. Following the direction of Luo Xiaoyi's headlamp, he saw, oh wow, there really was one walking horizontally over there. He stepped forward to step on it and called Ahe to tie it up. A high-pitched female voice made Zhao Qin jump. Luo Tian, Zhao Qin, I found one. I finally found one. Yu Fan shouted excitedly. Hurry, it's going to run away. Come quick. She had said she wanted to catch one. But when she really found it, she lost her courage and just stood there jumping in anxiety. Luo Tian, who was closer, stepped forward and copied Zhao Qin's move to step on it, while waiting for Ahe to come tie it up. Damn it, I found one too. Another boy said, excitedly from the other side. Zhao Qin walked over, caught it, and brought it to Ahe, but just as he was thinking of looking down again, he heard Ahe cursing in dialect, saying he actually found one just sitting there. When he looked back, he indeed saw that he had also caught one. Zhao Qin scratched his head and opened the system panel. Something was off. His luck value hadn't decreased at all, and they weren't bound tools. So why were they so lucky? But the next moment, he had no time to think, because two people shouted that they saw blue crabs at the same time. Just as he was about to rush over, Luo Xiaoyi pointed at a small puddle. Zhao Qin, there seemed to be two in here. For the next hour, Ahe became the busiest person, tying crabs nonstop. These few people were too amazing. They could find one after just a few steps, and they were all quite sizable. Zhao Qin had no choice but to follow Ahe and learn how to tie crabs. With two of them tying, they barely kept up with the pace. This is strange. Zhao Qin muttered while tying. Bro, what did you say? It's nothing. Hurry up and tie them. Pick out the slim ones. We'll take them back to cook porridge, and the fat ones will be sold. The thin ones wouldn't sell for a good price anyway. So it's better to keep them for porridge, which is very fresh and sweet. Chapter 26. Yellow Crabs After Flipping Through the Night. Zhao Qin found that by 11:59, the luck value for the day was still at 18 points. This could only indicate one thing. Today's harvest was not due to his luck, but rather because there were many crabs to be found, allowing everyone to collect them. After midnight, he opened the system again and found that the luck value for the new day was 22 points, even better than yesterday. As for what type of crabs this luck value applied to, he didn't care at the moment. Collecting money was the priority. Yes, right now, he was just collecting money. A bucket quickly filled up, but his companion said, Bro, we can't pack it this way. The ones at the bottom will get crushed. If only we had some snakeskin bags, and we're running low on rope too. Zhao Qin thought for a moment and looked at Luo Xiaoyi beside him. Can I borrow your phone? Sure. Zhao Qin took off his gloves and wiped his hands on his clothes before taking the phone, only to find it was also a Motorola V3 in a stylish pink color. This wasn't a time to admire phones. He called his older brother, hoping he wasn't asleep so late. After several rings, someone finally picked up, sounding groggy. Hello? Who is this calling so late? Bro, we are collecting crabs on the west side of the village. There's so many green crabs that we can't fit them all in the bucket. Come over with 2 snakeskin bags and some rope. Noticing Luo Xiaoi occasionally sticking out her little tongue to lick her lips, he added, Wake up old Zhu and bring a box of mineral water. No, my friend from Beijing are also here, so just bring the mineral water. On the other end, Zhao Ping rolled over, waking his wife beside him. Where are you going at this hour? Achin said there are plenty of green crabs on the mud flat on the west side of the village, and he can't fit them all in the bucket. He wants me to bring snakeskin bags and rope. Saying this, he casually put on some pants and started gathering his things. Why don't I go with you? You stay home and rest. Besides, if Meow Meow wakes up, there will be no one to take care of her. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Rong lay back down again. Zhao Ping got his things ready and ran off. The reason it's called rushing to the sea is that sometimes you're racing against the tides. When he arrived at old Zhu's little shop, he was still quite mild-mannered, calling out as he opened the door, Old Zhu, I'll take a box of mineral water and pay you tomorrow morning. What is wrong with you two brothers? Why do you like to buy things in the middle of the night? Zhao Ping smiled and carried the mineral water away. When he reached the place Zhao Qin mentioned, he could hear the commotion from afar. Wow, why are there so many? Ha, I feel cheated. My relative said that rushing to the sea is tiring and yields little. But it's just picking. Who can't do that? Look at this one. It's huge, definitely a top scorer. Listening to everyone's voices, his heart grew even warmer. As he approached, he saw Achin and Ahi sitting there, focusing on tying crabs. Achin, how many do we have? After glancing at the 2 buckets, he exclaimed, They're all at the bottom? That must be 50 or 60 pounds. We can't let them get crushed. Muttering to himself, he opened one of the snakeskin bags and poured half of 1 bucket into it. Bro, you finally came. Zhao Qin's hands were trembling from tying crabs. I'll do it. You go find more. Zhao Ping moved faster alone than he and Ahi could together. Zhao Qin didn't rush to find crabs. He first handed out a bottle of mineral water to each person. It was a good decision to bring these people tonight. If it were just him and Ahi, they would probably only be able to manage half a bucket now. Thank you. How did you know I was thirsty? Luo Xiaoi happily accepted the water Zhao Qin handed her, twisting it open and taking a couple of sips. I figured everyone would be thirsty. Zhao Qin casually replied while distributing water to everyone. At this moment, it seemed to be the peak time. Zhao Ping and Ahi couldn't stop. Zhao Ping was getting happier as he tied the crabs. All of this was money. Since his younger brother got serious, his fortunes had improved. Who would have thought there would be so many green crabs on the mudflat tonight? Brother Ping, why are there so many crabs? He asked in confusion. I can't explain it clearly, but I've heard the old folk say that crabs sometimes gather in large groups, sometimes extending a kilometer, and after that, several thousand pounds can be found dead on the beach. Anyway, I've never seen it. As everyone searched and moved forward, they came across a fork in the path. Going up led to the freshwater area. Zhao Qin had a thought and said to his brother, Bro, you keep an eye on them and head west. I'll go up and take a look. Maybe there are more. If not, I'll come back. Okay, just be careful. After saying this, he handed Zhao Qin some rope to tie the crabs. I'll go with you. Luo Xiaoi quickly kept up with him. The two walked along a small ditch, and not long after, Zhao Qin discovered a small puddle. With a scoop of the shovel, crabs emerged. He grabbed one and placed it in the water to rinse off the mud. Noticing this crab seemed a bit different, a bit yellower. Not just its belly, but even its claws seemed to emit a yellow hue under the light. And this yellow wasn't from the shell, but seemed to come from the meat inside, seeping out. Strange, could it be a sick crab? Never mind, I'll tie it up first. Zhao Qin, do you guys come out to catch crabs every night? Not really. There are various ways to catch crabs. Most of the time we do it during the day. By the way, which year are you in? 2nd year. I'm also from Beijing University. I'm your junior. Zhao Qin forced a smile. He couldn't really be considered from Beijing University. When are you planning to go back to Beijing? My brother got scared by what happened the day before yesterday, so I thought I'd go back the day after tomorrow. No, now that it's past midnight, I should go back tomorrow. Can you give me your number? What's wrong with that? Here, write it down. Luo Xiaoi happily took out her phone and noted down Zhao Qin's number. Just as Zhao Qin was about to say something, he spotted another crab. which was strange as it was squatting in the small puddle. He easily scooped it out with a shovel, as it was easier to catch this way. Upon closer inspection, he found that the crab's ear had mutated, and this one was also yellow all over. Do you see what's different about this crab compared to the previous ones? Zhao Qin asked, worried he might be seeing things, and turned to Luo Xiaoyi. She leaned in to examine it closely and shook her head. No difference. The color. Zhao Qin reminded her. Oh, it's a bit yellower. Oh, why is this crab like this? Doesn't it like to bathe? Zhao Qin nodded slightly, realizing he wasn't mistaken. Huh, crabs not liking to bathe doesn't work either. Zhao Qin, can I come back next summer vacation? Sure, you're welcome. After saying this, Zhao Qin suddenly realized. Could this girl have feelings for him? But a moment later, he chuckled to himself. The three major delusions of men. A girl talks to you more than usual. She likes me. A girl acts a bit intimate with you. She likes me. Looking in the mirror, I look really handsome. Putting aside the thoughts that shouldn't exist. Women only affect the speed at which one pulls out a knife. No, it's the speed of digging with a shovel. Making money is what matters. How strange. He found that all the crabs he discovered here were actually yellow, each and every one of them. In this short while, he surprisingly found more than 10. Opening the system panel, he almost gasped in surprise. The system had actually increased by 100 points of merit value, and the luck value had surprisingly decreased. Finally, he understood that his luck value was tied to these yellow crabs. No, this should also count as green crabs, right? Why was the system rewarding merit points repeatedly? Chapter 27 Separation. The system had increased by another 100 points of merit value. Although Zhao Qin was puzzled, it was still a good thing. Moreover, a jump of 100 points indicated that this yellow crab must be quite valuable. Until today, when the luck value reset to 0, Zhao Ping took out his phone and glanced at the time. It was nearly 3 o'clock. He had collected about 30 of these yellow crabs. Was it tiring? The girl was quite stubborn, insisting on carrying the bucket herself, claiming she could help. Zhao Qin couldn't snatch it from her, and now she was sweating. A few strands of hair playfully sticking to her cheeks. All right, let's go. There's nothing left here. I'll carry it, he said. This time, she didn't say anything else, and the two walked side by side down the path, heading west at the fork, taking a while to catch up with the others. During this time, everyone was much quieter. This was the time when people felt the most tired, if it weren't for wanting to help Zhao Qin. With the temper of these young ladies and young masters, they would have given up long ago. Qin, your friends seem tired. Why don't we let them head back first, and we'll continue for a while? Zhao Ping reminded him when he arrived. Well, it's such good free labor. It would be a shame to let them go. Luo Xiaoyi couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Ping awkwardly smiled and said, What kind of talk is that? They're helping you, and it becomes a duty? Zhao Qin handed a bottle of water to Luo Xiaoyi, took a few sips from another bottle himself, and then said to everyone, It must be boring. How about we play a game? Sure. What game do you want to play? Yu Fan responded first. The game is simple. We'll count to 3. Whenever we hit a 3 or a multiple of 3, we shout pass. If someone gets it wrong or is slow to react, they have to perform a show. Of course, we still have to look for crabs. If we make a mistake and find a crab at the same time, we can avoid the penalty. So, we not only play, but also compete for rewards. This is called multitasking. All right, sounds good. Let's play this. Being young, everyone quickly became interested. Zhao Qin also started searching while saying, Let's begin, 1. In the first round, he caught Yu Fan. This girl was the epitome of being both inexperienced and playful, but she was clever and had already spotted a crab. So, she caught it just in time and avoided the penalty. Next, they caught one of the boys, who scrambled to flip over 2 stones, but found no crabs and had to face the penalty. Sing a song for everyone. The group didn't care much about the quality and clapped for him. The boy sang a song by Zheng Yuan called 10,000 Reasons, but he sang it poorly, perhaps because he was tired and couldn't hit the high notes. Zhao Qin caught 2 more crabs and tossed them to the older brother for binding. He felt quite confused. According to what he knew, his luck value should have run out today, so he shouldn't have been able to find anything. No ruse. I'll figure these questions out when we finish up and head back. Starting from the boy, another round began. This time, it was Luo Tian who got it wrong, and Zhao Qin felt that he had done it on purpose. If that were the case, it showed the other person's high emotional intelligence, able to consider others. He also sang a song, Glorious Years by Huang Jiajiu, which was decent, but his Cantonese was really hard to command. As they played the game, everyone's initial tiredness quickly faded away. Yu Fan, you're hiding crabs again. Zhao Qin looked up and caught Yu Fan carefully stepping on a crab, and immediately called her out. I didn't. Like a child caught sneaking a cookie, Yu Fan quickly waved her hand, stepping down hard and directly squashing the crab into the mud. Zhao Qin raised an eyebrow, realizing he should have kept quiet. That crab was wasted. In the next round, they caught Yu Fan again, and she had to sing a song by SHE called Persian Cat. Zhao Qin discovered a pair of crabs, and they were quite large. But in his excitement, he forgot to shout the count and was caught by everyone. When they realized it was him, everyone seemed particularly excited. All right, I'm a karaoke king. A KTV prince, what should I sing? I've got it. Let me sing Little Little. Though this song is from a female perspective, he had always liked it. At first, it sounded a bit melancholic, but upon listening again, he could actually feel a touch of cuteness. Memories flowed like a storyteller, with a thick accent, skipping over puddles, circling small villages, waiting for the destined encounter. Everyone was quiet, seemingly immersed in the song's ambience. When the song ended, there was no applause, which made him quite dissatisfied. That was pretty good, full of emotion, and I didn't go off key. Hey, Zhao Qin, whose song is this? I've never heard it before. I haven't heard it either. I can't believe I didn't know such a good song. Zhao Qin smiled wryly and said, It's by Rome. Halfway through, he suddenly realized he was a reborn anomaly. Could it be that this song hadn't been released this year? I can't remember. Who cares about the singer? Come on, let us keep playing. Zhao Qin hurriedly changed the subject, feeling a bit cautious. He almost slipped up. By around 4 o'clock, even the game couldn't stir up everyone's enthusiasm, and the crab catch was dwindling. Even the older brother, he had joined in the search for crabs. It was getting light, and even if there were more crabs, they should be going back into their holes. Let us head back, Zhao Qin said, feeling quite tired, but since everyone was helping him, he naturally didn't want to voice it. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Luo Tian took out his phone and made a call as they walked up. Zhao Qin was carrying a snakeskin bag, and the older brother was too, while he held 2 buckets. Brother, how many pounds do you think we have? Zhao Qin asked wearily. It should be over 100 pounds. Wow, your friends were amazing tonight. When they reached the shore, Zhao Qin thanked a few people, saying that if they didn't leave, he would invite them for dinner to enjoy the fruits of their labor. No, we're heading back to the city now. We have some matters to handle. We should be going to the capital tomorrow, so be sure to call us when you get there. Luo Tian patted him on the shoulder and said, All right, come play again when you have time, and I wish you a smooth journey. He then looked sincerely at Luo Xiaoyi, Yu Fan, and the others, saying, It was great to meet everyone. Looking forward to seeing you again. We feel the same. You must come to the capital, Yu Fan said with a smile. The car had arrived, and everyone stopped chatting and got in. Before getting in, Luo Xiaoyi made a gesture as if to remind him to hurry and get his card. And he waved his hand. Achin, let us go a bit closer to my side first and make a simple selection. I see there are quite a few red mothers. It would be a waste to sell them like this. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Glancing at he smiled but didn't say anything. Just as the 3 of them were about to lift the bag again, they happened to see Zhao Haidong walking over. Not understanding why this uncle was up so early. What are you carrying? Zhao Haidong initially didn't want to engage with Zhao Qin, but seeing them with buckets and snakeskin bags piqued his curiosity. Before Zhao Ping could answer, he saw the crabs in the bucket. Oh my! Have you guys dug into the old nest of blue crabs? Are you carrying those too? We dug up some clams. Uncle, you go ahead with your business. We're heading back, Zhao Qin said, not wanting to engage with this uncle. After saying that, he hurried the older brother to move faster, mumbling about how tired he was. Seeing this, Zhao Haidong snorted again and left. Chapter 28, Contacting Buyers after entering the elder brother's house. They directly moved everything to the backyard. Xiao Rong heard the noise and got up. She exclaimed, What night you guys had? Wow, there's so many. Did you stir up a crab nest or something? Her face initially showed surprise, but then a smile spread from the corners of her eyes to her whole face. Zhao Qin couldn't help but laugh. This sister-in-law spoke just like their uncle. You 3 have been busy all night. I should have joined in, Xiao Rong said while moving stools for them, knowing they must have squatted all night, and it would be a struggle to squat down again to sort through everything now. Sister-in-law, my brother's friends are all helping. Just the three of us couldn't have gathered all this. He chimed in, addressing Zhao Qin. His excitement had worn off, and now he was extremely tired. At this moment, it was clear that Zhao Qin and his elder brother were better at continuous work than he was. Zhao Qin took out some cigarettes, handed one to each of them, and helped light them before saying, "Let's work a bit harder. Once we're done, we can eat and then rest." Zhao Ping nodded and saw his wife about to sit down to help. Quickly stopping her, "You don't need to busy yourself. Check if Peng Lao's place is open, get a few bowls of noodles back. Don't bother making breakfast, just eat noodles. And have Meow Meow steam an egg for you later." Normally, Xiao Rong wouldn't spend like this. Cooking porridge at home wasn't a hassle. But seeing so many crabs and knowing the three of them had worked hard all night, she turned and went inside. After getting some money, she asked the three, "Is 10 buns enough?" "That's enough, go ahead." Once the sister-in-law left, the three of them started getting busy. They directly pinched the male crabs. The harder the crab shell, the fatter it was. The red female crabs were also easy to distinguish, mainly looking at the position of the navel. If it was reddish, it was almost certainly one. In front of them were 4 baskets. One for the fat blue crabs, one for the medium ones, one for the red females, and the last one for the 2 skinny ones. These blue crabs weren't worth much, and they could be divided up to eat later. The 3 moved quickly. At this point, the sky was bright, and the lighting was good. After about half an hour, 2 sacks were sorted out, and just as they were about to sort through the bucket, Zhao Qin suddenly remembered something. He moved the bucket he had picked up earlier over and held up one crab to show Zhao Ping, "Brother, I found quite a few yellow crabs. Both male and female. They shouldn't be red females. Take a look." Zhao Ping initially didn't pay much attention, but when he took it in hand to examine it closely, he became so excited that the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground. "Yellow butter crabs?" "Yes, it's yellow butter crabs." "Achin, you're so lucky. These things are expensive." Just then, Xiao Rong walked in with a basket and hurriedly asked, "What is so expensive?" Achin actually caught a yellow butter crab. Not just one, there are about 30, both big and small. Hearing it was yellow butter crabs, Zhao Qin was also pleasantly surprised. He had heard of them and knew they were quite expensive, but he didn't expect them to look like this. "Wow, this is a big fortune. How did you manage to get so many?" Xiao Rong picked one up to examine, confirming it was indeed a yellow butter crab. In fact, yellow butter crabs had only been recognized in recent years. Before that, they were considered ordinary blue crabs and had gradually been brought over from the port city. As soon as they arrived, the price skyrocketed. "Be careful. These are really valuable. Don't let them die." "Arong, bring out the net bags from home to store these. If they get crushed, it would be a huge loss." Xiao Rong hurriedly went inside and soon found 3 or 4 net bags. Zhao Ping selected them one by one, still keeping count. After sorting them out, his mouth was grinning wide. There were a total of 31, probably over 20 pounds, which was already worth a lot of money. "Brother, stop laughing. Let us finish up quickly and eat. The noodles will get soggy." Right. We need to hurry and finish sorting the last bucket." "All right. You guys go wash your hands and eat. I'll sort through the remaining bucket." The 3 of them didn't insist anymore, as they were indeed hungry. After washing their hands, Zhao Ping took 3 large bowls and put the noodle from the convenience bags into the bowls before untangling them, dividing 1 bowl for each person. He was also afraid he would be polite, so he placed 2 big buns beside him, reminding him to take more if it wasn't enough. At first, no one had the heart to talk, but once the noodles were finished and they were eating buns with soup, Zhao Ping finally asked Achin, "Are you planning to sell to Old Lin?" Zhao Qin thought for a moment. That guy Old Lin was too shady. Selling him a few pounds might be fine, but selling him this much would be a bit of a loss. Even if he kept it confidential, the nearby purchasing station would likely see it, and soon the whole village would know. Just as he was about to say they should sell in town, he said, "Brother, wasn't he that ye zoned last time, saying to contact him for good goods? He would definitely be interested in these yellow butter crabs." Zhao Qin thought for a moment and told he, "Can you remember your uncle's phone number?" "I can remember. I'll give it to you." "Brother, can I borrow your phone for a moment?" Zhao Ping thought his phone had run out of battery and didn't think much of it, handing over his phone. It's a Bo Dao Ha." He dialed the number. "Hello, Mr. Qian, this is Zhao Qin. Sorry to disturb you so early. I'd like to get Yi Zhong's phone number." "Yes, I picked up some goods, and it's appropriate to thank you as well. If it weren't for your boat that day, Others might not have been able to rescue people. You're really kind, Mr. Qian. Let me check again what the market price for yellow butter crabs is now. All right, thank you. How much per pound? After hanging up, Zhao Ping couldn't help but ask. He said if the quality is good, it might reach around 160 or 170. Just then, Xiao Rong walked in and heard, exclaiming in surprise, then just the yellow butter crabs can sell for about 3,000. Who can say for sure? What if they don't want them? Zhao Ping rubbed his hands together, smiling, but still worried about being overly optimistic. Zhao Qin said not to rush, then called Yi Zong and learned that the crabs he caught at night were all wanted by the other party, with the price set at 180 yuan per pound. However, Zhao Qin had to deliver them to the city since he didn't have time to pick them up. After hanging up, he called 2 men to ask if she had time today. All right, it's about 70 for a round trip to the city. When are you leaving? If you're free, you can come over now. After hanging up again, he thought about returning the phone to his brother, but decided, brother, can I use your phone again in the morning? I'll return it to you. Just use it. Zhao Qin went back to the backyard and looked at the sorted out skinny crabs, which were about 10 pounds. Brother, leave 2 of these skinny crabs for me. You guys keep the rest to eat. The skinny crabs can be given to sister-in-law to take a few back to her family. After saying that, he picked out 3 yellow butter crabs and set them aside. What are you picking those for? Zhao Ping became anxious, 180 per pound. You're not planning to keep them for yourself, are you? 1 crab can buy several chickens. There are only 3 in total. A Yuan and Meow Meow each get 1. And the other one, he can take back for his grandma to try. We'll just pass. It's too expensive. It hurts to eat. A Yuan and Meow Meow don't need to keep them. Aren't there enough? Xiao Rong said, while pointing at the basket of skinny crabs. All right, just listen to me on this. Sister-in-law, don't push it. Brother, you wash up and sleep. After selling the goods, we'll settle the accounts. What accounts? I just helped. The crabs are all picked by you and your friends. I just tied some ropes. If you feel bad, just give me a day's wage. Zhao Ping was afraid to take a cent, worrying his wife would complain, and was also afraid Zhao Qin would generously give him too much. So he set a day's wage, which was 80 yuan at the dock. To him, working for 4 or 5 hours outside was already not a small amount. We'll talk about it when we get back. Chapter 29, going back to the city, hearing that they were going to the city. Ahi, who had been nodding off, suddenly perked up. Brother, I'm going too. Okay, then you can come with me and bring the crabs. The rest will sell at the seafood market in the city. Zhao Qin turned to his brother and sister-in-law. When the car arrives, let old two wait a bit. I'll go back to shower and change my clothes. It's not good to go to the city like this. I'm covered in mud and have sweat from last night. I smell bad. As he and Ahi walked away, Xiao Rong reached for Zhao Ping's waist. What are you doing? Why are you pinching me? You're so generous. Those few bowls of noodles and buns this morning cost over $10. Plus, you definitely can't work today. Although she complained, she wasn't really angry. It was a bit of a pity that these crabs weren't from home. But thinking about Zhao Qin being single, if he could save up a bit more, it would be easier for him and his brother in the future. So she felt relieved. You woman, Qin is doing great now. Butter crabs are so expensive. You're willing to keep 2 for your nephews and nieces. But he didn't say he'd keep 1 for himself. Besides, I really didn't help much last night. The goods were all picked by him and his friends. I just tied them up. True, men are interesting. How'd he grow up so suddenly? Just a while ago, he was still messing around. But these days, he's different. All right, hurry up and eat your noodles. Wake a Yuan up, or the buns will get cold. You go wake him up. I'll go to the kitchen and steam an egg for Meow Meow. Or else when she wakes up and sees her brother eating, she'll cry again. After Zhao Junyuan was called up and finished washing up, 2 men's car arrived. Min, have you eaten? There's still a few buns at home. Zhao Ping came out and handed him a cigarette. I've already eaten. Don't be polite. What is this? Do you need a hand? Wow. Why are there so many crabs? Haha, worked all night. Zhao Ping wasn't foolish, so he didn't go into detail. He was planning to go with Qin to see if they could catch more tonight. Not long after, he arrived first. Can 3 people fit? Sure. Just lift the seat on the hood in the middle. Are you going too? Yeah, my brother asked me to come along. As the 3 were chatting, they saw Zhao Qin swaying over from a distance. It wasn't that he didn't walk properly. It was mainly because he was tall and thin, and when he relaxed his steps, it gave that impression. Old 2 is here. Do you know this address? He handed the address that General Yi had reported to 2 men. The city isn't that big, Are there places I can't find? Are you doubting my professional ability? After looking at it for a moment, two men said, "Isn't it just on the west side of Changjiang Road? Get in the car. The earlier we go, the earlier we come back. Achin, here are 2 bottles of water. You and I could drink on the way." Zhao Ping handed the 2 bottles into the car. "Hey, wake up, we've arrived." "Which factory is it?" Two men was speechless. The last time he rode with Zhao Qin, it was quite interesting, mainly because Zhao Qin was always chatting. This time, however, they both fell asleep as soon as they got in the car, and the snoring was loud. Zhao Qin opened his eyes, still feeling groggy. It took a while to wake up. He rubbed his face and clearly felt the dryness in the corners of his eyes. After getting out of the car and stretching, he looked around and pointed in a direction. "That way, drive over." He called for Old Two to drive while walking in that direction and pulled out his phone to call General Yi. It was a shoe factory, and the inside should be quite large, but Zhao Qin didn't go in. He waited at the entrance. After a while, General Yi didn't come out from inside, but drove up from outside. "You came pretty quickly. I thought it would take an hour." General Yi parked, got out with a smile, and behind him was a man in his 40s. Zhao Qin greeted him and handed over the 2 bags containing the butter crabs. "General Yi, take a look. I guarantee they're wild." "Haha, as long as they're butter crabs, they must be wild. We can't farm these around here," said the man following General Yi after squatting down to take a look. General Yi took out a basket from the car and placed it aside, smiling apologetically at Zhao Qin. "This is my cousin, surnamed Liu. He is the one who buys crabs. I know how to eat them cooked, but I don't know about live ones." "That's understandable. They're so expensive, so they need to be checked carefully." Zhao Qin didn't mind and actually thought it was best this way. Otherwise, if something went wrong after he left, that would be troublesome. Wow, not only are they big male crabs, but they're also quite large. Mr. Liu's eyes lit up. Just looking at them made him greedy. 180 a pound is a bit expensive, but a good deal is still a good deal. If you meet someone who knows their stuff, there's still profit to be made. With this quality, in Hong Kong City, they wouldn't go for less than 1,000 each. "Cousin, is it true?" "No problem. They're all good ones. Your little brother is really honest. Not a single mixed one." General Yi smiled even more happily and then recounted how Zhao Qin saved him, saying, "Not only is my little brother honest, but he also has a kind heart." After saying this, he remembered something, glanced at Zhao Qin's feet, thought for a moment, and then looked at 2 men and Ahi, telling them to wait a moment before entering the factory. Zhao Qin thought he went in to get scale, and didn't pay it much mind. However, not long after, he came out with 3 boxes and placed them next to his own car. He then told Zhao Qin, "Let us go to the fruit shop next door. They have an electronic scale that's accurate." General Yi took the lead, and Zhao Qin followed behind with the basket. When they got there, the boss pointed to the electronic scale, indicating for General Yi to use it. "The basket weighs 26 pounds in total," Mr. Liu said. "My basket is marked at 4 pounds. Not more, not less. If you don't believe it, we can take the crabs out and weigh them." "No need. I trust Mr. Liu." Zhao Qin estimated in his heart. It was about that much. "All right, then let us get the money from the car." Zhao Qin moved the crabs into General Yi's trunk and reminded him, "General Yi, you definitely can't eat it all in one meal. So you can leave some at Mr. Liu's. Otherwise, it would be a pity if they die." "Thank for the reminder, Qin. But I can actually eat this in one meal." He then mentioned that there were several clients from Southeast Asia coming over tomorrow, and initially thought he wouldn't have anything impressive to offer them. But now with this, he felt he had been greatly helped. It would definitely be enough to impress them at the table. Zhao Qin was secretly shocked. He didn't expect General Yi was actually dealing with foreign trade orders. Nowadays, foreign trade was quite profitable. In total, it was 22 pounds, totaling 3,960 yuan. This time, General Yi directly paid 4,000 and reminded him to contact him if he had any rare items. After Zhao Qin counted the money, General Yi handed over the 3 boxes. "I'm in this business. It's not worth much. We're fated to meet. Size 43 is yours. Size 41 is for the driver. And little Ahi should wear size 40, right?" He dealt with shoes every day, so he could tell at a glance what size someone wore. "How can I accept this?" "General Yi, how about you tell me how much it costs and What? Do you look down on me?" General Yi pretended to be angry. With the conversation reaching this point, Zhao Qin could only thank him and accept the boxes. Mr. Liu, seeing that the two had settled the deal, asked, Achin, what are you planning to do with the crabs in the car? What a coincidence. Achin must want to sell them. Just right for you to buy them. Cousin, give a fair price. We'll be doing business together in the future. General Yi was a warm-hearted person and spoke up without Zhao Qin needing to. Chapter 30. Big Money. Zhao Qin and the others got back into the car while Mr. Lu drove Mr. Ye's car, just in time to bring those butter crabs back to the store's tank for keeping. After getting in the car, Zhao Qin threw a pair of shoes to Old Tuesday. Here, keep these. I won't need them anymore. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you on the round-trip costs. Hearing this, Old Two smiled and stuffed the shoes behind the backrest. This trip is worth it. Not only did I make money, but also got a pair of shoes. Achin, you really have a way with people. You can chat with such big bosses. Nothing much. Bosses are just people too. They need to eat and drink. By the way, Old Two, I'll be using your car in the future, but you mustn't let anyone know what goods I sold or how much money I made. Sure, for these shoes, I won't spill a word. Zhao Qin patted his stomach, feeling a bit hungry again. Damn it, not gaining weight. But my digestive system is really good. Arriving at the seafood market, the car couldn't go inside, but Mr. Lu should have called ahead, as someone was already waiting there with a cart. After unloading the goods, he's still groggy, didn't want to get out of the car, so he stayed inside with Old Tuesday. As soon as the crabs arrived at the store, Mr. Lu picked up the butter crabs and poured them into a tank. The remaining crabs were pushed to the back since there were still people buying goods at the front. He couldn't let them know how much he paid. After weighing, the red crabs totaled 63 pounds, and the remaining crabs weighed even more, totaling 79 pounds. Mr. Lu, being in this line of work, didn't even need to touch them. He could tell the fatness just from the color of the blue crabs. He casually picked a few and squeezed them, satisfied. Did you pick them at home? Yeah, I can't sell bad goods, so I sorted out the thin ones at home early this morning. Mr. Lu gave a thumbs up. No wonder my cousin praises you so much. You're straightforward. In the future, if you have good goods, just send them over. If my cousin doesn't want them, I will take them. Mr. Lu, what's the market price today? The red females are 45 a pound, and the regular ones are 30. That's the highest price. If you're not sure, there are plenty of buyers here. Feel free to ask. No need. I trust you. Let us go to the front. I'll settle the payment for you. The two went to the front, only to see several people gathered around the tank with the butter crabs outside. Old Lu, with such good goods, you didn't notify me? Quick, give me a few. I want to taste them at noon. They seem to be regular customers, pointing at the tank and asking the staff to help scoop them out. Just as Mr. Lu was about to explain, he heard someone shouting while running in from outside. Where are they? Where are the butter crabs? Oh, there really are. Old Lu, save me 4. Sorry, everyone, these goods aren't mine. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Zhao Qin. Hey, young man, are these yours? What's the price? Can you spare a few for me? No, these crabs aren't his anymore. A boss bought them for tomorrow's use, and I'm just keeping them here for now. Please forgive me. Next time we meet, I'll definitely let everyone know. Hearing this, everyone reluctantly dispersed. I must say, there are indeed more people with money and leisure these days, especially along the coast. Many people who don't care about money just want to enjoy good food. After dealing with them, Mr. Lu took out a calculator and started calculating the bill. The total was 5,205, and he didn't even round off the cents, paying Zhao Qin in full. After putting the money away, Mr. Lu handed Zhao Qin a business card, and Zhao Qin thanked him before leaving. That year, with my hands in my pockets, I didn't know what a rival was. Thinking of this phrase, he suddenly smiled. Now, with my hands in my pockets, it's because they're filled with big money. Once outside the market, he surprisingly wasn't sleeping. He was resting his feet on the windshield, smoking and watching the passing girls, mumbling to himself. When he saw Zhao Qin coming, he threw away his cigarette butt and moved to the middle of the car. Bro, I just saw Lai Bao. He came out of the market too. I called him, but he pretended not to hear and ran off quickly. After saying this, he nudged Old Tuesday brother too, also saw him. Yeah, that little guy goes to the city for no reason. Zhao Qin didn't care at all. It was as if anyone could come to the city. What do others matter? Old Two, can you do me a favor? First, go to the bank, then to the stock exchange. Achin, I heard that is a place for playing stocks. They say stocks are just gambling. You don't play that, do you? Earning money isn't easy. In light of that, I'll treat you to lunch today. Don't worry, I'm just going to find someone for something. With 9205 on him, He deposited 5,200, leaving 4,000 in his pocket, and then went into the stock exchange, only to find that the price of Matai had actually risen. Last time it was 10.09 a share. Today it was 10.34 a share. He bought another 5 lots, emptying his cart again, and then came out just in time for lunch, finding a small restaurant where the three had lunch. After ordering, he mentally calculated that he now had 9 lots in hand. At a growth rate of 180 times in 17 years, it could be worth over $1.6 million. No, that's too little. I need to buy more, at least over 50 lots, then save money to start building a house in the village, a little villa for myself. Thinking of this, he felt invigorated. The three ordered 3 dishes and a soup, along with rice, only costing 53 yuan in total. The prices these days, unbelievable. After eating, they hurried home. In town, he got a new phone card and returned to the village, directing Old Two to drive the car straight to his elder brother's house. When Xia Rong heard the car stop at her doorstep, she came out to take a look, discovering it was Zhao Qin returning. This trip took quite a while. Was it smooth? Did you sell everything? After asking, she also inquired if they had eaten. Sister-in-law, don't worry, I've eaten. Is elder brother awake? If not, call him. Let him settle the accounts before letting him sleep. Zhao Qin then asked 2 men, want to come in for a glass of water? I'll head back first. You all could be busy. By the way, I'm taking these shoes with me. Xia Rong went inside to call for people, and Lin Junyuan tugged at Zhao Qin's sleeve. Uncle, can you take me to the city next time? It's just a matter of going to play first. I have things to do. Then he walked over to the walker, pinching the chubby little face of Meow Meow, who was almost 2 weeks old and could actually walk now, but could easily bump into things without supervision, so she was kept in the walker. Qin is back. How did it go? Zhao Qin let his elder brother sit down first, took out 4,000 yuan, and calculated for the two. Total sales were 9,200 yuan. That's a lot. My goodness, almost 10,000. Earned over 9,000 in one night. Zhao Qin told the two not to interrupt him and continued. My split with he is 80-20, which is 1,840 yuan. Hearing that he would get so much, Xia Rong showed a hint of reluctance. But since the money belonged to Qin, she didn't say anything. Elder brother went a bit late last night, but he didn't do any less work. So it's also 1,840 yuan. I don't need that much. Just pack it up. Zhao Ping pulled out 3 bills from the 4,000 and put them in his pocket, standing up and walking out while saying, you two can split the rest. The extra 20 counts as this morning's noodle money. I'm dead tired. I'm going back to sleep. He wasn't pretentious. He counted out 1,800 from inside, pocketed it, and also walked out. Pingu, the rest is yours. I'm tired too. Heading back. Wait a minute. Qin left a butter crab for your grandma. You didn't take any back this morning. Take a few thinner ones back to cook porridge. Zhao Ping said as he turned around and took out a prepared net bag for him. Ahi, come over for dinner with Qin tonight. Xia Rong reminded with a smile. After everyone left, she looked at the money on the table, picked it up and counted it, totaling 1,900. She wanted to put it down, but felt a bit reluctant. Is it not good for us to take this? Just put it away. I'm sure Qin want it back. Xia Rongshi was beaming with joy as he took the money and went into the back room. After a moment, he came out and handed a red bill to Zhao Ping. What is this for? You eat first. In the afternoon, go to old Zhang's place to see if there are any braised pigs trotters left. Buy 2 to bring back for Qin too. The rest, go to old Zhu's to buy 2 bottles of liquor. Chapter 31, Not So Many Good Things on the Way Home. Zhao Qin saw a familiar figure, who almost simultaneously saw him and then walked away without looking back. Ina's back. Well, it makes sense. It's summer vacation now. It's normal for her to go back to her hometown. Not wanting to make things awkward by approaching her, he went straight home, took a quick shower, lay down on the bed, and almost as soon as his head hit the pillow, he fell into a daze. He slept until nearly 7 o'clock, stretched lazily, and his bones cracked. Could I still grow taller? No, I'm already 182 meters. That's just right. There's no need to grow anymore. And I don't want to play basketball. Feeling lazy and not wanting to cook, he suddenly remembered the system's anomaly from last night. So he opened the system to check the reason. After a while, he finally understood. Everything that had been unlocked or caught using the system tools could naturally be found afterward, without being restricted by the system's real-time luck value. Moreover, the higher the permanent luck value, the more luck boost it provided. In other words, things like clams, crab tigers, and sea cucumbers, as long as they had been dug up using the system tools before, could be picked up according to natural laws without consuming the timely luck value. No wonder, after the luck value was gone last night, he could still find blue crabs. It turned out he had unlocked that variety with the timely luck value before. Finally figuring it out, a thought crossed his mind. Those crabs last night were not due to his luck value, but likely related to the crab's own migration. Should he go try his luck again tonight? Just as he was thinking, he heard his brother's voice from outside. "Acheen, are you up? Come over for dinner." "Brother, I can just grab a bite at home." "He is already gone. Hurry up." Hearing that he had gone, Zhao Qin stopped hesitating, got up, put on some clothes, locked the door, and followed his brother. "Your sister-in-law said she saw Xiao Na today," Zhao Ping said in a low voice. Actually, his wife had reminded him not to tell Zhao Qin, but he thought it was better for his brother to know in advance. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if they ran into each other in the village. "I saw it. The bag of rice from the Yin family has been returned. Our families have nothing to do with each other anymore. It's good that you can think like that. Sai, why did you impulsively drop out of school back then? Otherwise, you'd be in your senior year this year." Zhao Qin didn't respond, and Zhao Ping just sighed a bit more, then worried he might be upset, changed the topic and asked, "Are we going to catch crabs tonight? Let's go over around 10 o'clock. If there's something, we'll do it. If not, we'll come back." "Okay." After that, they arrived at Zhao Ping's house. "Uncle, I've been waiting for you, and I still haven't eaten. You need to compensate me." "Sure, tell me what you want." "I want a new backpack. My old one has a hole, and my mom patched it up. It's so ugly." "That's a small matter. Next time we go to the city, I'll buy you a good one. You only know to ask your uncle for things. Why don't you ask your dad?" Xiaorong, who was serving dishes, overheard their conversation and said unhappily, "My dad's pockets are cleaner than my face. If I ask him, it would just end up with you. If I ask you, you'll say it's a waste to buy a new one. I'm too embarrassed to carry that backpack anymore." "So little, you haven't learned anything else. But you have learned to compete. Sister-in-law, it's normal for boys to want face in class." Zhao Qin interjected, "Is asking for a new backpack considered competing?" His nephew was already quite sensible. "Sit down and eat." Zhao Ping handed Zhao Qin the wine bottle, poured a glass for each of the three, and called out to his sister-in-law, "Sister-in-law, since there's nothing going on tonight, you should have a drink too." Local women, 8 out of 10 drink alcohol, but usually they are reluctant to do so. When guests come, they hardly sit at the table, so they rarely drink. "Yes, don't be busy, since it's all family today. Come and have a drink." Zhao Ping also chimed in. Xiaorong smiled, wiped her hands on her apron, and said, "Okay, then I'll have a drink tonight. I haven't had one since I was pregnant with Meow Meow." This meal was clearly more relaxed than the previous one. Xiaorong's perception of him had completely changed, and Zhao Ping no longer frequently served him food. The four of them chatted and laughed, and then managed to finish 2 bottles of wine. "Acheen, if you're still going to check tonight, then don't go back. Stay here and drink some tea to sober up." Xiaorong took out a deck of cards, suggesting they play do di zhu to pass the time. The 3 of them naturally wouldn't gamble, just killing time. Around 9 o'clock, Zhao Qin went back to get his tools. Thinking about last night's situation, he decided to bring 2 sand shovels instead of a shovel, which felt cumbersome. To his surprise, his brother had prepared 2 snakeskin bags and a large bundle of rope. "Brother, it's not certain there will be anything tonight. Better safe than sorry. What if there is? We wouldn't want to have to run back for things." The 3 of them moved quickly, and in about half an hour, they arrived at the same spot as yesterday, then began searching. They bent down for more than 20 minutes before finding one. This situation made all 3 frown. It seemed that it wouldn't be as lucky as last night. Zhao Ping sighed. "If we found something every night, this mudflat would be able to kill." Zhao Qin wasn't too disappointed. He had already prepared for the worst before coming. He took out cigarettes and handed one to each of them. "Well, we came all this way. Let's keep looking." Zhao Qin and he had no objections, since they were already here. It wouldn't be bad to find a few to take home to eat. After searching for a while longer, he found a red female crab. At this rate, the 3 of them might get 5 or 6 pounds tonight. Zhao Ping was actually not discouraged this time. Calculating 5 or 6 pounds at 30 per pound, each person could get a few dozen bucks. This was much easier than carrying bags of the dock during the day. However, in the next half hour, None of them found anything else. He lost interest, picked up a stone, and sat down, saying, "Last night was too busy, and tonight we can't find anything. Damn it, it's really unlucky. Why don't we just stop looking?" Zhao Qin also lost his motivation after that remark and sat down on a nearby stone, looking at Zhao Ping. "Brother, let's just call a night. It seems there's no luck tonight." Zhao Ping straightened up, glanced at the pitiful 2 crabs in the bucket and his own snakeskin bag, and similarly felt frustrated. "So we just go back empty-handed? Let's go back." Zhao Qin took out his phone to check the time. It was 11:15. Going back now wouldn't affect his brother's plans for tomorrow. Zhao Ping went home first, then he, while Zhao Qin lived in the old house, which was a bit closer to the village. Just as he was approaching his doorstep, a flashlight beam shone directly into his face, making it hard for him to open his eyes. "Who is it? What is the matter?" "Zhao Qin, where did you go so late?" When Ina saw who it was, she turned off the flashlight. "Making a living. I can't compare to you college students, all favored by heaven, waiting for graduation with plenty of companies eager to hire you. Are you still mad at me? What kind of talk is that? Should I be grateful to you? Don't get too full of yourself. Why are you asking this so late? If that's the case, you can go back. I guess you wouldn't dare to come find me during the day, afraid of gossip, right? Walk with me. I don't have time. I'm exhausted. Don't you want to know what happened to Lu Zhongyu now?" Zhao Qin paused, thought for a moment, and said, "All right, let's go. Let's go to the beach. It's perfect for a sea breeze." After Ina said that, she walked ahead. Zhao Qin took out his cigarette, lit it, and after waiting a moment, he also walked toward the beach. Chapter 32. Anger. The wind by the sea today was decent, but one could still hear the sound of waves crashing against the breakwater. Since it was the fishing ban period, there were very few fishing boats at sea. Occasionally, one could spot the lights of a fishing boat or two, but they were only using long-line fishing, which was not prohibited. "How's Lu Zhongyu doing?" Zhao Qin was too lazy to walk further and simply plopped down on the breakwater, turned off his headlamp, and put the bucket he was carrying next to him, having forgotten to leave it at home. "I broke up with Zhang Qingji." Why should I care about your breakup? By the way, your mom returned a bag of rice to my family. I didn't even ask for interest. Besides, I dropped out of school, so strictly speaking, we aren't even classmates anymore." "Zhao Qin, do you really have to say such heartless things? Does that make you feel good? I broke up with Zhang Qingji. Are you happy about it?" Ina's voice rose. "Let us talk about Lu Zhongyu." Zhao Qin was too lazy to argue with her. He felt like he was losing out by letting her affect his emotions. "You dropped out not long ago. And he dropped out too. I heard he retook the college entrance exam and should be studying in Shanghai now." Zhao Qin fell silent, taking a while to pull out a cigarette and light it again. Lu Zhongyu was a good guy. After Zhao Qin went to university, the two shared a dorm and were in the same class, so they quickly got familiar. At that time, Zhao Qin often hung out with Ina, and out of curiosity, Lu Zhongyu asked about their relationship, to which Zhao Qin revealed that they were childhood betrothed. Not long after, Ina started dating Zhang Qingji without informing Zhao Qin, and sometimes invited him out. One day, Lu Zhongyu caught Ina with someone named Zhang, and out of friendship, he confronted her and mentioned the childhood betrothal to Zhao Qin, which made things quite awkward. Afterward, Zhao Qin learned about it, thanked Lu Zhongyu, and clarified things with Ina to part ways peacefully. Not long after, they went out drinking and ran into Zhang Qingji and his friends. Zhang Qingji said some harsh words, claiming he slept with Ina, and was surprised she was still a virgin, asking Zhao Qin if he was incapable or something. Being young and hot-headed, Zhao Qin couldn't take it, so he smashed a beer bottle over the guy's head. The three on the other side jumped in a fight, and Lu Zhongyu naturally couldn't just watch his buddy get beaten up, so he joined in. That night, it escalated to the police station, and the school intervened to bail them out. A couple of days later, their instructor talked to him, implying that he should drop out voluntarily, promising that as long as he took the initiative to withdraw and accept responsibility, Lu Zhongyu would only have to write a self-reflection. To avoid dragging Lu Zhongyu down, he decisively dropped out, but held on to his anger. Furthermore, after returning home, he faced ridicule from the villagers, so he completely let loose. Unexpectedly, even after dropping out, he still implicated Lu Zhongyu. After finishing a cigarette, he stood up, patted his butt, and intended to leave with the bucket. "I know you're still angry with me. I don't blame you. I just wanted to tell you that even if you're not in college anymore, I don't look down on you. Zhao Qin was taken aback, then laughed, thinking you want to keep me as a backup. Your eyes are problematic. I'm just a fisherman, and I can't even afford a condom. Oh, right. Zhang Qingji said that the other day, asking if I couldn't afford a condom. Haha. Zhao Qin, you've gone too far. Apologize, and I'll pretend you never said that. I've gone too far? Are you an idiot? Hurry up and get lost. Disappear from my world, or I could say even worse things. You, Zhao Qin, don't regret it. I was going to give you another chance to be friends with me today. I don't care, just get lost. Ina wiped non-existent tears and ran away without looking back. Initially, she wanted to keep her cool, but this guy was too infuriating. Zhao Qin felt depressed. In fact, from the original owner's memories, after dropping out and returning, he had no illusions about Ina anymore, just guilt towards his brother. Sitting down again, he lit another cigarette and took out his phone, only to remember that he had changed it, and didn't he have Lu Zhongyu's number saved. After finishing his cigarette, his mood calmed down. It was worth letting a woman affect his feelings. Once he realized this, he flicked the cigarette but into the sea and stood up again. Seeing the bucket at his feet, he suddenly remembered it was almost midnight. He opened the system panel and looked at the luck value section, discovering it had reached 100,137, the highest single-day luck value in history. He was excited, but where had the luck value gone? He turned on the headlamp, thinking of walking south along the breakwater. As there seemed to be a tidal flat there, shining the headlamp casually, he noticed something on the stone pier. He carefully walked down and looked closely. It was a bitter snail. This thing is cooling and detoxifying, and eating it in summer is quite nice. But it's not worth much. It's probably worth about 5 yuan per pound, which is considered high. Just as he was about to go up, he noticed something else next to the bitter snail, oval-shaped like a bump on the stone pier from a mosquito bite. He pried it off with a sand shovel and exclaimed, "Wow, it's a big abalone, weighing at least 100 grams. The system prompted that his merit value had increased by 100 points, and with the 5 point from the bitter snail he just picked up, he now had 276 points in total. Overjoyed, he shone the headlamp around and found that both sides were filled with these things. He moved a few steps, and wherever the light reached, it was still the same. No way, I need to call someone. I can't pry all night by myself. He took out his phone and first called the heat, saying, "Hurry over, I'm on the East Breakwater, remember to bring water." After hanging up, he called his brother, saying, "Big brother, bring a kettle of water and a snake skin bag. I'm here at the East Breakwater." "What have you found?" "You'll know when you get here." Zhao Ping had just finished washing up and was lying down when he received the call, quickly turning over in excitement. His voice a bit loud and waking his daughter. Xiao Rong gently patted the child and said excitedly, "A Qin is calling. Didn't he say there was no stock tonight?" "I don't know what it is. He just told me to bring the snake skin bag. So he probably found something good. You go. The kettle is full of cool tea, and I just boiled 10 eggs when you guys went out, fearing you'd be hungry when you got back at midnight. So take them with you." "All right, you go back to sleep with the child." Zhao Ping, like last night, grabbed his things and ran out. Zhao Qin naturally wouldn't wait for them to arrive. After hanging up, he bought another sand shovel from a system, thinking it would be good for prying abalone, planning to let his brother use it later. But he arrived first and stood on the breakwater, asking, "Brother, what good stuff is down there?" "Quiet down, hurry down. Be careful, don't fall. A fall here is no joke." He responded softly, and halfway down, he saw what Zhao Qin had pried up and exclaimed in a low voice, "Wow, brother, is that abalone?" "Yes, grab a bucket and shovel and hurry to pry it." When Zhao Ping arrived and saw the stone pier densely packed with abalones, his tongue excitedly trembled. Without saying a word, he tied a net bag around his waist, took the shovel Zhao Qin handed him, and got to work. "Brother, how come you have another shovel?" "I bought an extra one. I thought I'd bring it along tonight since I was with you. You probably didn't notice before. Just talk while working. Don't stop. Or if people see it at dawn, it won't be hours anymore," Zhao Ping urged while prying. Chapter 33, Another Bountiful Harvest. Actually, clamming can be quite monotonous. Like right now, prying open abalone involves repeating the same motion over and over. Zhao Qin and He both have lively personalities, so of course, they thought that tossing one into the bucket could yield several or even dozens of dollars, which left little room for complaints. The three of them were so busy that they didn't even have time to smoke, let alone drink water. Moreover, The pillars of the breakwater had been soaked in seawater for a long time, and some areas were covered in moss, making them very slippery. So they had to be extra careful. Acheen, are we still going to sell these in the city tomorrow? The prices in the city are high. I asked old Lin about the price of crabs today. It's $5 less per pound than in the city. Zhao Ping couldn't hold back his smoking habit any longer, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and started prying again while talking. Let's see. Using Two Min's car all the time, I'm worried old Two might say something out of turn. Let them say it. We're just harvesting the sea openly. It's not like we're stealing or robbing. He also lit a cigarette and continued working. It's fine for 1 or 2 times. But if it happens too often, many people will definitely take notice of us. By then, wherever we go clamming, we might have a whole crowd following us. Forget about finding good stuff. Even if we do, it won't be for us. Right? You are still the most considerate. You've been diligent lately, and your luck has really been good, but we can't be too ostentatious. Zhao Ping nodded repeatedly. How about this? Let's see when we finish. If it's not much, you can ride your motorcycle home. If it's a lot, we'll use the cart to haul it to town. We can find a tricycle in town, and then no one will know. Anyway, abalone aren't easy to kill. When a snake skin bag is tied up, no one will know what's inside. All right, Brother Ping, that's a good idea. He spoke up. Zhao Qin also agreed, thinking that selling it in the city would be discreet. Brother, look at this. He exclaimed with surprise, holding up an abalone that was clearly much larger than the previous ones they had pried up. Wow, this is really big. It must weigh at least 4 tails. Zhao Qin was also astonished. He had eaten abalone before, costing around $6 or $7 each. But the 1A he was holding was more than twice the size of what he had eaten before. We struck it rich. This one probably weighs half a pound, a double-headed abalone, worth a lot of money. Zhao Ping shone his flashlight on it and immediately became excited. Hurry up and pry more. Let us pick through what we have when we get back. We can definitely sell it for a good price. After saying that, Zhao Ping spat the cigarette but fell from his mouth and landed on his hand, burning him slightly. Are you okay, big brother? Me fine. My skin is thick. The three of them occasionally expressed surprise in hushed voices, indicating they had found something big. After digging for over 3 hours, their speed began to slow down, not because they were exhausted, but because it was becoming increasingly difficult to find more. Zhao Qin didn't even need to look at the system panel to know that his luck for the day was probably running out. Sure enough, 10 minutes had passed without finding anything after locating the last one. He opened the system and glanced at it. 13,110. There was no need to keep searching. Big brother. Hey, let us stop looking. It's probably all gone. That's strange. It just went from many to none. Just a moment ago, there were quite a few. Zhao Ping's voice carried a hint of regret. Given their previous speed, he could have worked for a day and night without tiring. Brother Ping, I think just that last one was a bit more. It's getting less and less in this area. Abalone are also social creatures, so it's not surprising. He made the most reasonable explanation based on his limited knowledge of clamming. Shall we head back? Zhao Qin suggested. He had stayed up all night the day before and only slept for 6 hours. Now he was facing another night. If this continued, he would be worn out before his time. Earning money is important, but health is even more important. Zhao Ping was about to nod in agreement when he recalled the large bitter snails they had found earlier. The bitter snails are also worth over a pound. I noticed that the ones we found earlier were quite big. Should we grab some? Sure, Brother Ping. A bag of bitter snails can still sell for a couple of $100. He was the first to agree. Making money can be addictive. He was now a bit stirred up by Zhao Qin's enthusiasm. 2 to 1. Zhao Qin didn't have much to say. He really didn't care much for this amount. But thinking about it, a couple of $100 is the equivalent of 3 or 4 days' wages for many people. So he agreed. Luckily, he had picked up 2 bitter snails before while clamming for abalone, so he thought it wouldn't be a waste. They poured all the abalone they had collected into the snake skin bag. Wow, there really was quite a lot. Zhao Ping lifted it and grinned, saying, "It's definitely over 100 pounds, but I just don't know what the market price is." "It can't be low," Zhao Qin casually replied, handing one bucket to he while taking another one and heading back down to the breakwater. Zhao Ping tightly tied the bag and placed it in a lower position, ensuring that everyone could see it when they looked up. He then grabbed the net again to prepare to go back down. "Big brother, how about you head back first to bring the cart from home and also bring 2 more snakeskin bags? If you go back now, You'll probably wake up my sister-in-law. Zhao Ping thought for a moment and said, perfect, I'll take the abalone back first. That way, when your sister-in-law wakes up, she can choose them. Plus, it would be good if people saw us when it gets light. That works. How are you going to carry these 2 bags? Just bring the cart back first to haul them. Zhao Qin didn't want to carry a bag back and forth. Once he returned home, he probably wouldn't come back for snails again. Brother Ping, I'll go with you. But he was quite enthusiastic. No need, you two keep collecting snails. The worst that can happen is I make an extra trip. Zhao Ping hesitated for a moment, but quickly headed home. It was better to haul everything with the cart than to carry a bag and then have to make another trip. Let us get to work, Zhao Qin said and started to pick snails. These were easy to collect, unlike abalone that required prying. They usually came in clusters, so you could just reach out and grab them. There were many on the embankment, and it was easy to grab a handful. By the time Zhao Ping arrived with the cart for the second time, both of their buckets were almost full, just in time to hand them over to pour into the snake skin bag for the trip back to sort through them. The sizes of bitter snails varied. The large ones could sell for around $2 a pound, while the smaller ones might only be worth 1 or 2. When Zhao Ping returned for the second time, Zhao Qin and He were feeling a bit worn out. Although there were still many snails, bending over for too long was really tiring. You two take a break. By the way, your sister-in-law asked me to bring some eggs. I didn't get a chance to eat earlier, so you two have some. I'll keep picking for a while. Zhao Qin and He didn't say a word and obediently walked up to the embankment, laying down as soon as they set the bucket down. Don't fall asleep. It's a bit chilly in the morning. If your clothes are sweaty, you'll get cold. Got it, big brother, Zhao Qin replied, struggling to get up. He picked up the boiled eggs he had placed aside and handed 2 to He. Eat a bit to replenish your energy. Brother, how much do you think we can sell tonight? Zhao Qin smiled and asked. Why? Are you not tired anymore? He sat up, took the eggs, and smiled back. I am tired, but just thinking about possibly making a month's salary in one night makes me happy. Eat up, and after we finish, let us each grab another 20 pounds and head back. Let us hurry, it's already getting light. At this moment, a hint of dawn was beginning to appear in the east. Visibility was still low, but since the remaining ones were all bitter snails, they weren't worried about villagers gossiping. Chapter 34. Emergencies. Zhao Qin truly admired his elder brother. While he and He occasionally took breaks, his brother was like a perpetual motion machine, only straightening up occasionally to smoke a cigarette. As dawn broke, the number of people coming and going increased. God, so many bitter snails. A Ping, you're going to get rich. When did this happen? You've already filled 2 sacks. Z, go back and get a bucket. No, wait. Get a sack. I'll start picking. Some people were still marveling at the sight, while others had already gone down the dam to start picking. After all, the sea is ownerless. If I can pick some, so can you. Zhao Qin wasn't interested in but the aunties certainly thought otherwise. Picking up dozens of pounds could yield a decent profit. Seeing more and more people, Zhao Qin sighed, brother, let's head back. We got nothing else to pick. And who knows, there might be a fight later. Zhao Ping looked at the dam filled with people from end to end and could only nod in agreement. Feeling frustrated that it was getting light so early, if only they could pick for another 2 or 3 hours. By this time, it was already past 7. On the cart, there were 3.5 sacks of about 200 pounds in total, and with what they had brought back earlier, they had a solid 300 pounds. When they reached the village entrance, Zhao Qin let the 2 go back first, planning to buy some food. Boss, 5 bowls of beef noodles to go, and make it. More beef and more noodles, right? Got it. Good. Lao Peng is quick to respond. Zhao Qin paid, and then went next door to buy a few large buns. Seeing Lao Zhu's small shop had opened, he walked over to buy a box of milk, only paying after confirming it wasn't counterfeit. You little rascal, you were out late last night. Your eyes are all bloodshot. Yes, I was out, and not just with one. Lao Zhu leaned in closer, whispering mischievously, Ina is back. You wouldn't. Shut it. It has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving. Zhao Qin took the milk to Lao Peng's house to grab the packed noodles before heading back to his brother's house. Let's eat first, then we can sort this out. In the backyard of his brother's house, several large tubs were already filled with. And as for the abalone, Xiaorong had started sorting them out at around 4 in the morning, and now they were already sorted by size and placed in mesh bags. Wow, why are there so many again? How long is this going to take? Although Xiaorong complained, The crow's feet at the corners of her eyes were smiling, clearly very happy. When Zhao Ping returned with the second batch of abalone, she was stunned. For a moment, she genuinely doubted whether these three brothers had gone to the fish farm and stolen the nets of farmed abalone. Of course, she could tell the difference between farmed and wild abalone at a glance, as her family was also by the sea. Firstly, there was a significant difference in color. Farmed abalone had a greenish shell, while wild ones were primarily black and gray. Secondly, the smoothness of the shell. Farmed abalone tended to be smoother overall. Zhao Qin looked at the pile in the backyard and felt a headache coming on. How long would this take? Sorting through them might keep them busy until dark. Brother, why don't we just sell them as is? Sorting is too troublesome. That's not possible. If we don't sort them, the collection station will only pay 3 yuan per pound at most. If we sort them by size, we can sell them for 2 yuan. Before Zhao Ping could speak, Xiao Rong immediately disagreed. There are over 300 pounds of snails in total. I just roughly checked, and we can at least pick out half of the larger ones, which could earn an extra 100 or so yuan. Qin, you and Ahi go eat and then go back to catch up on sleep. Your sister-in-law and I will handle this. Zhao Ping also felt sorry for him, knowing he was exhausted. After all, he had slept almost all day yesterday, while Qin had gone to the city in the morning to hustle. You can't keep pushing yourself like this. You need to pay attention to your sleep, or it'll be tough when you get older. Zhao Ping smiled and said, people by the sea, who isn't young and making money, only to get sick when they grow old. How many are without ailments? That's why you need to take care of yourself more. He turned to Xiao Rong and said, Sister-in-law, why don't you see if anyone at home is free to help for the morning? I estimate 3 people for 3 hours should be enough, and we can give each person 20 yuan. Xiao Rong felt bad about hiring help, but thinking about how 3 men had stayed up all night, she agreed. Picking out the larger ones could earn an extra 100 yuan, and paying 2 people 40 yuan was still worth it. I'll go back and call my grandma. She has nothing to do at home. He said. Xiao Rong's eyes lit up. That meant they could hire 1 fewer person. And then she looked at Zhao Junyuan, who was busy eating milk and buns. Hurry up and eat. After you're done, help your mom pick the snails. I won't. No worries. It's much simpler than taking college entrance exams. Zhao Qin chimed in with a laugh. Zhao Junyuan immediately glared at him. Uncle, you're not a good person. Then spit out the milk. Then you open your mouth to catch it. Zhao Qin was so disgusted by the boy that he couldn't even finish the little bit of soup left in his bowl. Qin, you should go rest for a bit. Once we're done, I'll call you. Zhao Ping shot a glare at his son and then said to his brother, Brother, it's hot. Make sure the abalone doesn't die. Don't worry, I have a way. You go rest. Once Zhao Qin left, Zhao Ping loaded 2 large buckets on a cart, planning to go to the sea to fetch some seawater and then head to the collection station to get some ice. So the abalone could at least survive for 2 days. Bro, why don't we take a break tonight? On the way, Ahi said, we can't take a break. It's not every day we have such good luck. By the way, Ahi, how many chickens and ducks does your grandma have? There's still 5 chickens at home and about 6 ducks. If you want, I can catch one for you later. Zhao Qin pulled out a cigarette and shared one with Ahi, then said, I'm going to the town to catch some chicks and ducklings. Let your grandma help raise them. Don't worry, I'll pay the market price once they're grown. I just feel that buying outside isn't as reliable as home-raised. When it comes to food, Zhao Qin wouldn't be stingy. In life, eating and drinking are essential. If he were to skimp on himself, he might as well end all now. What's the point of living? Then I'll go back and ask my grandma. You don't need to buy chicklings. My grandma can find good local breeds. Zhao Qin thought that made sense, just as they reached the fork at Ahi's house. If I go to the city today, you don't need to follow. I'll handle the selling. Don't worry about me. Bro, why don't you just beat me up? Saying that hurts too much. Fine. I was being too talkative. Go back and rest. The two parted ways, and Zhao Qin looked up to see not far away 3 police officers, and a woman was saying something to them, occasionally raising her hand to point at him. Zhao Qin recognized that woman. It was Yin Na's mother, Chu Ying. She seemed to realize that Zhao Qin had spotted her and pointed in his direction again before turning and running away. Before long, the 3 police officers approached Zhao Qin. Is there something wrong? Zhao Qin stood up straight. Although he had been a bit tipsy earlier, he hadn't done anything to warrant police involvement. Excuse me, are you Comrade Zhao Qin? I am. That's good. We have a matter to discuss. Please come with us to assist in our investigation. Can you tell me what this is about? I have a right to know, don't I? One of the younger police officers looked displeased and said, Don't play dumb with us. You know what you did. What did I do? I really don't know. I went to university and understand the law. Please choose your words carefully, or I can sue you for defamation. Zhao Qin had remained polite, but he was unhappy when the other party directly accused him. Another middle-aged officer shot a glare at the younger one and then smiled, Calm down. Here's the thing. Did you dig up a lot of crabs the night before? Yes, quite a few. Zhao Qin was somewhat stunned. Not many people knew about this. Besides, crabs weren't under any protection, so he hadn't broken the law. Chapter 35. Who is it really? The middle-aged policeman explained the situation. The night before last, in the neighboring village, a crab farmer had just released crabs into a pond for catching. All the crabs they caught were placed in a small pool for raising. However, yesterday morning, they discovered that 7 or 8 baskets of crabs, weighing over 300 pounds, were missing, and the farmer reported it to the police. Early this morning, while investigating, the police encountered a middle-aged man who, after understanding the situation, mentioned that Zhao Qin had secretly packed a lot of crabs early yesterday morning, not wanting others to see. Those crabs were picked from the tidal flats. How did he pick them up? Come on, show me when you picked, the young man said. Zhao Qin hadn't slept all night and was already irritable. Hearing the young man's words, he angrily replied, So you think I stole them, right? Fine, I'll go with you. If I didn't do it, you owe me an apology. All right, as long as you have sufficient evidence, I will apologize. The middle-aged policeman, annoyed, pulled the young man aside and said kindly, This counts as someone reporting you. As a law-abiding citizen, you have the obligation to cooperate with us. Our car is over there. We'll go to the station to clarify the situation. Just then, he saw what was happening and rushed over, asking anxiously, Brother, what is going on? Zhao Qin was worried they would take he away too, so he didn't mention that he was also there the night before. He coldly said, Someone reported that the crabs I caught the night before were stolen. If I don't come back within 24 hours, call my classmate. Don't worry about anything else. After saying that, he turned to the middle-aged policeman and said, Let us go. I haven't slept all night. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can return. The young man wanted to say something else, but was silenced by a glare from the middle-aged policeman. Once in the car, Zhao Qin and the middle-aged policeman sat in the back seat. The policeman asked, Comrade Zhao Qin, are you still studying? Which university are you attending? The person who reported me didn't say, Am I a student of Peking University? I have the obligation to cooperate with your investigation, but don't treat me like a suspect. At this point, Zhao Qin didn't care anymore. He decided to leverage his status to ensure he wouldn't face violent law enforcement. Hearing that he was a Peking University student surprised the middle-aged policeman, who inwardly blamed the young man. Zhao Qin only replied briefly before resting, and since the town was close, they arrived shortly after. Upon entering the station, the first thing was to take a statement, and Zhao Qin answered every question. So why were you being secretive after catching the crabs? The young man asked seriously. First of all, your wording is inappropriate. I wasn't being secretive. Secondly, am I supposed to carry the crabs on my shoulders through the village or town, announcing that I caught a lot of crabs? Only a madman would do that. I'm a normal person. The young man was left speechless by the rebuttal. He wanted to intimidate Zhao Qin into correcting his attitude, but upon remembering that he was a Peking University student, he lost his confidence. All right, even if you didn't want to be seen, there are buying points at your village dock and in the town. Why did you go to the city to sell? Zhao Qin laughed in anger. You've never sold anything, have you? In the city, it's 5 yuan more per pound. Over 100 pounds means a few hundred more. Why shouldn't I go to the city? Your attitude. All right, you go out first. I'll continue recording. The middle-aged policeman couldn't take it anymore and sent the young man out, finally finishing the statement. After reading his testimony, the middle-aged policeman felt troubled. He and Zhao Qin were friends, while Zhao Ping was his brother. Both their testimonies couldn't be used, and they hadn't cleared their suspicions. As for Zhao Qin as friends from the capital, should he have him call them over for questioning? This truly posed a dilemma. After thinking for a moment, he felt that Zhao Qin wouldn't run away over 100 pounds of crabs since he was a university student. He decided to let him go home and continue the investigation on his end. Comrade Zhao Qin, you can go back now. But please do not leave the city. You must cooperate with our investigation at all times. So I'm still a suspect, right? For now, we've only heard your side of the story, so we need to verify it from all sides. Zhao Qin sat back down, saying, I'll wait here until you clear things up and until that young man apologizes to me. What do you want? I don't want anything. I think this is the most fair and impartial place, waiting for you all to clear my name. Otherwise, if you tell me who reported me, I'll leave right away. Comrade Zhao Qin, that's against regulations. We can't disclose that. The middle-aged policeman rubbed his forehead, feeling frustrated. The reason Zhao Qin didn't want to leave was that this matter could be easily clarified. He also wanted to ensure a swift resolution while worrying that they would go after his older brother again. Of course, he couldn't stop them here, but his brother was honest, and it was good to have someone looking out for him. He watched Zhao Qin being taken away and cursed a couple of times before going home to get his phone and call Luo Tian. After hanging up, he ran to Zhao Ping's house. Zhao Ping had just finished his work and was about to lie down when he heard that Zhao Qin had been arrested, and he immediately lost his focus. What is it about? Brother said it's because he caught a lot of crabs the night before and suspects those crabs were stolen. That's nonsense. We worked all night. Xiao Rong also understood and looked at the anxious Zhao Ping, saying, It'll be fine. This will be cleared up once investigated. By the way, Ihi, do you have the phone numbers of Qin's friends? Yes, I've already called them. They're in the city and said they'll head to the town immediately. Zhao Ping, don't just stay here. Push the motorcycle to the town and wait for them to come. Then we can clarify everything together. Right, Zhao Ping said as he pushed the motorcycle out. Brother Ping, I'll go with you. The two left, and Xiao Rong looked at the pile of clams, sighed, knowing that someone must be jealous, and she realized she forgot to ask her man who saw them catch so many crabs yesterday. Two Men was the one driving the car. She thought he wouldn't be so short-sighted, and offending a Qin wouldn't benefit him at all. The middle-aged policeman had no way to deal with Zhao Qin and could only let him stay in the room. Brother Zhong, are we just going to let him sleep in there? I think yes, just putting on an act. Jin Xiaogong, please understand that he is just cooperating with our investigation, and I'm an old policeman. Based on his statement, I can almost conclude that what he said is true. Did your teachers teach you that in school? Once the matter is clear, you should go apologize to him. Jin Xiaogong was momentarily stunned by this outburst. Brother Zhong had always had a good temper and had never lost his cool. Now that he was angry, Jin Xiaogong felt a bit scared. Brother Zhong, his behavior is indeed suspicious, and I'm just anxious. Brother Zhong sighed and said after a while, I'll check in the village again. Remember to order a lunchbox for Zhao Qin at noon. By the way, you pay for yourself. Order for him. How come? Did you forget the oath you took when you entered school and joined our team? Do you want to treat every citizen as your enemy? If you keep this up, no one will want to work with you. I'm sorry, Brother Zhong. Hearing him admit his mistake, Brother Zhong's expression softened a bit, pointing inside. What good is it to apologize to me? Just then, two cars and a motorcycle drove directly into the courtyard. Luo Tian got out and took out his ID, saying, I can take responsibility for everything I say. Chapter 36, This matter isn't over, thank you, Luo Ge. At the entrance, Zhao Qin sincerely thanked Luo Tian. And me, Luo Xiaoyi raised her hand. Right, and me. We all came to the airport. Yufan also jumped up with her little hand raised. All right. Thank you all for making this trip for me. Luo Tan patted his arm and said, It's no trouble. It's fine. We need to head back to Beijing today. Make sure to come visit when you have time. Zhao Qin, you stayed up late again. Your eyes are all bloodshot. Making money is important, but your health is important too, Luo Xiaoyi said, concern written all over her face. Thank you, but I won't see you off. Have a safe journey, everyone. With several witnesses, all from Beijing, Brother Zhong knew for sure that this matter had nothing to do with Zhao Qin, so he ordered Jin Xiaogong to apologize to him. After catching up on some sleep, Zhao Qin felt much better and had lost the earlier anger. He still stopped the other party before the apology. After all, they were public servants, so why make another enemy? Sometimes, seeking immediate gratification can narrow one's path. Moreover, an apology from the other party wouldn't increase his luck. So he took the initiative to say, That was my fault earlier, leaders, please forgive me. I was busy all night without sleep. After saying this, he walked over to his brother's side. I'll take you back. Just as Zhao Qin was thinking that a motorcycle couldn't fit 3 people, Jin Xiaogong turned around and came out with the car keys. How can I accept that? Zhao Qin said politely. It's fine, let's go. Zhao Qin thought for a moment and decided to let his brother and he ride the motorcycle back while he got into Jin Xiaogong's car. Sorry for being a bother this morning. I was just focused on solving the case. If you say that, I might just get out, Jin Xiaogong said. I admit my attitude wasn't right. Mainly, I didn't sleep all night. You understand, right? As the ancient said, no fight, no acquaintance. We didn't fight, but the process of getting to know each other has been quite interesting. Hearing this, Jin Xiaogong nodded and smiled. We have regulations in our organization. I can't disclose the identity of the informant. I understand. No need for you to say. The drive was quick since it wasn't too far, and they arrived at the village in no time. Zhao Qin got out of the car and thanked him again, inviting him to come by when he's on vacation. Next time, don't wear that uniform. It makes me nervous. Aren't you starting school in a couple of months? Haha, don't mind me. I was a student at Peking University, but dropped out for personal reasons. Jin Xiaogong was taken aback, then raised his hand to pat him while laughing. All right, that's fine. I'll come find you to hang out. After they said their goodbyes, Zhao Qin took out a cigarette, lit one up, and walked towards his brother's house, his mind racing. Actually, he could probably guess who reported him. It was no one but his uncle. As for Chuing, she probably just pointed him out to the police, which didn't count for much. If he had tested Jin Xiaogong just now, he would have definitely gotten a result, but he swallowed the words back down. Let us pretend he didn't know. Moreover, he hadn't thought it through before, but now he had more thoughts. Yesterday morning, when he went to sell crabs, he mentioned seeing Lai Bao and told him to ignore him, which was interesting. No rush. First, he needed to digest the results of last night's labor. Then think about what to do. If it was just reporting Lai Bao, he would have mentioned it to Jin Xiaogong just now. When he arrived at his brother's house, his brother and he were just returning on the motorcycle. When Xia Rong heard the motorcycle, she saw Zhao Qin following them back and let out a sigh of relief. Everything all right? Yeah. Not sure which heartless person reported to Qin for stealing crabs. They better not let me find out. If I do, I'll go to their house and give them a beating, Zhao Ping said fiercely. Who saw you? Sister-in-law. How's the picking going? Zhao Qin quickly interrupted his sister-in-law, shaking his head slightly. Xia Rong was stunned for a moment, then realized she shouldn't remind her husband. If she found out who it was and ended up causing trouble, an honest person like him could become more extreme when angry. We've almost picked everything. It's fine, as long as nothing is wrong. The day after tomorrow is the 15th. At Qin, buy some incense to worship at the Mazu temple. Okay, sister-in-law. The three enter the house. As Zhao Qin peeked into the backyard, he saw Zhao Junyuan looking lifeless, probably frustrated after picking snails all morning. Zhao Qin grinned and said, You'll have the most stylish pencil case soon, and when you enter the 3rd grade, I'll get you a fountain pen. Hearing this, Zhao Junyuan's eyes lit up. Uncle, I actually think we should add a round of chicken. It's new in the city, and my classmates say it's really delicious. That is not healthy, but having it once in a while is fine. How about this? Why don't you come with me to the city today? I'll take you out to eat. It has to be eaten fresh. It doesn't taste good when it's cold. Zhao Junyuan was about to nod when his mother slapped him on the head. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. Your uncle works so hard to earn money. If nothing else can satisfy him, this little wish can still be granted. Qin, your sister-in-law is right. You should go worship Mazu. You've had good luck these past few days. Don't let today's incident break your luck. Ahi's grandmother also advised. Got it, Grandma. Thanks for your hard work today. Don't mention it. If you need help, I'd be happy to assist. I wish I could help every day. Old lady, you've hit the nail on the head, Xia Rong said with a smile. What about the abalone? Zhao Qin asked curiously, not seeing it. In the tank. Your brother added seawater and ice to keep them alive. It's too hot outside, Xia Rong said, pointing to the nearby tank. Zhao Qin kicked He, who was crouching there helping to pick snails. Stop working. Hurry back to rest. I slept a bit at the office, and you haven't slept at all. Right, go back and rest. Zhao Ping urged. Old lady, there's not much left. You should go back too. Xia Rong grabbed Ahi's small plastic net. Ahi's grandmother didn't insist and thought about going back to cook something for her grandson to eat before he slept. It was almost 11 o'clock. After the two left, Zhao Qin walked over to the tank and exclaimed, Wow, why is this one so big? Who picked it? He saw a small basket with a single abalone, which was much larger than any he had picked the night before. Hee. I just picked it not long after going down yesterday. I forgot to tell you, Zhao Ping said as he walked closer, looking satisfied. Did you weigh it? Xiao Rong chimed in. After your brother left, I had nothing to do, so I weighed it. It's 1 pound 3 ounces. In this sea area, most abalones are mixed colors and usually don't grow too large. 1 pound with 2 or 3 heads is considered top quality. Zhao Qin really didn't know they could grow this big. Brother, can our local abalones grow this big? I once saw on the news that someone found one weighing 8 pounds, but I've never seen it. When I was 6 or 7 years old, I saw one that weighed 1 pound 8 ounces. Dad said it sold for $80, which was a big deal back then and caused quite a stir in the village. Zhao Ping was born in 77, so when he was 6 or 7, it was around 83 or 84 when $80 was quite valuable. Many people earned that in a month and a half. Looking at such a big one, Zhao Qin felt it would be a shame to sell it. Brother, don't sell this one. Why not? It's so big. If nothing else, it's definitely worth $500 or $600. Keep it for Meow Meow and a yuan to eat. Such a big one. They might never encounter it again in their lives. Selling would be a loss. Zhao Ping. Why does my brother always talk backward? Eating such a big one would be the real loss. Chapter 37, Abalone Pearls. Zhao Qin was worried that his elder brother would disagree. So he went straight into the kitchen to grab a knife, intending to separate the meat from the shell of the abalone. Ah Qin, you really want to keep it? That's too wasteful, said Xia Rong, looking a bit reluctant as well, but thinking about feeding it to her 2 children, it didn't seem like a loss. Let us keep it. Who knows if we can get such a big one in the future. Anyway, it's going into the kids' stomachs, not being thrown away. Zhao Qin said as he used the back of the knife to push in along the shell, and before long, he cut through the adductor muscle, connecting it to the shell, separating the meat. He was familiar with this. He had eaten it before and knew which parts were edible and which were not. He scooped out the internal organs and the mouth, but while doing so, he noticed his hand had been scratched by something hard. That's strange, the shell is gone, he mumbled, as he squeezed the insides. He unexpectedly extracted a hard piece that resembled a tooth, like a stone. It was bright green all over, fading to a light red at the pointed end. Brother, look at this. He didn't know what it was, so he called his elder brother over. Zhao Ping was busy helping his wife pick snails. But when he heard his brother call, he came over to take a look and was surprised. Did you dig this out of the abalone? Yeah, what is it? Did this big abalone grow a stone? This is an abalone pearl. I've only heard of it before. It's my first time seeing one, Zhao Ping replied, taking it into his hands and shaking it in the water, confirming, yes, it looks like this. Upon hearing about the abalone pearl, Xia Rong couldn't sit still anymore, getting up to come over. Where's the pearl? Let me see. She took it from Zhao Ping, her eyes sparkling more than the pearl itself. Upping, is this thing valuable? I don't know, but I've heard that it takes tens of thousands of abalones to produce one, so it should be worth something, right? No way. Brother, can pearls grow in abalones? And aren't pearls supposed to be round? Abalone pearls are irregularly shaped. Ah Qin, it's a good thing you kept it. If you sold it, you might have lost out big time. Zhao Qin felt happy upon hearing this. He didn't sell it purely out of reluctance. And he didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. The 3 of them took turns admiring it for a while. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed quite beautiful, with vibrant colors and a smooth surface like a mirror. Sister-in-law, if you like it, just keep it. Seeing that his sister-in-law cherished it, Zhao Qin generously thought back to how she would invite him to dinner during festivals when he was being reckless, so giving it to her wasn't a loss. Xia Rong instinctively felt happy, but immediately shook her head. I don't want it. You're not married yet. You'll need to date in the future. Keep this for now, and you can give it to your girlfriend later. It's practical and presentable. No, Yes, your sister-in-law is right. Zhao Ping interrupted Zhao Qin's words in agreement. All right, my room isn't safe for keeping this. Sister-in-law, let us store it here. I'll come to ask you for it later. He thought about whether to say more. If his sister-in-law liked it, she could keep it. And if it was really worth something later, then they could take it out. Even if it was valuable, a single one wouldn't be worth more than a few thousand. Ah Qin, I still need about half an hour to finish picking and then cook some rice. It'll take at least an hour. If you want to go to the city to sell, you should eat first. Just lie down on Yuan's bed for a bit. Don't keep running back and forth. Xia Rong then told Zhao Ping. You don't need to be busy. Go to sleep quickly. I'll head back home first. I haven't showered, and my clothes are all smelly. After I shower, I'll come back. He was afraid that if he went home to sleep, he wouldn't wake up for a while. Showering and then coming to his brother's house to sleep would be fine. He could just call out during dinner. Uncle, hurry up. I'll help you wipe the mat and turn on the fan. It's really cool to sleep. The child can be taught. Zhao Qin smiled and went home. After showering and coming back, a yuan really wiped the mat for him, and he didn't feel hot or cold. He fell asleep right away. Although he only slept for about 2 hours, he felt much better. Lying in bed, he called General Liu. He didn't want to buy the abalone, but he still asked Zhao Qin to deliver the goods to the city. He would help find good buyers, and the price would definitely be reasonable. After washing his face, Zhao Qin sat down to eat. Steamed salted fish, shredded meat stir-fried with cowpeas, stir-fried eggplant, and clam soup were delicious and refreshing. His sister-in-law's cooking was really good. He finished 3 big bowls of rice before reluctantly putting down the bowl. A yuan, it's pretty hot now. Are you sure you want to follow? It's fine. I'm not afraid of the heat. Brother, the price of bitter snails in the market probably won't be too high either. There are about 300 pounds here. Why not sell them in town? If it weren't for needing the bitter snails to cover for the abalone, he would have thought about directly moving them to the village dock to sell. All right, then let us sell them in town. After dinner, the two of them got busy again, first stacking the packaged bitter snails onto the cart, then stuffing the net bags of abalone into snake skin bags. Pouring some ice inside, let the water leak out. Xiao Rong spoke sternly, but when she heard Qin was really going to take her son, she found him a straw hat. A yuan looked at the hat with a face full of disdain, but he didn't dare to say much now, fearing that if he said something wrong, his mother would directly not let him follow. They hung a jug of water on the handle of the cart, and Zhao Ping pulled the cart and set off. Nowadays, hand tractors are quite common. Their family could afford one, but they really didn't have much land. So buying one wouldn't be very useful. They walked slowly and took about half an hour to reach the town. First, they found a small truck to unload the abalone. Then Zhao Ping pointed out the shop where he had previously sold crab tigers, and he took a yuan with him toward the city. The security was much better now, and a yuan was quite sensible and wouldn't run around, which is why he dared to take him. This time they were negotiating for a chartered car, 100 yuan for the afternoon, covering the round trip. Upon arriving at the seafood market, Zhao Qin had called General Liu in advance. The latter, along with another person, was already waiting at the entrance of the market with a small cart. Business is essentially about referrals. Whether it can grow big depends on your interpersonal skills. If you offend everyone around you, it definitely won't work out well. This is General Yang, who specializes in shellfish. Before Zhao Qin could greet him, General Yang eagerly asked, "Are you sure they're all wild? Don't worry, if I find even one farmed one, I'll 1T take this batch." "Huh, that 1T happen. Let us unload the goods first, then we'll check in the store," General Yang smiled. "Old Yang, my younger brother is sincere. Your price should be fair too. Don't make it hard for me to be in the middle. I have things to attend to, you both get busy. Qin, after selling, come to my store for a sit." Once the two got connected, General Liu's task was complete. He certainly couldn't stay here and influence their negotiation. "Don't worry, old Liu. Let us have a drink together tonight. Don't say you don't have time." Zhao Qin also greeted General Liu, then unloaded the goods onto the small cart and waved for a yuan to follow him inside. When they reached General Yang's store, as usual, they entered through the back door. When the abalone was taken out of the snakeskin bag, General Yang's eyes nearly popped out. Double-headed abalone? The so-called double-headed abalone refers to how many can be weighed in 1 pound. 2 in 1 pound represents double-headed abalone. Generally, the quality is the same, and the bigger ones are worth more. Some even go beyond that. 2 can weigh 1.5 to 2 pounds. General Yang initially wanted to act a bit reserved, but at this moment, he couldn't hide his joy. With such abalone, the pricing power was in his hands. When he encounters someone knowledgeable, he can sell it for whatever price he wants. Chapter 38, Father at Home. The abalone was sorted into 3 specifications: 2 heads, within 5 heads, and small ones. Of course, after Yang took them, there would be further subdivisions. The price would vary depending on the weight and count. "I'll call you Akin, since you were introduced to me by old Liu. I certainly can't let you suffer a loss. I'll give you 280 yuan for the 2 heads, 180 for the 5 heads, and the rest for 120. What do you think? Zhao Qin didn't know much about the prices, but it was already much higher than he expected, so he agreed without much hesitation. There were only a dozen two-head abalones, weighing 3 jin after being weighed. The 5 heads were a bit more, totaling 37 jin, while the small ones weighed 5 jin. The 3 of them dug up over 120 jin in 3 hours yesterday. Following Yang to the store in front, Yang opened the fridge and took out 2 bottles of cola, handing one to him and a yuan. To cool off, Zhao Qin didn't hold back and drank it immediately. Seeing him drink, a yuan followed suit, and they both sighed in relief at the same time. Yang was busy calculating on a notepad, zeroing out 3 multiplied by 280. The calculator beeped, and Yang handed him the bill saying, "Brother, the total is 18,764 yuan. Since it's our first deal, let us just say it's 18,800. That number is auspicious. If you have good stuff like conchs in the future, feel free to send them over." "Thank you, Yang." "No, thank you. With this batch of goods, I can make a name for myself in the market again," Zhao Qin replied. After counting the money, they exchanged phone numbers, and Yang reminded him to be careful with the cash, as there were many thieves in the market. Only then did Zhao Qin leave the store. He stuffed the snakeskin bag into a net bag and tossed it into the trunk, then asked the driver to go to the bank. This time he deposited 10,000 yuan and bought 9 shares of Matai stock, totaling 18 shares, spending less than 20,000 yuan. In the future, it might be worth over 3 million. Just thinking about it made him feel great. "Let us go. Where's the chicken? Let us head over." Hearing that he wouldn't return, the driver was a bit unhappy. After arriving, Zhao Qin got out and bought 2 packs of Tashin and a bottle of cola, which made the driver look better. It wasn't that Zhao Qin was generous. When out, one shouldn't offend anyone, especially the one holding the steering wheel. To put it bluntly, once in the car, one's life was in the other person's hands. He took a yuan to buy things first, deciding to get him fully equipped. He initially thought about buying a good pen, but then thought it would be a pity to lose or break it, so he spent 32 yuan on 2 hero pens, along with a backpack and a pencil case. Then he went to the sportswear section and bought the kid 2 sets of sportswear and shoes. For city kids, these were quite ordinary, but in the countryside, wearing a set of sportswear with a pair of sneakers was still a good configuration. The brand he chose was Antal. Once a soldier, after 3 years of ideological education, patriotism had long been ingrained in him. If he heard someone online say something negative about the country, he would leave a long comment scolding them and then report them. So, he definitely wouldn't buy anything like Adidas or Nike. Is the chicken good? If you eat it once a year, it feels pretty good. If once a month, it's okay, but if once a week, I can't stand it. It's strange how foreigners can have it 3 meals a day. "Uncle, is this chicken?" "It doesn't taste like chicken at all. It's worse than my mom's braised chicken." Zhao Junyuan was a bit disappointed. After all, his classmates had described it as a supreme delicacy. How can it compare to the free-range chickens we raise at home? Still want to eat? Zhao Qin ordered a family bucket and only ate a spicy chicken wing himself. Zhao Junyuan finished a burger and said, "That's about it. Let us take the leftovers home for my parents to try." "All right, let us go. Take the fries. You can eat them on the way." Upon reaching the town, Zhao Qin added 10 yuan and had the driver take him directly to the village. He also called a he to let him gather at his elder brother's house. By the time they got home, it was nearly 7 o'clock, and it was still light outside. At home, his older brother was already up, repairing a chair in the yard. The backrest had become a bit loose from prolonged use, which was simple. He just needed to drive a nail in to fix it. "You were just wasting money. Why buy so many things for a yuan?" Seeing the big and small bags, Xiaorong's face was both happy and pained. "Didn't spend much. I saw that Tiger Head had a nice set of sportswear, so I bought 2 for yuan. His grandpa is the village secretary. How can we compare?" Zhao Qin's face twitched. "What a big shot. Brother, stop being busy. Let us settle the accounts first." "Where he?" I called him over. I killed a duck and asked him to take a few pieces back for his grandma. "Who helped out this morning?" Xiaorong said while sorting through the things Zhao Qin bought. "Mom and Dad, this is what I saved up for you to eat." Seeing the packed chicken, a yuan flattered. Zhao Ping washed his hands and came over, opening the drawer of the spice cabinet to take out the money inside. "The price you said was fair. Big cons were 2 yuan and 3. Small ones were 1 yuan and 5. The prices were good. Together, They weighed 322 jin and sold for 558 yuan. By the way, what is the market for abalone like? Can the income match that of blue crabs? Xiao Rong paused her hands, looking at Zhao Qin with anticipation. It just doubled. The money from selling? Xiao Rong's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, we sold a total of 18,800 yuan. Oh my gosh, how is there so much? Including the conchs, wow, almost 20,000 in one night. Xiao Rong unconsciously clapped her hands. Zhao Ping was also very happy. He thought the price of abalone was good, but he didn't expect it to be this high. The three of them worked hard all night, earning what others would make in a year. Looking at his brother, nodding continuously, ever since Qin started being diligent. It seemed like their luck had been great. Starting from the clams, it hadn't been long, and they had already made 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. Even after splitting it, at least 20,000 was left in hand. When Dad comes back and sees you like this, he'll definitely be happy. Zhao Qin rolled his eyes. His father in his mind was not a good father. His ambition far exceeded his abilities, which was a true reflection of his life. He had started doing business early, but he lacked perseverance. When he was younger, before his grandfather passed away, many elders in the village advised him not to follow in his father's footsteps. His father had just started a family, with his older brother only 2 or 3 years old and his mother pregnant. Hearing that smuggling was profitable, he got involved. But without anyone to guide him, and with little money, he could only do small jobs helping others receive goods by the seaside. In the end, he didn't make any money, got reported, and ended up in jail for 3 years. Not long after he got out, his mother was pregnant with Zhao Qin, and he was restless again, hearing that he could make money bringing goods back from Shenzhen. Eagerly, he ran off again, without a border pass, trying to sneak through barbed wire like others. While others went back and forth dozens of times without issue, he was caught the first time he tried, resulting in half a month in detention and then being sent back, followed by another 3 months in jail. In short, his father was pretty much the same as he was before, always avoiding honest work, dreaming of getting rich without being grounded, and occasionally enjoying toying with the law. Until Zhao Qin grew up, his father spent little time at home each year, and when he did come back, he either lamented about being born at the wrong time or complained about bad luck. It was only 2 years ago when his mother passed away that he saw his father cry alone at night, realizing that he wasn't completely heartless. Chapter 39, the happy old lady Zhao Qin's father is Zhao Onghua, and he has never been a settled person. As for now, Zhao Qin only knows that he is in the provincial capital doing some kind of work, or maybe not working at all. It's likely that even his elder brother knows nothing about it. Zhao Qin has an elder sister who studied up to high school. She was doing well academically, but during her senior year, she got so caught up in love that she forgot to study. However, it turned out well as her first love blossomed, and she is now married to someone from a neighboring city, which is quite far away. She only comes back once or twice a year. Her husband passed the teacher qualification exam, and although his salary is not high, it is stable. In short, it's just enough to get by. In the past 2 years, whenever the elder sister comes back, she would beat Zhao Qin for not being ambitious, but after the beating, she would sneakily slip him 200 or 300 yuan before leaving. Whether their father would be happy about his changes is uncertain, but if the elder sister hears about it, she would surely be pleased. Zhao Qin took out the remaining money from his pocket and began to count it. Including the money from the total income was 19,358 yuan. Taking 60 of that, he would get 11,600 yuan, and the remaining would be split between his elder brother and he, each getting 3,870 yuan. He had previously saved 10,000 yuan, and he took out 1,600 yuan to put in his pocket, while also separating the money for both of them, pushing his elder brother's share towards him. Big brother, last night the 3 of us put in about the same effort. By rights, you should have worked harder, but since we're brothers, let us be clear about the finances. I found the abalones, so just like last time, I'll take 60, and you and he can take 20 each. Before Zhao Ping could respond, Zhao Qin turned to Xiao Rong and said, "Sister-in-law, if you think this distribution is unfair, please let me know. We can split it evenly this time." This needed to be clarified, otherwise it would be unpleasant to think it was unfair later. Right now, he needed money, so even with his own elder brother, he wouldn't split it evenly. If his brother and sister-in-law had any opinions, it would just be this way this time. And in the future, he would calculate with Ahi together. Why say that? If it weren't for you, could your brother earn 5 or 6,000 in 2 days? It's not like we're just taking advantage of your luck. Shouldn't we just take 1/10? Zhao Ping replied. Yeah, Achin, don't say that again. If I were working at the dock, I'd only make a little over 100 in 2 days. Zhao Ping also felt that Zhao Qin's words were unnecessary. Zhao Qin wasn't worried about his elder brother. He was just afraid that his sister-in-law would think too much. Hearing her say this made him feel relieved, and he smiled, saying, such good fortune doesn't come every day. Who knows when the next time will be? Sister-in-law, just keep the money for now. This was already satisfying. In 2 days, his brother earned half a year's wages. Xiao Rong happily picked up the money, said a few words, and then turned to go into the house. But he is so unreliable. Why hasn't he come yet? Zhao Qin complained. Should I give him a call? I'll put the dishes on the table first. Xiao Rong went back into the kitchen in the backyard. Zhao Qin took out his phone and was about to dial when he walked in, holding a chicken and a duck. What are you doing with that? Zhao Ping asked. My grandma asked me to bring it for my brother, saying it's hard for him to handle alone at home. And since I happen to be here, we can kill it together to eat later. Just then, Xiao Rong came out with the dishes and heard this, quickly saying, it's not easy for the old lady to raise a few chickens and ducks. I have more at home. You could take it back. If I take it back, my grandma will scold me for not bringing a proper gift. Sister-in-law, just keep it. Seeing this, Zhao Qin said to Xiao Rong, sister-in-law, then let us keep it. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future anyway. Xiao Rong thought it made sense, so she accepted the chicken and duck and put them in her own cage. Zhao Qin pushed a he's share towards him, and he didn't even count it, just stuffed it into his pocket. Be careful with that. Don't lose it when you go home tonight. Zhao Ping felt uneasy watching him. I want tea, Pingu. Xiao Rong brought the prepared dishes to the table and also found a plate to put the leftover KFC chicken from a yuan on the table, making it one of the dishes. Tonight's feast is lavish. We have meat, snails, and shrimp, Xiao Rong said with a smile. I was idle this afternoon, and your brother was at home putting the kids to sleep. I originally wanted to go pick some oysters, but it turns out the neighboring village was cleaning the shrimp pond, and many people were buying them, so I bought £2 for 9 yuan a pound. It was cheap. A yuan looked at the table full of delicious dishes and felt frustrated. If he had known, he wouldn't have eaten that KFC chicken. Now he wanted to eat more, but he had no room left. After drinking a bottle of beer, Zhao Qin was ready to eat. Achin, remember to buy incense and fruit trays tomorrow. This is for worshipping Mazu. I can't help you buy it, as that wouldn't be sincere. Xiao Rong reminded him after dinner. Got it, sister-in-law. I'll head back now. I'm really tired. Go on, rest early. If your clothes need washing, bring them over tomorrow morning. There are already a pile of clothes at home, so adding 1 or 2 more is no trouble. Zhao Qin agreed, waved to Wei, and they left together. Brother, my grandma said she would feed the chickens and ducks more, but it's too hot right now. And the chicks are hard to buy and get sick easily. If it's hard to catch, then don't catch them. If we're short later, we can buy them in the village. Don't let grandma worry about this. By the way, you go back first, give the money to grandma, and then buy a few bottles of beer to bring to my house. Okay. At the intersection, he ran home. After getting home, he took out the money to give to the old lady and was about to run off. Wait, how much is this? I don't know. I didn't count. Don't leave yet. Count it first. He had no choice but to patiently stay with the old lady and count the money. After finishing, he couldn't help but exclaim, wow, there is so much. The old lady was also surprised. There were over 800 yuan. Call Achin and ask him if he made a mistake. Why is there so much? I'm going over soon. Why call? Call now, right in front of me. Hurry up. He dialed the number and confirmed it wasn't a mistake. The old lady held onto the money tightly, almost unable to grasp it, muttering, Mazu, bless us, and tears streaming down her face with a smile. Grandma, why are you crying again? Tomorrow I'll go to the town to see if there are any chicks. If not, I'll make a trip to the hatchery. Remember to be grateful and repay kindness. You need to keep up with Achin and not be lazy, understand? Grandma, I want TB. Besides, if I slack off a bit, my brother won't say anything. Okay, I was thinking you were all alone without anyone to rely on. But now it's good, really good. Also, don't brag about how much you and Achin earned. Grandma, I know. My brother said to keep it low-key and make a fortune quietly. When we save enough to buy a building, we'll shock the villagers. The old lady playfully patted him on the arm, knowing he was just joking. Grandma, I'm off. My brother has things to discuss with me. Go on. If you plan to go to the beach tonight, remember to tell me when you come back. And don't go into the mangroves. Watching he run away, she clutched the money and went to her room, first putting the money away. Then she lifted the black cloth covering a nearby counter, revealing 3 memorial tablets. She took out 3 small incense burners, lit incense in each, and said, "Don't fight over it. Everyone has a share. Just letting you know, he has done well. Let us celebrate. Remember to bless him with safety. I'm still hoping to hold my great-grandson. Once that wish is fulfilled, I'll come down to be with you." Chapter 40. Plotting. Zhao Qin finished a shower and sat on the bed, his eyelids starting to droop. But he had something on his mind and didn't dare to lie down. He turned on the TV, which was playing The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. He had watched the show before, and to be honest, he didn't really understand the plot. He only remembered that Ling Er was very beautiful. His phone buzzed, and he picked it up to see a text from Luo Xiaoyi, telling him that they had arrived home and that her brother had issued a gag order. No one was allowed to talk about her falling into the sea. He chuckled, replied that he had been busy all day and hadn't slept, feeling extremely tired. She replied instantly, telling him to rest early and not to stay up late. The two were a bit far apart, and it was evident that Luo Xiaoyi's family had a good background. Even if Zhao Qin became wealthy in the future, to her, he would just be a nouveau riche. Perhaps it was an illusion before, but now he could confirm that Luo Xiaoyi had a vague fondness for him. He also admitted to himself that Luo Xiaoyi was his type, but as always, there was the issue of distance. Let it be. He thought that as time passed, the slight affection Luo Xiaoyi felt out of gratitude for saving her would eventually fade away. Ahe arrived quickly, just as the small segment of the TV drama in the middle of an advertisement ended. He brought not only beer, but also peanuts. Old Zhang's braised dishes had sold out today, leaving only some peanuts. Quite good. Each opened a bottle, and after taking a sip, Zhao Qin said, "Ahe, yesterday morning you mentioned you saw Lai Bao. Are you sure you called him? Did he hear you but not respond, or did he not hear you at all?" "Definitely heard me. And as soon as I called, that guy ran even faster, as if he was afraid I would catch up to him," Ahe replied. "Did he have anything in his hands?" Zhao Qin asked. Ahe thought for a moment and said, "Yes, he was carrying a snakeskin bag, but it didn't look heavy." At this point, Ahe seemed to suddenly react and sprang up, but then slowly sat back down and whispered, "Bro, you suspect that Lai Bao is the real thief of the crabs, right?" "Exactly," he said, slapping the table. "He must be feeling guilty. It's possible that the green crabs he dug up the day before were stolen, and when he noticed that no one was paying attention the next day, he got bolder and took 7 or 8 baskets at once." Ahe was quite clever. With just a slight hint from Zhao Qin, he was analyzing it psychologically. "Bro, let us report him. He caused you to go in there so early." Zhao Qin waved his hand, saying this couldn't be exposed by him. Otherwise, it would lose its meaning. Moreover, he wanted to take the opportunity to annoy his uncle. "Ahe, besides us, who else knows that Lai Bao did it and would definitely report him?" Without thinking, Ahe replied, "Lin Lair. They say distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Well, these two families have turned from neighbors into enemies." Then his eyes lit up. "Bro, how about I tell Lin Lair?" Zhao Qin smacked him lightly on the head, saying it would be better to tell Jin Xiaogong himself. He got up and opened the drawer of his old desk, taking out an unfinished notebook and tearing off a few random pages. He also pulled out a pen from the pen holder to test it, after trying for a while. Only a pencil worked, while the others were all damaged. "Does Lin Lair know how to read?" he asked, sitting back down. Ahe thought for a moment and shook his head, unsure. Zhao Qin thought about it and called his older brother. Zhao Ping made it very clear. Lin Lair was 2 years older than him and started school late. He dropped out after the 3rd grade. In the early 1980s, local parents didn't really care about their children's education. If a child had the ability to study, they would support them, but those who couldn't would drop out early. By the 3rd grade, he could barely recognize all the characters, and claiming he could write beautifully would be hard. Zhao Ping asked what he wanted to know about Lin Lair, but Zhao Qin didn't explain, just reminded his brother not to let this matter leak out. After hanging up, he felt a bit frustrated. Whether it was his previous self or this body, he could write pretty well in regular script. Even if he tried to write poorly, there were still traces of his skill visible between strokes. After thinking it over, he simply held the pen with his left hand, and that seemed fine. Ahe had only graduated from high school, but he could recognize all the characters and tilted his head to watch Zhao Qin write. The crabs from a neighboring village were stolen by Lai Bao and Zhao Haidong together, stolen twice in total. The first time it wasn't much, so the owner didn't notice, but the second time he got bolder. Bro, what does this have to do with your uncle? Ahe asked, confused after Zhao Qin finished writing. Ahe, who knew we dug up so many crabs the night before? Besides Luo Gu and the others, there are 2 men, and right, your uncle also encountered it. Yes, it must have been him who reported it. At this point, Ahe's face was filled with anger. How about we prepare a sack tonight? All right, stop thinking of crooked ideas. He caused me to stay in the station for a few hours, so naturally, I want him to stay there for a few hours too. It would be best if Lai Bao was smart enough to implicate my uncle as well. Then it would be fun to watch. With that thought, Ahe's eyes brightened, and he rubbed his hands together. How about we think of a way to tip off Lai Bao in advance? No, that would be too deliberate. This way is just fine. Bro, what should we do next? Zhao Qin waved his hand to silence him and wrote 2 more sheets of paper, both containing the same content. Then he stood up and said, let's go smash the glass at Lin Lara's house. Ahe was only 18 or 19 and was at the age where he loved to have fun. Upon hearing this, he immediately became excited. Grabbed the bucket and the sand shovel. Bro, didn't we say we would rest tonight? Grab them. If someone sees us, we'll say we're going to the beach. Oh, right. Lin Lara's house was not far from Zhao Qin's brother's place. The old houses in the village were mostly situated higher up, while the newly built houses were all down in the village. Passing by Zhao Qin's brother's house, they found the lights were already off. After a busy day, everyone had gone to bed early. They took a small path around to the back of the house and found Lin Lara's home. Ahe wanted to throw something. We can't stand here. We should throw from the side of Lai Bao's house so that the 2 families can have another argument tonight. Ahe immediately gave a thumbs up and grinned. When they reached the wall of Lai Bao's yard, Zhao Qin pulled out 3 5-yuan bills he had prepared in advance, wrapped the paper in the money, added a small stone, and tied it with string. Bro, what are we doing? Why throw money? Of course, if it were just plain paper, I worry that Lin Lara wouldn't bother to look. But if it's paper wrapped in money, everyone would pick it up and take a glance. Ahe sighed, bro. You really are full of clever ideas. It's just a pity about the 15 yuan. How about we come back another day and steal a duck from Lin Lara's house? That's fine. After all, we're reformed now. They probably wouldn't dare to come and scold us at my door again. 15 yuan is still money. Lin Lara would feel bad about it too. Stealing a duck would balance it out. Ahe, on the count of 3, we throw together. You throw 3 stones, and I'll throw these 3 bills with the money. Then we run. There's a slope over there. We can run there and watch the situation. Bro, don't rush. I'll stand on Lin Lara's wall and throw 2 more at Lai Bao's house. Zhao Qin gave him a thumbs up. This kid was quite cunning. As the 2 acted simultaneously, Zhao Qin heard the sound of glass shattering, which seemed to come from Lai Bao's house. Ahe's aim was accurate. Without looking closely, they both ran off, and behind them, they could hear Lai Bao's wife cursing. Chapter 41, Buying Incense and Candles. The 2 of them ran breathlessly down the slope. Their faces lit up with excitement. Peering over, they saw that the lights of both houses were on, one in front of the other. Which bastard dared to smash my window? The wife of Lai Bao shouted, immediately receiving a retort. Which grim reaper threw stones at my house at night? Lin Lao's wife also cursed back. Upon hearing the words from the other side, Lai Bao's wife became even angrier and yelled louder. You motherfucking bastard, stealing the thunder. You don't dare to provoke during the day, but you resort to underhanded tactics at night. You lowlife. This was clearly a direct insult aimed at Lin Lao's family. And his wife was obviously not pleased, muttering about some families not being able to have sons. This remark struck a nerve with Lai Bao's wife, as she only had 2 daughters. They were not afraid of waking others up, their voices loud and clear in the quiet night. Zhao Qin watched the 2 families hurling insults at each other over the wall and felt a bit embarrassed. Ahe, let's not steal Lin Lao's ducks. Why not? Brother? Lai Bao's family deserves it, but Lin Lao was disturbed by us so late at night. That 15 yuan can be considered our labor fee. Brother, your thinking is wrong. We provided Lin Lao with a chance for revenge. he should treat us to a meal. Zhao Qin thought about it and realized there was some truth to that. Lin Lao Heir's house was the first to go quiet, seemingly having discovered the contents of the paper. Soon after, they turned off the lights. Lai Bao's wife continued to curse for several more minutes. Feeling it pointless to curse alone, she finally called it a night. "Brother, let's go. The excitement is over." The two of them carried their buckets, taking a special detour from the tidal flats before heading home. After getting home and taking a shower, Zhao Qin was extremely tired. He had only dozed off a bit during the day at the office and on the bus to and from the city. He resolved that even if his luck was good tomorrow, he would make sure to sleep in. It's no use earning money if you can't enjoy life. With that mindset, he slept particularly well that night, not waking until 8:30 the next morning. After washing up, he opened the system panel and found his luck value was 115, with a real-time luck value of only 5, indicating he wouldn't run into anything good. So he decided to take a day off. He got up and walked towards the dock, planning to eat a bowl of noodles at Peng Lao Lu's place. As he strolled towards the dock, people he passed inevitably whispered about him, just like before. Some said he couldn't even walk properly, while others called him wasteful. In any case, none of the comments were flattering. Zhao Qin felt quite amused by this. It wasn't that he was perverse, but it indicated that he had done a good job keeping his financial situation under wraps, as no one had any idea how much he had made during this period. "Qin, why are you so late today?" Lao Zhu was sitting at the door and spotted him from a distance. As Zhao Qin approached, he greeted him. "Just woke up. Came to get some food," Zhao Qin casually replied, not lingering. "I heard you got caught yesterday. What happened?" The police had some questions they couldn't answer, and knowing I went to college, they came to pick me up to help. "You're just making stuff up." Zhao Qin ignored Lao Zhu, went to Peng Lao Lu's house, and had a bowl of noodles. As he was leaving, Lao Lu sighed, "If you want noodles, don't come for next week. I have to go to the city to take care of my old man." "What happened to the old man?" "Yesterday, my brother took him for a checkup, but the results haven't come out yet. The doctor said it's likely lung cancer." Zhao Qin wasn't good at comforting people, so he just told him to take it easy and left. He then wandered to his elder brother's house, but didn't see his sister-in-law. Instead, he found a Yuan at the door with Meow Meow. He walked over and played with Meow Meow, making the little girl giggle. "Where are your parents?" Upon seeing him, a Yuan looked relieved. "My dad went to the mountain to tend to the fruit trees, and my mom went to the sea. Uncle, if you're free, can you help me take care of Meow Meow for a bit?" "What are you thinking? You should take care of your own sister. I'm here to borrow the motorcycle. Are you going to the town again?" Zhao Qin didn't reply. He went to the backyard, pushed out the motorcycle, started it up, and left. Entering the supermarket, he looked for the incense section and then bought a box of pastries before heading to the checkout. When he saw the cashier, he was taken aback. "Wasn't he that the pretty girl from the collection station?" "It's you. Are you buying incense for the Mazu festival tomorrow?" The girl clearly recognized him too. "All right. You work here? This is my family's store. The regular cashier has something to do today, so I'm filling in for a day. By the way, the one selling conch at the store yesterday is your brother, right? Why didn't you go?" Without waiting for Zhao Qin's answer, the girl continued. "My name is Chun Shui. What is your name?" "Zhao Qin. I had something to do yesterday, so I sent my brother to sell it." He thought to himself that this girl must come from a wealthy family. This supermarket was nearly 1,000 square meters and must have cost at least several $100,000 to set up. That'll be 16 yuan in total. Zhao Qin took out his pocket money to pay, and just as he was about to leave, Chun Shui called him back. She opened the fridge, took out a bottle of drink, and handed it to him. "This is for you. Since you're buying incense for the Mazu festival, I can't give you a discount, but you can have a bottle of water. It's pretty hot." The girl was quite considerate. "No need. I can pay for it. Just take it. It's no big deal. If you have seafood in abundance, just send it to my family. My brother has connections to sell it, so the price is 1 TB much lower than in the city." Does this girl know he has taken good stuff to sell in the city? Seeing his confusion, Chun Shui smiled and said, "Yesterday, I saw you loading 2 bags onto the small truck from a distance. Then why did you ask me why didn't he go yesterday?" Zhao Qin felt somewhat displeased, thinking this girl was messing with him. "I just wanted to see if you would tell the truth. Sure enough, you're a liar." Zhao Qin, seeing a vendor selling watermelons at the door, he walked over and casually tapped one, asking, "Are these melons guaranteed to be ripe?" "Of course. My dad personally brought in the goods." "I asked you, are these melons guaranteed to be ripe?" Zhao Qin shook his leg and asked again. After finishing, he couldn't help but laugh, while Qin Shui looked confused. Don't worry, they're definitely ripe. If not, you can return them. Although it wasn't far. Running back and forth still wasted time. How about this? Let us exchange numbers. If you cut it open and it's not ripe, just call me. Whenever you pass through the town, I'll acknowledge it. Okay? Zhao Qin was taken aback, but seeing her take out her phone, her fair fingers hovering over the keyboard waiting for him to give his number, he hesitated for a moment, but still provided it. A moment later, his phone rang. Here is my number. Save it too. If you have too much seafood to carry over, I can have my brother come pick it up. Okay, thanks. The watermelon cost a total of 7 yuan. Qin Shui collected 7 yuan, and he picked up his things and got on the motorcycle. He then found a meat shop and bought some ribs and meat. For lunch, he could make rib soup and add some kelp in it. Any leftover soup would be used for noodles in the evening. That would take care of his 2 meals for the day. He also didn't want to keep going to his brother's house for meals. The excess ribs and meat would be shared between the 2 families, a bit for his brother's house and a bit for Ahie's house. Chapter 42. Is the typhoon coming? After parking the motorcycle at home, Zhao Qin found that his sister-in-law was already back and cooking. You need to buy meat. Just tell me what you want, she said. Xiao Rong saw the meat and ribs and complained. I went to the town to invite Xiang. I noticed that today's pork is really fatty, so I bought a few pounds. Is my brother back yet? He should be back soon. Zhao Qin checked his phone. It was almost 11. He took a knife from the kitchen, cut the watermelon in half, 1 big and 1 small. Sister-in-law, you keep the bigger half for yourselves. I'll come back this afternoon to take the smaller half. Can I borrow your fridge to keep it cool? Aren't you having lunch at home? No. Ahie's grandma has invited me several times, so I'm going over there. Upon hearing that he was going to Ahie's house for lunch, Xiao Rong didn't insist further. He took the remaining meat and returned home, calling Ahie to come over. If he delivered it personally, the old lady would definitely keep him for a meal. After washing the ribs, since they were fresh and hadn't been frozen, there was no need to blanch them. He put them directly into the pot with some ginger for a quick stir-fry, then added a bit of water to boil. Bro, what are you cooking? It smells great. Ahie walked in and immediately caught a whiff of the meat aroma. Leave the meat and bones on the table. Take them back for your grandma. Let her stew the bones for soup. Older people need more calcium. Ahie responded with a light, and asked, Bro, why hasn't Lin Air moved yet? Did you keep an eye on his place this morning? I just casually strolled by, but Lin Air was already at the dock working early in the morning. Didn't he see that letter last night? All right, hurry up and take the meat back. Don't bother me with this. If he didn't see it, forget it. If we can't finish the meat, let your grandma send it to my brother's fridge. It'll definitely spoil overnight in this hot weather. Ahie picked up the meat and remembered something. Bro, aren't we go to the beach today? Forget it today. Let us take a day off and rest well for tomorrow's Mazu worship. We'll talk after that. After Ahie left, Zhao Qin rinsed the rice and started cooking. In just a moment, his tank top was already soaked with sweat. He was about to curse the heavens when suddenly a thunderclap startled him, and he kept praying, thinking he had spoken too soon. Standing at the door, he noticed dark clouds gathering outside. Soon, the sky grew darker, and it looked like a heavy rain was coming. Just as he brought in the clothes that were drying outside, raindrops began to fall, sparse at first, but each drop seemed large. They hit the ground and quickly made wet splashes, which rapidly evaporated. The next moment, another drop fell, and before the previous drop could be absorbed, the rain intensified. According to the village elders, the first rain of a scorching summer day is poisonous and shouldn't be caught in. Of course, even if Zhao Qin was hot, he wouldn't stand outside in a downpour. He was more worried about whether his brother had come back. He pulled out his phone to call, and it turned out his brother had just arrived home. Seeing that it was going to rain, he had run back from the mountains. And as soon as he entered the house, the heavy rain began. The ribs were almost done, so he washed some kelp, chopped it a couple of times, and tossed it into the soup. Sitting on a stool, he waited for the soup to finish while studying the system. Previously, he had too many tools for beach gathering and hadn't flipped through all of them. He got excited when he saw a fishing rod. Flipping further, he discovered even more tools at the back. Drag nets, gill nets, surround nets, and some fish-attracting lights, but the merit points required for those were too high, often in the thousands. He noticed there were fish traps. Those could be bought for just 30 merit points each. If he bought dozens of them and placed them in the mangroves when the tide receded, checking them every couple of days, he might not catch big fish, but he could probably catch some crabs and shrimp. He was planning his next steps in his mind. Relying solely on a shovel or sand scoop was not advantageous for increasing his merit points, and it was too tiring. He was overly dependent on the system's luck value. With fish traps, even if luck wasn't on his side, as long as he was targeting species developed by the system, he could still catch frequently, ensuring a steady income. Diversification was essential. Otherwise, earnings would be too slow. And that was key. However, he currently only had enough merit points to buy a few, which wasn't meaningful. There was no rush. He would save up and buy more later. When the time came, he could just say he bought them in town. He worried about people suspecting him. If worse came to worst, he could buy several to put together with the system's ones. His hand subconsciously brushed against the panel, and he flipped further back, discovering an entirely new panel. Farming? Raising chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and fish were all included. A light touch brought up an explanation box. Depending on the species and quantity raised, not only could it increase luck value, but it could also significantly boost merit points. He was overjoyed. What a great opportunity. However, the next moment, he felt frustrated as the system said he had too few unlocked species, so the farming panel was temporarily closed. Sigh. It looks like I have to take it slow. Hearing the rice cooker click off, he decisively exited the system and started eating. He brought the soup directly to the table and served a bowl of rice, then began to dig in. After the meal, he washed the dishes, and there was still a lot of rice left. He and T need to eat noodles for dinner. He could just fry an egg later. The rain outside showed no sign of letting up, pouring down as if someone had poked a hole in the sky. The wind seemed to be picking up too. Zhao Qin closed the door and lay down on the bed, digesting while watching TV. He had never adhered to the rule of not watching TV during thunderstorms. Perhaps because he was young, his quality of sleep was good, and soon he fell asleep again. The window hadn't been shut properly, and the wind blew it open with a bang, waking him up. He got up to close the window, and upon opening the door, he discovered that the rain had lessened, but the wind was getting stronger. By night, the wind finally calmed down. He took an umbrella and wandered around his brother's house. Being alone at home was too boring. Ahe was probably bored all day too. Hearing he was at Zhao Ping's house, he came over. Last night, he didn't know what was wrong with Lai Bao and Lin Ayer's family. They started arguing again after 10 o'clock. Sigh, these neighbors. Xiao Rong recounted last night's events. Who won the argument? Zhao Qin laughed and replied, in an argument, there's no winning or losing. But this morning, the men from both families almost got into a fight again. What a disaster. Zhao Qin looked at Zhao Ping and said, Brother, this wind doesn't feel right. The weather forecast said there's a typhoon. I wonder if this will pass. If another wave comes, the fruit on the mountain will probably fall off. At this point, Zhao Ping also looked worried. Natural disasters can't be prevented, so don't worry too much. At worst, we'll just work harder in the second half of the year to recover the losses from the sea. Zhao Ping nodded, but his expression didn't show much change. For a farmer, seeing the harvest time approaching only to be hit by a disaster must be incredibly frustrating. Akin, get up early tomorrow. We can't be late for the temple, Xiao Rong reminded again. Zhao Qin agreed and persuaded his brother for a while. Seeing that his mood had improved a bit, he and Ahe went home. Bro, this morning my grandma caught 30 chicks and 20 ducklings. She said if they are raised well, there will be little roosters to eat by the end of the year. Little roosters are delicious. Each one weighs about 1.5 pounds, and you can chew the bones when cooked. Chapter 43 Accident Early in the morning around 4 o'clock. Zhao Qin got up to wash up, took a quick shower, and changed into clean clothes. After getting ready, he picked up a bamboo basket containing incense and arranged pastries, then headed towards the Mazu temple. Mazu is the sea goddess, and the temple was built by the seaside in the early 1980s. It has been continuously repaired over the years, sometimes funded by the villagers collectively, and at other times by wealthy merchants who believe in her when they visit the village. Since it was a special day, many people came to burn incense, and some elderly villagers arrived as early as dawn. As Zhao Qin arrived, he happened to see he and his grandmother coming out with a basket. They greeted each other, and the old lady invited him to have breakfast at their house before leaving. Upon entering the courtyard, there were more than a dozen large incense burners available for burning incense. But villagers usually entered the main hall first to pay their respects to Ma Zu before coming out to each incense burner to light a stick. However, it required waiting in line, and there were still a dozen people ahead of Zhao Qin. If he was quick, he could get in and out in 3 to 5 minutes, but if slow, he could be stuck for over 10 minutes. He wasn't sure if it was due to his guilty conscience from past misdeeds or insatiable desires. Fortunately, there was no sun today, and it wasn't too hot outside. In front of Zhao Qin stood a little old lady, the mother of old Zhang, who sold marinated dishes. After she entered, she stood still for 10 minutes without any movement. After a few more minutes, Zhao Qin was about to call for help when the little old lady finally came out with her empty basket. But she stopped at the doorway to mutter a few phrases. Finally, it was Zhao Qin's turn to enter. Since he was there to pray, he was naturally sincere. He first placed the pastries on a nearby offering rack that everyone brought, as it was impossible to place them all before Ma Zu. There was a wooden rack set up for this purpose, and after everyone finished their prayers, old Zheng, a villager who took care of the temple, would distribute the pastries to the elderly in the village, while the young men would have to forget about it. After arranging the plates, he knelt on a mat and bowed 3 times. Then he stood up to take 3 sticks of incense, lighting them with the candle beside him while holding them in his left hand. The incense head couldn't be blown out with his mouth. He had to either wave it up and down with his left hand or fan it out with his right hand. Holding the incense, he stood up, bowed to the statue of Ma Zu with his hands held together, and after completing the bow, he inserted each stick of incense into the burner, ensuring they were upright and not leaning, with a gap of no more than an inch between each stick to signify his heartfelt wishes. After completing these actions, he could kneel again on the mat and begin to pray. Ma Zu is a true deity of Taoism, and some who don't understand would enter with their hands clasped together, which is inappropriate. Treating Ma Zu with the same reverence as Buddha would not yield results, as they are fundamentally different systems. Ma Zu, I dare not ask for wealth in front of you. You are kind-hearted. Please bless my family with peace. At this moment, 2 half-grown children unexpectedly ran in from outside, starting to play and fight beside the offering table, interrupting his prayer. He had no choice but to get up and chase the 2 children away, as this wasn't a place for them to play. Just as he stood up, he saw the larger child shaking the table, causing some plates to nearly fall. Zhao Qin exclaimed and stepped forward to block the child, but the next moment, the entire rack toppled over and crashed on him. He was pinned right under the altar of the Ma Zu statue, nearly losing consciousness, but that wasn't the worst pain. A plate happened to hit his forehead, causing him to nearly tear up from the pain. The 2 children were frightened and stood frozen in place, while people outside heard the noise, peeking in and immediately calling others to come help. By the time they started to move the table, Zhao Qin's consciousness began to blur, and he thought, could it be that Ma Zu knew he was a reincarnated being? Otherwise, how could he have just prayed for peace and then faced such a disaster? When he woke up again, Zhao Qin was lying in the town hospital, with Zhao Ping and Xia Rong standing beside his bed. Zhao Ping was muttering, "Didn't the doctor say it was nothing serious? Why isn't he awake yet? Big brother, what happened?" Zhao Qin finally spoke after realizing where he was. Seeing him awake, Zhao Ping and Xia Rong were overjoyed. Zhao Ping quickly asked, "Qin, is there anywhere that hurts?" Xia Rong had already rushed out to call the doctor, and shortly after, a doctor in his 50s came in, asked Zhao Qin a few questions about where it hurt, if he was dizzy, and if he felt like vomiting, then told him to be careful getting up and to try walking a few steps. After seeing him do so, the doctor said, "It should be fine. If you're still worried, you can go to the county for an x-ray, as the town doesn't have the facilities." "No need, I'm fine. I just got hit on the head by a plate." The doctor couldn't help but laugh. "You're sincere. This is the first time I've seen someone faint while praying to Ma Zu." After saying that, he left. Zhao Qin was about to say something when he rushed in, relieved to see that Zhao Qin was okay. "Brother, how are you? I just heard and rushed over." "I'm fine. Who told you?" "Old Zhang was beating the kids at home, and that's how I found out. The one who knocked over the table at the Ma Zu temple was his 2nd child, and the other one was from old Yu's family at the purchasing station. Now everyone outside is saying you helped protect the Ma Zu statue from disaster." Zhao Qin thought about it and realized it was true. If it weren't for him, the top of that high platform would definitely have hit the statue of Ma Zu. Thinking this, he felt a bit proud. In fact, he only mentioned the good things. There were women gossiping that he had done too many bad things. And Mazu couldn't stand it anymore and personally punished him. Big brother, I'm fine. Let's go home. Shouldn't we go to the county for a checkup? Really, I'm fine. Let's go. The town's health clinic was simple. After Zhao Ping paid the bill, they could leave without any complicated procedures. Let's haul a tricycle, Zhao Ping suggested, knowing that if it weren't for Zhao Qin, he wouldn't have called for one due to his frugal nature. They got on a tricycle, and soon they were back home. We'll eat here for lunch. I'll just stir-fry a couple of dishes to make do, Xiao Rong said as she began to busy herself upon arriving home. Zhao Qin also recounted everything that happened at the Mazu temple in detail to his brother and Ahe. When he mentioned that he got hit while trying to save old Yu's child, he directly cursed. It's nothing. I took the hit for the Mazu statue. It's not a loss. Right. Mazu will definitely bless you, Xiao Rong chimed in as she walked into the main room, having just heard Zhao Qin's words. If a Qin had been seriously injured, she would feel guilty, especially since it was her suggestion for a Qin to go pray to Mazu that day. After lunch, Zhao Ping wanted to go up the mountain to take a look, and Zhao Qin insisted on following. Zhao Ping couldn't refuse and had to take him along. Remembering that there was cargo in the small gully they had passed earlier, he ran back home to grab a bucket and a shovel. He asked him what he was going to do, and naturally, he wanted to follow too. Just as they got home and collected their things, they saw a police car drive past their front door. Brother, it's going to the village below, he exclaimed excitedly. Let's go see. Chapter 44. The fresh river fish is not bad. Zhao Qin saw the police car passing by, so he hurriedly ran down to the village. From a distance, they saw the car parked in front of Lai Bao's house. As they got closer, they heard Lai Bao's wife shouting in fear. On what grounds are you arresting my husband? You can't arrest people. She was still scared, so she didn't dare to curse at the police. Zhao Qin and the others didn't approach, just standing at the door of the elder brother's house to watch. Zhao Ping was waiting for the two and hadn't left either. What's going on? Xiao Rong asked in confusion. Who knows? What is going on this year? They are randomly arresting people. The day before yesterday, it was a Qin. And now it's Lai Bao. Zhao Ping scratched his head. Who knows why Lai Bao's family is involved? My uncle is innocent. Dad, don't mix things up. Zhao Junyuan surprisingly rebutted his father. Right. Zhao Ping nodded instinctively, but quickly realized and glared at Zhao Junyuan, saying, You're everywhere, huh? You dare to argue when I'm speaking? Yuan isn't wrong. Why are you scolding him? Seeing her son being scolded, Xiao Rong couldn't help but retort. What is with this family arguing? Just watching the excitement. By the way, sister-in-law, with all this commotion at Lai Bao's house, why haven't we seen Lin Lao Air's family come out to join the fun? Lin Lao Air took his wife and kids early this morning, saying there is some celebration at his father-in-law's house, and they would be gone for a couple of days. Zhao Qin understood. Lin Lao Air was quite clever, making a big show of going to his father-in-law's house early in the morning, then waiting until noon to report, so he wouldn't be suspected. Why are they going further down? Zhao Ping wondered when he saw Lai Bao being loaded into the car, and the vehicle not turning around but continuing down the road. Oh, that seems to be from my uncle's house. It was a bit far, and everyone couldn't see clearly. Zhao Ping said this, and started running in that direction, with he following closely behind, and then Xiao Rong also went, leaving only Zhao Qin and Zhao Junyuan standing still. Zhao Qin took out a cigarette and lit it. Zhao Junyuan whispered, Uncle, is this related to you? What? My dad said that the day you brought the crabs back, only fourth grandpa saw it. And now fourth grandpa has also been arrested. It must be related to you. Get lost. Don't slander good people. You need evidence for any claims, Zhao Qin scolded. It really is you. Don't worry, Uncle. I'll keep my mouth shut. Zhao Qin shot a glare at the kid, thinking how clever he had become. After the police car had left for a while, the three returned. Qin, I heard it's related to the crabs being stolen from the neighboring village. And they said my uncle instructed Lai Bao to do it, Zhao Ping said with a click of his tongue. I knew the person who reported Qin last time must be my uncle, clearly trying to pin the blame on Qin. If it weren't for Qin's friends from the capital, it would really be hard to clarify this matter, Xiao Rong said with a laugh. Now that she was expressing her thoughts, she wasn't afraid anymore, since Zhao Haidong had already been arrested, and her husband definitely wouldn't make trouble again. Sigh, why are relatives like this? Zhao Ping sighed in frustration. You treat them like relatives, but they don't treat you as one. Enough. Stop putting your warm face against their cold, but Xia Rong said bluntly. How can you talk like that? Elder brother, sister-in-law isn't wrong. Anyway, let's keep our distance from that family in the future. You're a decent person. Don't let those people dirty your heart. Zhao Ping thought for a moment and nodded, taking out a pick and a shovel from home. Let us go to the mountain. We can't get involved in this matter. The three went up the mountain. The higher they went, the windier it became. Elder brother, didn't they say the typhoon had passed? I heard on the news today that the typhoon hasn't really come yet. It's probably either tonight or tomorrow morning. Sigh, the pomelos are all right, but the loquats are in trouble. Zhao Qin couldn't comfort him, and when they reached the small ditch from before, they found that due to the heavy rain yesterday, the water had risen quite a bit today and was very muddy. Elder brother, I'll want to go up. I'll stay with he and prepare a dish here. If you want fish, just buy one from Old Lin's collection station. These fish have a muddy taste and aren't good. Just do your thing. Zhao Ping didn't persuade him when he heard this and continued carrying his things up the mountain. Zhao Qin led he along the ditch upwards. Walking about 50 or 60 meters, he glanced to the side. He, dig here. Let's change the ditch's course. Brother, how do we do that? Dig this bank open. The soil will just fill the ditch. The ditch was only about 50 or 60 centimeters wide, and with 2 shovels, they quickly redirected the water in the ditch. Just on the other side was a piece of wasteland, so it wouldn't flood anyone's fields. In the past 2 years, the trend of working outside had become more prevalent, and there were more and more wastelands. Many wastelands were left untended, and even if offered for free to others, no one would plant anything. When it came time to pay taxes, everyone just spent a little money to buy grain to pay. After all, there was little land here, so it didn't cost much. Rice was only 0.7 yuan per pound, and considering seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides, plus the grain tax, farming really didn't leave any surplus. In his previous life, Zhao Qin's hometown was the same. By the next year, agricultural taxes were canceled, and gradually, agricultural subsidies increased, leading to more people picking up land to farm. By the time they finished their work and sat for a while, Zhao Ping also came down. Elder brother, how is it up there? It's okay now. Not many fruits fell. We'll see how the typhoon is in the next couple of days. I'm not counting on the fruit anymore. Just hope the trees don't get blown over. Aren't you going back? You go back first. Zhao Ping thought about it. There was nothing to do at home, so he sat down to see what they would catch. After about half an hour, the water in the section they had blocked was controlled pretty well, and Zhao Qin even heard the sound of fish splashing. He dug a small pit downstream and used a bucket to pump out the remaining water. There's a grass carp here, 2 or 3 pounds. Zhao Ping got excited. Men love fishing and catching shrimp, even if they don't like eating fish. There are plenty who enjoy catching fish even if they don't like eating them. So although Zhao Ping thought this fish wasn't tasty, he still excitedly shouted when he saw a big one. Zhao Qin had to go down from the top while he went up from the bottom. The two of them were picking up fish. There were really many crucian carp and small crayfish, and there were also quite a few eels. Some were burrowing into the mud, while others were just lying in the remaining small pit of water. In just half an hour, they had caught nearly a bucket full of crayfish, around 30 pounds. There were only 2 grass carps, weighing about 5 or 6 pounds together, and they had caught about 7 or 8 eels, each over 3 tails. He wasn't interested in the smaller ones, and the rest were crucian carp, which were really abundant. Let us call it day and head home. He told he to stop catching. Catching more would be a waste since they couldn't eat at all. This was enough. The 3 of them then packed up to head back, with Zhao Ping taking the initiative to carry the bucket of crucian carp. Qin, this must weigh 30 or 40 pounds. How can we eat all this? It's fine. We'll make dried fish when we get home. Dried crucian carp is really tasty. Zhao Ping couldn't understand. This thing was full of bones. What was so good about it? When they got home, Zhao Qin took out 2 large basins and poured the fish and shrimp out separately. The water well for household use was right at the door, making it very convenient to fetch water. Go to town and buy some things for me. We're out of some ingredients at home. I'll write it down for you. Okay, brother. After sending he off, Zhao Qin started processing the crayfish first. Since there were so many, he decided to be extravagant this time and only kept the tails, making it easier to clean and quicker to prepare. Just as he was busy, he saw that the entire family of his elder brother had unexpectedly come, and Xiaorong was holding a kitchen knife and a cutting board. Chapter 45. The typhoon has really arrived. 2 wild grass carps were grilled at night, and all the other Crucian carps were salted and dried, to be served with rice later, along with some chili sauce for steaming, which would be quite appetizing. After finishing up, Zhao Kun initially wanted to invite his elder brother and the others to eat at home, but seeing their lack of interest, including Zhao Junyuan, he decided to let Xiaorong take a few eels back to cook for Yuan and Miao Miao instead. Locals don't kill eels. They believe eel blood is a good thing, and Zhao Kun just couldn't get used to it. For someone from the seaside, river fish really aren't that appealing. If you want to eat it, I'll keep it all for myself. In the evening, he made a small bowl of garlic lobster and a bowl of spicy lobster, and since his elder brother and the others weren't eating there, he only cooked 1 grass carp, salting the rest. The spicy one was quite delicious. He was sweating profusely from eating, but couldn't stop. With 3 lobsters and a beer, the two were enjoying themselves thoroughly. After having tasted real wild sea bass, eating grass carp, whether in soup or meat, was indeed a bit lacking. He barely touched the small plate of braised fish. Fortunately, Zhao Kun had deep-fried half of it, sprinkled with some chili powder and pepper salt, making it crispy and quite good. After eating, the two tidied up, and only then did he head back. Zhao Kun took a shower and lay on his bed, remembering to check the system for today's luck value. Luckily, today's real-time luck value was only 11 points. If it had been a lot, he would have regretted it. However, he was delighted to find that the river fish he caught had not only increased his permanent luck value by 300, but also his merit value by nearly 100, leaving him with a total of 325 merit points. He could buy 10 fish traps, which tempted him, but he thought it better to save up a bit more. He thought about buying the traps later, and if he didn't have a boat, it would be troublesome. Maybe he should ask his elder brother if anyone had a spare second-hand boat. Even a wooden one would do, as he only needed it to set and retrieve the traps near the mangroves. He would ask his elder brother to check tomorrow. Lost in thought, he soon fell asleep. In the middle of the night, he was awoken again by the wind outside, which was making the raindrops hit the glass window with a pattering sound. He planned to turn on the bedside lamp, but found the power was out. Oh well, as long as the house didn't collapse, he could go back to sleep. However, he then looked up at the ceiling, genuinely worried it might be blown off. This was the first typhoon he had truly experienced. The original owner had memories of it, but that was just memory and not first-hand experience. Although the door was bolted, it still vibrated slightly from the wind, and the windows creaked. How could he sleep like this? He tossed and turned, feeling that he would be safer outside than inside. He took out his phone to check the time. It was just past midnight. He had a thought and opened the system. When he saw today's real-time luck value, he gulped hard. Oh my, 172, 172. 72 points. A historical high. The last time it was only over 30 points, which had earned him nearly 20,000 yuan. With this much today, wouldn't he make 40,000? Now he was really excited. Thinking of the piles of cash, the typhoon didn't seem so frightening anymore. After calming down a bit, he opened the system and directly cleared his merit points to buy 10 fish traps. He found 2 snakeskin bags to pack the traps, and then opened the door to feel the wind. It was strong, but not strong enough to blow him away. He felt it was manageable. He just needed to throw the traps into the sea now and wait to collect them tomorrow morning. Just as he was about to head out, he saw a flashlight shining from afar, and before long, a person approached. Zhao Kun, why is your door open? What are you doing? It was Zhao Ping. With the strong wind, he couldn't sleep at home either, worrying about the fruit trees on the mountain and then about Zhao Kun. After all, the old house had been around for some years, and like Zhao Kun, he was also worried the roof might be blown off, fearing Zhao Kun might get hit by tiles. After thinking it over, he decided to come and check. Big brother, I bought 10 fish traps earlier. Lao Gao said that the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish, so I thought I'd put the traps in the sea. Once the typhoon passes tomorrow, I can go collect them. Zhao Ping was immediately speechless. He didn't even ask who Lao Gao was and took a long time to respond. No way. At this time, the waves by the sea are over 10 meters high. They'll just be swept away by the waves. It's fine. I'll be careful, Kun. With such big waves, even if you can get the traps into the sea, you won't find them the next day. Zhao Kun thought about it and realized that he had been too naive. With such strong winds, who knew where the traps would end up the next day? Seeing him putting down the traps, Zhao Ping let out a sigh of relief and said, "Go get a change of clothes and come back home with me. Sleep with the Yuan tonight. Don't stay here." Zhao Kun was someone who listened to advice. He found a set of clothes and packed them in a convenience bag. But he still took the 2 snakeskin bags with him. "What do you need those for?" "I'll check tomorrow morning. If the wind dies down, I'll put the traps in the sea. If it's still strong, I'll forget it." Hearing this, Zhao Ping didn't say more and took the snakeskin bag from him to lock the door. "Big brother, please help me." The door was old, with a loop-and-hole type of latch, and Zhao Kun couldn't hold the 2 doors by himself. With his brother's help, they quickly secured the latch on the other door and locked it. Bending down, he tucked the key behind a brick in the gap under the door and turned to say something to his brother, but the wind hit him, and he couldn't open his mouth at all. When they arrived at Zhao Ping's house, Xiaorong also got up after hearing the noise. And seeing the 2 come in, she sighed with relief. "There's still hot water in the thermos. You 2 hurry up and wash up, don't catch a cold." Saying this, she turned and went back to her room, returning shortly with a new towel for Zhao Kun. While showering, Zhao Kun suddenly thought that hot water heaters had become quite popular now. He planned to earn some money and install one for his brother's house. As for the old house, he'd wait until he built a new one before thinking about it. After showering and changing clothes, Zhao Kun went to a Yuan's room. Despite such a big typhoon, the kid was sleeping soundly. Perhaps he felt a sense of security being with his elder brother. He lay down and soon fell into a deep sleep. Early in the morning, Zhao Kun was sleeping soundly when suddenly he sat up, clutching his groin and about to curse, but he quickly realized what had happened. Just then, a Yuan had kicked him into sleep, and that discomfort left him unable to recover for a few minutes. Feeling somewhat better, he simply got up and gave the kid a slap on the butt, but the kid just scratched himself and continued sleeping. He took out his phone to check the time. It was just past 5. Normally, it would be bright at this time, but visibility was still low. Zhao Ping and his wife were still asleep. So Zhao Kun cautiously crossed the small yard and opened the back door to feel the wind. It was still strong, but compared to last night, it was much better. At least the raindrops hitting him didn't hurt as much, and he could open his eyes. "Why are you up so early?" Zhao Ping was getting water and saw Zhao Kun just entering the yard from the back door. "Big brother, let us go to the beach and take a look." With such strong winds last night, many sea goods must have been blown ashore. Chapter 46, Contracting the beach again. Hearing that Zhao Qin wanted to go to the beach again, Zhao Ping advised him once more, "Akin, don't be fooled by the smaller wind now. The waves at the beach are definitely still strong. Let us just stay home today." Feeling a bit depressed, he thought about how his younger brother used to be lazy, not to mention chasing the tide. He wouldn't even sit up if he could fall asleep. This change, becoming too diligent, wasn't good either. It was too dangerous to go to the beach with such strong winds. "Brother, we shouldn't go against the waves. Let us just go to the beach where the waves won't reach us. If we're careful, we'll be fine." Zhao Ping still shook his head. "Akin, this time listen to me. Don't go anywhere. Brother, the wind last night probably cleaned up the fruit trees on the mountain, which means we've lost tens of thousands in income. The market for pomelos had been mediocre in the past 2 years, at most 7 to 8 cents per pound, but the price of loquats was rising steadily. When it came to the fruit on the mountain, Zhao Ping's face was full of bitterness. Zhao Qin didn't mean to upset his brother. He continued, "Brother, we have to make up for this loss. Besides, didn't I helped the statue of Mazu avoid disaster last night? I had a dream where I picked up a lot of seafood today. Otherwise, I wouldn't be thinking about setting traps in the middle of the night. You see my luck lately, it can't be wrong. Who knows? If we get to the beach, we might find a lot of seafood just waiting for us to pick up." He didn't insist on dragging his brother along, but he knew that as long as Zhao Ping disagreed, he wouldn't be allowed to go no matter what. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping finally felt tempted. Luck was something that couldn't be explained. "Then let us just go take a look, but we can't go near the water." "Right, just go have a look." When Xiaorong woke up and heard that the 2 were going to the beach, she immediately objected. The 2 brothers had a promise to stay far away from the waves before she reluctantly agreed. "Why are you bringing the trap?" Zhao Ping asked, confused as he saw Zhao Qin preparing to carry it. "I'll find a high spot to throw it down, and after the typhoon passes, I'll collect it back. If it's gone, then it's gone. That was also bought with money. All right, brother, let us go. Worried that his brother would nag him again, Zhao Qin carried the trap on one shoulder and pushed Zhao Ping out the door. Once outside, Zhao Ping took the trap from him and carried it on his back. Zhao Qin took the opportunity to pull out his phone and sent a message to Ah, asking him to come to their old house and bring the bucket and sand shovel, just in case they needed to dig. Although it was bright out now, the continuous rain kept visibility low. Which way are we going? Zhao Ping asked, tilting his head. Zhao Qin thought for a moment. The muddy shore was definitely off limits. As for the breakwater, the waves were surely high, making it impossible to go down there. They might as well go to the beach where they first dug for clams, which was flat and posed the least risk. As they walked down the path, before reaching the beach, Ah caught up with them, carrying the items. He didn't dare tell his grandmother they were going to the beach. He just said he was on a play at Zhao Qin's house. Brother, how can we chase the tide with such big waves? We're just coming to see if there's any seafood washed up by the waves. If there isn't, we'll go back. It was the fishing ban period now, and with the wind still strong, even the most diligent fishermen wouldn't go out today. Only Zhao Ping and Ah were there, listening to Zhao Qin's persuasion. As they got closer to the beach, Zhao Qin saw the rocky shore where the aunties often gathered oysters, now submerged by the sea, with only a few large stones showing their dark corners. The waves crashed against them, making a sound like thunder, pushing the waves even higher. The sea had lost its calm and peaceful side, now appearing exceptionally violent, with the water changing from a deep blue to a muddy yellow. The path that was previously navigable was definitely impassable now. But there was a small path a bit higher up. As the three of them followed that path and reached a high point, Zhao Qin said, "Brother, let us put down the trap and throw it in a circle around here." "Isn't that nonsense? You can throw it down, but it'll probably be lost." Zhao Qin hesitated for a moment, but after a brief pause, he firmly said, "Brother, there are rocks down there. It'll definitely get stuck. Once the typhoon completely passes, we can collect the trap back." Zhao Ping laughed sarcastically. Finding it back would be a miracle. "You think we can collect it back?" Although he disagreed, Ah had immense trust in Zhao Qin, and the two had already started to dump the trap, tearing one open and casually throwing it into the sea. "Go ahead. Young people are just reckless and want to listen to advice. When they suffer a loss this time, they'll learn their lesson. What a waste of 10 traps. Such spendthrifts." Zhao Ping simply continued walking forward, choosing to ignore it. The wind had calmed down a bit, but they still had to get close to hear each other. Speaking from 2 or 3 meters away was inaudible. Just after they threw the trap, Zhao Ping waved from not far away, holding a dark object in one hand and seemingly shouting something with his mouth moving. The two hurried their pace and reached the beach where they had dug for clams before, only to see Zhao Ping already picking up goods. As they approached, they saw Zhao Ping had already caught several and was tossing them into a snakeskin bag. "Wow, more sea cucumbers!" Ah exclaimed. "You guys picked these up before?" Zhao Ping asked with an uncontrollable smile on his face upon hearing this. The last time the two had gone out to sea, they had picked some near a freshwater island, but they hadn't brought any home, so Zhao Ping was unaware. "We picked up a little. Stop talking. Hurry up and pick." Zhao Qin was now excited, although there wasn't a large mass of them. Finding one every couple of steps meant they could collect 100 pounds or more at this speed. He picked a few, noticing they were smaller than the ones from the island, most weighing around 1 to 2 pounds. "How much did you sell them for last time? This should be more expensive than sandworms. We've really struck it rich now," Zhao Ping said, looking up at the distant Mazu temple. Could it be that Mazu was showing her power, knowing that Akin had helped her avoid disaster, thus blessing him? But the next moment, he bent down to continue picking, feeling grateful that he had listened to Akin and come. If they had waited until the typhoon completely passed, even if the whole beach was filled with these, it wouldn't have been their turn to collect. "Do you think we can sell them for more than abalone?" "Abalone sold for nearly 20,000. If we can sell for another 20,000 this time, plus the income from chasing the tide before, we could cover the losses from the fruit on the mountain." The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and the smile on his face grew wider. "Brother, how did you know there would be goods at the beach today?" Ah asked excitedly while picking. "Mazu told me in a dream," Zhao Qin casually replied. In the next moment, he spotted a shell, a decent size, conical like a regular shell, but it had a long, hard-shell tail. He recognized it. Since it looked like a horn, it was called a sounding shell, a type of precious shell known scientifically as a fragrant shell. Picking up, he discovered it actually had meat inside, which thrilled him. It was quite big. This one weighed at least a pound. He held it up in front of Zhao Ping. "Brother, look, it's a sounding shell." Zhao Ping took a glance and was also thrilled. "Wow, such a big one. This thing usually grows in deeper sandy mud at low tide. You rarely see it at the beach. It must have been the typhoon that washed them all up." Chapter 47. The Crazy Collecting I Found 1-2. Before long, Ahe excitedly held up a conch. "Come back a bit," Zhao Qin said. Looking up to find Ahe had waded into water that reached his calves, and a big wave was rushing towards them from afar, prompting him to shout angrily. Ahe obediently walked back towards the shore, but halfway there, a wave still splashed over him. However, due to the beach's cushioning effect, the wave had diminished significantly by the time it reached him, yet it still drenched him from head to toe, causing him to stagger slightly. "Don't go in any further," Zhao Ping chimed in with a reprimand. Ahe wiped the water from his face and agreed. Zhao Qin thought to himself that he had underestimated the situation. It would have been great if he had brought a rope. That way, the three of them could tie themselves together, and if one person was knocked down by a wave, the other two could quickly pull them back up. However, looking at the seafood on the beach, he couldn't bear to leave no matter what. "Look at this." Zhao Ping excitedly lifted a large sea cucumber, estimating it to weigh about half a pound. Zhao Qin didn't quite catch what his brother said, but judging by the smile on his face and the sea cucumber in his hand, he could guess. None of the three lit a cigarette, not because they forgot, but mainly because it was windy and drizzling, so the cigarettes in their pockets were probably soaked by now. "You guys are crazy." Old Zhang, who sold marinated dishes, lived not far from there. He discovered early in the morning that a few ducks had escaped and came out to search for them despite the wind and rain. Upon climbing to a high point, he spotted 3 figures by the sea and walked over. After calling out several times with no response due to the wind, he cautiously approached the beach. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Zhao Qin toss a dark object into a bucket, and his eyes widened in shock. "Holy crap, it's a sea cucumber." With that, he swung the stick he was holding and bent down to pick it up. "Old Zhang, treat us to marinated dishes at noon," Zhao Qin said, not bothering to hide his annoyance at Old Zhang joining them. All right, eat whatever you want, hurry up and collect." Old Zhang was even more excited than Zhao Qin. Without anything to carry the sea cucumbers, he repeatedly placed them on the higher part of the beach. Zhao Ping, seeing this, took out a snakeskin bag and handed it to him. "Brother, how many bags did you bring?" Zhao Qin had seen his brother take a bag before they left and thought it was just one. He was surprised to see him pull out 3 or 4 now. "Didn't he say I wouldn't come prepared?" Zhao Ping chuckled awkwardly and continued picking up items. In fact, there were still plenty of oysters, clams, and large moon snails. But Zhao Qin and Ahe didn't pay them any mind. They only cared about the big sea cucumbers and conchs. Zhao Qin's bucket was already full, containing both sea cucumbers and conchs, with 4 or 5 sizable conchs. While pouring the contents of his bucket into the snakeskin bag, he glanced at the system panel. His merit points had risen to 125, presumably from the conchs and sea cucumbers. His current luck value, however, had decreased from 72 to 68, which was only a drop of 4 points. There was still great potential. This indicated that the sea cucumbers were a result of natural forces. So no matter how many he collected, it wouldn't consume his luck value. Just then, Ahe's bucket was also full. As he came up to dump his catch, Zhao Qin helped him hold open the snakeskin bag. With both buckets emptied, the two resumed their hunt without taking a break. Seeing that they were 3 while he was alone, Old Zhang felt envious but could do nothing about it. When he had come out to search for his ducks, it was still drizzling, so he and brought his phone. Now he wanted to notify his family, but couldn't. He didn't want to go back to call for help either, because if he left, the seafood might be gone. It was better to stay and collect more himself. With Old Zhang joining them, Zhao Qin and the others changed from their previous lazy attitude to being more diligent, fearing that Old Zhang might collect more than them. "Hey, do you guys have any water?" Ahe licked his lips and asked, even though they were by the water, who would dare drink seawater? Zhao Qin slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about that. At that moment, the waves were still high, but the rain had stopped. He thought for a moment and took out his phone, which was wrapped in a plastic bag. After unwrapping it, he dialed his brother's house phone. Sister-in-law, we're at the beach on the east side of the village. Bring a jug of water over quickly. Take the small path up there. He almost shouted, worried that the wind was too loud for Xiaorong to hear. As for what Xiaorong said, he didn't catch a word. Old Zhang looked up enviously at his phone, and Zhao Qin knew what he was thinking, decisively saying, not lending it, so don't even think about it. I wasn't thinking of borrowing it, Old Zhang replied with a forced smile. Trust you? That'd be a miracle, he thought. He couldn't let too many people know, otherwise there would be no share for them. Bringing his sister-in-law over was in his mind, because with one more person, they could collect more. If Old Zhang could find them, others could too. Zhao Ping was the most capable. After nearly 2 hours, he was about to fill a snakeskin bag, all by himself. Of course, his method of collecting was different from Zhao Qin and Ahe. He picked up anything he saw, unlike the other two who only chose the good and expensive items. Brother, look what I found. Ahe excitedly held up a shell. Zhao Qin looked over and saw Ahe holding a shell that was bigger than his head, a brownish-yellow color, resembling a ripe papaya. Wow, that's a huge coconut snail. Must weigh 5 or 6 pounds. Zhao Ping exclaimed joyfully. Ahe, stop showing off. Hurry up and collect, or Old Zhang will grab it all. Zhao Qin urged. Old Zhang felt like he had just been fed a mouthful of bitter medicine upon hearing this. Damn it, there are 3 of you and only one of me. How dare you say that? Forget it, he thought. It wasn't worth arguing. If Zhao Qin had his eye on him, he might set a trap and ruin him. That's right. Many people in the village now had this impression of Zhao Qin, both resentful and afraid to offend him. Previously, when the wives of the Lai family had a falling out, it was rumored that he had set it up. At the time, some people didn't believe it. But after 2 men spread the word about his antics at the mango factory, everyone came to a consensus to avoid offending him in the future. Zhao Qin naturally had no idea what Old Zhang was thinking. Otherwise, he would have exclaimed, "What's it to me?" On her way, Xiaorong complained about how it was such a windy day and how reckless it was, fearing that the big waves might sweep people away. However, as soon as she arrived and saw what they were picking up and tossing into the bucket, she was instantly delighted. Is this sea cucumber? Zhao Ping straightened up and chuckled, responding with a grin before bending down to continue working. Seeing his sister-in-law arrive, Zhao Qin quickly snatched the water bottle and took a big drink. He didn't want to drink someone else's saliva, so he was the first to drink. After finishing, he passed it to Ahe. As soon as Xiaorong let go of the water bottle, she bent down almost simultaneously, muttering, "Why is Old Zhang here too?" Old Zhang felt quite gloomy. He considered himself a good guy in the village, so why did it seem like everyone was looking at him with displeasure at that moment? Chapter 48. The crowded beach, after picking up for more than 200 meters, Xiaorong had to stay behind to watch the 2 large snakeskin bags that were already filled with goods. Zhao Qin and the others continued to move forward. At this moment, they were picking up while walking, and they walked along the beach for at least 2 kilometers. This stretch of beach was actually beyond the village's territory. But as the saying goes, the sea belongs to everyone, and anyone can pick things up. Some tourists from other places were often scolded by locals, who would say that the beach belonged to the village, but locals dared not do anything. However, as they moved further east, the 4 of them found that the goods were becoming scarcer. Zhao Qin also began to pick up miscellaneous shells, which didn't cost much luck, but could increase their merit points. Ahead, a giant rock jutted out from the shore, blocking the beach. The faces of the 4 showed clear disappointment. This giant rock not only obstructed the beach, but also blocked their source of income. "Big brother, you can pick up around here. I'll go with Ahe to see what's going on up there," he said, just as Lao Zhang spoke up. "Let's head back." Faced with the puzzled looks of the 3, Lao Zhang sighed and explained, unknowingly, "We've already walked to Jinzhong village. I've been here before. And beyond this giant rock is all steep cliffs. There's no place to stand." Upon hearing this, the disappointment on the 3 faces deepened. They still trusted Lao Zhang. Zhao Qin took out his phone to check the time. They had left around 6 in the morning, and it was now nearly 2 in the afternoon. Time seemed to awaken their bodily functions, and since they hadn't eaten in the morning, they suddenly felt hungry. "Brother, I'm hungry," Ahe said, patting his stomach. Zhao Qin looked at Zhao Ping. "Big brother, let's head back. Sister-in-law is here, and a Yuan and Miao Miao are home without food." Zhao Ping nodded. though he showed a hint of regret. Zhao Qin turned to look at Lao Zhang. This guy had nearly filled a bag on his own. Like Zhao Ping, he just picked up anything that looked like goods, and he probably had at least 20 to 30 pounds of sea cucumbers. I made a small fortune following you guys, Lao Zhang said with a flattering smile as Zhao Qin's gaze fell on his bag. 2 pig trotters, a pair of ears, and 1 pig heart. Is that okay, Lao Zhang? Lao Zhang generously agreed. Normally, he wouldn't give a penny, and Zhao Qin couldn't do anything about it. But Lao Zhang knew that he was truly benefiting from the Zhao brothers. If it weren't for them picking up down below, he wouldn't have come to this beach at all. He had been doing business for a long time, and Zhao Qin and Ahe often weighed vegetables. So it was just a way to give back to a regular customer. From a distance, Zhao Qin saw a circle of people gathered around Xiaorong, all talking about the 2 bags of seafood. Damn it! Zhao Qin cursed loudly and ran over. Ahe reacted a bit slower, but quickly followed, while Zhao Ping was the last to notice. When they got closer, Zhao Qin saw Xiaorong frantically snatching back the seafood from their hand while saying something. He also saw a woman stuffing 2 sea cucumbers into her pants. It was then that he realized Ahe's grandmother had also arrived, helping Xiaorong fend off their hands. What the hell? Do you want to rob us in broad daylight? He yelled as he approached. His shout seemed to snap everyone out of their greed, and they reluctantly put down the seafood, laughing awkwardly and saying they were just looking. Some even made rude comments. Picking so much and we can't even look. Just looking won't cost you a piece of meat. So stingy. Look at you. If you want to look, go look at your own. Ahe was even fiercer than Zhao Qin, cursing as he pulled out a sand shovel from the bucket and waved it over the 2 bags, causing everyone to hastily retreat. You just got lucky. What's so great about it? With this stingy attitude, you'll never make a fortune. Zhao Qin looked at the woman speaking. Damn, she was also from the village. Her husband, Zhong Yongping, worked on a deep-sea fishing boat and was considered an honest man. But her reputation was not good. It was said she liked to take advantage of small gains, and there were rumors that her children were not even Zhong Yongping's. After she finished speaking, she turned to leave, but Zhao Qin stopped her. Wait a minute, take out the 2 sea cucumbers from your pants pocket. The woman looked shocked but still retorted. Who took your sea cucumbers? Don't slander me. Sister-in-law, you can search her. I saw her stuffing 2 of them into her pocket from far away. Xiaorong, already furious, stepped forward without hesitation. She was quick, but Ahe's grandmother was even faster. She stepped up and grabbed the woman's arm. You hit someone, you bully people. The Zhao family is using their numbers to bully others. Seeing this, the woman actually sat down on the beach, throwing sand around in protest. Everyone stood by to watch the commotion. At this moment, no one would help. Even Lao Zhang's wife, who couldn't wait for him to come home, showed up and was delighted to see her own haul. Xiaorong found herself in a difficult position, but Ahe's grandmother wouldn't let the woman off easily. Despite being 63 years old, she was quick. She bent down and pinned the woman to the beach, searching her body. Xiaorong quickly rushed over to help. In no time, they actually found 5 sea cucumbers on the woman. If you keep this up, do you believe I'll call the police? These people are all witnesses, and you'll spend a few days in the detention center. Zhao Qin shouted again when he saw she was still cursing endlessly. Yes, we can testify. Lao Zhang's wife spoke up first. The woman had no choice but to get up, running towards the village while saying this matter wasn't over. Zhao Qin looked over the others one by one. Everyone quickly patted their pockets to clear their names. We can pick up 2. While you were looking at our goods, you might have picked up a few yourself. Although we picked once, the waves keep coming. The waves were strong, and he declared, just to be clear, if you get into trouble, don't blame us. I suggest you all go home and rest well. His words seemed to remind everyone, and they began to disperse. They treated the second half of Zhao Qin's statement as if it were a passing breeze. One by one, they didn't know what they were thinking surrounding them without sharing. Ahe said irritably, putting the little they had just picked into the bag, they ended up with 3 bags. Big brother, Ahe and I will keep watch here. You and sister-in-law go back first. You push the cart up, and sister-in-law can cook some food. Just take the dishes to Lao Zhang's house. He won't say anything. Then he turned to the old lady and said, Grandma, don't cook at noon. Have a meal at my brother's place and help pick up some goods. Okay, I'll help you pick, she replied. Seeing that he had arranged everything clearly, Zhao Ping no longer said much and went home to push the cart. After a while, more and more people from the village came running over. Zhao Qin was right. Although it wasn't as easy to pick as before, they could still occasionally find one or two. If they could pick up a pound of sea cucumbers, that could be worth 100 or so, equivalent to more than a day's work for others. In a short time it took for Zhao Ping to return and push the cart. The entire beach was already crowded with people. Chapter 49. Opening the conch, Zhao Qin opened the system panel and was surprised to find that he had consumed less than 20 points of real-time luck value for the entire morning's haul. Now there were still 53 points of real-time luck value on the panel, which meant that, so far today, he still hadn't discovered any real system-designated items. Scratching his head, he wondered what the system-designated item could be. Looking at the crowd on the beach, he figured that no matter what he found, he probably wouldn't be able to compete with them. At that moment, the wind seemed to have died down a bit, and Zhao Qin could occasionally hear their exclamations, as if they had found something good. He looked at them and scoffed lightly, clearly disdainful of their naive excitement. When Zhao Ping came, he had thoughtfully brought a pack of cigarettes, and the two lit one up, taking a deep drag. It felt great after holding back for several hours. The three of them took turns lifting all 3 snakeskin bags onto the car before heading home. Once home, Zhao Qin, and now he didn't want to move anymore. Zhao Ping told them to rest while he took all the snakeskin bags to the backyard, feeling relieved at that moment that these things were now his. Meow, Meow must be starving, Zhao Qin remarked, seeing his sister-in-law bustling about. The little girl is asleep. Yuan saw we weren't back and made a boiled egg to feed her, replied Zhao Ping. Zhao Qin smiled at Yuan, who was squatting in the backyard watching his father sort through the seafood, saying, "Oh, look at you, you've grown up and can boil eggs now." After resting for a while, the two moved a small stool to the backyard to help sort through the haul. Looking at the 3 large bags emptied out and piled up like small mountains of seafood, Zhao Qin's face once again broke into a smile. The morning's effort was not in vain. We should pick out 2 sizes of sea cucumbers. The size probably affects the price, Zhao Ping said. No need for you to bother. I'll handle it. You two go wash up and change clothes first, the elderly woman said, smiling while not pausing her work. Zhao Qin glanced at his wet clothes and realized that wouldn't do. So he looked at Ahi and said, "Let's go back and take a shower and change clothes." The trip back was quick, taking only about 10 minutes. When Zhao Qin sat down to help again, he looked at Zhao Ping and asked, "Brother, does anyone have a big scale?" "Old Zhang's family has one. I borrowed it when I went to get the dishes." "Can you believe it?" Old Zhang picked up 27 pounds of sea cucumbers. He probably has already taken them to the dock by now. That should be worth 2 or 3,000. Zhao Ping said. So when I went to get the marinated dishes, it was quite pleasant. His wife was usually stingy, but this time she surprisingly let me take more. Xia Rong was bustling around, listening to the conversation in the backyard. When she heard Zhao Qin ask about the scale, she jumped in. That dog old Zhang always feels like he's losing out when I ask him for a meal of marinated dishes. He cursed lightly. All right, but he picked it up himself, so giving us food is only fair. We shouldn't talk behind his back. The elderly woman gently scolded Ahi with a light pat on the head. Actually, noodles would be quicker to cook, but people here mainly eat rice. So when they're really hungry, they feel unsatisfied with noodles. Zhao Qin picked up the largest conch he had collected. It weighed about 2 pounds. Brother, with one this big, will there be pearls inside? He asked. Zhao Ping shook his head. There won't be any in this one. He then pointed to the large coconut shell conch that he had collected, saying, I've heard people have found pearls inside called Malay pearls. They're quite valuable, but they're very rare. Should we try to open it? Zhao Qin asked. If you want to open it, go ahead, Zhao Ping replied. Zhao Qin was taken aback, wondering why his brother was so agreeable this time, and not saying to save it for selling. The meat is very tough and not worth much, Zhao Ping explained, perhaps sensing Zhao Qin's thoughts. Zhao Qin wanted to open it because he couldn't figure out where his remaining luck value had gone. It might just be in the pearls inside the conch. Uncle, can I have the conch shell after you open it? Yuan asked, eager for the shell. He actually wanted the conch shell, but didn't dare voice it. It's just a matter of saying it. I can't open this. Let your dad do it after he's done, Zhao Ping said as he stood up, found a piece of iron wire from the edge of the yard, twisted it a few times, and used the sharp end to hook the exposed conch meat, bending the other end into a hook to hang on a post on the wall. Is that all it takes? Zhao Qin asked in surprise. It's a bit slow, but this method is the easiest, and the conch meat will slowly come out of the shell without damaging it. Zhao Ping explained as he sat back down to continue sorting. Dinner is ready. I just stir-fried some vegetables and made a soup. Let's eat first. You all must be starving. He got up to wash his hands, realizing he was indeed very hungry since he hadn't eaten anything since morning. First, have a bowl of soup to moisten your throat and eat some vegetables. Don't rush to eat rice. It's easy to choke, the elderly woman advised, not allowing them to serve themselves rice. They all listened to her advice, each taking a bowl of soup and then grabbing a pig trotter to gnaw on while drinking soup. Zhao Qin had 3 bowls of rice and still felt unsatisfied. But he didn't serve himself more rice. Instead, he took another bowl of soup and sipped it slowly. Ah Qin, should we sell these in the city? Zhao Qin instinctively nodded, but then thought it might not be necessary. Not to mention the hassle of going back and forth to the city. He was mainly worried about others seeing and gossiping before. However, this time it seemed everyone in the village already knew what they had found. So there was nothing to hide. I'll make a call to ask someone. He first called Mr. Liu, who buys crabs in the city, to ask about today's market price for sea cucumbers. After a while, Mr. Liu called back after checking. Then he dialed Chen Shui's number, and after 2 rings, she picked up. Zhao Qin, you're not buying unripe melons, are you? Her voice carried a playful tone. No, I picked up quite a few sea cucumbers today. I wanted to ask if your brother is buying. Ah, isn't there typhoon coming? You guys are still out at sea? How many do you have? Over 100 pounds? All wild, with sizes ranging from around an ounce to over 2 ounces. Chen Shui asked him to wait a moment. And soon there were hurried sounds of her going downstairs. Zhao Qin could hear her excitedly calling for her brother. And soon he heard Chen Dong's voice on a line. Brother, do you really have over 100 pounds? There should be. We're sorting them now. And there are also quite a few conchs. What price are you offering? Just as Chen Dong was about to quote a price, Chen Shui whispered to him that Zhao Qin had channels in the city. After a brief pause, he quoted a very reasonable price. The price is fine, Chen Dong. Could I trouble you to come and pick them up? I only have a cart here, and it will take over half an hour to haul them over. After hanging up, Zhao Qin met the curious gazes of everyone and smiled. They'll come and pick them up around 4 in the afternoon. Everyone was eager to ask how much they would get per pound, but felt it was a bit too impatient to do so. Soon, they finished sorting. First, they weighed everything on the big scale. There weren't many over 2 ounces this time, totaling only 51 pounds and 6 ounces. There were 103 pounds and 3 ounces below 2 ounces, and the conchs weighed a total of 33 pounds. There were quite a few oysters, totaling 79.5 pounds, and some assorted others adding up to over 40 pounds. In nearly 6 hours that morning, the 3 of them had collected around 300 pounds of goods. Zhao Qin was still troubled, wondering where his luck value had gone today. The coconut conch had already been opened, and apart from the conch meat, there was nothing inside, which gave him a headache. Chapter 50 News from Jin Xiaogong. After sorting out the goods, Zhao Qin felt a bit drowsy. Although he didn't stay up late last night, he was worried about today's luck value and didn't sleep well. He got up early, around 5 o'clock. Looking at the clock on the fragrance cabinet at his brother's house. It was almost 4 o'clock. He estimated that Chen Dong would come to collect the goods soon, so he couldn't really go back to sleep. He took out a cigarette and lit it to refresh himself. Xia Rong occasionally stood at the door looking out, muttering about why they hadn't come yet. Qin, do they know our village? Should we let your brother go to the town to pick them up? Xia Rong said anxiously, standing at the door for the 3rd time. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping immediately agreed and got up to push his motorcycle. Zhao Qin grabbed his brother's arm and pressed him back down, saying, Sister-in-law, the village must know them. Even if they don't know where we live, they can ask around. Are they coming by motorcycle? Xia Rong asked, seeing a motorcycle approaching from a distance, feeling both happy and confused. Sure enough, the motorcycle stopped at their door, but it wasn't Qindong who came. It was Jin Xiaogong. Oh, Officer Jin, why are you here? Coming quickly. Zhao Qin smiled and greeted him upon seeing who it was. Jin Xiaogong smiled and said, Didn't you say to come over to hang out? I'm off today, going to my aunt's house for dinner tonight. I just happened to pass by your village, so I came to see you. He pointed at himself and added, I thought I'd be considerate and not wear my uniform. I was just joking. You're welcome no matter what you wear. Please sit down and have some tea. Jin Xiaogong waved his hand to indicate he didn't need to be fussed over, and then subtly gestured. Zhao Qin got up and pointed to the backyard, and the two went to the backyard. Officer Jin, do you have something to discuss? Call me Xiaogong or Agong, and I'll call you a Qin. We should be about the same age, so let us drop the formalities. Zhao Qin didn't mind and took out a cigarette, but Jin Xiaogong waved his hand to refuse. A Qin, yesterday we arrested Lai Yuwei and Zhao Haidong from your village. You know about this, right? Zhao Qin nodded. Lai Yuwei was famously known as Lai Bao because he had more children than allowed. At that time, he couldn't pay the fine, and the village couldn't push him too hard, so they took a sack of grain from his house, which led to his nickname. Now the situation is clear. It's not a violation to tell you this. The one who reported you previously was Zhao Haidong, and I didn't expect him to be the one shouting to catch thieves. Zhao Qin was a bit confused. When he wrote the letter, he did it just to annoy Zhao Haidong. Now, hearing Jin Xiaogong's tone, it seemed there really was an issue. Zhao Haidong is my cousin. How could he be involved? Zhao Haidong, of course, denied it. But Lai Yuwei insisted that he discovered that the neighboring village was selling crabs because Zhao Haidong informed him and promised to split the profits 70-30 after selling them. So what's the procedure now? Zhao Qin couldn't figure out if his cousin was really involved or if Lai Bao was trying to drag someone down with him. If he was really involved, then his letter could be considered a lucky shot. According to Lai Yuwei, he had only stolen a little over 100 pounds in total. But now the owner insisted that 260 pounds of crabs were missing. I think the owner might be exaggerating the loss to make sure we take it seriously, but there's really no way to investigate it since both of them were involved in wrongdoing. They deserve it. Will they just compensate the loss? Zhao Qin asked. It's not that simple. They have to compensate for the 260 pounds of goods, and each of them will be fined at least 2,000 to 3,000 yuan and face 3 days in detention. We have to make them remember this lesson. However, this is just a preliminary intention. After all, our office only has the authority to impose fines of up to 500 yuan. So the director intends to report it to a higher level. Zhao Qin understood and naturally wouldn't mention the specific rules. I just happened to pass by this time, and I wanted to inform you of the situation. Last time, I was too anxious. For now, please don't spread the word, since it hasn't been finalized yet. Rest assured, after discussing the matter, Jin Xiaogong planned to leave. Zhao Qin looked at the seafood in the bucket and asked him to wait. He found a convenient bag and packed about 10 pounds of sea oysters and snails for him. He couldn't bear to give anything more expensive, fearing it would put pressure on the other party. What is this? I can't take it. You're having a family dinner tonight, so it's perfect to bring this as a dish. Just to be clear, I'm not giving this to you because of your status. I'm giving it to you because we are brothers and friends. Hearing this, Jin Xiaogong smiled and nodded, saying, All right, since it's from a brother, I'll take it. After sending him to the door, he watched as the motorcycle drove away before returning inside. Brother, do you think Lai Bao has news? He asked with a happy expression, while Xia Rong and Zhao Ping also looked over with curiosity. Yes, it should be them. Lai Bao has already admitted it. Now we just need to see how to handle it, he said vaguely. I knew that family didn't have anything good. They even made you go to the station. Xia Rong scolded. Zhao Ping sat there, sighing several times, saying, It's not that life can't go on. Why did they suddenly develop such greed? Excuse me, is this Zhao Qin's house? A person at the door peeked in. As soon as the question was asked, Zhao Qin, who had stood up, smiled and said, You're late. Not late, not late. Thank you for making the trip. This is my brother's house. It was Chen Dong who came. The wind outside was quite strong, so no one had heard the sound of the motorcycle. Before they could enter the backyard to check the goods, another person walked in at the door. Zhao Qin, I came with my brother to hang out. Are the watermelons from last time ripe? Yes, they're not only ripe, but also very sweet. Come to the entrance of your supermarket another day, and I'll help promote them. Please take a seat. Chen Shui giggled at Zhao Qin's banter. Seeing the girl who walked in and how familiar she was with a Qin, Xia Rong's eyes lit up, and he carefully sized her up. She was about 1.65 meters tall, with a delicate appearance and very fair skin. It's rare to see a girl from the seaside with such fair skin. The key was her figure, which was curvy and looked very gentle. You're Zhao Qin's friend, right? Come in and sit down. Chen Shui glanced at Zhao Qin, seemingly inquiring about the identity of the speaker. This is my sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, hello. My family runs the purchasing station in town. But that this brother brought last time was collected by my family, she said, pointing at Zhao Ping. Seeing that the other party was so friendly, Xia Rong was even happier and stepped forward to take Chen Shui's arm and let her sit down. Chen Dong felt that something was a bit off, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Just then, Zhao Qin pulled him to check the goods, and he was immediately distracted. Wow, there really is this much. Chen Dong's eyes lit up when he saw the goods. He glanced at the sea cucumbers, casually picked 2 from the basket, and weighed them in his hands. Have you picked the right ones? We estimated it roughly, but you can rest assured that there are definitely quite a few that weigh 2 pounds in the 1 pound range. But I won't say there aren't any that are less than 1 pound. There are definitely very few. It's not the first time we've done business together. You were so meticulous with the last time. I trust you, Chen Dong said, looking happily at the conch. The price difference for this item is huge. If they are small, they might only be 40 to 50 yuan per pound now, but for a 2 pound one, it would be at least over 180 yuan. Chapter 51. Chen Dong was quite impressed. After inspecting the goods, he said to Zhao Qin, "Brother, you really have good stuff? Can you tell me what you brought last time to the city?" Zhao Qin thought for a moment and felt there was no need to hide it from him. So he replied, "I brought abalone, 30-some pounds for the 2-headed ones, and the rest were smaller, totaling less than 200 pounds. Chen Dong's eyes nearly popped out. What? Over 30 pounds for the 2-headed ones? After a while, he lamented, "Don't worry. My channels are even better than the market in the city. As long as it's good stuff, we can negotiate the price later. Let's deal with today's first, and I'll call you when I have good goods in the future." Okay. Chen Dong took an electronic scale out of the car. As soon as he entered the house, Zhao Ping grabbed it and moved it to the backyard. "We'll weigh the sea cucumbers based on your selection," Chen Dong said, pointing at the conch. "Divide this into 3 specifications. Under 1 pound, 1 to 2 pounds, and over 2 pounds. Zhao Ping agreed and began sorting. It was simple, only about 40 pieces in total. After weighing the sea cucumbers, Zhao Qin found that the weight was similar to what he had weighed before, which relieved him. He was genuinely worried that Chen Dong would adjust the price during weighing. After weighing everything, Chen Shui was recording the weights and confirming with Zhao Qin after each entry. Aside from the sea snails, which he gave some to Jin Xiaogong, there were no significant discrepancies. The miscellaneous ones, let's keep them for ourselves. They're cheap, Chen Dong said, looking at the last basket of goods, which had several varieties, mostly inexpensive, with only a few scallops being pricier. The mussels, despite their size, were very cheap, and he couldn't calculate the price when mixed together. All right, we'll keep those. Zhao Qin agreed. Next came the accounting. Xia Rong and the others had been anxiously waiting because Zhao Qin hadn't mentioned the price yet. And now they were all ears to hear Chen Dong quote the unit price. For sea cucumbers over 2 taels, the price was 135 yuan per pound, which was definitely lower than what General Yi bought before, but still not bad. For under 2 taels, it was 80 yuan per pound. The prices for the conch in 3 specifications were 180, 100, and 55 yuan, while the sea snails were cheaper at 9 yuan per pound. Chen Shui took a calculator from the car, and after some calculations announced that the total price was 19,013 yuan. Zhao Qin proactively suggested rounding off. Chen Dong opened the pouch tied around his waist and pulled out 2 bundles, first handing one to Zhao Qin, then taking out 1,000 yuan from the other bundle and passing the rest over. "Big brother, you and he helped carry the goods to Chen's car. Don't bother with the baskets. We can get them another day in town." As they began moving the goods, Zhao Qin started counting the money. Outside, some villagers saw them moving goods and began to join in, realizing that Chen Dong was the buyer. They asked about the price, and Chen Dong quoted the sea cucumber prices 10 yuan lower, which still excited the villagers as it was higher than what the village dock offered. "Don't leave. We all picked some too. There will definitely be more soon." Zhao Qin squinted slightly, having forgotten this part. He could sell his own picks wherever he wanted, but if he brought the villagers to let Chen Dong buy from them, it would create animosity with the few collection stations at the village dock. After all, cutting off someone's source of income is like killing their parents. "Sorry, we only collect in bulk. I don't buy anything under 200 pounds. You have a dock in your village, let them take it." Unexpectedly, Chen Dong handled it well, directly setting a threshold and not accepting the villagers' small amounts. Of course, if someone from the village brought their goods to town, he would accept them, but if they raided the village for these small goods, that would be too unethical. "Hey, why do you collect goods like this? We have plenty. I find it troublesome, sorry." After saying that, he looked at Zhao Qin, confirming that the money was fine, then got in the car, started it, and planned to head back to town. Chen Shui waved to Zhao Qin and got into the passenger seat. watching as the car turned around and drove away before the others returned home. The villagers poked their heads out at the door and laughed. A ping. You guys really made a big profit this time. Uncle Luo, come in for a glass of water? Just lucky, I guess. I think it's because Achin helped Mazu ward off a disaster yesterday. This is Mazu's blessing. No, I still want to check the beach. Old Luo complained as he walked away, wondering why he wasn't the one who got hit yesterday. After Zhao Qin finished selling, he suddenly remembered that sea cucumbers are great goods. Why didn't he think to keep a few, even if he didn't eat them? He still had 2 small ones. However, now he didn't want to go to the beach to scramble with the villagers. After all, there was probably nothing left to pick up, and collectively, the whole village probably didn't pick as much as his 3 brothers did. Achin, how do you know that girl? Just as he sat down, his sister-in-law caught him and asked. I've sold goods at her house a couple of times. All right, the supermarket in town is also hers. I ran into her when I bought incense and pastries last time. Hearing this, Xiao Rong swallowed what she was about to say, showing a hint of regret on her face. She hadn't expected the other party's family to be so well off. Given Achin's current situation, they were not from the same social standing, and the girl's family would definitely not want to marry her off. Sigh, if only Achin hadn't dropped out. A graduate from Peking University wouldn't be unworthy of anyone. Zhao Qin didn't care about what his sister-in-law was thinking. He took out the money and started counting. 2 shares amounted to 3,800 yuan. He turned to the old lady and repeated what he had said before to his brother and sister-in-law. Grandma, every time we go to sea, I'm the one who picks the heads. I want to take a single cent from his separate trips to sea. If you think splitting 2 shares is unfair, we can just go our own ways in the future. Why say that? I may be old, but I'm not blind. If you don't take him along, he won't pick anything at all. You 2 get along well, and you have to take care of him. I owe you that. Then let's not talk about who benefits from whom. Let's divide it as we did before. Zhao Qin said, pushing 3,800 yuan towards Ahe. But he didn't even look at it and directly pushed it to the old lady. He then pointed to another portion and handed it to Xiaorong. Everyone was naturally happy to divide the money. Zhao Ping was grinning from ear to ear, finally managing to cover the losses from the fruit trees. If the damage to the fruit trees wasn't too great, they would have made a big profit. He felt relieved that he hadn't stopped Achin in the morning. Otherwise, how could they have earned over 3,000? Old lady, why don't you come over for dinner again tonight? We didn't finish the lunch dishes, and the leftover snails can be boiled into 2 plates. Xiaorong turned around to put away the money and quickly came back out to say, No. How can we eat here every meal? Your family's food doesn't come from thin air. We also need to go home. There are chickens and ducks to take care of. Seeing them off. Now the family felt truly like their own people. Wow, little uncle, you made big money again today. All right, I'll bring you a gift next time I go to the city. Zhao Qin said, pulling out 500 yuan from his hand and handing it to his sister-in-law. What is this for? You also took risks at the beach for 3 to 4 hours today. I feel bad not giving you something since the old lady can't take it from me. This is your pay. Stop saying that. Just pack it up. Dividing 3,000 is already a lot. Xiao Rong refused to take it, and Zhao Ping kept blocking his hand, telling him to take it back. Zhao Qin thought for a moment and handed it to a yuan. This is for your tuition next semester. Your little uncle is covering it for you. Chapter 52. Making fire at eldest brother's house, Zhao Qin stuffed money into Yuan's hands, raised his leg, and walked away while saying to Xiao Rong, sister-in-law, I won't be cooking tonight. I'll eat here. Okay, you go back to rest first, and I'll have your brother come get you, Zhao Qin said, adding that a phone call would suffice. After saying that, he headed towards Old Zhu's shop at the dock, thinking that there seemed to be only 1 pack of cigarettes left at home, so he needed to buy another pack. When he arrived at the shop, he found that the door was actually locked. Old Zhu was starting to act strangely. With a good business opportunity, he was cursing and heading home. After a while, Zhao Qin figured out Old Zhu was probably at the beach. Selling things requires inventory costs, but picking things up from the beach costs nothing. At this moment, the wind had died down significantly, and it seemed that by tonight, the wind would completely pass. Upon returning home, he first checked to see if the roof tiles were holding up against the strong winds. Thankfully, they hadn't budged, and there were no leaks in the house. He flopped onto the bed, still wondering where today's luck had landed. This dog system didn't provide any hints. He had to guess everything by himself. He was indeed exhausted, and before long, he fell into a deep sleep. After about an hour, he woke up to find it was already 7 o'clock. He and T received a call from his elder brother, probably because he wanted him to sleep a bit longer. After washing up, he planned to head over. Just then, he ran over. Brother, the beach was bustling this afternoon. I heard there were several fights. Why? Zhao Qin asked curiously, as gossip was a common human interest. To snatch goods, I heard a grouper weighing over 10 pounds was pushed up by the waves, and 3 families fought over it. There was also a fight over some conch. No one got hurt, right? He shook his head. It was mostly women fighting, at most just some pushing and pulling, grabbing hair and slapping. That's good. Even if someone got hurt, it has nothing to do with me. I'm going to my brother's house for dinner. Do you want to come? I've already eaten. My grandma and I just got home. And then Ping Ge brought over a lot of conch. They're really hard to eat. Zhao Qin lightly patted him on the head. Having something to eat is good enough. Ahi, tell your grandma that keeping too much money at home is unsafe. She should go to town and deposit some. He had just returned and had spent quite a bit of effort hiding over 10,000 yuan, ultimately wrapping it in a plastic bag and stuffing it into the rice jar. In this day and age, over 10,000 yuan was a lot of money. Many people wouldn't eat or drink for a year to earn that. My grandma said the same thing this afternoon. She plans to go early tomorrow. Although he said he had already eaten, he still followed Zhao Qin to Zhao Ping's house. I was just about to have your elder brother call you, Xiao Rong said with a smile upon seeing him enter the house. Noticing he had also arrived, she invited him to sit down. The dishes hadn't been served yet, but she placed a wine bottle on the table. Zhao Ping came in from the backyard and said, "It's too hot today, the conch 1 tea hold. I was thinking of taking the meat out and putting it in the fridge so we can have a couple more meals." Zhao Qin sighed, realizing that his elder brother was the most honest type of person. If he went out to work, no matter which factory he entered, the boss would surely like him. Honest and diligent. Who would appreciate that? After sitting down, Zhao Ping said to Zhao Qin, "Your sister-in-law, and I discussed it earlier. It's not good for you to cook alone at home. It's too much trouble. From now on, just eat here." While Xiao Rong was serving the dishes, she chimed in, "We're all family. It's just a matter of having a few more pairs of chopsticks." Zhao Qin didn't really want to cook, so he suggested, "I'll contribute 200 yuan for meals each month. No need to prepare anything special. We'll eat whatever we usually eat. If I want something, I'll go buy it. And sister-in-law can help cook." "What do you?" Xiao Rong started to say, but Zhao Ping interrupted, "Just do as Qin says. At the end of this month, don't collect money for these 2 days. Start counting from July." Zhao Qin took out 200 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table. Then, "Thank you, sister-in-law." If it weren't for Xiao Rong's agreement, Zhao Ping wouldn't have been able to make this decision. His sister-in-law was quite understanding. It wasn't easy to cook for one more person. Zhao Ping took the money and handed it to Xiao Rong. "Take it. If you don't take it, a Qin 1 tea come over. It's good to keep clear accounts between brothers." "Clear accounts? Weren't you just taken care of by Qin these past few days?" "Sister-in-law, my brother is definitely more capable than I am with Ahi. Without my elder brother, our harvest would have been reduced by 40%. Seeing the 2 brothers supporting each other, Xiao Rong smiled and pointed to the table. "You guys eat and drink first. There are still 2 dishes coming." "Uncle, once you leave, my money gets taken by my mom. That's because I'm afraid you'll lose it. When it comes time to pay your tuition, you can't spend it. If you want something, just tell your uncle, but I warn you, if you don't study hard, you 1 tea get anything." "Oomph, I will definitely surpass you." Zhao Ping laughed and lightly tapped his son's head. "Wait until you can get into Beijing University like your uncle before you start bragging." He probably forgot he had already eaten dinner, and without hesitation, he picked up the wine bottle and poured drinks for everyone. The 3 chatted while drinking. "Brother, I see the wind has died down a lot. I guess the tide will return to normal tonight." Zhao Ping first nodded, then shook his head. "The wind should pass tonight, but I think the people at the beach won't settle down. I just want to check again. I was thinking if I could pick up a few things to eat, but while I was there, several people were either arguing or fighting. I think we should avoid the commotion tonight." If it weren't for the income from earlier in the morning, Zhao Ping wouldn't have said this. But now that he had seen more, he found it somewhat beneath him to compete with others for just 1 or 2 items. "I still threw out 10 traps, right? Later, when the tide goes down a bit, I want to go find them. If I can find them, there should definitely be something in them." Speaking of traps, a look of pain crossed Zhao Ping's face again. He wished the kid hadn't thrown them away. With such big waves, who knows where the traps ended up. However, he nodded in agreement. Finding one would still be good. Before long, Xia Rong brought out all the dishes, wiped her hands, and smiled at everyone. Meow Meow is still sleeping and doesn't need to be fed, so I'll have a drink too. He immediately poured another glass of wine. After finishing dinner, Yuan went back to his room to do his homework. This kid was really good. He didn't need to be reminded about summer homework and would play when it was time to play and study when it was time to study. Zhao Qin thought that he would look for some third-grade practice books for this kid to study some third-grade knowledge points in advance. Sometimes, being a bit ahead could make a difference. Anyway, it would take until after 9 to collect the traps, and the 4 of them weren't in a hurry. Qin, I heard that Old Fu's foundation is for sale. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time, but today it suddenly came to mind. It's only about 40 meters from our house, and you've saved quite a bit. Why not buy that foundation? Xia Rong said this very tactfully. It wasn't that she hadn't paid attention. It was that even if she wanted to, she couldn't. The previous Zhao Qin had been like a pile of mud that couldn't be pushed up against the wall. Yes, how about we have your sister-in-law ask tomorrow? I estimate it would be about 20 to 30,000 yuan, and if you think that's small, you can build 2 stories. Speaking of this, Zhao Ping also became interested. Brother, sister-in-law, don't worry about the house. I have my own plans. Chapter 53, Collecting the Crab Traps. A couple days ago, Zhao Qin was thinking about teaming up with Ahe's family. Cooking every day was indeed annoying. Making 2 dishes meant leftovers, and 1 dish felt too monotonous, which wasn't conducive to a balanced diet. Now that his elder brother brought it up, he agreed, as refusing his brother might lead to misunderstandings with Ahe's family. As for buying land to build a house, he genuinely had plans and wasn't just making excuses. He intended to save a bit more to buy a larger plot of land, with the promise to build a villa, which he felt he must do. After dinner, when the 3 were preparing to set off, Xia Rong asked, "Do you want me to boil some eggs for you? You can eat them later if you get hungry." "No need, we'll just go collect some crab traps and come back," Zhao Ping replied. But he still packed 3 snakeskin bags, 2 for the traps and 1 for any goods they might find. On the way, Zhao Qin had forgotten to bring a headlamp, so he hurried back to grab 3. Now he had several headlamps at home. He bought 2 himself, and when Luo Tian went crabbing, he also got 1 and gave it to him when they left. They each put on a headlamp and headed toward the beach. The wind was similar to usual, and the 3 of them were smoking. From a distance, they could see beams of light shooting into the sky. "Are there really that many people?" He remarked, looking at the area with the flickering lights. "Only Zhao Qin has the luck to come here early today. If it weren't for the morning's groundwork, I'd bet me and your sister-in-law would be down at the beach fighting with others," Zhao Ping replied as they walked towards the beach. This time, they didn't take the upper road as they had no intention of going to that beach. Instead, they followed the path where the aunties had been gathering oysters. The tide had indeed receded, and although the water level was still higher compared to before, the rocky tidal flat was fully exposed. "Brother, we may need to go into the water," Zhao Ping said. Without needing Zhao Qin to remind him, Zhao Ping already knew. Luckily, the waves were small now. Otherwise, it would be dangerous to go in. "I'll lead, and you 2 follow behind. Watch your step." They had to wade through about 200 meters of water to reach the crab traps. "Let us walk in a line. I'll take the deepest spot. He will take the shallowest, and you'll be in the middle. The traps might have been washed over here by the waves," Zhao Qin suggested. Zhao Qin was a bit of a fool. He thought to make a buoy marker for the crab trap. However, given the morning's waves, tying a weight probably wouldn't have helped. Zhao Ping agreed. "Who knows where the trap could be now? Let us just feel our way eastward. If we don't find anything, we can look west later." "Hey, what are you guys doing?" A villager happened to pass by and saw the 3 lights, sparking his curiosity. At night, it was hard to see faces clearly in the light, so he didn't know who they were. Upon hearing him, they recognized it was old Luo from next door to Zhao Qin's old house, the same person who planned to block Qindong's car in the afternoon. "Uncle Luo, it's us." Zhao Qin threw a few crab traps in the water this morning. "I told him not to, but he insisted. Now that the waves are smaller, we came to look for them," Zhao Ping replied loudly. "Crab traps thrown in the early morning? With such strong winds, how could they be thrown?" Old Luo said, but he didn't leave. Instead, he sat on a nearby rock, lit a cigarette, and watched them search. Since there was nothing to collect on the beach, He had planned to go home, but wasn't he in a hurry at this moment? He was curious to see if these 3 kids would actually find something. Zhao didn't want old Luo to be there, but he couldn't drive him away. Brother, I think I found one. He exclaimed excitedly after a moment. In his joy, Zhao forgot he was still in the rocky tidal flat. He reached into the water to go over, but the water was up to his knees, and there were many unseen rocks below. As a result, he accidentally bumped his knee against a stone. Damn! He cursed as he fell into the water. Zhao Ping was startled and hurried over. Zhao managed to get up, shouting for them not to come over. Insisting he was fine, he didn't want to risk both of them getting hurt too. The pain in his knee was excruciating, almost making him cry out, as he rubbed at it and cursed internally. What happened? Zhao Ping asked with a tone of reproach. I got too excited and kicked a rock. I'm fine. Be careful. Let us switch places. You take the middle, and I'll go to your side. Let us wait a minute and see how he is doing with that crab trap. He didn't respond. He had found the trap, but couldn't lift it. He knew it was stuck, but he didn't dare use brute force. If the trap got damaged, it wouldn't matter, but if there were crabs inside, they would fall back into the sea. So he carefully felt around one end, planning to gradually pull the trap up from the front. Zhao Ping arrived at the scene and also felt the trap, having the same idea as he. He started looking for the other end of the trap. By the time Zhao got closer, the two had already managed to free the stuck part. Each grabbed one end, with Ahe's end lower and Zhao Ping's end raised, starting to shake the trap to dislodge the contents. Crab traps in the sea are generally longer than those in freshwater. Each trap Zhao got from the system was 9 meters long, with a steel ring size of 35 cm x 50 cm, a common model for traps. Damn! When all 3 headlamps focused on the trap, they could see the contents clearly, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Zhao quickly coughed to interrupt whatever he was about to say. Did you find it? Is there anything inside? Old Luo, hearing the exclamation, also turned on his flashlight from a distance, but at least a dozen meters away, he could barely see the trap, let alone what was inside. Just some crabs and such, Zhao quickly shouted back. Then he glanced at He and Zhao Ping, and they all understood. They had to be discreet about their find. Damn, it's all rock crabs, he added. He, put that trap over on the rocks over there. We'll keep looking. He agreed and struggled to lift the trap onto the rocks. The trap itself wasn't heavy, but the contents inside were. Zhao we're short on snakeskin bags, Zhao Ping said, feeling both happy and frustrated. Let us keep looking. We might only find this one, Zhao Ping replied, giving him an annoyed glance. Come on, we just got here. Stop talking nonsense and keep searching. Zhao realizing his brother was serious, Zhao helplessly spat a couple of times. His brother continued to mumble about how bad luck was for the bad things and good luck for the good things. There was no helping it. People by the sea were truly superstitious, or rather, it wasn't superstition, but more like a custom and belief. Just like when driving, you wouldn't mention anything about car accidents to the driver. Is your knee okay? It doesn't hurt anymore. All right, then you take the middle. And I'll go to the deepest part. Let us keep looking. If we found one, there will definitely be a second. Chapter 54, Why are there only 10 traps? The 3 of them continued searching. After all, there were only the 3 of them, so they couldn't spread out too far, each staying about 15 meters apart. Therefore, they not only had to move forward, but also search left and right, making their progress unusually slow. It would probably take at least over an hour to find the spots where they had previously deployed the traps. This time, Zhao had good luck. He encountered the second trap and told He to keep searching. He called his older brother for help, and the 2 of them carefully worked to free the trap parts before shaking the trap out. Seeing the goods inside, Zhao Ping couldn't hide his smile. Based on the harvest from the first 2 traps, I feel that the 10 traps will yield at least as much as what we collected this morning. Brother, have you noticed that the sea cucumbers in the trap are obviously larger? Yes, it seems the cons are also bigger. Zhao Ping nodded in agreement, recalling that the first trap had 3 conchs, each weighing over a pound, while this one had 2, with one weighing at least 1 pound and 7 ounces. Zhao weighed it in his hand and estimated that, combined with the weight of the trap itself, it must be around 40 to 50 pounds. A snakeskin bag can hold at most 2 traps, but brother brought 3 bags, which is not too few. Brother, I found another one. The two of them were delighted to hear a He's voice again. Zhao Qin thought for a moment and said, "Brother, why don't we see if sister-in-law has time to bring the cart over and keep an eye on the traps we've collected? Otherwise, if we leave them up there and we're too far apart, I wouldn't feel at ease." "Right, but I didn't bring my phone. Did you bring yours?" At this point, Zhao Ping suddenly slapped his thigh, asking if he brought it, and quickly took it out, worrying that it might have gotten wet after falling into the sea. "You see, how can you be so careless to drop in the water? That phone was newly bought, costing 2,000 to 3,000. Zhao Qin glanced at his brother, thinking to himself that he was indeed such an unreliable person. "I secured it with 2 layers of plastic bags, so it should be fine. I'll take the trap to shore first, brother. You go help he collect that trap." The two brothers divided the work. Zhao Qin carried the trap towards the shore. It was about 30 to 40 meters from the beach, and the shallow water provided no buoyancy, making it quite heavy to carry. Once on shore, he took out his phone, took a while to untie the plastic bags, and dialed the landline at his brother's house. Meanwhile, at home, Xiao Rong had just finished feeding the little one and giving him a bath. When she heard the landline ring, she instinctively felt happy and hurried to the living room with the child. She answered the phone and asked, "Is it Qin? Do you need something?" "Sister-in-law, can you step away for a moment?" Yes, you want me to come over, right? What good stuff did you find, and where are you?" Xiao Rong's voice was filled with uncontrollable joy. If she was being asked to come over, it must mean they had found something, and a lot of it. "Sister-in-law, I'm not at ease leaving a Yuan at home to watch Meow Meow at night. Can you go to Ahe's house and bring the old lady over? She doesn't need to do anything. Just rest at home and keep an eye on the child. Bring the cart from home and a jug of water. We're at the rocky beach where we're knocking oysters." Okay. No need for the old lady. I'll just lock the door. The back wall is too low, and you still have the money you collected at home today, right?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Rong was startled. There were so many people around today, she hoped no one would have their eyes on them at night. After all, there are definitely many people who would steal 100 to 200 pounds of crabs. Thinking this way, she realized that Qin was more careful. So she hung up the phone and pulled a Yuan up from inside. "You watch your sister. Ahe's grandma will come over soon. Don't be scared at home. I'm going to the beach." Zhao Junyuan, still half asleep, brightened up and said, "Mom, did Uncle find good stuff again? I'm grown up now. The waves aren't too big tonight. Can I help too?" "You too? What about your sister? Just let Ahe's grandma take your sister to sleep." Xiao Rong thought for a moment. The old lady was also clean and tidy, so she should be fine. "All right, you wait for me at home. I'll go get the old lady." Saying this, she started to run, but was pulled back by a Yuan. "Mom, I run fast. Let me go, give me the flashlight." A Yuan was afraid his mom would trick him, and he would disappear without a trace. The old lady arrived quickly, also running, and when she got to the house, she was still panting heavily. "Old lady, sorry to trouble you so late." "Why say that? Did you find something good again?" the old lady asked excitedly. When a Yuan went to call her earlier, he hadn't explained clearly. She roughly heard that Xiao Rong was going to the beach and asked her to come help watch the house. "Who knew a Qin called and told me to push the cart over. I was worried about the kids at home, so I invited you over." "Oh, then it must be good. Goodness, a Qin really has good luck. Hurry up, go quickly. Do you need to bring water?" Xiao Rong had already pushed the cart and, hearing this, slapped her forehead. She had forgotten about the water. She had a Yuan carry the jug, and the two hurried to the beach. At the beach, Zhao Qin hung up the phone, secured his phone back in his pocket, and then went back into the water to retrieve the trap that he had thrown stones at earlier. "What's in there? Let me see." Lao Luo couldn't see clearly from above and felt that the three brothers were quite sneaky. If it were just a ping, he would believe it. But a Qin and he never spoke a word of truth. Out of curiosity, he walked around and came down to the beach. My God, it's all sea cucumbers and conchs and big blue crabs. Oh heavens, this is going to be a fortune. This one trap must weigh dozens of pounds. Uncle Luo, this matter must not be spread. I'm tight-lipped, don't worry. Goodness, how can there be so many? Qin, you really have a sharp mind. Everyone else is just fighting on the beach, and you thought it's set traps. Zhao Qin pulled something out of his pocket and said, just now, I fell my phone is fine, but my cigarettes got wet. Uncle Luo, can you lend me a cigarette? I don't smoke. No, I meant give me one. All of mine are soaked. Lao Luo let out a sigh and finally took a cigarette out of his pocket and handed it to him. I'll return you a pack tomorrow. Why say that? In the future, When you find good stuff, just bring your old uncle along. Lao Zhang made a good profit today, following you three brothers. Zhao Qin chuckled and laughed. Just then, Zhao Ping brought up the third trap he had found. Goodness, why does every one of them have so much? This is really striking it rich. This one trap earns more than what people make in a month. A Ping, how many did you set? Zhao Ping was also grinning and said, just 10. After saying that, he complained, why are there only 10 traps? We should have bought dozens more. Upon hearing this, Lao Luo and Zhao Qin rolled their eyes in unison. Lao Luo was annoyed at Zhao Ping's words. His family collected quite a bit today, but it was all worthless stuff. In terms of value, it might not even be 1/5 of what this one trap is worth. Zhao Qin thought back to the morning when he set the traps, recalling the disappointed look from his older brother, expressing his dissatisfaction all day long. Quite the attitude of not listening to the elders. Is it a Ping? This section of the beach is flat. The cart can be pushed directly down. Xia Rong saw the lights and called out, Sister-in-law, it's this way. Xia Rong quickened her pace noticeably, and a yuan had already run ahead. Wow, uncle. There are so many sea cucumbers and big conchs again. Keep your voice down. No one thinks you're mute. When Xia Rong got closer and saw the catch in the net, she wanted to act a bit reserved, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Sister-in-law, I'll leave my phone with you. You and a yuan just watch the net here. I'm going to continue searching. Uncle, I'll help you look. Stay on the shore. There are many stones down there, and it's not safe. Achin, how about letting a yuan? Sister-in-law, you don't need to go into the water. The three of us can search just fine. Chapter 55 Surprise. Zhao Qin dived back into the water, and everyone formed a line, slowly moving forward. The fourth trap was found by the elder brother, and although it contained fewer items, there was an eel weighing about 3 to 4 pounds. The bigger, the better it tastes, especially the belly part. Zhao Qin thought that he definitely wouldn't sell this one. He planned to either steam it with fermented black beans or braise it directly. After searching for a good half hour, they finally found the fifth trap, which was also discovered by Zhao Ping. Perhaps because the last haul was poor, this time, after finding the net, he actually called Zhao Qin over to pull it up. You're lucky. This net has more catch than the previous ones, Zhao Ping said, unable to contain his excitement. Elder brother, you take it up. I'll keep looking. Okay. Zhao Qin heard his sister-in-law and a yuan exclaiming from the shore, while Lao Luo sat on the side, sulking and smoking, watching the fun, but feeling frustrated since none of the haul belonged to him. After walking a few steps, Zhao Qin stumbled upon the sixth trap, and as steady as ever, it was filled with a good catch as well. Next, the three of them searched for a long time until they reached the area where he had thrown the traps before, and they found 2 more, both with decent catches. However, they couldn't find the remaining 2 no matter what. Brother, how many more do we need? He asked, disappointment evident in his tone. 2. Zhao Ping's face also showed urgency, as the tide was rising and the waves were getting bigger. The water was up to his waist. Elder brother, if we can't find them, let us wait until tomorrow when the tide goes down and try our luck again. Anyway, it's just conch and sea cucumbers. Leaving in the net for one night, 1 tea killed them. Zhao Ping still felt unwilling to give up, thinking that finding one could be worth 1 or 2,000 yuan, and losing one would be too regrettable, especially since Lao Luo was watching. What if they left and someone else came in the night? How about you guys go up first, and I'll search a bit more. The water is rising quickly, and Zhao Qin was about to say something when he seemed to kick something with his foot. Unsure, he plunged his head into the water and felt around. Finally coming up excitedly, Elder brother, I found one. Great, we found another. Zhao Ping couldn't hide his excitement and quickly waded over to help, raising his right fist and swinging it hard in front of his chest. However, they still couldn't find the last trap no matter what. The water level kept rising, and as night fell, the sea breeze got stronger, making it impossible for Zhao Ping to search any longer. Let us go back to shore. I'll come check again early tomorrow, he said reluctantly. On the shore, Lao Luo watched the seafood with increasing anxiety, realizing that if he kept watching, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep that night. So he simply turned and went home. As Zhao Qin waded toward the shore, he opened the system panel, then paused because today's real-time luck value was surprisingly still at 47 points. It was only 11:40 p.m., and night was about to fall. Damn, he cursed inwardly, thinking that today would probably go to waste. In fact, he had already gathered quite a lot today, but based on the consumption of the system's luck value. Most of it was spent on picking up conchs. The sea cucumbers this time were likely a natural phenomenon. Typhoons could blow so many up, and with his permanent luck value bonus, it allowed him to collect so many. Since he had previously unlocked sea cucumbers, he didn't waste any real-time luck value this time. But where did the remaining 47 points of luck go? Achin, what are you daydreaming about? Zhao Ping, who had been in the deepest part, caught up with him as he walked back up. Seeing him standing still, he asked, "It's nothing, elder brother, just resting. If you want to rest, go up and rest. Staying in the seawater for too long isn't good." Zhao Qin sighed inwardly, realizing it seemed like it would just go to waste. Following behind his brother, he walked up as the water level dropped to his calves, and he turned back to glance at the still murky sea. A wave came from the distance, about half a meter high. By the time it reached where he stood, it would be much lower. "What are you looking at again?" Zhao Ping urged again when he saw Zhao Qin stop. At this moment, he had already sat down on the shore and started lighting incense. "Nothing." As he was speaking, his words stopped because he seemed to see a flash of yellow. Was it just his eyes playing tricks? He stood still, waiting for the second wave to come, and after a while, he could confirm that it wasn't his imagination. There really was a flash of yellow rising and falling with the waves. He couldn't help but walk a bit further into the water. "Achin, come back. Why are you walking in further?" Zhao Ping shouted, noticing Zhao Qin ignoring him. He had originally sat down to rest, but got up again, wading into the water to reach Zhao Qin, following the beam of his headlamp and also seeing the flash of yellow. "Achin, have you seen what it is?" "No. It looks like a fish. I think it looks like one too. Let us move a bit closer," Zhao Ping said as he started to walk forward, but this time, Zhao Qin pulled him back. By now, the water level was up to their thighs, and moving forward would be dangerous. "Elder brother, don't rush. Let us wait for the waves to come." Zhao Ping paused, his face showing urgency and excitement, occasionally turning his head to check if anyone was coming from a distance, as if he were afraid someone would come to compete with them at this moment. Finally, after several waves, the fish was almost within reach, appearing and disappearing with the water flow. Now both brothers couldn't wait any longer and stepped forward at the same time. Zhao Qin, quick-witted, took advantage of the fish reappearing and lunged forward, diving into the water to pin it down. It was big. He held it with both hands, and the fish was already dead since he didn't feel it struggling as he brought it to the surface. With his eyes still closed, he whispered, "Elder brother, I caught it. Let us head to the shore." "Yes, hurry back. Hold it tight so it doesn't get away. It's dead, it's fine." Zhao Qin freed one hand to wipe the water from his face and slowly made his way to the shore. Covering a distance of several dozen meters, Zhao Qin felt as if he were walking to the ends of the earth. Finally reaching the shore, Zhao Ping was already holding a snakeskin bag in his hand. The two didn't take the time to examine it closely and quickly stuffed the fish into the bag. It was only then that Zhao Qin noticed the fish was not completely dead. Its fins were still moving slightly. "What did you two find?" Xiaorong, seeing the two of them looking secretive, hurried over to take a look. "We'll talk about it when we get back." The snakeskin bag wasn't tied, and Zhao Ping carefully moved the fish onto the cart and began to drag it away. "Brother, did you catch a fish?" He asked, not seeing clearly. "Yeah. What kind of fish?" "It looks pretty big," Xiaorong said excitedly, even though she couldn't see the type of fish. She could tell from the size and weight Zhao Ping was holding. "Not sure. I didn't look closely. Elder brother probably saw it clearly." Zhao Qin didn't see it clearly. He simply didn't dare to confirm. He had seen similar fish in beach videos, but many sea fish looked alike, and he was afraid of getting it wrong and being disappointed. "I didn't see it clearly either. Let us hurry up and go. We'll talk when we get home." Zhao Ping spoke, his tongue trembling. If it was what he thought it was with that size, well, he didn't dare to think further, only to turn around and find Zhao Qin had waded back into the sea. Chapter 56. The astonished crowd seeing him walk back into the sea. Zhao Ping thought he had discovered something good again and quickly put down the cart, walking towards the sea while asking, "What are you doing again?" "Big brother, when I just brought the fish up, I think I kicked the net," Zhao Qin replied. Hearing this, Zhao Ping quickened his pace in the water, excitement evident in his voice as he asked, "Are you sure? Why didn't you call me over to check earlier?" For Zhao Ping, The only regret tonight was that he hadn't found the last net. And now that he had possibly encountered it again, how could he not feel happy? It should be, Zhao Qin said. He had kicked the net earlier because he was too excited about catching the fish, and in that moment, he forgot to call his brother over to confirm. The net had been bunched up, making it hard to see, and it was wedged in a crevice between two large rocks, which is why they hadn't found it before. Soon, Zhao Qin stumbled upon it again, and this time he could confirm it was his own net. He first untangled the stuck parts before retrieving the net. Give it to me, I'll carry it, Zhao Ping said, grabbing it from Zhao Qin's hands before he could let go. Once on shore, Zhao Ping unloaded the bag of fish and then placed the net on top, being careful not to crush the fish. He didn't linger this time and quickened his steps towards home. Big brother, let's take a detour and go in through the backyard. Zhao Ping listened to the advice and didn't go back onto the main road. Instead, he pushed the cart up a slope and headed towards the dock, where a path led to the backyard of their home, where there shouldn't be anyone at this hour. Although it was late at night, many people were likely staying up along the shore to gather seafood. Yuan and I will head home first and help you open the door, Xia Rong said, pulling Yuan along the main road back home. As Zhao Qin walked, he opened the system panel and saw that his luck value had completely reset to 0. It seemed that his good fortune had been spent on that big fish earlier. Damn, what is wrong, brother? He asked, hearing his exclamation. Zhao Ping, who was pulling the cart, turned to look at him. Nothing, I almost tripped again. Be careful while walking. If you can't walk anymore, just sit on the cart. No need, big brother. Zhao Qin was surprised because he saw the merit points on the system panel had increased dramatically. It had only been a little over 200 points before, but now it had risen to 1305 points. The increase in points was definitely due to the new catch in the net, and that big fish had given him a whopping increase of 1,000 points in luck value. How could he not be happy? He could buy dozens more nets with that. No, he had to ask Big Brother tomorrow if there were any broken boats for sale. It didn't matter if they were a bit damaged since they were just going to be used at sea. When they arrived at the backyard, they found Yuan sitting by the back door, and smoke was already rising from the chimney, indicating that Xia Rong was cooking. They had been busy for hours, and the group was feeling quite hungry. The child is asleep, I'll take care of it. Before they even entered the house, they heard Ahi's grandmother's voice, seemingly competing with Xia Rong over who would cook. Hearing the commotion, the two of them quickly approached the back door, one holding a kitchen knife and the other a fire poker for adding wood to the stove. Did anyone see us? The three of them shook their heads in unison, not caring whether the two had seen them or not, and began moving the nets into the backyard. Big brother, don't rush. Set up the light in the backyard first. The previous one was dim. Let us work hard tonight and sort out the catch. Zhao Ping agreed and went inside to get the extension cord. Be careful, your hands are wet, Xia Rong reminded him with concern. In just a few minutes, they unloaded 10 nets and one snakeskin bag. The backyard door was small, so the empty cart had to go around to the front. Brother, let me do it. He said this, but quickly went inside, found a cigarette, lit it, and then dragged the empty cart away. Zhao Qin casually closed the back door and walked over to the snakeskin bag. The busiest ones were still Ahi's grandmother and Xia Rong, who were cooking while also sneaking glances at what was happening. How did you catch so many? It doesn't look less busy than this morning. Ahi's grandmother wanted to reach out and shake the net to see, but halfway through, she remembered she was cooking and went back into the kitchen with the spatula. When Zhao Ping set up a 100-watt light bulb and turned it on, he came to Zhao Qin's side. The two brothers exchanged glances. Qin, your luck isn't as good as mine. Be careful when pouring it out so you don't damage the fish scales. Zhao Qin found it amusing. If he hadn't realized it before, the sudden increase in merit points made it almost certain. Carefully pouring out the fish, the golden color was almost blinding under the light. Zhao Qin had always thought his favorite color was pink, but now it seemed yellow was also particularly eye-catching. He noticed his brother's breathing had become noticeably heavier. Big brother, is it? Zhao Ping didn't answer. Instead, he quickly went back inside to grab a cigarette, handed one to Zhao Qin, lit them both, took a couple of deep puffs, and then crouched down to check the tail fin. He then spread out the pectoral fin near the head, confirming that it could reach the fish's eyes and even completely cover them. After a thorough inspection, he gently stroked the golden fish scales and confirmed. It's wild yellow croaker, not farmed. In fact, Both of them were afraid of being too happy too soon. They were almost certain, but they were afraid of mistakenly identifying it as a spring fish. As for whether it was wild, there was no doubt. Who could raise a yellow croaker to such a size? Oh my God, what is this? When Xia Rong couldn't help but come out to take a look again, she found the two brothers secretly crouched there smoking. As she got closer, she saw the golden fish lying on the ground. Her exclamation made the grandmother unable to hold back either. She quickly finished plating a dish, poured a ladle of water into the pot, and rushed into the courtyard. Just one glance, and she exclaimed, "Such a big yellow croaker? Is it big yellow croaker?" Xiaorong also recognized it, but was afraid she was seeing things. Yes, it's definitely big yellow croaker. This must weigh at least 15 to 20 pounds. Xiaorong was so surprised that she couldn't speak for a while. And after a while, she said, "I've never seen one this big. How much do you think it's worth?" "Don't say you. I've never seen one either. I've only heard that someone caught one over 30 pounds before." The grandmother's voice trembled. Although the two were excited, they kept their voices low, afraid of being overheard. If this got out, the threshold of their home would probably be trampled by villagers by midnight. "Damn, what is this?" He came around and saw the fish coming in through the front door, also exclaiming in surprise. "Keep your voice down." "Oh, right. Brother, is this big yellow croaker?" "It should be." "What do you mean should be?" "Pingu, is this or not?" "All right, I'll roam and I will continue cooking." "Akin, it's hot now, and by the time we get to the dock, we probably won't find any ice. If we leave it overnight, it'll spoil. You need to think of a way." The grandmother, having seen the world, was the quickest to wake up, and her words reminded everyone. The two brothers exchanged glances, and Zhao Ping stood up, looking for a scale while saying, "Ah Qin, see if you can contact someone for a purchase. If you can't reach anyone, we'll have to rush to the city tonight. The seafood market opens at 2 or 3. The phone is with me." Xiao Rong came out again, handing the phone still in a convenience bag to Zhao Qin. Chapter 57, A Night of Excitement and Busyness. Zhao Qin ripped open the bag, took out his phone, and hesitated while flipping through his contacts. Who should he contact? Should he ask Mr. Yi if he wants it? It was the middle of the night, and this was definitely valuable. If he kept it for himself, would it be too extravagant for Mr. Yi, the big boss? Mr. Liu and Mr. Yang were in the city and must be resting now. Besides, one was collecting snails and the other crabs. If he asked them, they would have to pass it on, and not only would it be a favor, but it might also disturb their sweet dreams. On the other side, Zhao Ping and he had already weighed the catch. A Qin 19. For pounds. My goodness, this must be worth. Zhao Ping stopped talking about money because he didn't know how much to say. Based on the current market, wild large yellow croaker was probably over 200 yuan per pound, but over 2 pounds, it could even exceed 400 yuan per pound. He had no idea how much this one fish could sell for. Zhao Qin said he understood and ultimately decided to contact Chen Dong to see what he would say. He only had Chen Shui's number, and after dialing, it took a while for the other party to pick up. There was a hint of laziness in her voice as she asked, "Hello, who is this? Sorry for disturbing you so late." Upon hearing his voice, she paused for a moment. Then her tone became more alert as she said, "Zhao Qin, right? It's the middle of the night. Why aren't you asleep?" Zhao Qin almost replied that he couldn't sleep because he was thinking of her, but they weren't that familiar, so he couldn't flirt recklessly. He told the truth. "I caught a large yellow croaker, 19. For pounds. I just wanted to ask if your family buys it. If not, I'm going to the city now." "How heavy is it?" "Is it 9? For pounds?" "No, it's 19. For pounds." "Wow, that's so big. Wait a minute. I'll have my brother call you back in 5 minutes at the latest." After hanging up, Chen Shui flipped over in bed, crossed the living room, and knocked on her brother's door. After a while, she heard her sister-in-law ask who it was. "Sister-in-law, tell my brother to get up. Someone wants to sell goods." "Coming." "Who is it?" This time it was Chen Dong's voice. After a while, Chen Dong got up and came to the living room, asking, "Who is it so late? What goods do they have? And how did they contact you?" "It's Zhao Qin. He might not have your number. He said he caught a large yellow croaker." "When can we get it?" "No, brother, he said it's 9. For pounds, and if you don't buy it, he's going to deliver it to the city overnight. It seems his home doesn't have preservation capabilities." "How much is it? Is it really 9? For pounds?" After confirming again, he planned to go downstairs, but looked at his clothes and hurried back to change. "Brother, do you want it? If so, call him back and tell him not to send it to the city." Yes, we can't let it go." Dong quickly came out, asking his sister to dial the number. He held the phone, and upon hearing Zhao Qin answer, he hurriedly said, "I want that fish. The price is negotiable. Just wait at home for me. I could be there in about half an hour." Hearing Zhao Qin agree, he smiled and hung up the phone, quickly changing clothes and grabbing his car keys before heading out. Chun Shui wanted to go with her brother, but it was so late that she didn't feel comfortable asking. She huffed softly, returned to her room, and lay back in bed, thinking of sending Zhao Qin a text. "Zhao Qin, my brother has already set off. You're amazing. How did you catch such a big one? Thanks, I'm busy. Let's chat when I have time." Seeing Zhao Qin's reply, she huffed again, rolling around in bed, and then complained, "A phone call woke me up, and now I can't sleep, and he won't chat with me." After putting down his phone, Zhao Qin explained the situation about Dong wanting to buy the fish. "Hey, why not let him come a bit later? The catch in the traps hasn't been sorted yet. Just now, everyone was too busy celebrating to pay attention to the goods in the traps, and hearing that someone was coming to buy made Zhao Ping anxious. Brother, the goods and traps are fine. We can collect them tomorrow. We can have Dong make another trip when there's good stuff. He will definitely be happy to buy." Just then, the old lady said to the three of them, "Dinner is ready. You guys eat first. Arong and I will pick from the traps." Yes, let's eat. You must all be hungry." Xiaorong finally finished with the kitchen and happily glanced at the large yellow croaker. "Brother, let's eat first. You all eat. I will empty the goods from the traps first to make it easier for your sister-in-law to sort." Zhao Qin and He got up to help empty the traps, and it didn't take long to finish. The three of them didn't care about being dirty, quickly washed their hands, each took a bowl of rice, added some vegetables on top, and sat in the backyard, eating while watching the two sort through the goods. A Yuan was a clever little guy and was really tired, so when he saw them come back, he washed up and went to sleep first. He knew that if he acted too excited, his mother would definitely catch him dividing the goods. After finishing his meal, Zhao Qin thought about checking today's luck value on the system panel. He only had 2 points, but he wasn't discouraged. Today's harvest was pretty good. Since he wasn't going to the sea tomorrow, he could have a good rest. Thinking about resting, he suddenly had an idea and took out his house keys, saying to He, "Go home and get a clean set of clothes, and by the way, for me a set too." Zhao Ping didn't pay much attention to what he said. All three of them were wet and definitely needed a change. Since the goods hadn't come yet, he couldn't let the two go back to rest first. He took the keys and left, but just as he reached the door, he turned around and shouted, "Brother, I see car lights. Someone is coming." Zhao Qin stood at the door and noticed the car lights getting closer. Soon it stopped at the entrance. "The large yellow croaker is fresh, right?" Dong jumped out of the car and eagerly asked, as he had been worried on the way that it might not be fresh, regretting that he hadn't asked clearly earlier. It was still alive when it was caught. "It's only been about an hour." That's good. The two walked into the backyard, and when Dong saw the pile of seafood, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, how come there's so much? You didn't mention it clearly on the phone." "Mr. Chun, it's not urgent. We can sort out tonight. You can make another trip tomorrow. I'm just worried about the large yellow croaker losing its freshness." "Right, it's 9. For pounds, right?" "That's right, 19. For pounds." "Did you bring a scale?" Dong smiled at Zhao Ping and said, "Brother, please help me unload the scale from the car. I want to check the goods first." The two were about the same age, but Dong was probably 2 or 3 years older. "Where's the fish?" Zhao Qin led Dong to the corner, lifted the snakeskin bag covering the fish. Although the large yellow croaker was dead, it could still easily change color. Generally speaking, the yellower the color, the better the quality. The seawater was murky today, so when it was caught, it looked like a big golden lump shining brightly. Zhao Ping was worried that the strong light would fade the color of the large yellow croaker, so after everyone had seen it, he covered it back up with the snake skin bag. "This is 9. For pounds?" "Yes, 19. For pounds." We waited. The two stared at each other in disbelief, both looking dumbfounded. Chapter 58. Difficult to price. After a while, the two realized that there had been a misunderstanding, and they couldn't help but laugh. "You mean 19 Jean for Liang, right?" "Yes, I probably didn't explain it clearly, so you misheard on the phone, 19 Jean for Liang." "Oh my, how could it be so big? My family has been catching fish for 15 years, and I've never seen such a big yellow croaker. Just looking at it is worth it." Zhao Qin found his exaggerated words amusing as well. "No, we can't just settle for not losing money. We have to find a way to sell it at a high price. It's a win-win situation. TSK, 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 with your luck. Just picking it up by the seaside is equivalent to a day's income for a deep-sea fishing boat. Maybe even more. I guess today is just a lucky day. After Zhao Qin finished speaking, he helped carry the fish back to the electronic scale. It weighed a total of 975 kilograms, which was even more than what they had weighed before. Oh my, it really is that heavy. If we take this to the city, it will definitely cause a sensation in the seafood market. Maybe even the TV station will come to interview you. Mr. Chun, I'm a low-key person. This fish, aside from my family, no one in the village knows about it. If you take it, please don't spread my name around. Chun Dong was taken aback for a moment, then gave a thumbs up and said, Brother, you're right. Only a fool would want to get famous without any benefits. Wow, that's a profound statement. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter again. Watching the two joke around, the three others were anxious, saying, Let's get to the point, how much per gene? After weighing the fish, Chun Dong bent down again to check it, using a method similar to what Zhao Ping had done before. He pressed the fish's body lightly with his hand to see if the flesh still had elasticity, then lifted the gills to take a look. The gill filaments were bright red. In fact, Chun Dong could tell whether it was fresh or not since he had helped his family with fishing since he was a teenager. This fish was too valuable, so he was being extra cautious. After confirming everything, he took out a foam box from his car. Do you have any red plastic bags at home? Yes. I'll go find some. One plastic bag definitely wouldn't be enough, so Zhao Ping found several, tore them open, wrapped the fish tightly, and then placed it into the foam box, filling it with ice packs on all sides. Once they were done, Chun Dong said, Qin, I want to hide it from you. I'm really not sure about the price. The biggest fish I bought before was over 5 gene, with some scales damaged. Last year, I offered 720 yuan per gene. This is the first time I've seen one this big. How about this? I'll take the fish first, and you come by tomorrow morning. I'll contact a few clients, and we can see what price they offer. I'll just take a small cut. How much? 5, is that okay? Chun Dong thought that this fish could sell for at least 20,000 yuan, so 5 would be 1,000 yuan. It would just involve making a few calls in the evening. Although the profit was a bit small, once this fish's reputation spread, more clients would definitely contact him, which would indirectly advertise his purchasing store. All right, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Chun. Everyone should make money. This is only right. As for this batch, you can pick it out first. If it's convenient tomorrow, you can bring it all together in the morning. If not, we can finish our work at noon, and I'll come by in the afternoon to collect. Okay, sorry for bothering you so late, Mr. Chun. After they made the agreement, Zhao Ping helped load the fish onto the car, but he couldn't resist asking, Mr. Chun, you're an expert. Give us a hint. What's the lowest price it can sell for? If it's below 20,000 yuan, I'll take it. That's my bottom line for you. Hearing this, Zhao Ping's mouth immediately broke into a grin. Wow, 20,000 yuan for a single fish. Zhao Qin, however, was nonchalant, thinking that even at 1,000 yuan per gene, for such a big fish, Old Chen would definitely guarantee it. After sending off Chun Dong, Zhao Ping shared Chun Dong's words with everyone, and now they were even more motivated to pick through the goods. Wow, considering the goods we're sorting through, we can make 50,000 or 60,000 yuan today. Summer Rome exclaimed after a quick calculation in her mind. The old lady nodded repeatedly, looking at Zhao Qin. Qin's luck is really good. He's just riding on his coattails. Yes, thanks to Qin. Grandma, sister-in-law, a good man is helped by 3 others. My luck is decent, but without Big Brother and Ahi helping, I wouldn't have gotten this much. If you make a few thousand yuan in a day, everyone in the village will kneel and bow, begging you to take them with you, the old lady said. Grandma, that big yellow croaker was seen by me. But if it weren't for my brother and Ahi being around, who knows what would have happened if someone else had tricked me into the sea? Yes, it's much more reassuring with you brothers together. These days, there are plenty of people who want money but don't care about their lives. The old lady could relate to this. She was older and had experienced the chaotic times earlier in the 1980s when a large collective had just dissolved. When boats went out to sea, large boats would rob small boats of their machinery, sometimes even throwing people into the sea. After all, at sea, if someone died, no one would see it. Seeing Ahi holding clothes, Summer Rong finally reacted. You guys should wash up first and change out of those dirty clothes. Wearing them close to your body will make you sick. Zhao Qin looked at his own clothes. They had already dried, so he shook his head. Let's sort the goods first. After that, I'll take Big Brother and Ahi to the town's bathhouse to take a bath. Washing at home, isn't very effective. Why spend that money? Zhao Ping was a bit displeased. Big Brother, listen to me. Soaking in the bath will help drive out the coldness from your body. Otherwise, in a few years, we'll all be suffering from rheumatism. Summer Rong knew there was a bathhouse in town, and she had heard that it wasn't very clean inside. She didn't want the three of them to go, but then thought they had already soaked in the water for several hours, so a bath would indeed be better. Although there were many goods, they were all quite large, especially the conchs, the smallest of which weighed about 5 or 6 liang. It took the 5 of them about an hour to sort everything out. After they were done, Zhao Ping insisted on weighing the goods. The sea cucumbers weighed 71 jin, much more than during the day, but the smaller ones were only over 70 jin. The conchs were also more than during the day, with over 40 jin weighing more than a jin each. Let's go. Big Brother, bring a change of clothes. We're heading to the town. I'll go get some seawater to raise these. Otherwise, you and I go. I heard there are some messy things in there, and you two can't get involved. Zhao Qin looked at the sorted goods and decided to take out his phone and call Chen Shui. Let us just take the goods with us. It'll be a hassle for Mr. Chen, but he can profit from it too. Upon hearing this, Summer Rong, who originally didn't want the men to go, nodded repeatedly. Yes, let's transport the goods overnight. Otherwise, if we deliver them tomorrow, the villagers will definitely see them, and who knows how many will get jealous. Zhao Ping also thought this was a good idea and didn't refuse any longer. While Zhao Qin was on the phone, he went back inside to pack a change of clothes. Summer Rong followed him into the house, immediately wrapping one hand around his waist. I'm warning you, no funny business. Come on, you know what kind of person I am. That's exactly why I'm saying this. I'm worried you might get bewitched by those people and end up abandoning your home. Why don't you wait for me to come back and check my ammo stock? Zhao Ping leaned close to his woman's ear and whispered, You rascal. Chapter 59. Bro, you're not allowed to do bad things. Zhao Qin dialed Chen Shui's phone number. The girl was almost going crazy. The previous call had kept her awake for quite a while. When her big brother came back, the whole family was awakened and went downstairs to check out that big yellow fish. She didn't care much about it, unlike her dad and brother, who sat there smoking and occasionally chuckling to themselves. Just as she finally felt sleepy and was about to doze off, her phone rang again. This time she looked at the caller ID. Zhao Qin, are you doing this on purpose? You're ruining my sleep. Sleep with you? Zhao Qin was taken aback. Was she being so open? Sorry, I'll treat you to dinner another day. He then explained the situation. Chen Shui told him to hold on for a moment, and then said, I told my brother to have you bring it over now. He's still awake. After hanging up, Chen Shui put down her phone and began to wave her little fists, thinking to herself that she had been tormented by Zhao Qin all night. Suddenly, she felt that the phrase could be interpreted in a different way and couldn't help but laugh. On the other end, Zhao Qin hung up and told his brother that they could collect it now. His brother grabbed the cart and was about to leave when Zhao Qin suddenly realized something. He walked over to the bag containing the sea cucumbers, picked out the biggest tin, and said, One for each adult, and the kids can have an extra meal. Let's sell them. Zhao Ping had been thinking about picking up a couple from the beach, but now that he saw Zhao Qin wanted to keep them, he hesitated. Isn't making money just about eating and dressing better? Bro, don't be stingy. After picking them out, he handed them to his sister-in-law to keep in the water tank for tomorrow's extra meal, and then he followed his brother, pushing the cart onto the main road. Get back early, said Xiao Rong as they reached the main road. Zhao Qin turned to the old lady and said, Granny, it's late. You should go back to sleep. We'll be back late too. When he comes to my house, he can rest for a bit. Okay, then I'll head back first, the old lady said, and followed behind the cart. When they reached the fork near the old house, she went back home. The three lit up cigarettes, and the flickering flames looked somewhat frightening from a distance. Qin, you say this typhoon isn't all bad? Zhao Ping said, pulling the cart as Zhao Qin and Ahi walked on either side, helping to push when they hit a slope. Bro, everything has two sides. Some people can look at things objectively and live a bit easier, while others only focus on the negative and end up living a tiring life. Bro, I don't understand. With your bird-like temperament, you don't need to understand. Zhao Ping understood a bit. Achin was advising him not to worry too much about the fruit trees on the mountain. The three chatted and laughed, and they weren't tired at all. When they arrived at the purchasing station, they could see the lights still on at Chun Dong's shop from a distance. At the door, when Chun Dong heard the noise, he opened the door and smiled. "You came quite fast. Sorry to bother you so late," Zhao Ping said somewhat apologetically. "Compared to you guys bending over to pick at the beach, I'm doing much easier work. It's all for making money. A bit of hardship is to be expected. Chun Dong, let's weigh the goods first and settle the payment tomorrow." Chun Dong had no objections, and the three of them helped weigh the goods. A total of 147 pounds of sea cucumbers, 53 pounds and 4 ounces of conch, over 20 pounds of blue crabs, and more than 61 pounds of oysters. Of course, there were other items from the traps like some shrimp and scallops, but not many. So Zhao Qin decided to keep them for himself. Just after finishing weighing, Chun Shui came down from upstairs. "Aren't you done yet? Sorry for disturbing your sweet dreams tonight. I'll treat you to dinner another day. You know that, huh?" "The way you said it shows no sincerity," Chun Shui replied, then couldn't help but laugh. "It's fine. You called me, which means you trust my family. Chun Dong, can we leave this cart at your door for a bit? Aren't you guys going back now?" Zhao Qin shook the convenience bag he was holding. "After soaking in seawater for so long, I plan to soak in the bathhouse for a while." Chun Dong's eyes lit up, then he gave Zhao Qin a knowing look. Being men, Zhao Qin understood the implication and invited, "Dong Ge, why don't we go together? Don't worry, I'll treat you as a thank you for your hard work tonight. I have to give my little brother this face." Chun Dong started his performance, looking troubled, and Zhao Qin almost told him not to go. "How can I let you treat me? You have connections in the city, and you gave me the goods. You let me keep that big yellow fish without negotiating the price. Out of trust, I should be treating you." Clearing his throat, he turned to Chun Shui and said, "Ame, you should go up and sleep. By the way, tell your sister-in-law that I'm entertaining clients. I don't know if there's a buffet inside. I'll treat a few friends to a drink later." Chun Shui looked at the two suspiciously. She wasn't that easy to fool. "Bro, I'll tell sister-in-law. But you can't go out and do bad things again, especially him. He's already bad enough." As she said this, she pointed at Zhao Qin. "Zhao Qin. Girl, can you be clearer? Where did you see me being bad?" Chun Shui smirked, then turned and went upstairs. Chun Dong gave Zhao Qin a thumbs up. "Brother, you really know how to talk. Dong Ge, do you need to bring clothes? I already showered and changed clothes before you came. Let's go." Zhao Ping was a bit confused. "You showered and changed clothes, and yet you still want to go to the bathhouse with us?" When they reached the outer room, Chun Dong handed each of them a cigarette. Zhao Qin took it and lit it, casually asking, "Which floor?" "Wow, brother, you're quite knowledgeable. You haven't been to the town's bathhouse before? Tell me, where did you wash, and how was the service? People can't be too familiar. Otherwise, the cheap side will definitely show." Just like now, hearing Zhao Qin ask which floor, Chun Dong immediately treated him like a close friend, putting his arm around his shoulder and wanting to discuss regional differences. "I haven't been. I just heard." "Got it. We're just hearing what others say too." Zhao Qin. The two were chatting happily, while Zhao Ping and Ahi looked on in confusion, wondering what was going on. Wasn't it just a bath? Chapter 60. Unconventional foot bath. Although it was just a bathhouse in town, this dock was the largest in the area, frequented by many people and several ocean-going vessels. Sailors who would be away for a month or two naturally wanted to soak in a bath and relax once they were ashore. Therefore, this bathhouse was not only large but also well decorated. "Is this a bathhouse?" Zhao Ping and Ahe exclaimed in unison as they walked into the lobby. "Akin, this must be expensive, right?" Otherwise, Zhao Ping thought that with this kind of decor and the fact that someone bowed upon their entrance, it surely wouldn't be cheap. "Don't worry, big brother, it's quite cheap. Just the price of a sea cucumber." Chun Dong, who was changing into slippers nearby, couldn't help but laugh at the comparison. He was young, and his words were truly the mark of a fisherman. Zhao Ping shot Zhao Kunaglair. A sea cucumber cost dozens of bucks, which is not cheap at all. The four of them changed their shoes, each took a hand tag, entered the men's bathing area, opened their lockers to undress, and then slipped into the pool. Since it was late at night, there was nobody around, and they all soaked comfortably. "Isn't this nice, big brother?" Zhao Kun teased, watching Zhao Ping lying back in the bath with a satisfied expression, legs spread and head resting on the edge, letting out contented groans. It's definitely more comfortable than a shower at home, but this is too expensive. Bro, what's the point of making money if you're not going to spend it? If you earn but don't spend, you're just a miser. As a man, you should treat yourself well. Zhao Kun gave Chendong a thumbs up. He liked what he heard. After soaking for half an hour, Zhao Kun even called someone to scrub his back. But Big Brother and Ah seemed too shy to do the same, no matter how much he urged them. After washing up, Zhao Ping thought about heading home. He wanted to check if there were any late-night snacks upstairs, especially since they were included in the bathing ticket. Why not eat if it was free? Hearing that there was no extra charge, Zhao Ping followed him upstairs. Although they had eaten before, running around and soaking made all four of them quite hungry. They each had a bottle of beer, which was self-paid and not cheap at all. Big Brother, don't go back yet. There's a public rest area on the 3rd floor. We can sleep until dawn and then head back with Donggu to see how things are, Zhao Kun advised. Is it going to cost money? Big Brother, are you annoying or what? Zhao Ping smiled awkwardly. Thinking about money was the first thing that came to his mind. Once they reached the 3rd floor, the four of them found a row of lounge chairs. After lying down, Zhao Kun called for a waiter and ordered 4 cups of green tea. Bro, want to check out the 4th floor? Chun Dong urged as soon as he sat down, knowing that Zhao Ping would definitely decline. So he only invited Zhao Kun. Chun, what's on the 4th floor? Ah asked curiously. A foot bath area. Upon hearing about foot baths, Ah-hei's eyes lit up. He had been longing for one lately. Having heard others boast about how comfortable it was, saying that after a foot bath, one felt light as a feather. And there were opportunities for a little touching as well. I'm not going, Donggu, you go ahead. I'm too tired. With Ah-hei declining, Chendong felt a bit awkward about going alone. Donggu, don't worry. We'll rest together in the lobby tonight. The 3 of us can vouch for each other. Okay, you all rest. I'll just go up for a massage and be back down. My back has been feeling off these past couple of days. After Chun Dong left, Zhao Kun secretly snickered, thinking that after the massage, his back would probably feel worse. Nevertheless, he truly didn't want to get involved, so he closed his eyes and planned to sleep. Just then, someone nudged him. Bro, I also want a foot bath. I'll take you to a proper place another day. Here, they don't even touch your feet. Where else could they touch? Where else? Up along the pant legs. Really? Zhao Ping became interested. After all, he was a man and turned to ask curiously. I've never been, so I can't say for sure. But looking at Chun Dong's anxious look, he doesn't seem like he is going up just for a foot bath. All right, let us sleep and avoid catching anything. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping felt reassured. Ah-hei was eager to check out the 4th floor, but without Zhao Kun's approval, he didn't dare go. Well, when you have time, take me to a proper place. Before long, the 3 of them fell into a deep sleep. When Zhao Kun woke up, he saw it was already past 8 a.m. and turned to look around, finding Chun Dong lying next to him. He quickly woke everyone up. When Zhao Ping heard it was past 8, he became anxious. Your sister-in-law must be worried sick all night. I intended to call her early. Looking at his phone, he saw he had 5 missed calls, which made him even more flustered. He would have to explain for a long time when he got back. Zhao Kun could roughly understand his brother's mindset. As the 4 of them walked out of the lounge, he called Zhao Ping's home. Sister-in-law, we went to take a bath last night, and there was a self-service buffet at the bathhouse. Chungu insisted on treating us to a drink, and I didn't want to go back at night. I really didn't feel at ease with Big Brother going back alone. Don't worry, my brother won't get into any trouble. Everything is clear and above board. Big Brother? Oh, he just woke up? I'll hand the phone to him. After saying that, she passed the phone to Zhao Ping. He spoke a few words and hung up, chuckling a couple of times as he handed the phone back to Zhao Kun. Let us go wash up. There's breakfast here. We'll eat before heading out. Chun Dong said, leading the way downstairs. After the 4 finished breakfast and came out, Chun Dong insisted on paying the bill. As for how he would report back to his wife, Zhao Kun knew that one of the 3 brothers would surely be pushed forward to take the blame. Whatever. It's normal for friends to occasionally smooth things over. Sometimes, men really don't have much pride. Bro, if you don't want to go back, I contacted 2 or 3 people last night. I'll make a few more calls, and you guys can come to my place for tea while waiting. They should be able to come before noon. Zhao Kun looked at Zhao Ping, who waved his hand. You and Ah-hei stay here. I'll go back. I can't help much here. I want to go back and check on the fruits. I was too busy yesterday. All right, Big Brother, you go back. I'll stay here. What about you? Zhao Kun looked at Ahe again. Bro, I want to visit my aunt's house. Zhao Kun knew he meant the Qian Kun family, so he nodded. Then don't go empty-handed. Chingu's goods haven't been settled yet. Take a few sea cucumbers and a conch over. If I bring things, my aunt will scold me. You little brat, it's time to grow up. Your aunt will scold you, but be happy inside. Trust me. When they arrived at the collection station, they saw Chen Shui wrinkling her little nose, looking at the four with suspicion written all over her face. Sis, who offended you early in the morning? What did you do last night? You want to know? I don't want to hear it. You definitely did something bad. We just took a bath, had a buffet, and then slept. Which of these three counts as bad? Chun Dong snorted. What nonsense are you talking early in the morning? Has Dad come back yet? His family had a supermarket, so the old man had to go out at night to buy fruits and vegetables. He just finished eating and is taking a nap. Zhao Ping pushed the cart away, while Zhao Kun selected 6 sea cucumbers and a slightly larger conch from last night's goods to weigh, letting Ahe carry them away. Dong urged Zhao Kun to sit down and started brewing tea. Just after they finished a cup, Chen Shui came down again, holding 2 fruits. Here for you. Oh, the cherimoyas are in season? Dong took one, pressed on the stem, and then pulled out the middle string. Take it. Seeing Zhao Kun not accepting, she directly shoved it into his hand. Chapter 61. Seal bit auction. The so-called custard apple is a local name. Its scientific name is Annona squamosa, also known as the sugar apple or cherimoya. It is not yet cultivated in the mainland, and nearly all of it is imported from Taiwan, so the price is not low. Zhao Qin felt embarrassed to ask for it, but once Chen Shui had it in hand, he couldn't decline. Akin, what are your next plans? Are you just thinking about picking up shells by the beach? That's too reliant on luck, and the income is unstable. Chen Dong saw that he wasn't eating the fruit, so he set his own aside and began to chat casually. I don't have much of a foundation, but I've had some good luck lately and made a bit of income, so I'm planning to get a boat. It doesn't have to be too good, just something to set traps by the sea and take it slow. Chen Dong nodded. They were just chatting, and he couldn't possibly make decisions for Zhao Qin. While they were talking, someone came in to buy seafood. Although most of their seafood will be sold to the city or other places, they also catered to retail. A customer bought a wild sea bass, which the locals generally liked for its delicious taste and reasonable price, retailing at only 32 yuan per pound. One after another, there were people coming in to sell and buy goods, and business wasn't too bad. Someone inquired about sea cucumbers. For less than 2 taels, Dong quoted 115 yuan. The buyer hesitated for a moment, but still weighed a pound. Akin, don't think I sell high prices, but I also have to bear the risk. If they die, they're worth nothing, and there are discounts. Dong was worried that Zhao Qin would think he was being greedy, as he only charged Zhao Qin 80 yuan for anything less than 2 taels, making a profit of 35 yuan on this pound, which was indeed quite a lot. Zhao Qin didn't mind. Making money is making money, no matter to whom, as long as he felt he wasn't losing out. He couldn't catch and sell retail himself. He wouldn't even cover the labor costs. Dongge, when more people arrive, what are you planning to do? Simple, we bid. This thing is a matter of chance. I'll sell to whoever offers the highest price. Zhao Qin pondered for a moment and shared his thoughts. Dongge, this might hurt feelings. If you raise a price and I raise a price, who knows? It might even spark a conflict. They won't hold grudges against each other, but they might blame you for being greedy. Brother, what do you suggest we do? Hearing this, Dong felt he had been a bit presumptuous and hadn't considered it deeply. It's simple. Let's do a sealed bid. Set a minimum price. Clearly tell everyone that we won't sell below this price, and then let everyone write down a price. We'll give everyone a chance and sell to the highest bidder. It seemed there was no competition, but the uncertainty was greater. So those who truly didn't care about the money and wanted to secure the catch might offer even higher than if they were just calling out prices. This way, without anyone calling out bids, wouldn't hurt feelings, and since the prices were filled out voluntarily, even if they regretted a high offer, wouldn't be our concern. This method is good. Akin, you really think quickly. Dong realized this method was indeed quite good. It's just that everyone was too unfamiliar with the bidding process. They had only occasionally seen that kind of paddle bidding on TV, and they hadn't really encountered this kind of seal bidding. Just as they finished discussing, they heard someone shout while entering. Is there a big yellow croaker? Confirmed to be 9. For pounds? Mr. Wu, you arrived early. Ha ha. For a yellow croaker over 9 pounds. If I didn't come early, I probably wouldn't even see the fish. Chen Dong didn't explain the weight was incorrect, but led him into the cold storage to let him see for himself. When the phone box was opened, the visitor exclaimed, "So big, this is definitely more than 9 pounds, right? 19 pounds and 4 ounces. I might not have made myself clear last night. You heard wrong. My God, it's almost 20 pounds. Where did such a big one come from?" Chen Dong looked at Zhao Qin, who was standing at the cold storage door, but saw him shake his head, so he smiled and said, "I got it from an old fisherman last night. It's an old relationship. I didn't pay for it. I was just waiting for a few bosses to help me price it." "A few? Xiao Chun, you're too unkind. I'm the first one here and I want this fish." Mr. Wu's surprise faded, even showing a hint of anger. "Mr. Wu, please understand. My small business relies on the support of several bosses. I can't hide this fish. If I sell it to you, they'll definitely block the door and scold me. You wouldn't want to see me get scolded, right?" Mr. Wu raised his hand to point at him, finding his shamelessness amusing. "It's cold inside. Shall we go out for some tea?" Mr. Wu waved his hand, squatting down to check the fish. After a moment, he said, "Pure wild, not one that escaped from a net cage, and it's very fresh. A fish weighing around 5 pounds takes over 8 years to grow. This one is probably close to 20 years old. Even if it weren't caught, it would likely die of old age. The big yellow croaker is considered a slow-growing fish distributed along most coastal areas of our country, and their lifespan varies. As for Mr. Wu's claim of pure wild, there is also a semi-wild variety, which is one that escaped from a breeding cage and survived in a natural environment for a few years. Its quality is still different from pure wild, but it's better than pure cage-raised." While they were talking, another person entered and asked if there was a big yellow croaker. Upon seeing the fish, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, so big?" Zhao Qin recognized the accent and found it was from the Cantonese region, because the notice was given at different times, and people were coming from varying distances. They didn't gather until 11:30. "Several bosses, it's almost noon. Let me arrange a simple meal." Before Chen Dong could finish, several people interrupted him simultaneously. "Xiao Chun, let's set the rules first. You call us here for bidding, right? Let's get started," Mr. Wu said, bowing to the other few. "Everyone, show some mercy. I absolutely must have this fish. Coincidentally, I happen to want to send it to an important friend. Everyone step aside. I'm counting on your kindness." The others exchanged glances. Since they had come, they certainly wouldn't back down due to one or two remarks. Their gazes all turned to Chen Dong. "Gentlemen, harmony brings wealth. This is how I see it." Chen Dong then shared his thoughts, and everyone found it feasible. Zhao Qin helped by distributing paper and pens to each boss. Then they all spread out, thinking about what price to fill in while watching each other's expressions. Just a moment ago, they thought the seal bid was better and would have less competition, but now they realized it was actually more challenging, as they didn't know how much others would fill in, and with only one chance, if they filled in too low, they would miss out on the fish. Filling in what seemed like a simple number, they took over 20 minutes to contemplate. Zhao Qin was about to urge them when Chen Dong finally collected their notes. Chen Dong opened them. Zhao Qin couldn't get close to see, but judging from Chen Dong's expression, the bid seemed to be quite acceptable. "Thank you to the bosses for your support. Today this fish has found its rightful owner. Stop the chatter. Quickly report who has the highest bid." Mr. Wu said unhappily. Chapter 62. Made a fortune hearing President Wu's urging. Chen Dong smiled and said, "President Wu, I'm sorry. I filled it out incorrectly. I'll fill out another one." As soon as President Wu heard the first few words, he realized he had quoted a low price and quickly spoke up. "No way. We agreed on one round." Yes, everyone only has one chance." The others quickly chimed in. If one person withdrew, the remaining people's chances would be greater. So they naturally opposed President Wu's actions vigorously. "President Wu, let's treat this as a game. You have to follow the rules." "Nonsense, I follow the rules. And you want me to get you another big yellow croaker weighing over 10 pounds? Chen Dong could only smile awkwardly. It really depended on luck. After all, he had never seen such a big one in his life. Who knows when he would encounter it again? President Wu was just venting his frustration, knowing it wasn't his fault. He didn't leave, but wanted to see who would end up with the fish. "Bosses, this fish is sold to President Feng for 50,888 yuan. Wow, that's me. Ha." The previous Guangdong boss immediately shouted with excitement. The others' faces darkened, cursing the Guangdong guy for being so rich, especially when it came to food. He was particularly generous. Zhao Qin, standing nearby, was also overjoyed. He thought it might go over 30,000, but he never imagined it would exceed 50,000. That was too exaggerated. After Chun Dong's initial joy, seeing the other bosses with dark faces preparing to leave, he quickly said, "Gentlemen, please stay for a meal." Eat dust. What a joke, I'm going home. What a waste of a trip, so unlucky. Chun Dong stood at the door, not letting them leave, and with both hands, he bowed and said, "Gentlemen, it's my fault this time, but there's nothing I can do. I took someone else's goods, and I have to help sell them at a better price. It's a favor that you all came. If I let you go back empty-handed, that would be ungrateful of me. Please wait a moment." After speaking, Chun Dong tore open a convenience bag on the wall and said to Zhao Qin, Qin, pack the sea cucumbers, choose the big ones, 10 in a bag." Zhao Qin sighed inwardly. Chun Dong not only spoke beautifully, but also handled things beautifully. No matter how unpleasant the day had been, now no one could find fault with him, and instead, they thought he was generous. The two worked quickly, and soon they had packed everything. Chun Dong handed a bag to President Wu, saying, "Calm down, these are all wild and fresh. Takes a bag to try. How can I accept this? These goods are worth quite a bit. How about I pay? Gentlemen, please don't slap my face. My business is small. I can't compare with you big bosses, but treating you to some seafood, I can afford that. All right, I'll accept this as a gift. Just weigh me 10 pounds more, and I'll take it back to treat others." What the bosses said. Everyone agreed and wanted to weigh 10 or 8 pounds. This time, Chun Dong didn't stop them, and the prices were at normal market rates. He helped them load the goods into their cars, settle the accounts, and sent them off. Everyone reminded him to contact them if there were more good goods in the future, and Chun Dong naturally promised. Zhao Qin had never done business, but from Chun Dong's actions, he could see that he wasn't someone who was greedy for small profits. It's no wonder he could make money. Finally, it was President Feng's turn. After counting the money, Chun Dong not only picked 10 sea cucumbers for him, but also chose a similar conch. "Oh, I have a share too. What are you talking about? Everyone has a share except you. What kind of person would I be?" President Feng chuckled, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "I'll come find you for a drink another day. I don't have time today. I have to take this fish on a plane. Take care." After sending everyone off, the two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Brother Dong, you're the best." Zhao Qin sincerely gave him a thumbs up. "Your idea was good. Otherwise, it would have been hard to wrap things up now. You would have offended 1 or 2 people." Upstairs, Chun Shui peeked her head out and asked, "Brother, did you sell it?" "Sold." Shortly after, Chun Shui came down with a middle-aged man in his 50s. Chun Dong looked very much like the man. It was clear they were father and son. "How much did you sell it for?" the man asked, nodding at Zhao Qin with a smile. 888 yuan. "Wow, that is not low." President Feng took it, right? "Dad, let me settle the accounts with Qin first." The man responded with a slight looking at Zhao Qin and saying, "You look a bit familiar. Is your dad Zhao Onghua?" "Oh, uncle knows my dad." Zhao Qin didn't expect their fathers knew each other. Ha, indeed. When you got into college, I went to your house for dinner. You probably didn't pay attention at the time. Jing University, the first in our town. Is it vacation now? Upon hearing Jing University, Chun Shui and Chun Dong both exclaimed, "Oh." The current Jing University wasn't like its later bad reputation. At that time, it was still a real goal for many people. "There were some reasons I dropped out, uncle." "How did you know my dad?" "How else?" "Years ago, we went out to sea together at night." Zhao Qin suddenly understood. It seemed Chin's father was also involved in smuggling. He might have been clever or just stopped early. He definitely wasn't like his own father, who got caught up in trouble. "Why did you drop out? It's so hard to get in. What a pity." Chun Dong felt sorry for him. Chin's father thought it was because of his mother's death and his father's irresponsibility that he dropped out. So he added, "If you have the ability, you can do anything. Even fishing can earn big money." "Dad, how come I didn't know our families were connected?" Chun Shui's voice had a hint of a pout, and Chin's father looked at her fondly and said, "It's just that we haven't been in touch often, but we can visit more in the future." Zhao Qin smiled and nodded, then began to settle accounts with Chun Dong. The big sea cucumbers weigh 69 pounds. The small ones 76. After deducting 10 pounds for the several bosses, and some that he took earlier, you shouldn't have to cover those. "It's me." Just go with what I said, Brother Dong. Let's not drag this out too much. Chen Dong scratched his head. He did a good deed, but had to make Zhao Qin pay for it. Fine, fine. Let us go with what you said. The total for the goods delivered at night was 124 yuan, which was more than 2,000 higher than what was sold the previous afternoon. The big yellow croaker sold for 888 yuan. Chen Dong took a commission of 544, totaling 69 for 168 yuan for Zhao Qin. Chen Dong rounded it off to 500 yuan. Zhao Qin didn't hold back and directly counted the money before getting ready to leave. Qin, if you have a motorcycle at home, ride it back. You can bring it over in a couple of days when you have time, Chen Dong said, emptying his wallet and handing it to him to hold the money. Zhao Qin thanked him, took the money, received the keys Chen Dong handed over, and rode off on his motorcycle. He didn't go home, but went to the supermarket to buy 2 bottles of good Luzhou Laojiao, 2 packs of dried longan, 2 bags of Job's tears, and then went to a tea shop, spending 300 yuan to buy a pound of good tea. When he returned to the purchasing station, Chen Dong had already gone upstairs to catch up on sleep, leaving only Chen Shui to watch the store. This is for Uncle Chen. I'm leaving. Zhao Qin put down the items and went out again to get on his motorcycle. Chen Shui called after him, but couldn't stop him. The big yellow croaker sold for such a high price, all thanks to Chen Dong. After working so hard, the profit was only a little over 2,000, and Zhao Qin couldn't directly give a discount. Since Chen's father knew his own dad, it was fitting to send a small gift. Chapter 63, A Joyful Family at Home. Zhao Ping went up the mountain in the morning, and when he returned, he was in a good mood. The fruit trees not only survived the storm, but the pomelos suffered almost no damage, and the loquats lost only 70%, leaving 30% of the fruit, which exceeded his expectations. At this moment, the couple was picking snail meat in the backyard. There were more mixed snails collected from the traps yesterday, which were not worth much, so they kept them for themselves. Xiaorong occasionally came to the door to look towards the direction of the town. Qin should be back soon, right? Zhao Ping said, continuing to skillfully pick the snail meat and placing it in a small basin. Just then, their son walked in with an unhappy expression. Zhao Ping furrowed his brow and asked, "What's wrong? Didn't do well on the exam? Every day, just knows how to brag. Your uncle used to score perfect marks in essays, and even in those with essays, he would occasionally get full marks." Knowing that his son had brought his exam results today, and seeing his sullen face, he realized he must not have done well. This time, Yuan didn't retort, but sat gloomily on the side. Seeing this, Xiaorong couldn't help but comfort him. "You didn't do well this time, but just work harder next time." "What did you score?" "Math 100, but I didn't check my Chinese carefully. I knew the answer, but I filled in the wrong one and lost a point. So I only got 99. Yuan mumbled with his head down. Just then, the sound of a motorcycle came from outside, but the 3 of them didn't pay much attention. The next moment, Zhao Qin walked in. Seeing Yuan's gloomy expression, he asked, "What's wrong?" "You look like you've been hit by frost." "I didn't get 100 in Chinese. I lost a point." "It's okay. Past failures are lessons. We need to learn from them, but we can't be discouraged by one failure. Your uncle will go to the city another day and bring you back 2 sets of review questions," Zhao Qin said. While saying this, Zhao Qin felt an impulse to slap himself. He was once a top student, but he wasn't now. He had been a complete underachiever before, not to mention scoring 100. He had never even seen what a 100 looked like in 12 years of schooling. Others' homes were filled with certificates, while his wall remained spotless. Xiaorong and Zhao Ping were nearly beaming with joy upon his return, but since he was talking to their son, they didn't rush to interrupt. Yuan looked up to Zhao Qin as an idol and a goal to surpass, so Zhao Qin's words were more effective than 100 from his parents, and he indeed stopped dwelling on it. "Take it and leave some for your sister." Zhao Qin pulled out a cherimoya he had saved and hadn't eaten before. Yuan made a face of disdain and muttered, "It's not as good as a mulberry." Seeing Zhao Qin reach out, he immediately smiled ingratiatingly. "It's delicious. I love it. Where did this cherimoya come from?" Zhao Ping asked, looking at the fruit. Zhao Qin explained and then looked at Xiaorong, sister-in-law. "Is there lunch?" "Yes. If you hadn't said anything, I would have warmed it up for you," Xiaorong replied as she went to busy herself. Seeing his sister-in-law working, Zhao Qin took out his phone and called Ahi, inviting him over. "How much did you sell?" Zhao Ping finally couldn't hold back and asked, and Xiaorong, who had just entered the kitchen, perked up her ears at this question. Zhao Qin smiled, thinking how long his brother could hold back. You can split 13,800 yuan. So much. Zhao Ping's eyes widened, and he immediately started calculating how much was sold in total. Before he could figure it out, Xiaorong exclaimed joyfully, "Did we sell a total of 69,000 yuan? How much did that big yellow croaker sell for?" A boss from Guangdong took it for 50,888. Why is it so valuable? I thought it would be at most 25,000. My goodness, that's double. Zhao Qin sniffed and said with a wry smile, "Sister-in-law, I smell something burning." "Oh, my vegetables." Xiaorong quickly pulled her head back. "You don't need to help. Go rest outside." Seeing Zhao Qin about to sit down to pick snails, Zhao Ping waved his hand, telling him to go sit in the living room. Just as he reached the living room, the house phone rang. "Busy," Zhao Ping called out for him to answer. "Hello, who is this?" "Big brother, it's me. I'm Mei." Zhao Qin's elder sister's voice came through the receiver. "It's Ah Qin, your brother." "Sis, what's the matter calling at this time?" Upon hearing it was him, there was a pause on the line, followed by a complaint. "You went to cause trouble at Big Brother's house again, right? Why are you so inconsiderate?" Then her voice lowered slightly as she scolded, "Big Brother may not mind, but sister-in-law must not be happy about it. Do you want to make them fight?" "Akin, dinner is ready. Just eat a bit. I'll kill a chicken tonight." Just then, sister-in-law brought the dishes. "Sister-in-law, you take it. It's my sister." Sister-in-law put down the plate, wiped her hands on her apron, took the phone, and smiled. "May, why call at this time? It's nothing. We're all family. Ah Qin should eat at home, and besides, he also contributed to the food expenses." Even though Zhao Qin couldn't hear it, he could tell his elder sister was probably saying something negative about him. He didn't interject. Eating was the priority now. After finishing the meal, and with he still not having arrived, he got up to brew himself a cup of tea. Just then, Ah Yuan came out, holding Meow Meow. "My sister is too heavy. I can hardly hold her." Although Zhao Qin had never had children before, he didn't dislike them. In fact, he quite liked them. He took Meow Meow into his arms, but the little girl didn't appreciate it and started squirming, wanting to get down and crying out. "Don't move. Your uncle will play with you." The next moment, the little girl let out a wail, and Zhao Qin had no choice but to set her down. Watching her stumble away, he had to follow alongside, bending down with his hands out to protect her. "You smell fishy." The little girl is probably not used to it. As Zhao Ping said, the little girl ran in front of her biological father to sniff, then ran away. "What is I doing?" Just as Zhao Qin finished speaking, he saw Ahi and the old lady walking in one after the other. "By the way, don't cook tonight. I'm just here to say that we're eating at my house." The old lady, fearing everyone would misunderstand that she was just eager to get her share of the money, immediately stated her purpose upon entering. "It's not a bother. I plan to kill a chicken tonight, so you can come with Ahi. I've already killed the chickens at my place. I was worried there wouldn't be enough to eat with so many people, so I killed two. That's settled." Zhao Qin didn't involve himself in the back and forth between the two women. As long as there was food tonight, that was all that mattered. "Big brother, wash your hands. Let us settle the accounts first." As Zhao Ping got up to wash his hands, he chuckled a bit. Sitting around the table, Zhao Qin first took out 2 stacks of money from his bag and placed them in front of his brother and Ahi, then began counting another stack. "Brother, this stack is mine. You want to miscount it, right? Why is there so much?" "A total of 69,500 yuan. I spent the change on gifts. So each person gets 13,800 yuan. Count your own money carefully," Zhao Qin said, placing the counted 3,800 yuan in front of Ahi, then another 3,800 yuan in front of his brother, leaving himself with over 41,000 yuan. When Ahi pushed the money towards the old lady, her hands trembled slightly, seemingly hesitant to take it. "Grandma, just take it. Find time to deposit it. It's not safe to keep it at home." Upon Zhao Qin's reminder, the old lady finally reacted, repeatedly saying yes, yes. "How about we go deposit it now?" Zhao Ping suggested, as having so much cash at home without a safe was risky. Zhao Qin really didn't want to run around. He had only slept 4 hours last night. But with money at home, no one felt secure, including himself. "Big brother, I'll give you my card. Since you don't need to be present for deposits, you can help me deposit it. If the bank doesn't allow it, just deposit it into your account and transfer it back to me later." "Okay, Ahi, you come with me." "That's just right. You can ride the motorcycle and return it to Mr. Chun. Chapter 64. Buying a boat, Zhao Qin called He to go home with him, holding his bank card. Hey, Qin, how much did you sell the seafood you picked up yesterday morning? Qin, aren't you going to the beach today? Qin, where can I find seafood today? Take me with you. Zhao Qin looked at the people he encountered on the road. He had never seen so many smiling faces before. They were polite, and he felt he had to respond. Not much sold, just over 3,000 yuan. I'm too tired today, taking a break. Right. I heard from old Luo that you guys stayed up late last night checking the traps. Old Luo said every trap was full of sea cucumbers and conchs. Did you sell them? Don't listen to Uncle Luo's nonsense. The first net had a decent catch, but the rest were all empty. We still haven't found 2 traps. Really? You haven't found 2? Zhao Qin nodded and stopped talking to the group, swaying as he walked home. At a distance, their expressions changed. Just got lucky. Look how cocky he is. The heavens are blind. How can they let such a person get rich? He helped Ma Zhu ward off disasters. This is Ma Zhu's blessing. I see Qin has changed a lot recently. At least he is not harming others anymore. Didn't you see that his sister-in-law treats him better now? Hey, why don't I have such good luck? Is that kid telling the truth? Did he really lose 2 traps? The few people discussing fell silent, quickly finding excuses to leave. When Zhao Qin got home, he handed the money to He, reminding him not to brag outside. After He left, he took a shower and went straight to bed. In his dreams, he was wrestling with a fairy, unable to see her face. Just as he was about to lift her veil, he was suddenly awakened. Bro, haha, I bet everyone in the village is doing what now? Zhao Qin wished he could beat the kid up, but it was not easy to get up, as he could clearly feel a tent being pitched below. Hey, what time is it? 6:30. My grandma asked me to come wake you up for dinner and said not to bring anything. What did you just say? Zhao Qin felt his hardness slowly softening and got out of bed to wash his face. Oh, you distracted me. I almost forgot. Bro, it's so funny. You said there were still 2 traps missing in the afternoon, right? Ha, they believed it. Now there are dozens of people over there searching the mudflat. Zhao Qin was stunned, scratching his head. Old Luo should know. Old Luo was the most eager. We took a long time to find the last 2 traps last night. He couldn't wait and left. He heard from others that 2 were missing, and he believed it more than anyone. Is it bad that I lied? He snorted softly. Bro, don't mind them. If they weren't greedy, they would help us find the traps. Let's go. I want to tell my sister-in-law about this. She'll definitely be happy. Zhao Qin locked the door, and the 2 walked side by side to Ahe's house. Ahe is here. Come in and sit. Your brother and sister-in-law have been here for a while. I told them not to bother, but they insisted on helping, leaving me with nothing to do. That's just right. You could take a break. The old lady's wrinkles were all smiles. She finally understood what it meant that distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. In no time, the dishes were served. The old lady first used a ladle to scoop 2 chicken legs from the chicken soup into 2 small bowls. I put less salt in this. It's suitable for the kids. She then took 2 chicken legs from the braised chicken and gave them to Zhao Qin and Zhao Ping, and gave a piece of chicken liver to Xiaorong. Grandma, if you keep serving, we'll just leave. Zhao Qin couldn't stand the serving anymore. It was more comfortable to eat whatever he wanted. All right, serve yourselves. Zhao Qin transferred the chicken legs from his bowl to Ahe's bowl and then poured himself a bowl of soup to drink. He filled everyone's cups with wine, and when he saw the chicken legs in the bowl, he chuckled and started gnawing on them. You're not being polite at all. The old lady smiled and complained when she saw his greedy look. Oh, is this eel the one we caught in the trap last night? Zhao Qin saw the fermented black beans steamed eel next to him, picked a piece in the middle, and stuffed it into his mouth. The eel had many small bones, not suitable for children to eat. The meat on the back was a bit dry, but the belly section was full of collagen and sticky to the teeth. Your sister-in-law prepared it. She said we'd eat it here tonight, so she brought it over. After everyone had a drink, he recounted how many people were still searching for the traps in the water, causing Xiaorong to burst into laughter first. Several people even came to my house, trying to ask me indirectly. I just went along with them and said there were 2 missing. Zhao Ping was honest, and couldn't help laughing when he saw everyone getting lively. Ping, I heard that the foundation of old Fu's house is for sale. The old lady said, glancing at the couple. Zhao Ping and Xiaorong exchanged glances, and it was Xiaorong who spoke first. Grandma, to be honest, I was thinking of having a Qin buy that foundation. Zhao Qin hurriedly waved his hand and looked at the old lady. You want to buy that foundation? Well, he is almost 20. I don't mind living in this old house, but I need to plan for his next step. Originally, I didn't have enough money, and I didn't dare to think about it. But now, with your help, I've saved some in these past few days. But if you're interested in that piece, I'll look for another place. Feel free to talk to old Fu. It's good to have property if you can afford it. And you? I'm thinking of saving a bit more to see if I can buy a place in town. He didn't speak the truth, as saying he wanted to build a villa would probably shock his elder brother. Right? A Qin will definitely be a city dweller in the future. Should I go talk about that foundation? Go ahead, but old Fu isn't trustworthy. You'd better find someone who can negotiate well. I think a He-S uncle would be good. Zhao Qin was referring to Qian Kun, who was also a businessman, and Wu Ti let he suffer losses. I think you're the most suitable. You're better at talking than they are. Was the old lady praising herself or scolding herself? However, seeing the smile on the other's face, and since he was his brother, he agreed. All right, you contact him first. When it comes to formal negotiations, I'll be there too. Hearing his agreement, the old lady raised her cup, and Zhao Qin quickly raised his cup as well, lightly clinking the bottom of her cup. After finishing the drink, he suddenly remembered the plan he had earlier and looked at Zhao Ping. Big brother, I want to buy some more traps. In the future, I'll set traps while going to the beach. My sister-in-law and I can do it. It's just that the fruits haven't ripened yet. You buy the materials, and we'll help you make them. It'll be 2 to 3% cheaper. Big brother, you and sister-in-law don't need to worry about the traps. I'm thinking of buying a boat. An old one is fine, as long as it can run. Buying a boat? Including He. Everyone looked surprised, but soon they all smiled. Buying a boat was also acquiring property, a good thing. All right, then I'll help you ask around and see. Zhao Ping didn't finish his sentence, as Xia Rong interrupted. A Qin. If you really want to buy a boat, buy a new one. Old boats, you don't know if they've had any incidents, whether they're lucky or not. And they always need repairs. The costs add up over a year. Zhao Qin thought for a moment. His sister-in-law made sense, but after thinking a while, he still shook his head. Sister-in-law, a typical 12-meter fishing boat, plus equipment, costs at least 130,000 to 140,000 yuan. I can't come up with that right now. I'm not trying to get rich overnight. I'll start with a broken one. It can last for half a year to a year, and even if I scrap it for iron later, I won't lose much. His words made sense. He was still young and should be steady with each step. The old lady and Zhao Ping were more reserved and agreed with Zhao Qin's point of view. Chapter 65. Luo Xiaoyi's call regarding the boat issue. Zhao Ping and the old lady both agreed to help with the contact. And then they started talking about the matter of Lai Bao. In the afternoon, when Zhao Ping went to deposit money, he ran into Lai Bao's wife and his own aunt, who had just come out of the station and started arguing at the entrance. If it hadn't been for the police coming out, the two might have torn each other apart in the town. What is going on? Zhao Qin curiously asked. Although Jin Shaogong had revealed some details, he only mentioned possibilities and didn't specify the punishment. I heard they paid for the crabs, and each was fined 2,000, said Xiaorong. The village is so small that after the two women returned, it was impossible for everyone not to know about the quarrel. They deserve it. It's their own fault. We are good people, just living our lives in peace. The old lady's words made Zhao Qin's face turn a bit red. He realized he hadn't been much better himself. Drunk, Zhao Qin lay down on the bed, turned on the TV to help him sleep, and his phone, which had been left aside, unexpectedly rang. Nowadays, phones are great. After not charging for a night, they still work fine the next day. Even after 2 nights without charging, they can still function well. Zhao Qin, are you out crabbing? The call was from Luo Xiaoyi. Perhaps because he had been drinking, Zhao Qin was not as cold as before and quickly replied, Sister, there's a typhoon here. The cows are being blown up into the sky. I'm helping the villagers look for cows. Really? Are you still going out? Aren't you afraid of being blown up into the sky yourself? Zhao Qin suddenly thought a joke. A female reporter went to the mountains for an interview, and there she found an old man. She asked old man, what is the most unforgettable thing in your life? The old man lit a cigarette and said, 1 year, old Zhang's donkey went missing. More than 20 of us went to look for it, and after 3 days and nights, we finally found it in a cave. Unfortunately, there was a strong wind and heavy snow that day, so we had no choice but to stay in the cave. At night, Feeling lonely, we were all bored, so we took turns with that donkey. It was quite enjoyable. The female reporter felt very awkward and asked, "Was there an even happier event?" The old man took a puff of his cigarette and said, "One year, old Wang's wife went missing. More than 20 of us went to look for her, and after 3 days and nights, we found her in a cave as well. Unfortunately, there was also a strong wind and heavy snow that day, so we set up a tent in the cave. At night, feeling lonely, we were all bored, so we took turns with old Wang's wife. That night was even better." The female reporter felt increasingly uncomfortable and changed the subject, asking, "What was the most terrifying thing in your life?" The old man, after hearing this, dropped his cigarette and trembled, saying, "There was 1 year I went missing." Thinking of this joke, Zhao Qin couldn't help but laugh. Of course, he couldn't share it with Luo Xiaoi. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. Just watching TV at home, and a comedy is on." "Zhao Qin, why don't you buy a computer? Then we can do QQ video." "Sister, I have a condition, so I can't buy a computer." "Oh, what condition? Is it serious?" "Why not come to the capital? The medical resources here are better." Zhao Qin almost laughed again. This girl was even more naive than Chen Shui. At least Chen Shui knew there were tricks in the bathhouse. Luo Xiaoi probably didn't have a clue. "I have an intermittent condition. Sometimes it's severe, and sometimes it's nothing. For example, lying at home now is fine, but as soon as I enter a restaurant or a large shopping center, it definitely acts up, and it's quite serious." "What kind of condition is that?" "A poverty condition." Luo Xiaoi was taken aback, and then burst into a string of silver bell-like laughter. After a moment, she complained, "Then why did my brother offer you money, and you still refused?" "I'm just afraid that material things will taint our pure friendship." After a moment of silence, Luo Xiaoi said, "Zhao Qin, can you sing that song from the night we went crabbing again? I want to hear it." "No problem. $10 a song, no cheating." "All right, you sing first, and next time we meet, I'll pay you, and I'll even pay interest." "I'll sing then." "Wait a second." Luo Xiaoi seemed to be on the balcony. After saying this, she went back inside and said, "You can sing now." Zhao Qin didn't think too much and just lay on the bed, placing the phone on the pillow next to his ear, and softly began to sing. After finishing one rendition, Luo Xiaoi still wanted more, asking him to sing it again. "Just one more time, and if you do next time we meet, I can promise you a small request." Hearing this, Zhao Qin immediately perked up and decisively sang it again. "Zhao Qin, I have something to do, so I'll hang up first. By the way, are you going crabbing tomorrow night?" "Maybe." "Oh, then I'll text you tomorrow night. If you're crabbing, you don't have to reply, but staying up late is not good. You should try to be busy during the day." The girl seemed to feel she had said too much, so she hung up decisively. Zhao Qin didn't mind and continued watching TV, flipping through channels until he finally found one showing a drama. Prince Turns into Frog. Hearing the title, he lost interest. He would rather watch commercials. This year, no gifts for the holidays. What a joke. In the capital, after hanging up the phone, Luo Xiaoi was still in a daze. "All right, young lady, who has captivated you? It's time to wake up," a girl slightly older than her said, waving her hand in front of her eyes. "Yi, you're talking nonsense again. By the way, how is that song?" Looking at Luo Xiaoi's eager expression, Miao Yi showed a troubled look. "It's SOSO. I can collect at least 100 or 80 songs like this in a year. Usually, I wouldn't include it. However, since it's recommended by our Miss Luo, I'll reluctantly consider it." You don't have to think about it. Just make sure it's good. That's all I care about." "Who is that person?" Miao Yi asked with a gossiping expression. "Just an ordinary friend I met at the beach. He taught me, yes. He taught me how to catch crabs." "Yeah, I'll tell you, I'm really good at catching crabs. You have to press down on the lid first." Seeing this girl deliberately change the topic, Miao Yi rolled her eyes. "All right, stop pretending. Anyone can see you're love-struck. The song is good. I'm not just saying that. It really is good. Ask your friend how much do you like for the copyright. How much do you usually pay for a song?" Luo Xiaoi asked cautiously. "For a newcomer song, it's between 3,000 to 8,000. For famous lyricists and composers, it's about 30,000 to 50,000. Is it that low?" "Miss, we have a lot of risks. If it goes to market and doesn't sell, I'm done for. You know how serious piracy is now. Releasing an album is about losing money for fame, and I can't be sure if I'll even make a profit." "Then just settle it for him at 50,000. If it's more, I'm afraid he'll get suspicious. Don't worry. How much you're willing to pay is your business. I'll cover the rest. Why not just give him the money directly then? Oomph. You don't know. Although he looks lazy and disorganized, he has principles. If it's not his money, he definitely won't take it. Do as you please. But he needs to confirm that the copyright is his. Chapter 66. It's hard to explain now. When Zhao Qin woke up, it was just getting light outside. He found that the TV had been on all night again. He turned it off, opened the door, and felt that the early morning breeze was still quite cool. After washing up, he sat down to check his luck for today. Yesterday was poor, and today wasn't much better, only 9 points. He estimated that even if he went to the beach to dig for clams, he could only make 1 or 200 yuan. He had figured out the system's tricks by now. 10 points of luck didn't mean that the price of seafood would triple. Higher luck points often meant that the harvest would increase exponentially. After washing up, he went to his elder brother's house for breakfast. Zhao Qin intended to improve his physique, but the noodle shop run by Peng Laolu was closed. If he bought buns to take to his sister-in-law's house, he was afraid she would learn to do the same, adding to the burden, especially since the living expenses were only 200 yuan a month. Upon arriving at his brother's house, he found several large meat buns on the dining table. A yuan was gnawing on one, while Xiaorong was scolding him. Your uncle hasn't arrived yet, and you're already eating. It's okay, I'm just trying it for my uncle. Who knows, it might be poisoned, a yuan replied. Xiaorong raised her hand as if to hit him, but upon hearing this, she immediately slapped him on the head. Don't hit my head, sister-in-law. Uncle, you're the best, a yuan said excitedly upon hearing Zhao Qin's arrival. Using a stick to hit the butt, the meat is thick and won't break. If you hit the head and make him stupid, he'll have to gnaw on you for a lifetime. Hitting the butt is fine. A yuan. Uncle, I think your whole family. Wait, that includes my parents as well. Ignoring a yuan's rich inner thoughts, Zhao Ping, hearing that Zhao Qin had arrived, walked over from the backyard. The family's breakfast consisted of rice soup and large buns. Qin, are you free today? What's up, brother? If you're not going to the beach, I'll go with your sister-in-law to dig for oysters. If you were going, I'll go with you and let your sister-in-law go alone. Yesterday's snail meat was enough to last for a few days. Why do we still need to dig for oysters? Xiaorong, who was cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, chimed in. May loves oysters. Your brother has been thinking about this since early morning. My sister is coming back. Didn't I tell you on the phone yesterday? She said she'll be back the day after tomorrow, and your brother-in-law is also on holiday, so they can come back together to see you. Hearing that his sister was coming back, Zhao Qin felt quite happy. It wasn't that he wanted to tell her about his changes. It was purely a feeling of familial affection. Although his physical body and soul had changed, the memories in his mind were still imprinted with the care his sister had given him in the past, which brought him warmth. All right, then I'll go with you in a bit. A yuan was quite upset with his parents gone. It meant he couldn't go anywhere and had to stay home to watch his sister. After tidying up, Zhao Qin still went home to get a bucket and a sand shovel, just in case they might come in handy. After all, he had 9 points of luck. Today was sunny, so he wrapped a cloth around his head and put on a straw hat. The villagers were now used to seeing him dressed like this. Even if only his eyes were visible, they still recognized him. Hey, Qin, go to the beach again? Yeah, just go to the seaside to see if I can dig up some clams, he replied while walking. The next moment, the other person ran back home to grab a bucket and followed him. Aunt, why are you following me? Of course, this road belongs to the village. It's not a Zhao family road. If you can walk it, I can too. Zhao Qin thought the reasoning was valid. Perhaps she was also going to dig for oysters. So he didn't say anything more. After walking a few steps, someone else greeted him. Qin, why are you out so early? I've been waiting since morning. This person was even less polite. They placed their bucket right next to him and immediately followed behind. Before reaching the seaside, over 20 women had already followed him. If it weren't for their mismatched clothing, he would have thought a running group had formed ahead of time. Wait, I said I'm just going to dig for oysters. Why are you all following me? Qin, if you can help old Zhang get rich, why can't you help us? Old Zhang said he found so many sea cucumbers and conchs thanks to you. Exactly, old Luo said that if you casually throw a few traps, it can replace half a year's work. Qin, we're related. How can we only bring outsiders and not family? Zhao Qin was speechless. Fine. Once they reached the place and couldn't find anything, they probably wouldn't follow him anymore. With this thought, he arrived at the tidal flats the same rocky area as before. His brother and sister-in-law had already arrived and were working excitedly. Zhao Ping looked up to light a cigarette and happened to see Zhao Qin. Just as he was about to call out, he noticed a large group following behind Zhao Qin, and his brow furrowed. "Brother, give me an oyster hook." The so-called oyster hook is a tool shaped somewhat like an axe, with one side being flat like a screwdriver and the other a sharp hook, making it very convenient for opening oysters. "Why are there so many people?" Before Zhao Qin could reply, a big ant screamed, "Oh my! Why are there so many bitter snails? They're all over the stones, densely packed." I said it. Following a Qin is definitely the right choice. He S like Mazu's grandson. There's seafood wherever he goes. "Oh my God, I have to call my husband to come and dig too." Dozens of ants gathered in a small area, and the scene was reminiscent of a running event or square dancing. Otherwise, they rarely spoke, as if saying a word would mean a great loss. The two brothers exchanged glances, and Zhao Qin could clearly see the resentment in his brother's eyes. Originally, it was just him and his wife digging, but now so many people had shown up, calling friends and family. It seemed that soon there wouldn't be any space left to stand. Zhao Qin was also quite frustrated. He had no idea there would be so many bitter snails here. Now he found it hard to explain himself, thinking that in the future, every time he went to dig for seafood, a group of anties would follow him. He felt like he had bitten into a bitter herb. "Brother, where did all these bitter snails come from?" "How would I know? They didn't say there were any after digging for half a day here yesterday. How come the stones are crawling with them overnight? What is going on with you? Why are there so many people following you?" Sigh. Fame is burdensome. It's not like old Zhang and old Luo were bragging. Once I picked up the bucket, they all followed. "What are you two brothers chatting about?" "The bitter snails are all being picked up by others." Xia Rong was also anxious upon seeing so many people suddenly appear. She looked up and found the two brothers just standing there dumbfounded. "Sister-in-law, don't fight over it. If the three of us fight for half a day, we might only make 1 or 200 yuan. Forget it. Let's go to another place to dig for oysters." Seeing so many people fighting for bitter snails pained Xiaorong's heart, but upon hearing Zhao Qin say they might only make 1 or 200, she immediately realized that it wasn't worth fighting over. It can only be said that in these few days, Zhao Qin not only broadened his horizons, but also inadvertently influenced his family. Chapter 67. Feeling sick, Zhao Qin was speechless. He thought these people would just follow along, and once they reached the tidal flats with no goods, they would naturally stop. He didn't expect to encounter a spot full of bitter snails. As they changed locations and discovered plenty of bitter snails, Zhao Ping and Xia Rong were happy, but Zhao Qin had a vague sense that something was wrong. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a crowd found him and started chasing after him. "Wow, there are so many bitter snails here too. Hey Qin, your luck is unmatched. Wherever you go, there's something to find. Hey Qin, why don't you negotiate with Mazu for some sea cucumbers or something? These bitter snails aren't worth much." "Damn, just finding something is good enough. How can you still be picky?" Zhao Qin wanted to cry, but had no tears. "Are you guys done yet?" "Big brother, it seems I'm not suited for beachcombing today." Zhao Ping looked at the crowd swarming like locusts and nodded in frustration. "All right, let's go back. Just in time for me to go to the mountain and tend to the fruit trees." Xia Rong followed behind, mumbling something that Zhao Qin couldn't hear, probably cursing those people. Once they got back to shore, his phone rang. He took out his pocket and unwrapped the convenience bag. A good habit he had developed. Whenever he went out to sea, he would secure it with a convenience bag. He had thought about tying a rope to his belt, but decided it looked too ugly. The call was from Jin Xiaogong. "Hey Qin, did you get into a fight the day before yesterday morning?" "No." Zhao Qin was taken aback. He had been selling goods yesterday morning and picking sea cucumbers the morning before. He didn't have time to get into a conflict. Here's the thing. Yesterday, Brother Zhong was off, and a relative came to his house. One of the relatives said she is from your village and claimed she was bullied, specifically naming you. She said you not only hit her, but also stole her sea cucumbers. Today, when Brother Zhong came to work, he was going to ask me to investigate in the village, but since the last incident, he didn't want to ask you to come over again. So I thought I'd call you first. Zhao Qin immediately knew who it was, the wife of old Zhong. She had stolen sea cucumbers from her own family and got caught by him. He didn't expect this woman to turn the tables. If it weren't for Luo Tian and the others testifying last time, Brother Zhong, knowing he was a student from Peking University, would probably have sent the police to take him in for tea again this morning. Hey Gong, I suggest you investigate this matter. Just ask any villager. Everyone in our village knows what happened the morning before yesterday. You listening to me is just one side of the story. Really didn't hit anyone? Don't worry. I definitely didn't hit her. I didn't even touch her. There was a minor conflict, but there were many villagers present, so you can ask around. All right. If someone is saying this, we have to follow up on it. What happened? Zhao Ping, who had been lagging 2 steps behind, asked as soon as the call ended. Nothing. Let's go home, big brother. Just as they got home, they ran into He and his grandmother. Brother, my grandma is looking for you. She thought you were at Brother Ping's house. Why didn't you call me for beachcombing? Today there won't be much catch. I was planning to get some oysters since my sister is coming back and she likes to eat them. Zhao Qin explained, not wanting He to think he had been abandoned. Just as he was about to ask what his grandmother wanted, He seriously asked, brother, how many traps did we throw the morning before yesterday? 10. Why? That's not right. Did you buy 11? Or did the owner in town give you one out of kindness without you knowing? Zhao Qin shook his head and then realized that someone must have found the traps yesterday afternoon. He nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. It was the wife of the Zhong family who found one. I heard there were a lot of goods inside. Zhao Qin was stunned. Damn, what a coincidence. How could it be that woman again? As for why she could find a trap, it was probably because the waves washed someone else's trap to that spot. Suddenly, Zhao Qin had an idea. Since the other party was no good, daring to falsely accuse him, he decided to make things unpleasant for her. After thinking it through, he slapped his thigh and shouted, we lost 2 traps, so the one she found must definitely be ours. How could she be so shameless to take it home? She helped us find it, so we can be grateful and give her half of the sea goods, right? Why shouldn't she give it back to us and take our net? As soon as he said this, both the grandmother and Xia Rong immediately understood and rushed off. Don't follow us. It's enough for us women to handle the argument. That's right, you stay at home. No matter what, I and the old lady have to get the net back. Zhao Qin admired how quickly his grandmother reacted, even faster than his sister-in-law. She understood immediately and moved quickly. Big brother, why are you just standing there? Let's go together. What if things escalate, and it's really the old lady and sister-in-law who suffer? Zhao Ping finally reacted and hurriedly followed. A Yuan heard that the family had returned and was delighted, thinking of bringing the girl out to show his parents and then going out to play. But as soon as the girl was brought out, his parents ran off again. There's not a reliable one among them. They don't take care of their own children and expect me to do it. Of course, no one paid any attention to his words. At the Zhong family's door, Zhao Qin watched as the old lady and sister-in-law pointed and scolded the wife of the Zhong family. Before long, a crowd gathered, mostly older men, while most women had gone to the beach to pick bitter snails. Return our trap, you bastard. You stole our trap. The old lady, usually very gentle, turned out to be fierce when angry, cursing loudly and stomping her feet toward the wife of the Zhong family. Don't talk nonsense. That trap was picked up by the seaside. If I picked it up, it's naturally mine. You're the one talking nonsense. Your ass has grown to your face. And every word you say is bullshit. We're all fishermen. Whatever net and trap belong to whoever set them. Who doesn't understand this? Only you, with a black heart and no shame, would steal. Xia Rong joined in to support. This statement drew support from many people present. This was a fishing village, where almost everyone relied on the sea for their livelihood. The greatest fear was having their nets or traps stolen, or having someone maliciously cut their floats and sink them to the bottom of the sea. What she said makes sense. Items found on the beach have no owner, but the fishing tools used to catch them belong to their respective owners. Where's Zhong? You guys are being unreasonable. Why did you take someone else's trap without a word? Seeing that everyone was speaking up for the Zhao family, the wife of the Zhong family immediately felt displeased. Damn it, what does it have to do with you? Are you all just bored and looking for trouble? Get out of my house. As soon as she said that, the people around became even more upset. Someone quick with words threw a retort back, and the scene became even more chaotic. Don't go looking for trouble. I'll tell you, my family has connections. Do you believe I'll call the police and have you all arrested? Hurry up and get lost. Hearing her words, everyone became even more annoyed. We're right here. If you have the guts, call someone to arrest us. You stole someone else's things and still have the audacity to argue. Where's Zhong? Hurry up and come out to manage your wife. Are you going to return the trap or not? The old lady took a breather and started talking about the trap again. And the sea goods inside the trap, you have to return those to us too. Dream on. Which of your eyes saw me pick it up? I didn't pick anything up at all. Just then, a police car with its siren blaring approached. Many people were startled. Did the Zhong family really have such influence? The wife of the Zhong family, however, looked pleased, smugly telling everyone, "Don't think my man is the only one who can be bullied. I told you, my family has connections." Chapter 68, A Small Punishment Before Long. Jin Shaogong and another young man jumped out of their car, looking puzzled as they walked towards the crowd. Zhong Yongping was indeed a distant relative of brother Zhong from the precinct, not even 5 degrees of separation. Yesterday was the full-month celebration for brother Zhong's child. So many relatives were invited. Since they might not have interacted much before, the Zhong family's daughter-in-law had just learned that they had a police relative, which was like having a powerful sword. She immediately embellished the story and didn't care about the occasion. Today, brother Zhong was at work, thinking it wouldn't be good to ignore the matter. After all, it was his own brother, and he couldn't let anyone bully him. But he also knew that women often exaggerated the facts, and since the other party was Zhao Qin, he realized the reality might not be as they claimed. To avoid suspicion, he didn't want to participate in the investigation directly, so he sent Jin Shaogong and the others to handle it. When Jin Shaogong drove into the village, he noticed something strange. Every household seemed empty. After going around the village, he discovered that everyone had gathered here. Before he approached the crowd, he saw Zhao Qin standing not far away. They both shook their heads almost simultaneously, signaling each other not to greet. Understanding each other, they smiled and shifted their gazes. "Comrade police, these people are at my doorstep trying to rob us. Hurry and arrest them. Don't rush. What is going on? I need to get a clear understanding." Jin Shaogong gently pulled away from the woman who was gripping his arm. "Just ask me. They're trying to bully us because our family is small in the village. The day before yesterday, they even hit me. Excuse me, ma'am. Please do not obstruct us from carrying out our duties." "Oh, I'm cooperating with you. This young comrade, can't you speak properly? I'll tell you. My man is a cousin of your instructor." Zhong Jin Shaogong was somewhat speechless, but the young man beside him impatiently said, "Then bring your man out too. I need to understand the situation." Jin Shaogong looked at the crowd and said, "We will handle this fairly, only considering evidence, not familial ties. I want to know if there was a fight on the beach the day before yesterday involving a comrade named Zhao Qin and a person named Peng Yuxiu. Is that true? If it were any other time, people might not dare to speak ill of each other in front of the Zhong family. But Peng Yuxiu's recent actions had thoroughly disgusted them. At that moment, several people spoke up, recounting what had happened the day before yesterday. She's the one who reported first. It's clear she stole sea cucumbers from a Qin's house and got caught. Yes, a Qin is educated, so he didn't stoop to her level. But unexpectedly, she turned around and accused him. "Officer, we are stating facts. We can all testify together." Jin Shaogong looked at Peng Yuxiu, who immediately jumped up. "They are lying. I didn't steal anything. I was the one who got hit. Zhao Qin is guilty." Jin Shaogong promptly stopped the commotion, asking what was going on. After hearing the whole story, he frowned. "Peng Yuxiu, did you find a crab trap?" "No, please tell the truth. We will verify it. If you found it, surely someone must have seen it at the time." "I did find one, but I can't prove it belongs to Zhao Qin. It's definitely a Qin's. We saw him putting it down." "Right, a Qin said he lost too. So you should return one. Just returning the trap is fine, but inside it, there are sea goods worth at least several thousand." "Officer, ask her who she sold it to, and you'll find out from the collection station." Hearing this, Peng Yuxiu became increasingly fearful, not of being caught, but of them discovering how much she had sold, forcing her to reveal it, which was worse than cutting her own flesh with a knife. She immediately sat on the ground, crying and rolling about. By this point, the situation was clear. Jin Shaogong called out Zhong Yongping, who had been hiding in the house, to negotiate a resolution. "Comrade Zhao Qin, although Peng Yuxiu has slandered you, it has not caused you substantial harm. I think we can let her apologize to you afterward." Zhao Qin generously replied, "Let us do as the officer says." Next is the ownership of the crab trap, and of course, how much sea goods there are inside. Zhao Qin looked at Zhong Yongping, secretly sighing. He felt no pressure facing Peng Yuxiu. He considered himself not a good person, and assumed Peng Yuxiu wasn't he either. so he felt no guilt. But old Zhong was truly an honest man, and his life was ruined by marrying such a woman. As the saying goes, only the person in it knows the warmth or coldness. If one feels life is good, even if their wife cheats, it doesn't matter, and outsiders have no right to comment. Achin, I apologize on behalf of my wife for this mess. We still have to live in the same village. So I'll also return the money from the crab trap and the sea goods, Brother Zhong. I'll take the crab trap. As for those sea goods, I heard they sold for several thousand. No way, listen to me. I know they must be exaggerating. Here's the deal. The crab trap was indeed found by your wife, and I can't say I don't want anything for it. That would be too unfair to my sister-in-law for wasting her breath. I won't ask for much. You can compensate me with 2 chickens and 2 ducks, and we'll call it a day. Jin Xiaogong looked at Zhong Yongping. I can mediate this as best as I can. What do you think of their request? Reasonable. If it's different, add another one. Those sea goods did sell for quite a bit. All right, you can handle it. Just grab them now. With your wife's nature, who knows what she'll feed them if we don't catch her on spot? I wouldn't dare eat them if we took them home. Zhao Qin would definitely accept a few chickens and ducks, which could also be considered a small punishment for Pang Yuxio's actions. All right, I'll go catch them now. When the sea opens, I'll go out to the deep sea and bring you some deep sea goods to try. Okay, thank you in advance, Brother Zhong. Seeing that they were to catch 3 chickens and ducks to compensate Zhao Qin, Pang Yuxio began to wail again, but this time it was clearly less intense. And she didn't try to stop her husband from going to catch them. She was more afraid that if things escalated further, the police would do their jobs and investigate how much the sea goods had sold for. Meanwhile, the people around were saying that Zhao Qin was too generous. If it were them, they would insist on getting the money from the sea goods sold from the crab trap. Zhao Qin smiled, pulling out cigarettes to share with everyone. After finishing 1 pack, it wasn't enough, so he took out more from the pockets of the older brother and he to continue sharing, thanking everyone for their straightforwardness. Why be polite? We're all from the same village. It's only right. Achin, there's another crab trap. If we find it and sell the sea goods, can we still give you chickens and ducks? Sure, but I think it might be hard to find it. Don't worry about it. After all, being soaked in seawater for too long isn't comfortable for people. Zhao Qin chatted casually with everyone. And seeing he and the older brother take the chickens and ducks that Zhong Yongping had brought, he called up the old lady and sister-in-law to go home. There were too many people, and he didn't want to walk too close to Jin Xiaogong. He would thank him with a phone call later. Even if the Zhong family's daughter-in-law didn't accuse him of hitting her, just based on that day's incident of stealing sea cucumbers from his house, he would still do this to disgust the other party. Chapter 69. The ship has some prospect for the women in the village, except for Pang Yuxio. Everyone else was quite happy that day. Some gathered dozens of pounds, while others collected 100 or 200 pounds of bitterness nails. Regardless of the amount, they could at least earn a few dozen to $100. Carrying bags at the dock, one could only earn $60 after a long day of hard work. Zhao Ping was able to earn $80 at the dock because he was a skilled worker, while unskilled laborers only earned around $40 to $50. With such a harvest, their determination to follow Zhao Qin for a chance to eat meat grew stronger. They thought about keeping an eye on Zhao Qin tomorrow. Wherever he went, they would follow him. Zhao Qin, of course, was unaware of their thoughts. Otherwise, he would be quite frustrated. After returning from the Zhong family, Zhao Qin looked at the chickens and ducks and said to his sister-in-law, "Let us keep 2 for ourselves, and the rest let Grandma take back to kill and eat. Whatever I want, you all keep it." The thing Zhao Qin feared most was being involved in the distribution. He just needed to remind his sister-in-law how to divide it up and then change the topic, asking, "Grandma, you said you had something to discuss with me. What is it?" "Oh dear, look at my brain. If you hadn't asked, I would have forgotten. You know the Schweff family, right? They have a boat, a 12-meter iron boat. I remember they bought it in 92 or 93, and it's been in use for over 10 years. Now their son is learning to be a chef and has opened a stall in the provincial city, and he can't manage it alone. They initially thought about renting it out, but since the boat is too old, no one wants to rent it, so they might sell it instead. After all, it's a boat, and the longer it sits, the less valuable it becomes. I figured the price shouldn't be too high. It would be suitable for setting traps or fishing from shore." Zhao Qin's face lit up with joy halfway through her words. He hadn't expected the old lady to be so efficient. They had just discussed it last night, and she had already inquired about it this morning. So, you're talking about Shui Zheng's family? Yes, I think the second son is named that. Zhao Qi knew that Shui Zheng was a classmate of his in this body, short and a bit late in development. By the end of junior high, he still hadn't grown any hair, and people often joked that he looked like a featherless chicken. He was afraid of being laughed at, so every time he went to the bathroom, he would sneak away. However, after junior high, they had not interacted much. He heard that Shui Zheng had paid to attend a technical school while he went to high school. Thank you, Grandma. Should I go find him this afternoon to talk? Don't be too anxious about this. Otherwise, it's like sticking your neck out waiting for someone to cut it off. I'll handle it. I'll put out some word and let old Shui's family know that you want to buy an old boat, so they can approach us first, and then we can negotiate. Zhao Qin gave the old lady a thumbs up. You're really sharp, Grandma. You're right. You're just a little rascal. Zhao Qin couldn't help but give him a light smack on the head. Can't you speak properly? If you can't, just be quiet. The old lady shot him a glare, saying that Zhao Qin's smack was too light. Grandma, I'm your real grandson. The family laughed and joked, having already thrown Peng Yusho's matter to the back of their minds. When the old lady returned home, she and Xia Rong tugged back and forth for a long time before she finally accepted the chickens and ducks. She understood that when it was time to kill them, she would call Zhao Qin over to eat. In the afternoon, Zhao Qin initially wanted to take a stroll by the seaside. He still had 9 points of luck today and hoped to find something good, even if he didn't sell it. It would be nice to keep it for a late-night meal. However, just like that morning, as soon as he headed towards the beach, a crowd immediately followed him. What a hassle. Feeling bored at home, he grabbed his older brother's motorcycle keys, thinking about checking in town how to obtain a boating license. After all, he really didn't know how to do that, and even by the seaside, he couldn't drive without a license. Zhao Qin believed that having money and connections made things easier. He was a bit reluctant to spend money, so he decided to ask for help. When he arrived at Chen Dong's purchasing station, he found Chen's father watching the store. Upon seeing him, he immediately started complaining. You could just give me wine and tea. Why did you buy such good stuff? Uncle Chen, I wouldn't normally be so generous, but I made some money thanks to Dongge. Chen's father was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. You kid really speaks honestly. Not bad. Did you come here for something today? Uncle Chen, I've been picking at the seaside for a while, and I was thinking of getting a boat to set traps and fish. The only problem is I don't have a boating license. So I wanted to ask Dongge how hard it is to get one. Chen's father waved his hand. For this matter, you should ask him. He doesn't really know either. Zhao Qin felt a bit disappointed. It seemed he would have to find Qian Kuan. If that didn't work, he could ask Jin Xiaogong. Just as he was thinking this, Chen's father pulled out his phone from his pocket and started dialing. Ershing, I have a nephew who wants to get a boating license. Can you check how to do it? Get lost. That person doesn't even care about getting into Peking University. I'm not kidding. All right, just take this seriously. I'll have him go find you in the next couple of days. Zhao Qin was overjoyed. It turned out Chen's father said finding Chen Dong was useless just to show off his own connections. After hanging up, Chen's father said to him, you can't get a license in our town. You have to go to the county's Maritime Bureau. I'll give you the number. Just call ahead and say I sent you. Bring a couple of bottles of wine, but they don't have to be too good. Thank you so much, Uncle Chen. What is there to thank? It's just a phone call. Your dad is still in the provincial city, right? That old guy loves to run around. Let's see if he comes back for the Mid-Autumn Festival. If he does, you tell him to come over to drink with me. It sounded easy, but he also needed to repay the favor, and Zhao Qin knew this. However, he had just given a gift yesterday. Just wait until I get the license. I'll bring some gifts then. After chatting with Uncle Chen for a bit, he thanked him again and took his leave. Just as he stepped out and started the motorcycle, he noticed a car parked nearby. He thought the person was there to buy seafood and didn't pay much attention. The next moment, the car window rolled down, and Qian Kuan poked his head out. Ah, Qin, what are you up to? Mr. Qian, are you back from outside? I went to the county for something at noon. He mentioned that the sea cucumbers and conchs I brought last time were taught by you. Not bad. He is lucky to have found the right person to play with. That was his idea. He felt embarrassed since the harvest was shared. All right. It looks like he has become much more sensible than before. By the way, we're going out to sea early tomorrow morning. With me, we'll have 3 people. Do you want to come along? Zhao Qin's mind stirred. This was a good opportunity. If he was by the seaside, no matter how many luck points he had, he would probably be followed by a crowd. But if he went out to sea with Qian Cohen, there would be no pressure. As for his luck points tomorrow, it didn't matter. If he was lucky, it would be a big harvest. If not, he could go to the previous deserted island to gather oysters, which his older sister loved to eat. Mr. Qian, can I bring 2 people along? How much is the boat fare? If you say it's free, then we want tea talk. Ha ha. All right, I'll charge a little, just to cover the fuel costs. You can pay $50 each, so a total of $100 for the 3 of you. I want tea charge for Ahi's share. Thank you, Mr. Qian. Why be so polite? All right, tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock, gather at your village dock. We want tea wait if you're late. With everything settled, Zhao Qin noticed it was still early, so he went to buy a few pounds of meat and ribs before riding his bike home. Chapter 70. Inviting Big Brother to go to sea together back at home. Big Brother went up the mountain to check on the fruits. Zhao Qin's meat was once again scolded by his sister-in-law, and he was too lazy to explain, so he simply kept quiet. Uncle, isn't my mom quite annoying? After seeing Xia Rong leave, Yuan whispered. One shouldn't gossip behind people's backs, especially about their own mother. Alas, I know you must be thinking this in your heart. Uncle, you've also become hypocritical. What is up? Are you itching for a beating today? Seeing him raise his hand, Yuan chuckled and ran towards the backyard, shouting, Mom, I want sweet and sour ribs for dinner tonight. Then help pick some vegetables. My uncle is also free. I'll call him to help. Zhao Qin smiled, greeted his sister-in-law, and returned to the old house. As he passed by Ahi's house, he called out, and moments later, the old lady came out. Grandma, where's Ahi? He said he was going to catch oysters this afternoon, and I'm busy in the vegetable garden. Tell him to come back and let him know to gather at the dock at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Oh, so you're going out to sea, huh? The old lady's mind was quick to respond, and she continued. Also, the villagers are quite superficial. When one person makes money, they all want to follow along. You go out to sea, and how will they follow? Grandma, that's exactly what I was thinking. I'm heading back now. Are you coming home for dinner tonight? No need. Grandma, my sister-in-law has already cooked. Once home, he actually had nothing to do, thinking whether to really buy a computer. Playing World of Warcraft when bored wouldn't be bad, but then he immediately thought about buying a boat and wondered how much that would cost. He also needed to build his own house, and the land would be a huge expense. Forget it. It wasn't really a time for enjoyment. He hadn't stayed at home for long when Big Brother called him to come over for dinner. On the way to Big Brother's house, he saw villagers carrying snakeskin bags filled with conch, all smiling. They stopped to chat with him, a stark contrast to before when he was quite disliked. At Big Brother's house, the dishes were already on the table. He stopped Big Brother from pouring him wine, saying it wasn't necessary since they hadn't gone out to sea today, and drinking wood tea helped dissipate the dampness in his body. Big Brother, we're going out to sea with the boat early tomorrow morning. Zhao Ping was taken aback and asked, what are we going out to sea for? Whose boat? Zhao Qin explained about the invitation from Qian Kuan to go out to sea. After listening, Zhao Ping pondered for a while and said, maybe I want to go. The boat fare is 50 yuan, almost a day's wage. I'll cover the boat fare, Big Brother. I thought that since we could pick up so much stuff after the typhoon the day before, the little island I found must have even more, and it's uninhabited. So no one has gone there in the last couple of days. Hearing this, Zhao Ping's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Then I'll go with you to check it out tomorrow morning. After discussing the plan, Zhao Ping thought he should get up early, finished his drink without pouring more, and started eating. Drinking culture among locals is quite interesting. They often serve the food first and eat while drinking, unlike Zhao Qin's hometown, where drinking and eating were separate activities. Zhao Qin could now calmly face his daily luck value. Unlike before when he would wake up in the middle of the night and couldn't help but check. At 4:30, he got out of bed, opened the system, and found that today's luck value was actually pretty good with 33 points. After a quick wash, he organized his gear, put the sand shovel in the bucket, and set off with 2 buckets and 2 iron shovels. Who knows what would be on the island today? So he brought all the tools. As for the snakeskin bags, he was sure Big Brother wouldn't forget them. Just as he locked the door, he saw he rushing over. What is up? Chased by a dog. No, my grandma insisted I eat breakfast before leaving, so I was afraid you would leave early. After saying that, he took the iron shovel Zhao Qin was carrying and added, Brother, I knocked out 2 or 3 pounds of oysters yesterday. Enough for Mei Jia when she comes back. Okay, Ahi, I don't treat you as an outsider, so I want tea stand on ceremony. When my brother-in-law comes, You can come over for dinner. Sure. He then pulled out 4 eggs from his pocket, saying, my grandma was worried you wouldn't have breakfast, so she asked me to bring these. He also took the bucket so Zhao Qin could peel and eat while walking. After finishing the 4 eggs, he took a sip from the water bottle in the bucket. Not bad. It was enough to fill him halfway. Local free-range eggs are slightly smaller, but the taste is unbeatable, especially the hard-boiled ones. You can tell they're good with just one bite, far from the hormone-injected eggs. When they arrived at the dock, Big Brother was also carrying a bucket, which not only contained a water bottle, but also several snake skin bags. Seeing him come over, Zhao Ping took out a bag of boiled eggs, saying, eat 2 to tide you over. We'll eat the rest at noon. Your sister-in-law was worried we'd be hungry, so she specially boiled them early, and they're still warm. I just ate the ones he gave me. I'll save these for lunch. Having a woman at home is so important. Thinking about how if he hadn't teamed up with his brother and sister-in-law, he would have to cook if he came back from the sea late. Life would be too tiresome. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Qian Kuan's boat arrived. After getting on board, they introduced themselves to each other. Qin, are you still going to the sea today, not going fishing with us? Seeing the tools they brought, Qian Kun understood. Speaking of fishing, Zhao Qin felt an urge to scratch his hands. Last night, he considered whether to buy a fishing rod from the system, but in the end, he held back. Good steel should be used on the blade. He planned to invest all of the remaining over 1,000 merit points into crab traps, which would be the most reliable choice. Let us go to the sea instead. I can't catch fish at my level. Haha, sea fishing isn't that hard, but it's good to go to the sea. We found sea cucumbers last time. Zhao Qin looked at Zhao Ping. Big Brother, you don't get seasick, do you? Have you forgotten I used to work on big ships? Zhao Qin then remembered that Big Brother was a sailor before he got married, and after marriage, their mother wouldn't let him go far anymore. So he stayed home to manage the mountain and work at the dock. Today, Qian Kuan's boat was manned by 2 young guys. Although Qian Kuan had said it was just for fishing spots and not for the boat itself, he still had to bring people along. Seeing 3 more people come on board, he was a bit displeased. Zhao Qin took out cigarettes, lit 2, and casually chatted with the young people. They quickly got over their earlier displeasure. Qin, how was the harvest at sea? Just about the same, picking up some snails and shells. No fish. Generally, you can't see any fish. Upon hearing there were no fish, the 2 young men's interest visibly waned. Zhao Qin started chatting with the 2 young guys, occasionally exchanging a few words with Qian Kuan, feeling he could talk to anyone. In contrast, Zhao Ping and He were much quieter, just watching the few people chat. He admired Zhao Qin for being able to converse with anyone. If it were him, he would hesitate to initiate a conversation with those clearly dressed at a higher level than him. Zhao Ping also smiled, knowing that as long as his younger brother found his footing, he would surely be more successful than himself. When they arrived at a rocky area on the uninhabited island, they agreed on a time with Qian Kuan and got off the boat. Brother, should we first check out those crab holes or pick up things by the sea? Zhao Qin looked at the tide and shook his head. I estimate it will take another 2 hours for the sea to recede right now. That mudflat is probably not exposed yet, so let us first pick up some things by the sea. Chapter 71 Whale, blessing tides rise and fall twice a day, with each low tide 12 hours apart. The exact timing varies depending on the day, generally following a 15-day cycle, so each day's tide points differ, with the next day being over 40 minutes later than the previous night. Today's low tide should be around 8:30. The tidal flats are relatively high, so as long as it's not high tide, they should be exposed. Zhao Qin has been observing these patterns for the past few days and has developed a basic understanding. So, shall I walk one side as before? He said, while carrying a bucket. Zhao Qin placed 2 shovels on a flat rock. They wouldn't be needed for now. After all, if another person appeared on this island, who knows what supernatural events might occur, so he wasn't worried about losing them. Hearing Ahi say this, he nodded and asked his older brother, are you coming with me or with Ahi? Either is fine, I'll go with you. The 3 split into 2 groups and began to wander along the beach. After a few steps, Zhao Ping frowned. Qin, it seems there's not much valuable stuff here. Zhao Qin was similarly disappointed. He had expected this deserted island to be like the beach in front of his home, filled with sea cucumbers and conchs, but there was nothing. However, thinking about it, those things were alive, and since the typhoon had stopped the afternoon before, They had plenty of time to return to the sea. Ah Qin, look. Zhao Ping's voice was filled with excitement as he pointed to the sky not far away. Zhao Qin glanced up and saw a large number of seabirds gathering in the direction his brother pointed. Not really understanding, he asked, "Brother, are we catching seabirds?" "They have wings, and we have no tools to catch them." "What's seabirds?" "Generally, when seabirds gather, it means there's something below. Depending on the situation, they might be circling the small island. Let's go check it out," Zhao Ping said as he started running in that direction. Zhao Qin was taken aback. Was that really the case? However, his brother's experience in beachcombing was definitely better than his own, so he followed along. After turning a corner, they found Zhao Ping standing still, staring at the distant beach. Curious, Zhao Qin asked, and then exclaimed, "What the hell? Which heartless person threw so many small plastic bags on the beach?" Zhao Ping, still in shock, couldn't help but laugh at his comment. Looking from a distance, they did resemble white plastic bags floating gently in the wind. "Those are octopuses. Are they valuable?" Zhao Ping shook his head and ran forward again. Zhao Qin followed behind, unsure whether his brother's shaking head meant he didn't know or that they weren't worth much. When they got closer, Zhao Ping bent down and began to pick them up, excitedly saying, "These are long-legged small octopuses. We're really going to make a fortune." Zhao Qin looked at the ones he estimated to be only about 2 or 3 tails in size and complained, "Brother, these are too small. What do you know? This long-legged small octopus is this size. The best ones are around 1 or 2 tails, just enough for a single bite. These are worth much more than those red and black ones." "How much per pound?" "The small ones are sold individually. I heard they can go for 5 yuan each, and the larger ones are sold by weight, at least 30 yuan or more." "That's not very expensive." Zhao Ping smiled. Indeed, they couldn't compare to sea cucumbers and conchs. But those things usually wouldn't come ashore easily. The fact that they could collect them was already thanks to Mazu's blessing. Isn't it thanks to the typhoon's blessing? Nonsense. The typhoon is a disaster. It was Mazu's protection that brought the seafood ashore. Hurry up and collect. Don't stop your hands while you're talking. Zhao Qin naturally wouldn't truly complain. 5 yuan each added up quickly. Damn, those seabirds are so annoying. They're stealing my money. Hurry up. Or they eat it all. Unconsciously, the two quickened their pace, and soon Zhao Qin saw several octopuses being snatched away by seabirds, with a few others beginning to crawl back into the sea. "Brother, do these octopuses live in groups? I haven't heard of that. And at this time of year, these long-legged small octopuses shouldn't be in shallow water. The tide hasn't receded that much yet, which is strange." As Zhao Qin turned his head, he suddenly saw a column of water shoot up in the distance, followed by a black dorsal fin flashing by. "Brother, I think I saw a whale spouting." Zhao Ping glanced in the direction he pointed and suddenly realized it should be a small sperm whale, the enemy of octopuses. They must have driven the octopuses ashore. We're really lucky to come across this. Zhao Qin didn't understand much about these things, but hearing his brother say that, he smiled and waved his hand toward the direction of the previous waterspout, shouting, "Thank you." It was meant as a joke, but the next moment, 2 water columns shot high into the air, seemingly in response to him, making him even happier. "All right, stop messing around and hurry up and pick," Zhao Ping said, unable to help but laugh at his brother's childishness. "Brother, why are you cursing? I rarely heard that before. This godforsaken place, it's just the 3 of U.S. brothers. No one else will hear it. Besides, ISNT at you and Ahi who often say fucking damn." Zhao Qin was a bit speechless. How did this become his responsibility? But he had to admit, occasionally letting out a curse felt pretty good. Right, it's fine to curse a bit, as long as you know your target. Don't curse at someone you can't beat, or else you'll be the one at a loss. You're still a college student. You should try to cut down on that. I see you talk normally with Chun and the others, but why do you change around old Ju and them? Zhao Qin glanced over and saw that his brother was actually faster than him, who had been single for over 20 years. At that moment, Zhao Ping's bucket was already half full, while his own was just covered at the bottom. He couldn't help but quicken his pace and replied, "Old Ju and them curse even more than I do. If I talk to them nicely, I'd end up losing out. Besides, someone once said, cursing dirty is just dirty in your mouth, but if you swallow it, it dirties your heart. So even if my mouth is foul, my heart is clean." Zhao Ping was taken aback and paused for a moment before saying, "Is there really such a saying? Haha, just consider me rambling." The 2 brothers joked together, And Zhao Qi noticed that his brother was quite talkative today. As they stood up and stretched, he spotted Ahi in the distance. He had also come around and was bending down to pick up octopuses. Just then, Ahi looked up, saw Zhao Qi looking at him, smiled and waved, then lit a cigarette and continued picking. Brother, can these things suffocate? Actually, octopuses sometimes have stronger vitality than crabs, but they can't be out of water for long. Just pour them into a plastic bag, find a puddle to keep them in, and take them out when we leave. At this moment, the number of birds circling overhead increased, seemingly angry that Zhao Qi and the others were snatching their food. Some seabirds even boldly flew down to peck at the octopuses in the bucket Zhao Qi had set aside. Get away. Don't think just because you're a protected species, I won't dare to move you. The ones coming for the food were seagulls, which have been listed as a protected species since 2000. But on this deserted island, if Zhao Qi really shot one down and cooked it, who would know? Ha, brother, you're so unlucky. When Zhao Qi turned his head, he clearly saw a big blob of bird droppings fall right on his Zhao Ping's head. Just as he finished laughing, he felt something hit his back. Damn it, he got hit too. Chapter 71. White Eel. There comes a time when even the richest seafood has been picked clean. The three of them had only gathered a third. The other 2/3 either ran away or were snatched up by seabirds. Even so, their haul was quite bountiful, with 3 buckets filled to the brim, totaling over 100 pounds. Pingu, how come there are so many little octopuses here? Ahe, once again hit by bird droppings, cursed the birds and walked closer to Zhao Ping to ask. Even the most experienced old fishermen can't always explain the mysteries of the sea. Generally, octopuses don't gather in groups. They had just seen a small sperm whale, so it was likely that it had driven the fish up. The three looked at each other. Despite the disgusting situation, they couldn't help but laugh. The bird droppings fell from the sky like the palm of the Buddha, and there was no way for them to avoid it, so none of them were in great shape at that moment. All right, let's take off our clothes and wash them. They dry in half an hour on the rocks. Anyway, it's just the 3 of us on the island. Wearing just shorts is fine. Zhao Qi looked at the sun, which was already quite high in the sky. He didn't want to get sunburned, but washing was still necessary, or else Lao Qian would probably not let him back on the boat. After washing, he planned to wear the wet clothes. Zhao Ping had evenly poured the 3 buckets of octopuses into a snakeskin bag, tied the top with a rope, and slung one over his back to lead the way. Take the stuff. Zhao Qi looked at Ahe, whose small frame was even smaller than his own, and handed over an empty bucket for Ahe to carry. He then picked up another bag and slung it behind him, following his older brother. Ahe, bring over 2 shovels as well. After searching for a while, they indeed found a puddle. Zhao Qi unloaded the snakeskin bag from his back, panting heavily as he spoke to Ahe. Damn it, this body can't take it. I'm too skinny. I need to consciously supplement my nutrition. Exercising can wait for now. My daily activity level is already sufficient, and further exercise could be harmful. This puddle was quite interesting, surrounded by stones of various sizes, as if built by humans. It was over 2 meters long and wide, oval-shaped, with a depth of about 1 meter. The terrain around the puddle was a bit high, likely only filling up during high tide. Normal tides probably wouldn't reach it, so it felt safe to leave things there. After placing the bag inside, the 3 of them took a bath and washed their clothes in the puddle. While bathing, Zhao Qi opened the system panel to take a look. The little octopuses had actually earned him 70 merit points, and his system's remaining merit points had surpassed 1,400 points. Quite satisfying. Because they picked up the little octopuses, his real-time luck value, originally 33 points, was now down to 19 points, suggesting that he might still find something good. After they finished washing up, Zhao Ping asked, "You guys are more familiar with this island than I am. The beach is empty. Where's the mudflat you mentioned earlier?" Zhao Qi glanced at the water level. It should be fine now. So he took the lead, climbing over a few large rocks until the mudflat came into view. Wow, this island is interesting. There's actually a mudflat in the middle. Pingu, last time my brother and I dug a lot of crab holes in the middle. And what is fun about this island is that there's actually a freshwater ditch in the middle. There must be a spring nearby. As they spoke, they descended into the mudflat, clearly heading towards the freshwater ditch. Upon reaching the spot, the traces left by the 2 from before had been smoothed out by the tides. Following the ditch down, Ahe exclaimed in surprise, "Bro, the crab hole we didn't finish digging last time is still here." Zhao Qi was also very excited. These things could weigh nearly 100 pieces per pound, surely worth more than the long-legged little octopus. Ahe, use the sand shovel carefully. I and my brother will use the shovels. The three split their tools, each finding a hole to dig into. However, it wasn't too long before disappointment showed on their faces, as they had dug everything out and found nothing. Why is there nothing? There was quite a lot last time. Ahe's voice carried a hint of frustration. It's normal for there to be none. Crab holes are usually eaten by crabs. And it seems the crabs here have all been taken. We should change locations. Zhao Ping explained, but his own disappointment was also hard to hide. However, he quickly let it go. Regardless, they had gathered so many little octopuses, so this trip was still worth it. Zhao Qin didn't engage in idle chatter with the two. He was contemplating that, based on the system's luck value for today, they should still be able to find something good. Moments later, he discovered a hole the size of a baby's fist, straight up and down round. Unlike crab holes, which are mostly flat, the hole's entrance was also very smooth. Bro, what kind of hole is this? Zhao Ping was just lighting a cigarette when he heard this and turned to take a look, uncertainly saying, looks like an eel hole. Let us check it out, bro. You rest. I'll do it. Ahe tossed his sand shovel into the bucket, then snatched the iron shovel from Zhao Qin's hand and began digging. After all, this was an island and not a real land mudflat, so the thickness of the mud and sand was limited and compared to the mudflat by the village. The soil was harder, making it easier to dig. At least the mud didn't stick to the shovel. I have one here too. Zhao Ping didn't just stand there watching Ahe. He started searching on the side and, after walking a couple of steps, found another identical hole. And it looked even bigger than the one Zhao Qin had discovered. It must be an eel. I bet it can sell for $10 to $20 a pound. Zhao Ping said, starting to dig. Seeing that he was the only one idle, Zhao Qin began searching again, and soon he found another hole. This time he was sure that his remaining luck value was likely going to yield an eel from this hole. Damn, Pingu, it's not an eel, Ahe exclaimed, and his digging became even more frantic, as if something below was trying to escape. After digging up a good amount of dirt, he quickly bent down to reach in, and the next moment he pinched a long object with 3 fingers, shouting in excitement, Bro, look what this is. Wow, such a big white eel. Zhao Qin couldn't help but exclaim, It's a loach. It's actually a loach. This is valuable. Akin, dig fast, don't stop. Zhao Ping looked over, his tone excited, and his shovel swung even faster. Zhao Qin took a closer look and felt it was almost the same as a white eel. He didn't understand why his brother called it a loach. There were indeed some differences. The head was sharper, and the shape was somewhat different. At the same weight, the loach was shorter, but without a comparison, Zhao Qin naturally thought they were the same. Bro, is this very valuable? The big one could be over $100 a pound. Ahe's could be worth that much too. Hurry up and dig. Hearing such a price, Zhao Qin became anxious, but since he was using a sand shovel, he couldn't dig quickly. Ahe put the loach into the snake skin bag and then placed it in the bucket, pressing down the bag's opening. This thing was quite energetic. If left in the bucket, it could jump out directly, and that would be a hassle. Wow, mine is even bigger. It weighs 2 to 3 pounds. Saying that, Zhao Ping also bent down to catch another one. Chapter 73. Abundant Harvest, the local name for the soil dragon, is beludu-tooth eel, which belongs to a type of eel. However, it doesn't have the sharp teeth of ordinary eels. Its teeth resemble human molars, being granular or molar-like. Its nutritional value and taste are far superior to those of ordinary eels. The locals call it soil dragon, indicating its rarity and preciousness. It's considered a rare treasure from the sea, believed to strengthen bones and muscles. Whenever someone suffers an injury, fracture, or muscle soreness, they think of consuming a medicinal dish made with soil dragon or drinking soil dragon medicinal wine. Some families even prepare soil dragon medicinal wine in advance for their daughters-in-law or daughters to nourish them during their postpartum period. It is customary locally to drink rice wine with eggs or medicinal wine during this time. So please don't criticize. Though it's expensive, it's truly exhausting, Zhao Qin complained, thinking back to the earlier octopus, which could be picked up by simply bending down. Now he had to dig for this one. Sometimes when his shovel hit a rock in the mud, it would jolt his arms and hands painfully. People might want to be tired, but they wouldn't be able to resist. One of these was worth several days' wages. Who wouldn't want to grab it? Zhao Ping, was the quickest, having already bagged the first one and started digging for the second. He was about the same, but only Zhao Qin was still stubbornly working on the first hole with a sand shovel. Damn, I miscalculated. If I had known, I would have bought a better shovel from the system. Now it's too late. The sand shovel is less efficient than an iron shovel, and it's even more tiring since you have to squat and only use your arms. Finally, he spotted a tail, but it quickly slipped away. Little demon, where are you running? He muttered, swinging the sand shovel faster. After another 2 minutes, the soiled dragon might have tired out, resigning itself to being caught by him. Brother, this one isn't small either. It was smaller than the one Zhao Ping had dug earlier, but noticeably larger than Ahi's. Not bad. It should weigh around 2 pounds. Wow, these soil dragons here probably haven't been caught for a long time, and they look so fat. Zhao Ping only took a glance before he started swinging his iron shovel wildly, because he was about to catch a second one. Bro, there's another hole over here. We can't stop, dig fast. Zhao Qin. Damn, why do I feel like I'm the one holding everyone back with 2 pairs of eyes on me? Of course, he only grumbled in his heart. He looked at the hole Ahi pointed to and began to swing his sand shovel again. Brother, this thing is precious. Let's keep 2 for later. The old lady is getting older. She can eat some, and you should have some and nourish your bones too. Zhao Ping didn't oppose this time. He nodded slightly, but immediately said, my back is just fine. All right, then I'll keep one for myself to nourish my back. Kid, what back do you have? Zhao Qin. He stopped talking to his brother. Ever since he had changed, he noticed that his brother had also become more mischievous. In the past, when he was just a lump of clay, his brother supported him, often not even wanting to say harsh words. Now that he was working harder, his brother seemed to have become more vicious with his words. Brother, this one is huge. He exclaimed excitedly, pulling out a soil dragon that looked to weigh about 3 or 4 pounds, the largest one so far. Not bad. The tide should rise in about 2 hours. We need to find big holes to dig, or we'll miss out. Yeah, I know. This time, it was truly a race against the tide. After all, even the best catch would be wasted if the tide came in. Zhao Ping had originally wanted to take a break for a smoke, but hearing his brother say this, he decisively continued digging. Time passed quickly when they got busy. Zhao Qin's washed clothes hadn't dried and became even wetter. The sun was high, and the weather was too hot. Although there was a sea breeze, it wasn't enough to bear. On the other hand, both Ahi and Zhao Ping were wearing shorts, looking much more relaxed than he was. Qin, why don't you loosen the cloth wrapped around your face? It must be uncomfortable. Zhao Ping looked at him and felt hot just seeing him like that. No way. Getting tanned is fine, but the UV rays are too strong. I don't want to be called old uncle at 30. Haha, now Yuan calls you uncle. He also felt that Zhao Qin was being a bit exaggerated and laughed. Bro, is there bird droppings on that cloth on your face? Nonsense. I've been wearing a hat. Bird droppings can't stick. Ahi, why don't we swap tools? Brother, I'm fine. I can handle it. Zhao Qin. Damn, I can't handle it anymore. Using a sand shovel is really tiring. After a while, his arms felt not just sore, but also swollen. But with both of them catching more than he felt he couldn't stop to rest. Forget it. As long as I don't die, I'll keep going. It's just a bit more sweat. Being young is an asset. I'll go back, take a nap, and my strength will come back. They worked for over 3 hours. And when the tide had fully come in, they had no choice but to call it a day. Qin, ask Boss Qian when he will come again. We can go back together with the boat. The 3 climbed onto the rocks, watching the sea water rapidly engulf the entire mud flat. Zhao Ping said regretfully, $50 a person. Zhao Qin thought of his brother's attitude from yesterday and joked, with this harvest, even $100 would be worth it. I glanced at the snakeskin bag and asked, Pingu, how many pounds do you think we have? At least dozens of pounds. There aren't many, but each one is fat. Let's pick 2 smaller ones to take home for ourselves. Why eat the small ones? If we're picking, pick the big ones. Let's take out 4. 2 to eat and 2 to soak in wine. Zhao Ping suggested keeping some, wanted to set the tone first. Keeping them was fine, but they had to keep the smaller ones. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qin spoke up, insisting on keeping the big ones and wanting to keep 4. 2 will be enough. Let's keep them for wine. For big ones will weigh over 10 pounds. That's over $1,000. How can we swallow that? What's there to swallow? Just say it. Ouch, my arm. Zhao Qin laid down on the rock, just enough to press on his arm. It wasn't very painful, mainly just sore, deep to the bone. Are you okay? I'm Yufine. What time is it? After asking, Zhao Qin already knew it was a pointless question based on his brother's steady temperament. He definitely didn't have his phone on him, and he also treated that phone like a treasure. He had to take out his own phone from his pocket just to check the time without needing to open the convenience bag. It's 2 o'clock. Zhao Ping took out the 8 eggs he had set aside earlier. He originally thought Qin would eat 2 in the morning, leaving 6 for the 3 of them to eat 2 each at noon. Now he divided them, giving each of his 2 brothers 3 and keeping 2 for himself. After eating, Zhao Ping told the 2, "You guys rest here. I see there are some oysters on the rocks over there. I'll go get a few. Pingo, I'll help you. Brother, don't fuss around. We didn't bring an oyster hook, and using a sand shovel will be even more troublesome." Zhao Qin really didn't want to move anymore, but it would be good for him to be the only one slacking off, so he tried to persuade the other 2 not to bother. Seeing his brother not listening, he said again, "Brother, you might as well go get the small octopus. When the boat comes, we can leave." Chapter 74, Unlocking New Varieties. Zhao Ping heard him mention the bag for the small octopus, hesitated for a moment, and agreed. He didn't let Yi follow, took a shovel, and said he would use the shovel to bring it over, and he would also bring He's clothes along. Once he left, Zhao Qin opened the system panel. The Earth Dragon had brought him 100 merit points, bringing his total to 1,500 points, enough to buy 50 traps. His luck value was still at 4 points, indicating that his speed was still slow, and he hadn't fully extracted the last bit of value. The sun was too hot, and there was no place to shade from it. The rocks were scorching. After lying down for a moment, he had no choice but to get up. He even wanted to sit in the sea. "Bro, I've finished the water I brought. Do you have any left?" Zhao Qin shook his own jug and asked Ahi to bring his jug over, sharing half of it with him. "Ahi, has your grandma talked to Lao Fu about the land foundation yet?" "Not yet. She first went to the village committee to check the situation of the remaining foundations in the village. Buying from the village should be cheaper, but there aren't many good foundations left in the village. The ones by the roadside are either from our old house's foundation or from the row where Big Brother is. Your grandma probably wants Lao Fu to come and ask, which is why she went to the village. I don't know. Hey bro, why did Pingu come back empty-handed again?" Following Ahi's gaze, Zhao Qin really saw his older brother running toward them, waving at them as he ran. "It seems like he's calling us over. Let's go." Zhao Qin struggled to hold the tools, while Ahi picked up the Earth Dragon, which had been set aside, and put it into 2 buckets. "What's wrong, Big Brother?" "Hurry, grab a bucket. I just found a water pit over there and discovered there are actually fish in it." They might have been attracted by the smell of the octopus, and they all swam over to the bag. But when I got closer, they hid in the cracks of the rocks, and I couldn't catch them. Hearing there were fish, Zhao Qin felt his sore arms lighten a bit, and the 3 of them quickly ran to the water pit. Put the Earth Dragon and the bag into the water. They won't die for a short time. If we leave them on the shore, they will get sunburned. Free up the buckets. The 3 of us should quickly drain the pit. Zhao Qin wanted to say that it was difficult for him to lift his arms now, but seeing his brother and Ahi freeing up the buckets, he decisively got into the water and started working. The water pit didn't look big, but it took a lot of time to drain it by hand. It took about 40 minutes to get the water out, and Zhao Qin was dragging them down. He really couldn't lift his arms anymore. "Did you hurt your arm?" Zhao Ping seemed to just notice. "Big Brother, I was digging with a sand shovel. I had to use my arms and they are so sore. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "All right, go rest on the side. He and I will catch them." Zhao Qin. "That's too much. The most fun part, and I can't participate, just like spending hundreds of thousands to marry a wife, only to be told on the wedding night that your mission is complete and someone else will handle it." However, Zhao Qin really couldn't catch fish with his right hand, so he simply sat down and watched them catch fish. "Bro, there's a yellow crab," he said excitedly. Zhao Qin snorted lightly. He had eyes and could see. "There are fish splashing in the cracks of the rocks. Ahi, come help me flip this rock." Together, they flipped the rock, and the next moment, even Zhao Qin, who was just watching, was surprised. "Wow, there's a whole nest here. Big Brother, what kind of fish is this?" Zhao Ping's face was filled with smiles. "Black hair. Yes, it's definitely black hair. This thing is rare and reportedly quite expensive." "I know. I heard that it tastes best when steamed," he said, clearly having never eaten it before. There were big and small fish in this nest. The 3 largest probably weighed about a pound, while the smaller ones weighed half a pound or even 1 or 2 ounces. The black-hair fish, scientifically known as the black grouper, is hardly farmed, which is one of the reasons for its high price. Secondly, it grows in shallow, rocky areas. Apart from sea fishing or draining water pits, it's extremely difficult to catch with fishing nets from working fishing boats. Thirdly, it feeds on seaweed in winter and small seafood in other seasons, maintaining a balanced diet, and it has great vitality, making its meat extremely delicious. Ahi, catch the smaller ones too. Later, we'll put them back in the sea. If we leave them in this pit, when the tide doesn't come back up and the sun shines, they will get sunburned. Got it, Pingu. In no time, they finished catching this nest, and when they flipped over another rock, there was another nest. He was grinning ear to ear, and Zhao Qin felt an itch in his heart. There were also quite a few large red crabs and stone crabs. Zhao Ping initially wanted to keep them, but since they needed 3 buckets to pack the fish, putting them together with the fish would crush them, and the snake skin bags were also used up, looking regretful. Zhao Qin understood his brother's thoughts, turned around along the beach, and suddenly slapped his forehead, untying the convenient bag from his phone pocket, taking out a larger outer bag, and handing it to his brother. Use this. Just pack a few for drinking later. Okay, I'll pick a few big and fat ones. Zhao Ping was delighted to see the convenient bag. Zhao Qin thought of something and said, Hey, leave some black hair for me to catch. There are only 2 small ones left. Don't move, I'll do it. Zhao Qin stopped him from reaching out his hand, decisively jumped into the water, awkwardly caught the 2 fish with his left hand into the bucket, and immediately noticed that the last bit of luck value on the system panel had cleared, while the merit value had increased, and he couldn't help but smile widely. It really works. The 2 looked at him in confusion, laughing foolishly for catching just 2 fish that were destined to be released. Was it really necessary to be that happy? After catching the fish, Zhao Ping flipped over a few more nearby rocks, and then exclaimed in delight, Oh, there are also blue crabs. Zhao Qin glanced at the time on his phone and said to his brother, Don't flip anymore. I guess Qianzong's boat will be here soon. It wouldn't be good for him to wait. All right, let us go. We've gathered enough for today. With 2 shovels, he carrying the earth dragon, Zhao Ping carrying the small octopus, and holding a bucket in his hand. The remaining 2 buckets had to be carried by Zhao Qin, who struggled greatly for a short distance. They finally reached the rocks to board the boat, timing it just right, as Qianzong's boat slowly approached not far away. What is all this? Sea snails? Seeing so many catches, Qian Kuan instinctively thought it was worthless sea snails. Wow, what is this? Black hair. When he saw the fish in the bucket, he casually scooped it with his hand, and the next moment he became agitated. As requested by the audience, here, as the picture, big black hair. Chapter 75. Just in time, seeing the black-haired fish, Qian Kuan exclaimed, and the 2 young men who came fishing with him also lost their composure. One of them said with displeasure, Hey Qin, didn't you say there were only shellfish? How come there are so many black-haired fish? Brother, who can say for sure about the sea? Yeah, Qin is right. The current is too clear today. I was worried you 2 would come back empty-handed. I didn't expect your fishing skills to be so high. This is quite a catch. Qian Kuan was really good with words and easily caught the young men's desire for recognition. As soon as he said this, the 2 young men immediately showed proud smiles on their faces. Wow, you 2 brothers had a good haul today? Zhao Qin chimed in. Just okay, we caught a lot. Enough to eat. One of them pointed to the refrigerator while the other pointed to the live well, letting Zhao Qin see for himself. The catch was indeed impressive, especially a black hairtail weighing around 27 or 28 pounds, which was particularly eye-catching. The refrigerator was almost full, and there were plenty of other fish like stone bream and sea bream. As for what was in the several bags, Qian Kuan, having noticed Zhao Qin's earlier gesture, tactfully didn't ask. It wasn't out of fear. He just didn't want to hurt the young men's vanity by revealing that the contents might be valuable. There happened to be an empty live well, so Zhao Qin first poured the black-haired fish into it. As for the items in the 4 snakeskin bags, he and his older brother took turns soaking them in the live well for a while. Mr. Qian, are we stopping at our village's dock today or at the town's? Anyway, we'll pass by your side. If you're getting off, I'll dock at the village. You paid today, but my clients need good service. Qian Kuan's latter sentence was directed towards the 2 young men. He was afraid that if they made a detour to the village dock, the 2 young men would complain again. These 2 brothers' time is precious, We shouldn't waste it. Let's go to the town together, Zhao Qin suggested. Hearing this, the two young men's faces lit up with smiles again. One of them even took out a cigarette and offered one to Zhao Qin, hesitating for a moment before handing one to Qian Kun and Zhao Ping as well. Hey Qin, you're pretty good. We seem to have a connection. Let's exchange phone numbers so you can call my brothers in the city. With the mindset that knowing more people is never a bad thing, Zhao Qin readily exchanged phone numbers with the other party. For people who care about face, it's usually easier to get along with them. As long as you support them a bit and don't let them fall when you really need something from them later, they will help you because of their pride. Speaking of connections, Zhao Qin suddenly thought of the saying, 100 years of cultivation to share the same boat. And he started chatting with the two young men about various topics, like how the summer rain lotus by Daming Lake is actually Rome Mama, and how Su Xian has such heavy taste that he can even handle snakes. Everyone found it amusing and laughed heartily. Even Qian Kun, who was steering the boat, couldn't help but chuckle, secretly admiring Zhao Qin. For young people, admitting that others are better than themselves can sometimes be quite difficult. Zhao Qin skillfully resolved the barrier in their interaction, not only flattering the two, but also maintaining his own standing, which is quite a skill. He believed that next time these two young men charter a boat, they might take the initiative to invite Zhao Qin along and even help cover the costs. This is what true skill is. As they chatted and laughed, they heard that the two young men had only eaten eggs for lunch. They took out some marinated dishes they had brought but hadn't finished. Naturally, the three of them didn't hold back. The eggs were enough to stave off hunger, but it was still too little, and they were all feeling hungry. At around 6 o'clock, the boat docked at the town's pier. After getting off, Zhao Qin and the two young men felt a sense of camaraderie, almost as if they were about to burn yellow paper and swear brotherhood. Watching the two get into a car, Zhao Qin took out 100 yuan from his pocket to pay for the boat fare. Do you need me to help with this? Qian Kun politely asked, seeing how much they had. No need. I'll have the procurement station send a vehicle to pick it up, Zhao Qin replied, instructing Ahi to run to Chun Dong's procurement station to fetch a cart. Not far away, Ahi returned shortly, followed by Chun Dong. Hey Qin, what good stuff do you have? He glanced at the 4 bags and asked, are they all shellfish? Brother Dong, I'm exhausted. Let's get to your shop first. Chun Dong nodded slightly and helped carry a bag onto the cart. He squeezed one of the bags and muttered, feels like fish. However, when he saw the fish in the bucket, he exclaimed, black-haired fish? Let's talk about it back at the shop. Zhao Ping loaded the cart, and it didn't take long to arrive at the shop. After unloading, Chun Dong eagerly pulled out a black-haired fish from the bucket, laughing, I'll steam one at home tonight. This fish really tastes good. Hearing this, Zhao Ping felt a wave of tension. Sure enough, the next moment his younger brother spoke up, really delicious? Then I'll keep 2. Seeing his older brother's expression of constipation, he advised, brother, sister is coming back tomorrow. We need to keep some good dishes at home. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping didn't object. Indeed, his sister only came back once or twice a year, so they had to prepare some good food. What else in the bags? Chun Dong asked as he began to open one. Eels. Where did you get so many? But the next moment, as if he had seen clearly, he exclaimed again, wow, it's a mud loach, and such a big one. He then reached down to pick up a large one, examining it closely. Pure wild. These are hard to catch. It takes a lot of effort to dig one out. You guys are too impressive. Don't tell me all 4 bags are the same? Not that many. The other 2 bags are small octopuses. Chun Dong released the one he was holding, grabbed another to examine, and chuckled. My dad just mentioned his back hurts a couple of days ago. I was thinking of finding a mud loach to stew for him, but I didn't expect you to bring it here. That's great. Brother Dong, let us stop reminiscing. We're exhausted. Let us weigh this quickly so we can go home and eat and sleep. Just then, Chin's father came down from upstairs and said, what good stuff is this? I heard you exclaiming from upstairs. Oh, Chin is here. Hello, Uncle Chun. Dad, Chin and the others caught quite a few mud loaches. We'll stew one tonight and leave another to soak in wine. You can have a drink whenever you want. Chin's father first looked at the goods and smiled with delight, but then frowned. These are so expensive. Why keep them? Zhao Ping seemed to find a kindred spirit and nodded in agreement, then glanced at Zhao Qin. Uncle Chun, you pick 2, and we 1T weigh them. Consider it my tribute to you. Hearing this, Chin's father smiled and waved his hand. Digging these things is hard work. You probably exerted a lot of effort, so I can't just take them for free. Let us weigh them. Dong, Check the current market price. After saying this, Chen's father reached into another bag and pulled out 2 small octopuses. Oh, these things are in season. How did you find so many? These small octopuses are generally common along the coast in winter. If the wind is strong at night, one can often find them on the beach in the morning. But it's unlikely to come across this many. Zhao Ping then mentioned seeing a small sperm whale hunting, and only then did Chen's father nod. That makes sense. In the past, when we went out to sea, we liked to follow dolphins and other large fish. Seeing them usually means there are fish schools nearby. Chapter 76. Father Chen treats guests after emptying the bucket. Zhao Qin began to sort through the catch, leaving 4 similar-sized earth dragons, each weighing about 7 or 8 pounds. He kept 7 or 8 pounds of little octopuses and 3 black-haired fish, each weighing around a pound. He first put them in the bucket, then grabbed a convenient bag from the side, packed in about 2 pounds of little octopuses and 1 black-haired fish, and handed it to He, saying, "Take this to your uncle." "Brother, is that necessary?" "Just take it. It's not worth much. There aren't too many earth dragons, so I want to give you any this time." He scratched his head and said, "Brother, why not just give it to him at the dock?" Zhao Qin gave him a light tap on the head. Annoyed, "Are you really that dumb? If I give it at the dock, it becomes my favor. Now that you're delivering it separately, it's your favor, understand?" He didn't mind, but Father Chen smiled and nodded slightly. He thought this kid was well educated. He considered things thoroughly and was very considerate of those around him. "Uncle Chun, let us not weigh this biggest one. You keep it to brew a jar of wine. Let us weigh it. After weighing, I'll pick. You've helped me a lot with the sea examination. I was planning to bring something over another day. Now it's great. I want to have to spend extra money on what I dug up myself, and you can use it too. If I really spent money, it might not meet your expectations. Let us not make it so complicated between us." Father Chen laughed heartily, raising his hand to point at him. He found himself liking this kid more and more. He spoke openly and straightforwardly, which was refreshing to hear. "All right, I'll keep this one. Don't leave tonight. The 3 of you stay here and have a drink with me." After weighing, Father Chen whispered a couple of things in his son's ear before heading upstairs. "I think we shouldn't bother weighing anymore. It's all quite troublesome. We'll count the little octopuses at 45 a pound, the earth dragons at 120 a pound, and the black-haired fish. Let us go with 120 as well. There aren't too many in the market, and I'm not too familiar with the recent prices, but I know I want to lose at 120. Zhao Qin looked at his elder brother, who didn't seem to have much concept of the price. But his brother's mouth was grinning from ear to ear, nodding continuously, clearly very satisfied with the price. He seemed to understand a bit. Father Chun's whisper earlier was probably to instruct Chen Dong to raise the price a bit, as they needed to compensate for the earth dragon through the pricing. It's good to have mutual favors and bonds. Zhao Qin wouldn't point out, feeling that it was enough to have this feeling in his heart, as they would be in contact for a long time in the future anyway. In no time, everything had been weighed. There were still 36 earth dragons left, weighing a total of 59 pounds and 7 ounces. The black-haired fish were the least, with only 12 pounds and 6 ounces after weighing, while the little octopuses were the most, totaling 146 pounds and 3 ounces. The remaining catch included green crabs and yellow croakers, just a couple of each, which they decided to keep for tomorrow's meal. After calculating, the total was 15,260 yuan. After both sides confirmed the money, Zhao Qin intended to leave. But Father Chen leaned out from upstairs and said, "If you leave today, don't come again in the future. My family doesn't care about this little bit of goods." Zhao Qin chuckled awkwardly, feeling it was inappropriate to mention leaving again. So he took out his phone and handed it to his elder brother to let his sister-in-law know. Before long, he returned, surprisingly carrying something. "Brother, my uncle gave me some shrimp. They're huge and all red. I've never seen such big ones." Zhao Qin took a look and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, red magic shrimp. This is known as the Hermes of shrimp. They're really expensive." "What Hermes?" Zhao Qin hadn't eaten red magic shrimp before, but he recognized it. Many food bloggers on Douyin bought them and exaggeratedly praised them, claiming that eating one bite was like tasting dragon liver and phoenix marrow. Chen Dong leaned over to take a look and nodded slightly, saying, "I've had this shrimp before. The taste is really good, but we don't have it in our country. It's usually imported. I heard it costs several hundred yuan a pound. So expensive. My uncle said it was imported. A friend gave him a box the other day, about 40 shrimp, and he gave me 10. Zhao Qin felt a bit embarrassed. Those 10 shrimp weighed at least over a pound. He thought about how generous his uncle was, while he couldn't even bear to keep one earth dragon. But now was obviously not the right time to offer anything in return. All right, you keep them to share a couple of meals with your grandma. I'll keep 2 to taste, and the rest will be enough for each person in your family when Sister May comes back tomorrow. My uncle also said a few are for you. At Qindong's shop, Zhao Qin didn't push back anymore and let he put the shrimp in the bucket. That evening, while having dinner, they put 2 earth dragons and the black-haired fish in a pool and stored the rest in the cold storage to take later. Qindong decisively caught the earth dragons and black-haired fish into an empty pool, then took the rest with the bucket into the cold storage. Qindong invited everyone to relax and drink tea. Noticing that Zhao Qin was holding a water cup in his right hand for a long time without lifting it, he laughed. You're really pushing it. Do you have any tea oil at home? Get some and rub it on. It'll heal faster. Feeling frustrated, Zhao Qin could only switch to his left hand to hold the cup. Before long, Father Qin changed his clothes and came downstairs again, followed by Qin Shui, who had never shown up before. Upon seeing Zhao Qin, she stuck out her tongue and made a funny face. Wow, you really have black-haired fish. Dad, I want to eat black-haired fish. Father Chun, who was using a small net to catch fish, replied with a hint of complaint. You really know how to eat. Though he said this, he still picked the largest one and scooped it into the bucket, then selected a few other seafood items, holding the bucket and telling them, Adong, I'll go ahead. It's at your Uncle China's place. You guys relax and drink some tea first. Later, have your mom come down for a bit. You can take a Qin and the others over. No need to bring wine. I'll have a Shui pick some up from the supermarket. Got it, Dad. Chun Shui helped her father, and they both went out. A Qin, I heard you want to buy a boat. Just a small one for casual use, a second-hand one to hold some hooks and nets. Take it slow. When they caught the black-haired fish, Zhao Qin had more ideas. There were plenty of small and large water holes along the coast and nearby islands. They could pump water from those holes. Currently, everyone either picked on the beach or went out to fish, but no one really paid attention to those water holes on the islands and along the coast. If luck was on their side, they might catch something. After chatting for a bit, Qindong called his wife down and led everyone to the restaurant. The restaurant was small, just 2 adjacent 2-story buildings. The downstairs had several small tables, and the upstairs was divided into 3 private rooms, 2 small and 1 large, with a kitchen built at the back using steel structures. Mostly busy with family members. When they arrived, Father Chun was chatting with a plump middle-aged man. Qindong saw him and greeted him first, Uncle Qin. Adong is here. These are your friends, right? It's impressive that your dad is treating guests. Actually, you're mistaken. I'm the one accompanying him. My dad is treating. Take a Qin and the others upstairs to drink tea first. By the way, a Qin, do you have any food restrictions? The latter part was directed at Zhao Qin. Uncle Chun, just keep it simple. We're not outsiders. Old Qin, you're being unreasonable. Just tell me what you want, and I'll definitely get it for you. Earth dragons, which are quite similar to white eels. Chapter 77. Dividing the goods in the largest private room upstairs. When Chun Shui saw them come in, she proactively got up to pour water for them. My dad is here. Uncle Qin brought out the good tea he had been keeping. You should try it. Thanks, sis. I'll do it myself. He took the initiative to grab the teapot and poured water for the others. Qin Shui was not pretentious and smiled, saying, You're Ahi, right? He replied. After a while, Qin's father also came up, unceremoniously sitting in the main seat. He patted the seat next to him and said to Zhao Qin, Come, sit next to me, accompany me for a couple of drinks later. Sure, I'll listen to you, uncle. Technically, he shouldn't be sitting in the upper seat since Qindong and the elder brother were present, but since Qin's father had spoken, he didn't bother to decline. Qin's father looked at the others and smiled, saying, Learn from them. When it's not the time to be polite, don't be foolishly courteous, or you'll create distance. If you praise me like this, I really will have to toast you a couple more times later. Ha ha ha. Someone who can get into Jing University is different. They have a sharp mind. Someone like you. Haven't thought about going out to try your luck? Forget it, without the capital to afford failure. Besides, our hometown has beautiful mountains and rivers. It might not be worse than the outside. As they were talking, the dishes were served. Chen's father casually mentioned his son's future. Everyone has their own way of living, and it's hard to say what's right or wrong. Come on, let us eat You must be hungry after a long day. Don't be polite. Chen's father said this, and took the initiative to pick up his chopsticks. Zhao Qin felt frustrated. He couldn't grip the chopsticks with his right hand, so he reluctantly switched to his left hand, which was not as nimble. Chen Shui had noticed that he wasn't holding the cup normally when he served water earlier. So she went out, and soon returned with a spoon for him. Use this, or I'm afraid you won't be able to get any food in your mouth. And then you'll say, I didn't treat you well. Zhao Qin thanked her and found it much easier with the spoon. Dinner lasted nearly 2 hours, and everyone was satisfied with food and drink. After returning to the acquisition station, Zhao Qin and the others took their tools and catch, thanked them, and headed home. This time they didn't call a car. Although the three were tired, they had just eaten well and were now strolling back slowly. Qin, what do you think of that Chen Shui? I feel like she keeps looking at you, Zhao Ping said with a smile on the way. Yeah, bro, I noticed too. Sister Shui occasionally glances at you. All right, let us not get too carried away. It's just that I'm awkward using my left hand to eat. Maybe she thinks I'm a joke. Qin, you must have some idea. Look, Uncle Chun and our dad are old friends. Why don't we wait for Dad to come back and discuss it with Uncle Chun first to see what he thinks? After all, you're not young anymore. Locals generally marry early. There was even someone in the village who became a grandfather at 35, marrying at 17, and his son did the same. Bro, I was thinking, how about we take a day off tomorrow? I'll go buy groceries early in the morning. You and Sis don't need to worry about it. He proactively changed the topic, as he really didn't have any thoughts about romance for now. It wasn't that he wanted to be a playboy. It was mainly that he hadn't met anyone he felt a connection with. If Chen Shui were someone who loved to have fun, it would be fine to play around together, but she clearly wasn't that type, so it was better not to complicate things. Okay, I don't even know what time your sister will get home tomorrow. If she takes the first bus, she'll arrive in the city by 9. Then she'll be in town by 10. When they got home, it was already past 9. Xiao Rong came forward to ask, why are you still eating at the acquisition station? Did you have a good haul today? If we didn't have a good haul, how could we be eating at the acquisition station? Zhao Ping casually replied as he put down the items in the bucket. Wow, you actually caught a few mudfish. These are valuable. Why doesn't the acquisition station buy them? Should we ask Old Lin about it tomorrow? Oh, and there are quite a few small octopuses. What is going on with these shrimp? Sis, wait a moment. Those are what we kept. We sold the big ones. Ah, so these are just what you kept. How much did you catch today? That little island has so much stuff. Didn't you pick up any conchs or sea cucumbers? Zhao Ping briefly explained the situation on the island, but Xiao Rong probably wasn't paying much attention. As her focus was entirely on the wad of cash Zhao Qin pulled out. Is this from today's sales? A total of 260 yuan. 2,000 is 3,052 yuan. That water hole doesn't really have much to do with me. So, this time you both get 500 yuan. Why has it changed again? You promised it would be a set amount. Zhao Ping frowned first. He had always felt that he had benefited from his younger brother during this time. And now hearing that his younger brother wanted to take more, he naturally wouldn't agree. Bro, what as promised is the rule. No one can change it privately. Besides, 3,000 is already a lot. No, what I mean is, what you mean doesn't matter? I have the final say on this matter. We'll split it according to the 2,000. Zhao Ping directly interrupted him. Qin, your brother is right. Your brother has already benefited a lot from teaming up with you these past few days. Don't you plan on taking your brother and Ahi with you in the future? If you think you're getting too much, we could take less with Ahi. Xiao Rong also advised. She was also a bit worried. Although good luck while beachcombing couldn't be expected every day. A catch like this once a month was enough to make her happy. Qin was sentimental, bringing his older brother along. But if these people weren't satisfied and ended up being pushed away by Qin, how much could they catch at the beach? No one had ever heard of anyone picking up 100,000 in half a month at the beach. Okay, let us stick to the previous split. Zhao Qin couldn't clarify, thinking that the small octopuses and mudfish might relate to his luck, but those black-haired fish were definitely discovered by his elder brother. And he and put in much effort, as they were all caught by the two of them draining the water. But he couldn't say this out loud. He wanted to give them a bit more, but it only made them uneasy, so he decided to leave it as it was. Here, the money is here. Count your own. After counting the money, he simply didn't give them a change. Each person got 3,050 yuan, which he pushed in front of them. Seeing his sister-in-law counting the money, he said to Ahi, Take 2 mudfish back, 1 for your grandma to cook, 1 for wine, and pack 1 black-haired fish. Grab some small octopuses too. If you don't take all the red shrimp, tomorrow's home cooking will be enough. There's only 1 green crab. Take it. Let your grandma put some Synopsis in it, and make a soup to nourish you. We'll keep the other few miscellaneous fish for tomorrow. He simply counted the money. Zhao Qin was extremely suspicious that this guy was counting clearly and was just pretending, so he shoved it in his pocket, took a bucket, and began sorting the goods as Zhao Qin instructed. I only need 1 mudfish for my grandma to make wine. I'll take 2 big shrimp, and I'll keep the black-haired and small octopuses. The green crab can be saved for Yuan to eat. That's it. As he spoke, he picked and chose. But no matter how he tried to persuade, he would take that 1 mudfish. Forget it, sis. If he doesn't want it, then don't worry about it. Tell your grandma not to cook tomorrow at noon. Come over and eat together. Yeah, remember to definitely tell the old lady. He thought about it and decided to leave those 2 red shrimp as well, promising to come over for lunch tomorrow. Chapter 78. The Village Chief? Zhao Qin looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock, and he stood up to leave. Before he left, he reminded his sister-in-law, I'll go to the town to buy vegetables tomorrow. I'll come over early in the morning, so think about what you want to buy for dinner. Okay, then hurry back to rest, Zhao Qin replied. Just as he reached the door, Zhao Ping called him back and handed him a small bottle. This is tea oil. After you take a shower tonight, apply some. If you can't reach your back, just call Ahi to help you. Got it, big brother. After he left, Xiaorong curiously asked, what's wrong with the Qin? Today when we were digging for earthworms, I used a shovel with Ahi to save effort, but he used a sand shovel. He probably felt embarrassed to stop and insisted on continuing. Earlier during dinner, he could barely hold the chopsticks. This guy, when he's lazy, he's really lazy, but when he gets busy, he goes a bit overboard. That's good. May will definitely be happy to see this when she comes back tomorrow. I have to tell you, May might ask us to lend her some money this time. Zhao Ping had initially thought about taking a shower in the backyard. But upon hearing this, he paused and asked, did something happen at her home? It's also a good thing. Your sister-in-law's husband was transferred to teach in the city. When she called, she mentioned wanting to buy a house in the city for the whole family to move over. She didn't go into details, but there must be a gap. What do you think? Lending her money is not a problem. Both of them are sensible people, but it's a matter of how much to lend. We'll talk about it when she comes. Just make sure not to let my family know about this. The year before last, when my brother and sister-in-law built their house, we only lent them $2,000. If they find out I lent them more, I won't be able to go back to my maternal family again. Zhao Ping sighed, took out a cigarette, lit it, and said, the year before last. Our family just got that mountain, spent a lot of money on all those trees, so we really don't have money. I know, I didn't blame you, but people can be suspicious. My sister-in-law is quite shrewd, so she might overthink. All right, you go take a shower. You've had a long day. Come help me scrub my back. No way, I just took a shower. I don't want to get wet again. Zhao Ping closed the door, chuckled, and stepped forward to hug his wife. Now you're dirty again. You have to wash up. Aren't you tired after a whole day? Don't mess around. It's really hot. Zhao Qin returned home and called Ahi over. Although he could reach his arms, he couldn't apply the oil on his back. Brother, my grandma just said that this afternoon, the daughter-in-law of the old Fu family came by, and the foundation quote is 22,800. Have you seen their foundation? Can a small yard be built in the back? If not, that price is too high. Local people usually occupy some public land. When houses are built, it's not easy to enclose a yard in front, so they generally enclose a yard in the back and build a low house, either to keep some livestock or use it as a kitchen. The village committee knows this and will turn a blind eye, at most coming to nag a bit, saying something about not counting the area when it comes to relocation. Those who understand the ways of the world give a few bottles of liquor and some cigarettes to the village committee members, and they will issue a certificate for you. Even if you don't give anything, the village committee won't order you to tear it down. It can be built. Just fill in the soil excavated from the foundation in the back. My grandma means that if we can settle for 20,000, it's fine. All right, when you really negotiate, let me know in advance. I'll come help you out. As brothers in real estate, I have to support this. By the way, do you have enough money? If not, take some from me. I have enough. My grandma has been saving for so many years, and she has saved quite a bit. I didn't behave properly before, so she didn't dare spend it recklessly in case something happened. I've also earned a lot recently. He suddenly remembered something and lowered his voice. Brother, my grandma said the old party secretary is going to retire. If you don't want to venture outside, you can consider competing for it. It's mostly just a matter of spending some money. You have an education, and you're also a party member. Even if you don't get elected this term, there will definitely be opportunities next term. Zhao Qin is indeed a party member. He joined when he was in his senior year of high school, shortly after turning 18. Thanks to his homeroom teacher considering him a good candidate. After all, no teacher dislikes students who perform well and are self-disciplined. Hearing Ahi say this, he thought for a moment and said, "Isn't Secretary Lin always wanting his son to take over? Old Lin wants his son to take over, but if you compete, his son might not necessarily win against you. Even if he drops out, you still got into Beijing University." Zhao Qin habitually raised his hand to scratch his chin, but halfway up his arm hurt terribly. "Ahi, this news is too important for me. I'll treat you to a drink another day." "What are you saying, brother? If you want a drink, I'll go buy it now. It's too late. I have to get up early to go to the town tomorrow." After applying the tea oil, he told Ahi to go back and rest early. He carefully lay down on the bed, and his mind started to race. If he wanted to compete for the village chief, old Lin would definitely be nervous. Although a village chief doesn't have to be a party member, being one would certainly be a plus. Besides, even if he dropped out, his education was still higher than old Lin's son. If you remember correctly, old Lin's son should have only graduated from junior high. Of course, he wouldn't really be idle enough to run for some village official. Family gossip would be too much of a hassle, and the salary is just that little. Although there might be some side income, it would be too constraining. However, he could give old Lin a heads up, make a small deal, like saying he wants to build a village foundation. He believed old Lin would be willing to use public resources for a favor in exchange for his withdrawal, and who knows, he might save quite a bit of money. No rush, this matter needed to be planned slowly to avoid any mishaps. He was exhausted from the day, and before long, he fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, he rolled over and pressed on his arm again, and almost reflexively sat straight up. Damn, it hurts more and more. Early in the morning, after getting up, he moved around a bit and felt somewhat better. He wasn't sure if it was psychological, but he felt that the tea oil was indeed effective. He had never heard of tea oil having effects on relaxing muscles and promoting blood circulation. But both Chun Dong and his elder brother said it worked, so he gave it a try. He could barely make a fist, but he still couldn't exert much strength. He estimated it would take 2 or 3 days to heal. Opening the system, his fixed luck value had long surpassed 2,000 points, now reaching 2,622 points. He didn't know if there was a limit to this thing, but it was clear that with the increase in fixed luck value, he was capturing more diverse seafood, and the real-time luck value seemed to be getting more valuable, though he wasn't sure if it was just his illusion. Today's real-time luck value was 17 points, which was not bad. If he went to the beach, he could at least make over 1,000. No rush. After having lunch with his sister, he would find some time in the afternoon to go to the beach. As soon as he entered his brother's house, he saw that someone was actually there. "Chin, Uncle Shui is here. I heard you want to buy a boat, and he just happens to have a spare one at home. You can talk to him," Zhao Ping said, explaining the purpose of the visitor. Supplementing the missing image, long-legged small octopus, not very big in shape, considered one of the best in taste among octopuses. The new book needs these, thank you in advance. Chapter 79, Not Negotiated. The old lady is still quite impressive, just the day before yesterday. She released the news, and today the other party actually came to the door. "Uncle Shui, is Ajing still in the provincial capital? I heard the restaurant business is doing well." Zhao Qin sat down and handed Uncle Shui a cigarette. "What's so good about it? It's barely enough to make ends meet. I didn't think he could cause so much trouble when we were in school. I said it would be fine to open a restaurant in the county. But he insisted that the county scale is too small and that there's more room for development in the provincial capital. Recently, he said he wanted to buy a house, planning to settle down there and bring me and his mother over. But we won't go out of sight, out of mind, let him fuss around." Zhao Qin was speechless. "Uncle Shui, is it really good to act like this?" He even deliberately brought up their school days, clearly implying that although his son isn't as good at studying as Zhao Qin, he is still doing better than Zhao Qin. He actually wanted to ask, "Has Ajing matured yet? That would be quite good. Our village is probably not doing as well as Ajing." "Uncle Shui, what about the boat?" Hee. It's just like that. He said he plans to open a branch tomorrow, and he wants to renovate this store too. As for him, oh, you were asking about the boat, right? Uncle Shue felt a bit annoyed. He hadn't finished boasting about his own business, and this kid already changed the subject. Uncle Shue, my sister is coming back today, and I need to go buy some groceries early. I want to see what the boat is like first. You know I'm a poor guy. I can't compare to a big boss like Ajing. If the price is too high, then forget it. The price is definitely reasonable. We are all from the same village, and I've known your dad since we were kids. It won't be high. How about 35,000? Ah, if it weren't for the fact that it's rusting there, I really wouldn't want to sell it. This boat has been with me for over 10 years. How could I say I have no feelings for it? I usually take good care of it, and you can use it right away without any repairs needed. Zhao Qin cursed inwardly. What fairness are you talking about? That old boat has been used for over 10 years, and you still want 35,000? It's not even an ocean-going vessel, just about 10 meters long, capable of going a bit offshore. Beyond that, the tonnage is too small. Uncle Shue, I'll make a firm offer. If you think it's reasonable, we can continue to negotiate. After all, your price is much higher than I expected. If you think it's not suitable, let's just say we were chatting today. You decide. Zhao Qin hesitated for a moment and said, 12,000. You were using it as a dragnet boat, right? You can remove the dragnet machine and sell it separately. A 1T needed. That's too much of a discrepancy. Can you raise it a bit? Uncle Shue, to be honest, this boat is over 10 years old. You've definitely made your money back on it. Selling it to me now is just for money. If you leave it there, you'll have to maintain it every year, or else it'll rust and develop holes. If you leave it for 2 years, it really won't be worth anything, and you might just have to scrap it. Old Shue hesitated for a while, but shook his head and said, I want to sell it for less than 20,000. That's fine. Let's both think about it a bit more. You sit and have a cup of tea. I'm going to buy groceries. What? You're not negotiating anymore? Old Shue saw him really getting up and became anxious. Zhao Qin was a bit confused by him. How else are we going to negotiate? He smiled and said, No worries. I'm not in a hurry to buy a boat. You can think about it for a few days and discuss it with my aunt. If you think it's suitable, come find me. If not, it's no big deal. How about raising it a bit more? Zhao Qin raised an eyebrow, but nodded. Then let us make it 13,000. I'll add 1,000 as a gesture of sincerity from a junior. Old Shue still thought it was too low. Zhao Qin really didn't have time to haggle, so he let him think it over. This price was quite fair for Zhao Qin, mainly because it was so old. If it were within 5 years, it would be worth 50,000 to 60,000, but now it's over 10 years old. Although it's a second-class boat, and the mandatory scrapping limit is 30 years, machines age just like people. When young, everything is good, but as they get older, the maintenance and repair costs are completely different. Moreover, with the advancement of ship technology, there are really not many people who would want a boat from over 10 years ago. Not negotiated? When he saw someone leave, Zhao Ping finally came out to ask. He knew his younger brother was resolute, so he didn't participate in the negotiation at all, fearing that he might mess things up. There's no rush. It won't be easy for Old Shue to sell this boat in a short time. Zhao Ping nodded. Old Shue does take care of his things. Although that boat is old, it should still be decent. You decide for yourself. Sister-in-law, have you finished the menu? Xiaorong had been busy in the backyard. She started killing chickens early in the morning. Hearing his question, she said, There's nothing special to buy. The meat you bought the day before yesterday is still available. Can you buy some pig liver for soup? Let your brother go buy the pig feet directly. It's too much trouble to cook them fresh. By the way, don't forget to buy rice noodles. They'll go well with the stir-fried oysters. Oh, do we still have red mushrooms at home? Okay, then weigh out 2 tails of dried red mushrooms. We can put some in the soup and the rice noodles. Zhao Qin agreed and asked his elder brother to bring out the motorcycle. His right hand couldn't exert much force and could barely pull the throttle. Can you manage? If not, I'll go buy it. That's fine. Older brother, don't buy wine. I'll bring some back from the town supermarket. Be careful. Zhao Qin started the bike and was about to leave when a yuan ran out. Uncle, I'll go with you. Get lost. My hands aren't steady today. I can't take anyone. Help your mom, pluck the chicken feathers, and don't think about slacking off. He pulled the throttle hard, and the bike suddenly lurched forward, startling him. No matter what his elder brother said, he rode off. When he got to the town, he parked in front of the supermarket and went to buy pig liver. Strangely enough, after checking 2 meat counters, he found that all the pig liver was sold out. So he had to place his hopes on the third counter. There are only 3 meat sellers in the town. Fortunately, when he arrived, he saw a piece of pig liver on the counter. "Boss, I'll take a piece of pig liver." "Sorry, young man, this is reserved for someone." Zhao Qin felt a bit frustrated. He negotiated with the boss for a bit, offering to pay more, but the other party remained unmoved, saying it was reserved for a regular customer and couldn't be touched. "Hey, what are you doing here?" He was feeling annoyed when he heard a crisp, familiar voice nearby. Turning his head, he saw Chen Shui. "Buying pig liver? It's strange. Why is pig liver selling so well today? How much do you want? Your supermarket doesn't sell meat." Zhao Qin remembered that her family's supermarket doesn't sell vegetables or meat. They only carry some fruits and frozen pastries. "Just tell me how much you want. I can't help with a lot, but I can manage a little," Chen Shui said with a hint of pride. Zhao Qin's mind reacted quickly, pointing to the remaining piece of pig liver. "Is this reserved for you?" "Oh, not too dumb after all. Say it. I won't take much. Let us split it between our 2 families. Just enough to make a soup. 3 or 4 tails will do." "Uncle Zhong, please cut this piece of pig liver in half for me." After it was cut, it was packed into a plastic bag. Chen Shui directly handed him 1 portion. "Here you go. How much is it?" "I'll pay. 1,000 yuan. You pay, haha." Chapter 80 in 1 sentence. It was done. "All right, here you go. It's not worth much anyway. Last time you even gave my dad 2 bottles of good wine, and by the way, there were tea leaves too." Zhao Qin was too lazy to argue, took the pig liver, thanked him, and walked towards the supermarket. "What else do you need to buy?" "Wine and rice noodles. Oh, and some fruit." "Let's go, I'll go with you." "Is your arm feeling better?" "Much better, it doesn't hurt as much. Just can't use much strength." Not far away, they quickly arrived at the supermarket. Zhao Qin picked out rice noodles, wine, and red mushrooms, then bought 2 watermelons and some local lychees. "Sister, help me with something." "What?" Chen Shui asked, standing at the door. "I'll start the car. You help me carry the stuff to the footboard, and help me put the watermelon in a bag and hang it on this hook." "Why can't you do it? I can only use one hand, and I still have to hold on to the bike." A hint of worry appeared on Chen Shui's face, and she complained. "Then why are you riding a bike? It's dangerous. Why don't I have my brother take you back?" "It's fine, I'll ride slowly. Even if I fall, I won't get hurt. Can't you say something nice for once?" Even though she said this, she still waited for Zhao Qin to get on the bike before putting the things on the footboard. When she bent down, Zhao Qin couldn't help but glance at her collar. This girl is really fair. But the next moment, Chen Shui straightened up and glared at him. Her face flushed. "You're such a bad guy. Don't think I don't know you were peeking when you came to my house for the first time." "Huh? What did you say?" "I didn't understand." "Sister, why are you always so weird?" Chen Shui was so angry that her teeth itched, and the next moment she reached out and pinched his arm. "Ouch, that hurts. You're really using strength. All right, let's go. Ride slowly. Take your time." Just as Zhao Qin was about to accelerate, he was startled by her last words. "Take your time." "Sister, is there something else? You're making me wonder if running into you this morning is a good thing or a bad thing." "Oomph. You think running into me is a good thing? Have you eaten breakfast?" Zhao Qin was taken aback and honestly shook his head, saying he hadn't eaten. He had gone to his sister-in-law's house to discuss boat matters and rushed to the market afterward. "Wait." As Chen Shui said this, she ran to the side. Zhao Qin watched her run and wanted to hum a tune, "Little White Rabbit, White." In a while, Chen Shui returned with a few buns and handed them to him. "Eat them at home. Go on. Actually, I prefer to eat noodles in the morning." "What? Do you want me to feed you?" Zhao Qin was completely defeated and twisted the throttle to speed away. Riding on the road, he saw 2 pairs of figures ahead, arguing as they walked. As he got closer, he realized that one pair was the Lai Bao couple, and the other was his uncle and aunt. Zhao Qin calculated in his mind and understood that these 2 must have just been released today. The 2 sides seemed to have heard the sound of the motorcycle and stopped cursing. He didn't greet Lai Bao, but rode up to his uncle, smiling. "Hey, uncle, going to the market? You're here early today. Why are you empty-handed?" His uncle's face was as dark as a pot bottom, and he snorted without responding. However, his aunt was quick to speak. Buying. Even if we die, we can't afford a coffin. Just roll up some straw mats when the time comes." "Oh, we lost over 3,000, then got fined 2,000 more. Are we even allowed to live? What's the point of saying all this?" Zhao Haidong couldn't help but shout. "You still have the face to yell at me? Stealing is so honorable, huh? You can't make money yourself, but you can steal. Well, if you have the ability, don't get caught. I think it would be better to take you to feed the bullets. At least that way you won't get fined. You woman. Before Zhao Haidong could finish, his wife seemed to blame him for interrupting her and, feeling more agitated, directly scratched his face. Zhao Qin was stunned. His aunt was quite fierce. How had he not noticed before? He turned to look at Lai Bao's wife and thought to himself, learn from her. That's how it's done. Of course, he didn't say this out loud. He twisted the throttle to speed up and rode far enough away before bursting into laughter, almost falling into a small ditch. When he got home, his sister-in-law took the ingredients he bought. Zhao Qin opened the buns that Chen Shui had bought, a total of 5. He handed 2 to Yuan and tore off a small piece of the bun skin with some meat flavor to give to Miao Miao, who was standing in the cage. They've all eaten. What are you giving them for? Xia Rong complained upon seeing this. At Yuan's age, he can never have enough to eat. 2 buns can easily fit. And as for Miao Miao, that little girl is just too cute. Seeing her brother eating, she stretches her hands out with a long stream of saliva. Where's Big Brother? There's not much firewood left at home. You want to chop some? Brother and sister-in-law's family was still frugal. They generally didn't burn coal until winter, and cooking on wood stove made the dishes taste better. Not long after, Big Brother came back pushing a cart, followed by Ahi. Brother, did your boat deal fall through? Yeah. Old Shue's asking price is too high. No ruse. Just a few days late. This matter will definitely work out. Since he couldn't help, he sat with Ahi in the hall, drinking tea and chatting idly. When the time was about right, he took out his phone and called 2 men old two. Are you home this morning? If you are, go to the town station to pick up my sister and her family. They should be bringing the kids. Put a stool in your trunk for my brother-in-law to sit on. Don't charge them. I'll pay you later. After hanging up, Xia Rong happened to walk by and heard. Smiling, you're getting more and more thoughtful. Your brother, and I didn't even consider picking them up. My sister is just like my brother. She treasures every penny. If we don't arrange a ride, she'll definitely walk back. Oh, what? In your mouth? Is being frugal a mistake? Zhao Ping, hearing him include himself, replied somewhat displeased. Being frugal is a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation. That's certainly not wrong. But we should be frugal where it matters. I won't skimp on food. I wasn't stingy when I was little. 2 meals of porridge a day, and look, I raised you this big. Not wanting to bicker with his brother. Just then they heard another argument not far away. Xia Rong tiptoed to peek from the backyard and said, it's the Lai Bao family. Lai Bao must have come back. Who are they arguing with? He asked, running out the door, eager to watch up close. Zhao Qin was about to respond when the person had already disappeared. From this perspective, it seemed that Uncle was being wronged. If that were the case, Lai Bao must have been lacking in morals. Zhao Ping, not hearing clearly, sighed, brother. If Uncle is wronged, it wouldn't just be an argument now. They would have already brought people to the door. I estimate that Lai Bao stealing crabs must have been instigated by Uncle. But whether he shared any money from selling the crabs with Uncle is uncertain. Many people oppose ambiguity, but this book is not ambiguous. It's just normal young people chatting together. I have gone through that age and believe many brothers have too. Let's not take casual words from young people, a little faint affection, and consider it ambiguity. My only goal in writing this book is to make it light and easy. After all, real life is exhausting enough. Let's not always be angry or resentful in novels. It's meaningless. That's my personal opinion. If you don't like it, don't criticize. Chapter 81. The eldest sister is back not long after. Ahe ran back with an excited face and said to everyone, brother, it's really your uncle who told Lai Bao about catching crabs in Qingtang village. He said it would be a 70-30 split after they caught them. And Lai Bao also gave your uncle his share. However, Lai Bao said he only stole 100 jin, but the owner claimed it was short by 260 jin. So both of them have to compensate. Your uncle is obviously unhappy and is now looking for Lai Bao to get the 30 of those 160 jin of crabs. Zhao Qin laughed heartily. This was indeed a muddled account. Maybe Lai Bao was telling the truth and the owner exaggerated the loss, but Zhao Haidong wouldn't accept that. All right, you don't need to run over there anymore. It has nothing to do with us. I nodded, knowing that his brother was reminding him to keep the incident of throwing stones that night to himself. It should be time to go home now. Akin, what time is it? Xia Rong had already started cooking, and the aroma from the kitchen wafted into the front hall. Zhao Qin glanced at the clock on the shelf and replied, it's 10:30. probably still half an hour to go. Just as he finished speaking, they heard the sound of a car horn. Zhao Ping was the first to reach the door and exclaimed in surprise, "They're back. It's Tu Min's car." Zhao Qin also went to the door. As the car came to a stop, the two brothers went forward. Zhao Ping helped his brother-in-law Xia Yingwu jump out of the car, while Zhao Qin took the luggage and gifts out of the trunk. "Go ahead. We'll settle the bill another day when you have time. Today we have guests at home, so I won't invite you in." After unloading everything, the eldest sister also got out of the car with her nephew. Zhao Qin then leaned against the driver's window and said, "I have money in my pocket, but I'm afraid if I take it out, my brother-in-law will want to pay, and that would be too annoying, so let us just settle another day." Tu Min, feeling reassured about him, said, "No rush," and drove away. Upon seeing her close relatives, the eldest sister's smile never left her face. However, when her brother was chatting with her husband, she walked over to Zhao Qin and directly twisted his ear, saying, "You're not a kid anymore. Stop bothering your brother and sister-in-law. You should be more sensible. Sister, we have enough food for lunch. I can't add another dish with this ear. You know it hurts, right? Then be more mindful." After saying that, she released him and gave his arm a light pat. Twisting his ear didn't hurt much, and Zhao Qin didn't feel any pain, but the slap on his right arm made him gasp in surprise. "What's wrong? Did you hurt your arm?" Zhao Mei, seeing his face change, quickly asked. "Yesterday, Akin took us to the beach, and we encountered a nest of earth dragons. He exerted too much force, and his arm got strained," Zhao Ping explained, knowing that his sister must be scolding her brother. It was a good time to mention the changes in his brother during this period. "Did he still take you?" "Ame is here. Don't mention Akin. I barely recognize him for how diligent he has been lately," Xiaorong said, grabbing Zhao Mei's hand and looking her up and down, smiling. "Why are you still so thin? You should eat more." "Sister-in-law, I'll help you," the two women whispered as they headed to the backyard. Zhao Qin looked at his eldest sister's son, Xia Hongze, whose name was given based on a fortune-telling that said he lacked water in his 5 elements, hence the name. He seemed half a year younger than a Yuan, but was half a head shorter. His eyes were rolling around, indicating he was probably a handful. "Uncle, I want to catch crabs. Are you going to use your little chicken to fish?" "Huh, really? Can a little chicken catch crabs?" "Yes, and it's especially easy. But it pinches. I'm not afraid of pain. I want crabs." Watching the conversation between the big and small, Zhao Ping had a black line on his face. But Xia Yingwu laughed heartily without a care. "Your sister-in-law is not bad." When Zhao Qin dropped out of school, he was the one who felt it was the biggest loss. He even came over to persuade Zhao Qin. After all, that's Beijing University. How many people want to get in but can't? Let's not talk about catching crabs for now. How much did you score on your last exam? "Uncle, studying is boring. Let us talk about how to catch crabs." "All right, this is definitely a slacker." Just then, the eldest sister came in from behind and, seeing a Yuan, asked, "How did you do in the final exam?" A Yuan looked downcast at this question and weakly replied, "Not well." "It's okay, cousin. I didn't do well either. There were many characters on the test I didn't recognize. The person who set the paper was clearly trying to make it difficult." Xia Hongze said matter-of-factly. Zhao Mei glared at him and gently patted a Yuan's head, saying, "Tell your aunt, how many points did you score?" Zhao Qin looked at Xia Hongze with a face of silent mourning. This kid probably hadn't realized that he was about to face a big disaster. Sure enough, when a Yuan reported his perfect score in math and 99 in Chinese, Zhao Mei's expression immediately changed. She grabbed Xia Hongze and gave him 2 slaps on the butt, saying, "Look at your cousin, and then look at you. If you don't study well this time and you go back, you can forget about coming home. I'll pretend I never gave birth to you." She was truly frustrated. She graduated high school. Her education wasn't too bad, and her husband was a teacher. So how could this child not learn no matter how she taught him? After slapping him twice, Zhao Mei turned and went back to the backyard. Xia Hongze rubbed his butt and immediately returned to his playful grin, saying, "My mom is weak. It doesn't hurt." Looking at this kid, Zhao Qin actually liked him. He was carefree, thick-skinned, and optimistic. It was hard to say who would achieve more in society in the future, him or Yuan. He took out 2 5-yuan bills from his pocket and gave them to the two of them. Watching them leave, Zhao Qin turned and went into the backyard. But before he even reached the kitchen, he heard the 2 women inside discussing buying a house and money. He thought for a moment and turned back to the front hall to chat with his brother-in-law. "Akin, Aren't you thinking about going out for a look? Summer Yingwu, after all, was different from Zhao Mei. He couldn't directly call Zhao Qin out for his previous foolishness, but he was happy to hear that he had become more diligent. If he were still in school, he would definitely be in the city later, but now that he had dropped out, he could only claim to have a high school education. Starting a business with no skills and no capital was difficult, and working meant he would likely just end up in a factory, probably earning less than he would by the seaside. He still needed to talk to his brother-in-law normally. That's right. I heard from your brother that you want to buy a boat. That is a good thing. Zhao Qin and Summer Yingwu didn't have many common topics, and Ah-Hei had even fewer. He hadn't said a word since sitting at the lower end. But luckily it was time for dinner, and the dishes were gradually being served. This is the wine Akin bought early this morning. You can start drinking. Xiaorong placed the wine on the table. Ah-Hei, where's your grandma? Zhao Qin asked when he saw that the old lady hadn't come yet. She said she wouldn't come, just handling something at home. Zhao Qin went back to the kitchen to get another bowl, scooped some earth dragon and pig trotters, and handed them to Ah-Hei, saying, if you don't want to move, that's fine. She probably wouldn't be comfortable coming anyway. Just take this food to her. After finishing the meal, Zhao Ping urged Summer Yingwu to rest for a while Zhao Qin looked at his eldest sister and said, you guys sleep at the old house tonight. I'll squeeze in with the yuan. You help me clean up a bit first. Always making me work. Don't you have hands? Though she said that, she still stepped forward to follow him to the old house. Do you want me to go over to help? Sister-in-law, you've also been busy all morning. Just rest. I can handle it with my sister. Hearing this, Zhao Mei's face showed a smile. It seemed that this younger brother had really grown up. Chapter 82. Two young strong men, the siblings, arrived at the old house. Zhao Qin opened the door, and Zhao Mei's eyes widened as she looked at everything inside. This was beyond her expectations. In the past, she would come back alone, help tidy up, and although it was dirty, it was truly messy. But this time, not only was it clean, even the towels hanging nearby were neatly arranged. Everything was in its proper place, organized and convenient. Did you clean up yesterday knowing I was coming back? Sis, do I care about doing those superficial things? Zhao Mei nodded. That was true. Her younger brother had done it for the past couple of years, and it seemed he had really changed. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a surge of emotion and wanted to cry. There's nothing much to tidy up. Just wipe them out again tonight and sit down to rest. Zhao Qin poured her a glass of water and sat across from her. So, what's going on with buying a house? How did you know? I heard a bit when you were talking in the kitchen just now. I noticed that brother-in-law wasn't as carefree with his drinking during lunch today. He's probably worried about something. Brother-in-law has been transferred to the city, and we're thinking of buying a house. We looked at new properties in the city, around 2,400 yuan per square meter. To buy a 90 square meter place would cost over 210,000. My husband and I have saved some money these past few years, and his parents can contribute a portion as well. We can pay half up front, and since my husband has a stable job, getting a loan shouldn't be hard. Monthly repayments won't be too much pressure, but I have my eye on a slightly off-center house, 2 stories with a backyard where we can grow some vegetables. It's a 20-minute bike ride to your brother-in-law's school, which isn't too far. The price is cheaper than an apartment, only 170,000, but they want the whole amount up front. My brother-in-law's older brother helped with 20,000, but we still need over 30,000. So I wanted to ask if you and sister-in-law could help. If not, we'll just go for an apartment. What's the size of that private house? With the yard. The total area is nearly 300 square meters. Then buy that one. Don't let your brother-in-law ask you and sister-in-law for money. He is too shy. Just give me an account number, and I'll transfer you the money tomorrow morning. Over 30,000? Do you have that much? Don't worry about that. You can ask your older brother. You've always cared for me since we were kids. Now that I've grown up, I naturally want to help. I'll transfer you 40,000. There's no rush for you to pay me back. Don't be too frugal. When you have money, pay back what you owe your brother-in-law. I'm not in a hurry. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Mei suddenly buried her face on the table and began to sob. Sis, why are you crying? Mind your own business. After a while, Zhao Mei lifted her head, tears still on her face, but she smiled and ruffled Zhao Qin's hair, saying, so, what made you suddenly enlightened? Don't mess up my hair. I can lose my head, but my hairstyle can't be ruined. Oh, you're getting vain now. Before long. The two siblings laughed and chatted as they arrived at their older brother's house. Zhao Mei went into a Yuan's room, presumably to tell her husband about what just happened, while Zhao Qin was caught by his little nephew. Uncle, you said you would take me to catch crabs. It's too hot now, and the tide is high. We'll go later. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and sent a message to He, who had already returned home, asking him to come to their older brother's house for an hour. Once that was done, he felt a bit sleepy, so he decided to lie down on one of the chairs in the living room under the ceiling fan. What frustrated him was that he couldn't fall asleep. Azay, this little brat, would come over every little while to ask if the tide had gone down. Finally, Azay was pulled away by his mother, and then his older brother patted him, saying, "Get up, come to the door," following his older brother to the backyard. His brother closed the back door and then took out a cigarette, offering him one. "Your sister just said you promised to lend her 40,000. Zhao Qin lit the cigarette and nodded. "How can you lend that much by yourself? Your sister-in-law isn't stingy, she." "Brother, I know sister-in-law is open-minded. As long as my sister asks, she will definitely lend it. It's a small matter. Why do you always think so complicated? 40,000 is a small matter. You grown up. If you want to help your sister, I'll 1T stop you. How about this? I'll contribute 20,000 and you cover the rest. It's not for my sister. They will pay it back. It doesn't matter who contributes. Just don't fuss. I'll take a nap in the living room. Let us do it my way." Watching him walk out, Zhao Ping scratched his head. "This little brat, I'm the older brother." Just as he was about to get up, he saw his wife peek her head out. "How'd it go?" "Qin told me not to fuss. We do it his way." "That's fine. I calculated. He must have at least 70,000 or 80,000 on hand now. If he borrows 40,000, the rest should be enough to buy that boat. If he really needs it urgently, we can just give it to him then. That's fine. But I feel uneasy letting Qin take care of everything. We're all family. Don't think too much. I think we shouldn't be too busy tonight. Just serve a few marinated dishes." "Yeah, there are quite a few leftovers from lunch." The two chatted for a while, and realizing there were still people at home, they went inside. "Qin, if you plan to go beachcombing this afternoon, you should go now. By the time you get there, the tide should be going out," Zhao Ping said, glancing at the time and waking Zhao Qin. As he turned over, he saw two pairs of excited little eyes. "Okay, you two take my bucket and sand shovel. Brother, you don't need to go this afternoon. By the way, has he come yet? The bucket and sand shovel were left at your brother's house yesterday. He didn't take them back. I just checked and they're all clean." Just then, he walked in. "Brother, I ran into quite a few women on the way here, and they asked why they didn't see you beachcombing yesterday and today. They were quite diligent, heading to the beach early in the morning, but I heard today there isn't even any bird droppings at the beach. Why are these people always watching me?" Zhao Qin said, in frustration. After washing his face, he turned to the two boys and said, "Did you hear that? There probably won't be anything at the beach today. Do you still want to go?" "Yes." They both replied in unison. "Okay, then we'll take the back door. That way, we 1T attract attention, and no one will see us." "Brother, where are we going today?" he asked. Zhao Ping added from the backyard. "We'll go crab hunting and then head west. There's a hard rocky beach there. Apart from the occasional crab fishermen, hardly anyone goes there. If you don't want to attract attention, you can go there, but there's not much to find, so just treat it as a fun outing." Zhao Qin agreed and headed in that direction. "Brother, there are a few puddles over there. We can pump some water." Zhao Qin shook his head, feeling that his arms were too weak. But the next moment, looking at the two boys, he smiled and said, "All right, we'll pump some water today, so you can experience how great beachcombing can be. After reading, just give me a call. Let us see if this book can make it to the charts. Of course, it might just be wishful thinking." "Haha, thank you." Chapter 83. The water pit. The four of them exited through the back door and headed west. The place Zhao Ping mentioned was quite far. Even if they walked from here, it would take over half an hour. Zhao Qin initially thought the two kids would back down after a while, but to his surprise, they became more enthusiastic, especially when they reached the seaside. Azay was even more excited. After all, his hometown was not near the sea at all. When they arrived at the hard rock beach Zhao Ping mentioned, Zhao Qin understood why there were so few people here. Unlike the rocky tidal flats at the village entrance, which had mud and sand beneath, here there was no sand at all, only hard stone ground. Scattered across the rocky surface were small water pits resembling meteorite craters. varying in size. Zhao Qin didn't know if his luck could be found in these water pits, but since they were here, it didn't matter if they returned empty-handed. He could take the opportunity to play the role of a teacher for the afternoon and give these two kids a lively social lesson. Bro, how about this one? He pointed to a fairly large water pit nearby. Zhao Qin glanced at the seawater and shook his head. This one is too low. We might not have drained the seawater before it rises again. Let's walk a bit higher. Without a water pump, the two kids might not be able to draw much water, and since he couldn't exert himself, the main labor force would be Ahi. They couldn't choose a pit that was too time-consuming. They walked up for another 10 minutes, and Zhao Qin picked a water pit. He jumped down to test it. The deepest part reached his chest, about 5 meters deep, and there were quite a few stones at the bottom, so there should be some fish hiding there. Is this okay for you two? Uncle, aren't you the one drawing water while I catch fish? Aze looked a bit dumbfounded at the thought of having to do it himself. Your uncle is out of commission now. Didn't you see him using a spoon for lunch? Yuan chimed in, pulling out a bucket and walking to the edge, while he had already started to draw water. Don't fill it too much each time, or you won't be able to lift it. Take it little by little. Don't be lazy. Seeing that Yuan had already started, Aze had no choice but to take a bucket and stand on the other side to begin drawing water. You're a tiger, drawing water for a low spot. If you draw from the top, it will just flow back into the pit. Zhao Qin scolded him, realizing he had misjudged the kid. He clearly couldn't compete with Yuan. His intelligence was concerning. Uncle, the water feels so cool, right? It's not hot standing in the water. Hurry up and get it done. In no time, Aze straightened up, his face twisted in a grimace. Uncle, my butt hurts. You're just being silly. Draw water using your waist strength. Why are you twisting your butt? My mom says I don't have a waist. Zhao Qin. He was originally quite tired, but burst out laughing at their banter. Bro, why not pick a smaller one? We won't finish this at all. Even though the terrain was high here, ultimately, it was only him doing the work. The other two were more like they were playing in the water. Just as Zhao Qin was about to agree, he noticed a few people coming from a distance. The older brother, older sister, and brother-in-law arrived, waving for them to hurry. Before long, the three of them came close. Zhao Ping, familiar with the situation, directly snatched Aze's bucket and got to work. Uncle, you're the best. Unlike my uncle. When I grow up, I'll make money to buy you cigarettes and alcohol, just not for my uncle. Zhao Qin couldn't be bothered to respond to the little brat, and said to Ahi, if you're tired, take a break. Xia Yingwu also jumped into the water and took over Yuan's bucket. The speed of the three strong men was clearly different. The water level was dropping at a visible rate. Qin, will there be anything in there? Zhao Mei asked. I don't know. I just picked one randomly. Who can say for sure? There must be something. My brother has been lucky lately. Oh, there really is something. It bumped into my leg. He straightened up to rest for a moment, adding to the conversation, and as he spoke, a fish brushed against his leg, making him bend down and work even harder. Once they had drawn most of the water, they could see some fish, but Zhao Qin felt a bit disappointed. He had 19 points of luck today, but there were only 2 or 3 fish in the pit, the largest being just over a pound of black bream. However, there were quite a few stone crabs. In no time, he had caught dozens of them, enough to make 2 pots of soup. He jumped into the pit to help collect the catch, not because he wanted to experience the process, but to increase his merit points. After all, the more species he unlocked, the less he would have to rely on real-time luck in the future. Uncle, you're just being lazy. I see you catching fish without any effort in your arms, but you're sick when it comes to drawing water. Didn't you see I'm using my left hand? I think your butt isn't hurting, you just want a beating. With this little harvest, both Zhao Qin and Ahi felt somewhat disappointed. This was the least rewarding haul since they started going to the sea together. Zhao Ping, on the other hand, didn't mind much. It was just a bit of sweat, and bringing back some extra food was quite nice. How about we draw another one? It's actually quite interesting. Xia Yingwu probably didn't have many experiences like this, and after finishing catching the fish in this pit, he still felt a bit unsatisfied. Zhao Qin thought for a moment, grabbed a sand shovel, and walked forward. After a few minutes, he threw the shovel into a water pit and said, let us draw this one. Draw it, draw it. Why did you throw the shovel? Zhao Ping complained. Wait until we draw it dry, then we'll see. I just wanted to test the water depth. This pit was similar in size to the previous one, but was clearly deeper. Fortunately, there was room for someone to stand nearby. Otherwise, it would have been hard to draw water. Zhao Qin occasionally glanced at the sea, silently calculating the time. After another hour of frantic output, they finally saw the bottom of this pit. What the hell is that? Zhao Qin saw a splash, and a tail flicked as something darted back into the deep water, making him jump into the pit. Bro, there's a big one. Ahi's voice was filled with excitement. The originally tired Zhao Ping and Xia Yingwu suddenly seemed invigorated and began drawing water even faster. Ahi stopped drawing, lifted up. The water can't be drawn out. Ahi acknowledged and stood on the edge of the pit, while Zhao Ping and Xia Yingwu filled the buckets and handed them up. He received them, emptied them, and handed them back, repeating the process. Zhao Qin couldn't wait to start feeling around. He needed to catch that big one first for his merit points. Feeling under a stone, his hand reached the big one. It felt rough to the touch, unlike the smoothness of the other fish. If it had been earlier, he would have definitely pulled back in fear. But he was much better now. The shape of the fish was a bit strange. At least that's how it felt. It seemed somewhat like a gecko, with a wider head that he couldn't hold with one hand. So he felt for the fish's tail and grabbed it firmly. The fish twisted, splashing water all over him. But he still didn't let go. Big brother, it's a cat shark. He pulled it up to the surface to take a look and immediately became excited. He had heard that this fish wasn't cheap, and the one he caught weighed a good 4 to 5 pounds. Wow, that is huge. He exclaimed from above, clearly seeing it. Uncle, you're amazing. Catch it and I'll take care of it in the shallow water over there. Yuan said, extending his hand for Zhao Qin to pass it over. Uncle, give it to me. Otherwise, you can carry me down. I want to catch one too. You can't just reach around down there. If you touch an eel, you might lose your hand. Just stay up there. Chapter 84. Fishing Fun. Zhao Qin looked at the system panel and saw that he had gained an additional 80 merit points, along with the previous catches. He had earned a total of 150 points today. With 5 traps set, he was in a great mood, especially after catching that cat shark. Although his luck value had dropped to 11 points, the cat shark was quite strong. It was tough to hold with just one hand, so he didn't dare to pass it to the 2 younger ones. Instead, he let Ahe take it and placed it in a small water pit formed by the pumping, as it wouldn't be worth anything if it died. After pumping for a while, the water level reached his ankles. He couldn't pump out anymore. His brother-in-law and older brother also added some water to their buckets and began to gather their catches. Zhao Qin was also feeling around. With 11 points of luck left, he should still find some good items. Oh, there's another one. Zhao Ping felt around a stone and pulled out a smaller cat shark than Zhao Qin's, weighing over 2 pounds. Wow, uncle, you're amazing. Give me the fish. It bites, Yuan said with a huff. Hearing this, Zhe shrank back, while Zhao Mei couldn't help but laugh at her silly son. Although cat sharks could bite, their attack power was weak and wouldn't cause harm. So far, no one had heard of anyone getting bitten by a cat shark. Before long, Xia Yingwu caught a yellow croaker, while the older brother collected several stonefish. Brother, there's a fish under this rock. Can you help me move it? Zhao Qin had just found it, but the fish was slippery and had wedged itself in the rock crevice. Zhao Ping came over to help lift the rock, but a brownish-green back quickly flashed above the water and darted away. Are you even capable? Zhao Ping said, feeling speechless. This creature was disabled, yet particularly protective of its food, making it hard for him to catch it. Sure, a man can't say he can't do it. Zhao Qin replied casually and followed the ripples in pursuit. Fishing was fun, but his main goal was to develop new species and increase his merit points. Since the fixed increase in luck value, beachcombing was no longer as it used to be. The variety of catches had become more diversified, which would speed up the increase of his merit points. Just thinking about it was delightful. In the small space, one person and one fish engaged in a chase, while Zhao Ping and Xia Yingwu watched and didn't come forward to help. Uncle, a person should know their own weight. Uncle, you're too timid. You can't even catch a fish, not as good as me. The 2 little brats were already unhappy about not getting into the water, and now they started mocking Zhao Qin. The next moment, they both gave Zhao Mei a light knock on the head to silence themselves. Zhao Qin followed the fish around the pit a few times, and his temper started to rise. He wondered who would tire out first, him or the fish. Suddenly, he felt like he had stepped on something that was still moving. He reached down into the water, feeling around under his feet, and soon his face lit up. It felt like a shoe sole, but it was moving. Gritting his teeth, he extended his right hand, which he couldn't use effectively, to catch the fish. After a lot of effort to pull the fish out of the water, he exclaimed, "Brother, this is a big soul fish." The so-called soul fish was a local name. It was a type of flatfish resembling a shoe sole or a tongue, with a flat body and a short head, and both eyes on the left side of its head. It is a shallow sea bottom fish that often hides itself in the sand, with tender and delicious meat. Rich in flavor, but not greasy, and highly nutritious. The sole fish Zhao Qin caught was about 35 centimeters long and weighed around 2 pounds, making it one of the larger specimens of its kind. "Wow, that is really big." Ahe was also surprised. "Wow, Uncle, you're amazing. Does this fish bite?" "Sure. I'll pass it to you, but you better catch it so it doesn't fall again." Aze was immediately happy upon hearing this. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Qin decided to put the fish in the bucket and handed it over to Aze. Then he resumed searching for targets. He still hadn't caught that escaping fish. "Do you want to catch it over here?" Zhao Ping pointed to a shallow area nearby, where the fish's back was already exposed. If he had been worried about Zhao Qin blaming him for catching it, he would have acted sooner. "Let go of that girl fish, let me do it." "What nonsense! Can't you say something normal?" Zhao Ping almost cursed again, but quickly caught himself since his sister-in-law's family was present and decisively stopped. The reason why sea fish are hard to catch is that most of them have sharp spines, and some are even poisonous. Getting pricked is quite painful, and even without poison, some spines can penetrate a person's palm. Zhao Qin carefully waited in front of the fish, suddenly reaching out to press its head down, forcing it into the sand. Of course, he wouldn't really kill it. Once he felt the struggle weaken, he pulled it out of the water. "Wow, you're really lucky. It's a blue-spotted grouper, almost 2 pounds. Zhao Ping had been watching him catch it, and as soon as the fish surfaced, he recognized it at a glance. The blue-spotted grouper has a pointed head and resembles a mouse, so in some areas, it's also called a mouse grouper, considered a precious nearshore fish species. After placing the fish in the bucket, Zhao Qin opened the system and found that the 2 fish he just caught had added 160 merit points to his tally, making it a total of 300 points earned today. "Quick, come up. The sea level is rising." The 3 of them climbed up in succession, and they found that the fish in the pit had been nearly turned over. Just as they surfaced, they noticed that the seawater was already at their feet, and that distance would be covered in just a few minutes. Ahe had already refilled the bucket with water and caught the fish from the shallow pit. As soon as they got back, Zhao Ping grabbed 1 bucket in each hand and rushed ahead, saying, "Hurry, the fish will be worthless if it dies." Ahe and Xia Yingwu fought over the last bucket for a moment, but in the end, Xia Yingwu managed to grab it and ran off. The 2 little brats followed with the bucket, while Zhao Qin reminded his sister to watch her step. "All right, take care of yourself. I used to go beachcombing often when I was young, unlike you who only comes once a year. I'm focused on studying." After walking for a while, Zhao Qin suddenly slapped his forehead and asked, "Brother, did you find the sand shovel I threw?" "I didn't see it. I thought you picked it up." "Didn't you? You just had to throw it. Now look how worried you are." "Sai, why are you so unreliable?" If he had known, he wouldn't have asked. Seeing his brother's face, he thought he had lost thousands. "It's fine. It must have been buried in the sand, and we didn't notice. Next time we have time, we can dig again. Who knows, we might find it." Hearing this, Zhao Ping's expression softened. Indeed, if the sand shovel was at the bottom of such a deep pit, as long as a typhoon didn't hit, it should be fine. What about the fish? "Just these few. Let us keep some for dinner tonight, and the rest you take to old Lin No. Let sister-in-law take it to sell. You're too honest. And I'm afraid old Lin will cheat you. So you think I'm easy to fool, huh?" Zhao Ping replied, annoyed. "Brother, do you believe that sister-in-law can sell for a higher price than you? If I went, I could definitely sell for more than her, but I still want to go. What if people in a village see and start asking questions? Too ambitious, can't grab it." Everyone just looked at it, the sole fish, which somewhat resembled the common flounder. Chapter 85. Encouraging sister to open a store on the way home, thinking about today's gains. Zhao Qin felt that the water pumping pit was definitely a sustainable path. Doing other things might not even require 3 people. So should they let the elder brother exit or let he exit? It wouldn't be good for either to leave. The water pumping pit was quite good. The 3 of them could still work together. When they got the boat, they could use it to look for small islands nearby. As long as the sea was fine, they would have their business to run. It seemed he had seen that the system had a water pump before, but he forgot how many merit points it required. No rush. He would think it over carefully tonight. He was determined to become the king of the sea. Others raised fish, and he would raise fish too. While others spent money raising fish, he would make money from it. When they got home, Xiaorong initially thought they had gone out to play. But upon seeing the haul, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Where did this come from? Mom, it's what we pumped from the water pit. I got quite a bit, and as they helped, my uncle didn't do anything at all. Right, Aunt, my uncle is the laziest. Zhao Qin couldn't be bothered with the two of them, squatting down to start sorting through the cash. Seeing this, Zhao Ping immediately got nervous. I'll sort it. Keep about 10 of those Shurgio fish for soup. Xia Yingwu was nearby, and Zhao Ping couldn't say to just keep some cheap ones. He wanted to take all the expensive ones to sell. I saw there were still plenty of vegetables left from the morning. We don't need to prepare any special dishes for dinner. Brother, let sister-in-law take everything to sell. Zhao Mei probably understood their thoughts, so she advised, brother, choose between the green grouper and the sole. Before Zhao Qin could finish speaking, Zhao Mei pulled him aside and said to her brother, just do as I say. After finishing the soup at noon, keep some Shurgio fish for soup and sell the rest, haha. Zhao Ping was overjoyed. He naturally wouldn't go against his younger brother, and he was not eloquent enough to argue with him. But now, someone could keep the younger brother in check. Zhao Qin also knew that with his elder sister around, his wish to try something new today would definitely fall through. Damn bloodline suppression. In the end, they picked out a dozen Shurgio fish, still choosing smaller ones to keep, planning to sell the rest. Hearing they were going to sell to Old Lin, Xiaorong was a bit against it. A Ping, you can ride a motorcycle. It only takes a few minutes to get to town. Mister, Chen's price will definitely be higher. Zhao Ping also thought this method was good, glancing at Zhao Qin, who was puffing smoke. Whatever, if you don't mind the trouble. Just go. Trouble? A few more bucks a pound can add up to several dozen bucks. Should I take it over? He was actually thinking of having Zhao Qin accompany him. After all, Zhao Qin was now quite close with Chen Dong, and it was clear that Chen's father liked the kid. I'm not going. Zhao Qin also understood what his brother was thinking and firmly refused. He knew that even if his brother went, Chen Dong wouldn't give a crazy price. Dad, how about I go with you? Right, uncle, I'll go too. I'll help you. Go play somewhere else. Zhao Ping waved his hand, tying the two buckets to the back of the motorcycle, with the middle platform just right for some space. Watching his brother leave, he also want to go home? Wait a minute, brother will probably be back soon. You guys have it good by the sea. You can go out and get a bit of a catch. Xia Yingwu's voice really carried a hint of envy. That's not quite right. Those Annies who go to the beach can only earn about 10 to 20 bucks a day. Only a Qin has good luck. Whenever he goes out, he gets a catch. Xiaorong smiled and explained from the side. Zhao Qin remembered something and said to his sister, Sister, since you have nothing to do at home, it seems online shopping is becoming popular now. You could open a small store. If you run it well, you can also make money. Open an online store? Is that reliable? Zhao Mei looked somewhat skeptical. At this time, everyone was still quite unfamiliar with the internet. Going online was mainly for watching movies, novels, playing games, chatting, and many people didn't understand what else could be done. Zhao Qin didn't know when Taobao became popular, but if he started now, it shouldn't be too hard. He could spend some money on marketing, improve the search ranking on Baidu, and he estimated he could make money. Very reliable, and you can do it from home. If there are orders, you take them. If not, you won't lose much. Is it really like this? Confirming that Zhao Qin wasn't joking, she immediately asked, how do I do it? I don't understand. Do I need to get a business license or something? You can start as an individual. You don't need those things. Once your volume increases, you can formalize it a bit. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if you're accused of tax evasion later. How much can I sell? And can I use public resources? Zhao Mei asked. Okay, what should I sell? Zhao Qin thought for a moment and said, 3 directions. One is accessories, focusing on silver jewelry. The second is clothing. Choose some nice women's clothing. The third is local products. Forget about local products. The promotional costs are too high. But I don't understand anything, and I'm buying a house. Where do I have money to invest? Zhao Mei was indeed tempted. The elderly at home couldn't take care of the kids, and because she had to take care of the children, she couldn't find a suitable job. In the countryside, it was fine. She could help with chores and farming, but in the city, it was different. She had to rely entirely on men. and the cost of living would also increase. Although men's wages were higher, one person had to support 3 mouths, and they also had debts. How about this? It won't cost much. You could do silver jewelry. That stuff isn't expensive, looks nice to wear, and most girls like it. You don't have to worry about shelf life. You contact a factory to help you produce it. Start by selling popular styles. Once you have money and sales increase, you can ask them to customize for you. There are silver jewelry factories in our city, so you don't even need to leave the province. He remembered that one of the fishing friends he had added before had a friend who started in silver jewelry on Taobao in the early 2000s. He was also quite clever. When he had money, he went crazy buying houses, and he had more than 10 properties, all in good locations. When business went bad, he switched to investments and seemed to have started a live streaming business. Anyway, he didn't have much to do every day, and when it came to fishing, both of them were the most free and diligent, so they maintained a good relationship. As for the money, I'll provide 10,000 as startup capital. Taking half the shares, you run it and take the other half. If it makes a profit, we'll split it evenly. You're my sister. You wouldn't cheat me, right? Zhao Mei scratched his head in annoyance. Aren't you afraid the money will go down the drain? I'll just give it a try. Once I make money, I'll definitely cheat you. Then it's settled. I'll transfer the money to you tomorrow. You bought the house, and you'll definitely go over during the summer vacation. Don't wait. If you think of it, just do it. There are tutorials on Taobao. You can learn about uploading pictures and such. Find a student who understands this field to do it. It won't cost much. I'm not very knowledgeable either. Just start doing it. If you run out of money, tell me. He also wasn't sure if there were specialized teams for operations now. If there were, it would probably cost over 1,000 a year, including store decoration and image uploads, and they could help with everything. Chapter 86. Sister-in-law's thoughts. Zhao Qin calculated his money. Although he had previously invested in stocks, he still had saved 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, and the money earned from catching large yellow croakers was still in his card. Altogether, he had 60,000 yuan. He needed to give his elder sister 50,000, but it wasn't enough to buy a boat. So it seemed he had to borrow a few thousand from his elder brother. However, regarding supporting his elder sister to set up an online store, although it was a temporary idea, he felt it was more and more feasible the more he thought about it. His elder sister's nature was to never admit defeat. Once she got started, she would definitely find a way to do well. As for how much he would take, once his elder sister was really up and running, he would choose to withdraw his shares. By then, he would take whatever the capital could be converted to, ensuring his elder sister wouldn't suffer a loss, and he wouldn't miss out on earnings either. The reason he was thinking about withdrawing his shares at this time was that human nature can't withstand tests. Even between siblings, it could be problematic. He didn't want to end up taking half the profits without contributing anything. Even if his brother-in-law didn't say anything, he couldn't guarantee that other family members wouldn't comment. If it was said too often, his elder sister might feel imbalanced. Then I'll go to the city tomorrow and check out some silver shops in the morning. All right, you handle the rest. At the beginning, try to get a variety of styles, keeping the inventory low. Even if the prices are high, it should be done this way. It would be best to negotiate for exchanges so that unsellable styles can be swapped. Okay, I'll listen to you. Oh, when you come back next time, I'll have to call you Zhao General. Xiao Rong joked from the side. Sister-in-law, don't tease me. It's still uncertain. After chatting for a while, Zhao Ping came back. As soon as he entered, he put the money on the table and handed Zhao Qin the list. Sold this much? Zhao Mei glanced at it. Although it was rolled up, the thickness indicated at least 1,000 yuan. Zhao Qin looked at the prices on the list. The green grouper was 8 gene at 65 yuan per gene, 2 cat sharks totaling 7, 4 gene at 60 yuan per gene, and the sole fish was surprisingly 2, 1 gene at 120 yuan. Other fish like black bream and stone bass, along with a few miscellaneous fish, were priced between 20 and 30 yuan. In total, they sold for 247 yuan. General Chun rounded it up to 250 yuan. Brother, why is this sole fish so expensive? In his understanding, the most expensive should have been the green grouper. He didn't expect the sole fish's price to almost match that of the grouper. General Chen explained, this fish is generally small, mostly weighing 2 to 3 liang. Half a gene is already good. It's rare to find one this big, so the price is high. Everyone was quite happy. They were planning to go out to have fun in the afternoon and ended up making this much money. Zhao Qin calculated that 20 of 1. 250 was exactly 250 yuan, which sounded too harsh, so he decided to split it as 260 yuan. Sister-in-law, do you have any change at home? Can you help me exchange it? Sure, just wait a moment. Zhao Mei replied irritably. What has the need to be so precise among family? That's exactly why we need to keep the accounts clear. With family, I could just turn my back if needed. Do you want me to fall out with the elder brother? Zhao Qin said this very seriously, making Zhao Mei pause. It seemed her brother was hinting at something. Here, this is for he. First, he paid he the 260 yuan, then counted out another 260 for his elder brother, and finally another 260 for his brother-in-law. I'm just going along for the fun of it, he said. Brother-in-law, since you put in the effort, you should have your share. Take it. Zhao Mei smiled and packed the money, saying, what is there to be polite about? I'll keep this for now. We made some money after deducting travel expenses. After distributing the money, Zhao Qin had less than 500 yuan left. He took out 2 red bills, giving one to a yuan and one to a zhe. Don't spend it recklessly. Buy some decent food or something for studying, he advised. Zhao Mei didn't stop him. She was quite curious about how her brother divided the money, wondering if her sister-in-law had any objections. But seeing her sister-in-law's cheerful demeanor, it didn't seem like she was pretending. In the evening, while preparing hot dishes, she couldn't help but bring it up indirectly. Mei, I know you're worried I might think too much, but you're overthinking. To be honest, I have no grudges at all. On the contrary, I'm grateful to Qin for bringing along his elder brother out of brotherly kindness. Sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? Have you ever heard of someone picking up things by the sea and earning a year's income in half a month? Zhao Mei shook her head. When she was younger, she could occasionally find good things by the sea, but before she got married, the local women would scour the beach multiple times a day. Forget about good finds. Even the oysters wouldn't grow to maturity. Qin has helped your brother earn over 20,000 in this time. That's not wrong. Everyone has put in similar efforts. But if it weren't for Qin always finding good stuff, no matter how strong your brother is, he wouldn't have anywhere to pick from. I've noticed that in the village, some people are not mistaken. Qin is indeed chosen by Mazu. Whenever he goes out, he hardly ever comes back empty-handed. Nowadays, in the village, if he calls out, he can at least get 70 to 80 people willing to follow him. Is what you said really about Qin? Zhao Mei asked. What's wrong? After a day, you haven't noticed his changes? Do you not recognize him a bit? Zhao Mei nodded eagerly. Not only has he become more diligent, but he also seems livelier, even more decisive and responsible than my elder brother. That evening, Xia Yingwu obviously drank more comfortably. After drinking, Zhao Qin sent the family of 3 to the old house and casually asked for a set of clean clothes. Upon returning, he found his elder brother and sister-in-law preparing local specialties, dried fish, seaweed, kelp, and the conch meat they had picked earlier. His elder brother even brought a large winter melon from the vegetable garden, along with a few local cucumbers. Elder brother, pack some salted fish and conch meat. Your brother-in-law's family grows cucumbers too, so there's no need to bring those. That's still a bit too little, his elder brother replied. It's just a gesture. If you take too much, they won't have an easy time bringing it back. In the future, if there's anything good, just send it to my elder sister in the city, Zhao Qin reasoned. Zhao Ping thought it made sense, so he emptied a few cucumbers from the sack. After a quick rinse, he changed clothes in his room. Lying on the bed when a yuan said, Uncle, next time you go to the city, can you help me bring a piggy bank? The kind with a key, otherwise wherever I hide it, my mom can find it. Did your 100 yuan from the afternoon get confiscated again? Zhao Qin asked. My mom took a 5 yuan bill and swapped it with me, a yuan replied. Oh, that is not bad. You still have 5 yuan left. All right, next time I go to the city, I'll bring you a safe, he joked. That night, he didn't sleep very soundly, mainly because a yuan kept kicking around, making him scared to sleep comfortably on his side with his legs tucked in. The last time, that kick almost ended his lineage. He couldn't let it happen again. Early in the morning, before his brother-in-law and sister-in-law were about to leave, Zhao Qin stopped them. After breakfast, I called for 2 men's car to transfer the money to your account. Chapter 87. Impatient old Shui couldn't wait to transfer the money to his sister's account and sent them off in a car. Zhao Qin felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Although the money was borrowed, he didn't plan to charge his sister interest. It could be considered as repaying the money she had occasionally given him in the past. Of course, the sibling bond was there, and mentioning it felt a bit inappropriate. But at that moment, this was how he felt in his heart. He let two men go back by herself while he spent 400 yuan in the supermarket to buy 4 bottles of liquor. Following the number provided by Chen's father, he made a phone call to confirm the other party's presence before boarding the bus to the county. Upon arriving in the county, he took a taxi to the Maritime Bureau and happened to see a supermarket across the street. He first went to the supermarket, placed the 4 bottles of liquor in a storage locker, put the key in his pocket, and then called the other party again. The person introduced by Chen's father was surnamed Luo, a short and stout middle-aged man with a slightly balding head. When Zhao Qin saw him, he warmly said, "Uncle Luo, I'm bothering you. Such a big leader for a small matter. You're Zhao Qin, right?" "I'm not any big leader. Besides, we are all serving the people," Uncle Luo replied. "Well, you're good at this official tone," Zhao Qin thought. He rarely dealt with such people and wasn't familiar with their rhetoric. "Uncle Luo, how should I go about this?" he asked. "Do you have a 1-inch photo, a health certificate, and a water competency certificate?" Uncle Luo inquired. Zhao Qin looked confused. He didn't understand and had prepared nothing. Seeing his expression, Uncle Luo guessed as much. "The health certificate is simple. Just go to the county hospital for a checkup. You can take a photo at any photo studio. As for the water competency certificate, that's a must. It's best if you have more than 2 years of experience. If it's shorter, you need to take classes and pass the sailor and engineer exams, which is quite troublesome." "Uncle Luo, what kind of unit needs to issue the water competency certificate?" Zhao Qin asked. "A document from your village committee will do," Uncle Luo replied. Hearing that it could be from the village, Zhao Qin felt relieved and listened as Uncle Luo continued. "Once you have these ready, I'll arrange for you to take the exam. By the way, study the laws and regulations and mechanical knowledge by yourself. Find me the day before the exam. And for operational skills, you at least need to be able to operate the boat." Zhao Qin felt a surge of happiness. Finding him the day before the exam was just about getting the answers. He handed the key from his pocket to Uncle Luo. "Uncle Luo, my uncle said you have a good taste in liquor. I didn't know how to express my gratitude, but my uncle said you're not an outsider. So bringing 2 bottles will be fine. He even helped me pick 2 bottles of Luzhou Laojiao, which are in the storage locker across the supermarket. It will be convenient for you to pick them up after work. Taking them back is nonsense. You're still young. Don't play these tricks," Uncle Luo said, his expression changing. Zhao Qin suddenly remembered a famous scene from Teacher Fanwei. "Is this how we test cadres?" He secretly delighted while maintaining a serious demeanor, saying, "Uncle Luo, I'm afraid you might misunderstand. Bringing you 2 bottles ISNT just because you helped me. It's because as a younger generation, I shouldn't come empty-handed or my uncle would scold me." Upon hearing this, Uncle Luo laughed heartily, pointing at him. "What you said is right. I have to accept it. All right, next time your uncle comes, we'll drink together." Seeing Zhao Qin smile and nod, Uncle Luo thought, this kid knows how to talk and handle situations well. They agreed to prepare everything and come back in 3 days. Zhao Qin thanked him repeatedly before leaving. The reason he told Uncle Luo it was 2 bottles instead of 4 is that there's a trick in gift giving called actual greater than expected. If they know it's 2 bottles and find out it's 4 when picking them up, Uncle Luo will definitely be pleased. But if he had mentioned 4 bottles from the start, the excitement would be less effective. After asking around, Zhao Qin found that the county hospital was not far away, so he went there for a health check. Fortunately, it was the day for examinations, and he could collect the results in 3 days. The photo was simple. He could get it done in the town. Once everything was settled, he returned to the village in the afternoon. Upon entering the village, many people asked why he hadn't gone to the sea these past 2 days. He simply replied that he had money to spend and that going to the sea was too tiring. He would go again once the money ran out. Hearing this, the group wanted to scold him for being unreasonable but were afraid of provoking him. He made an excuse in the town about forgetting to buy milk and detoured to Old Zhu's small shop. "Akin, I haven't seen you for 2 or 3 days. Old Peng hasn't come. Why haven't you been to the dock?" Old Zhu asked. "You're not a beauty. Why should I come over? Just 2 bottles of pure milk. Don't try to fool me with fake ones," he replied, pulling out money. "If I were a beauty, I'd sleep with you every night, and you could take me to the sea during the day," Zhao Qin joked, looking at Old Zhu, who had a scruffy beard and yellow teeth. The thought of what Old Zhu said made him gag a couple of times. "Old Zhu, That's the most disgusting joke you've ever made. After paying for 2 bottles of Ely pure milk, he was about to leave when old Zhu, more enthusiastic than before, insisted on chatting a bit longer, but Zhao Qin couldn't be bothered. Why did you buy milk again? Xiao Rong asked. Seeing him return with the 2 bottles, her tone a bit reproachful. 1 bottle for Yuan and 1 for me. I'm too thin, Zhao Qin replied. That's true. You eat quite a bit, but why aren't you gaining weight? Maybe you should get checked to the hospital, Zhao Ping added, sizing him up. Xiao Rong laughed and said, find a wife, have a child. While your wife is in confinement, you can gain several pounds. Zhao Qin smiled, thinking it was fine for his sister-in-law to joke like that. But as a younger brother, he couldn't respond. Early in the morning, he checked today's luck value, which was 11 points. He originally planned to take he and his older brother to see what they could harvest in the afternoon when there were fewer people. So he wasn't in a hurry to go to the sea today. Zhao Ping knew what Zhao Qin was doing in the county and asked how it went. Just as he was about to answer, someone at the door called out, Is Qin here? Hearing the voice, Zhao Qin looked up and saw old Shui. Secretly amused, but outwardly warm, Uncle Shui, come in and sit. After old Shui sat down, Zhao Qin didn't ask about the purpose of his visit, and instead served him tea and cigarettes. Qin, don't busy yourself. I came to ask if you still want that boat. Old Shui asked. Of course, Uncle Shui, you know my situation. I really can't afford a high price. I previously said 13,000 yuan, which is very reasonable, Zhao Qin replied. Old Shui shook his head. That price is too low. Even if I scrap it, I can still get 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. You need to raise the price. He had no choice. He understood that the longer the boat sat, the less valuable it became. Moreover, he genuinely needed money now. When he previously said his son wanted to buy a house, he wasn't joking. His son called, hoping he could help raise 60,000 yuan. They had some savings, but his son's street stall business had cost them quite a bit, and now 60,000 yuan was indeed a bit tight. Uncle Shui, I'm going to say something you might not like. If you wait another 2 years, you'll really only be able to scrap it. Selling it to me now can still earn you over 10,000 yuan. If you don't raise the price, 13,000 yuan doesn't sound good. Zhao Qin nodded slightly. 13,000 yuan indeed sounded bad. How about 12,800 yuan? That number is auspicious. Old Shui replied. Auspicious my foot. I'm asking you to raise the price. And here you are, lowering it by 200. That won't do. I think 15,800 yuan sounds good. Zhao Qin said. Qin, I'm not joking anymore. 13,600 yuan. If you don't agree, let us just pretend we never talked about the boat, he insisted. After a back and forth, they finally settled on 13,800 yuan. Chapter 88. Good luck and prosperity, Uncle Shui. Should we make a note? Since we're all from the village, who would go back on their word? First, let's inspect the boat, and after we confirm it's good, we could go to the town to transfer ownership. Zhao Qin had no objections. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out some money from his pocket, counted out 2,000, and handed it to old Shui. Uncle Shui, this money is a deposit. You take it for now. I'll take the boat out tomorrow for a day to test it. If there are no issues, we can go to the town early the day after tomorrow to handle the paperwork. Old Shui counted the money and stuffed it into his pocket, his smile growing even wider. The boat has fuel barrels. If you go out to sea, remember to bring some diesel. I took the oil out before because I was worried about theft. I'll bring the handle and the cabin keys over later. Okay, thank you, Uncle Shui. After sending off old Shui, Zhao Qin stepped back inside, where his brother and sister-in-law were both looking at him with smiles. Zhao Ping asked, Did you strike a deal? Yes, I did. I'm too kind-hearted. If I had pressed old Shui a bit more, I could have gotten at least 1,000 off. Damn it. They say that kindness doesn't win battles, and righteousness doesn't keep wealth. This is the truth. Why am I so soft-hearted? Qin, I heard it's 13,008. That's a pretty good price, Xiao Rong said happily. Zhao Qin didn't continue to joke, but turned to his elder brother and asked, Brother, can you handle the boat? If not, I'll have to hire someone to try it out. No need, I can manage a 12-meter boat just fine. When I went to sea before, the required certifications were handled by the company. I got my Class 2 vessel license 5 years ago. Okay, I don't understand this stuff, so I'll trouble you. Big brother. He had initially planned to go out to the sea in the evening, but now that the boat was secured, he lost interest and decided to take care of everything tonight. Sister-in-law, I might still be short on the boat purchase. Could you lend me $5,000 for now? Don't worry. As soon as we make some money from going out to sea, I'll pay you back right away. Why say that? Is $5,000 enough? Upon hearing that it was, Xiao Rong said she would go to the town to get it back after Zhao Qin and the others went out to sea the next day. Zhao Qin simply handed his card to his sister-in-law, asking her to withdraw the remaining money from the ATM as well. After dinner that evening, he strolled over to Old Zhu's small shop, bought 2 bottles of good liquor and a pack of cigarettes. Why are you buying such good stuff? Planning to visit the in-laws? Can't I treat myself? People work hard to earn money. Of course, I wouldn't shortchange myself. Old Zhu laughed heartily, saying, if anyone else said that, I wouldn't believe it, but since it's you, I actually do. What's so strange about that? I just know how to live well. I'm off. Carrying his things home, he took a shower and watched some TV. Around 9 o'clock, he finally stepped out again, noticing the streets were nearly empty. When he arrived at the village secretary Old Lin's house, he heard the loud barking of a dog, but it was soon silenced by someone. He knocked on the front yard door, and after a moment, the door opened slightly. Old Lin's wife peeked out, saw Zhao Qin with his things, and smiled at Qin. Do you have something? Come in and talk. After saying that, she stepped aside. Aunt, sorry to disturb your rest. I'm here to report something to the old secretary, Zhao Qin said as he walked in, silently lamenting that it seemed like she was quite used to receiving gifts at night. Damn, having power is good. Oh, it's still a college student. Your words are so pleasant to hear, Old Lin's wife laughed. Who is it? It's nothing. You go upstairs and rest. The questioner was Old Lin's daughter-in-law, around 30 years old, and one of the better-looking women in the village. Damn, Lin Yang, Old Lin's son, is lucky. He looks like a crooked melon or a rotten pear, truly confirming that saying about good cabbage being pushed by pigs. It was probably also because of Old Lin's position as village secretary that she agreed to this arrangement. Zhao Qin didn't greet her or even glance her way, just kept his head down and followed Old Lin's wife into the house. As soon as he entered, he saw Old Lin sitting there watching TV. Upon noticing Zhao Qin, he got up and politely said, if you have something, come find me tomorrow. What are you doing here at night with things in hand? What do you want in our village? Secretary Lin. All right, this is home. Sit down and talk. Uncle Lin, I just bought a boat, and I want to get a driving license. I'm not familiar with the process, so I came to ask you for advice. You want to get a certification, right? That's easy. We're all young folks from the village, and I certainly support anyone who wants to improve themselves. It's not a hassle. Just take your things back. If Zhao Qin really took his things back, that would show he didn't know how to handle things. He stood up and smiled. I was broke during the new year, and didn't come to wish you well. So consider this a make-up visit. Don't say it's too late. Ha ha. Only you have such quick wit. Come by the village committee tomorrow to pick it up. Uncle Lin, can I have my sister-in-law pick it up? I'm going out to sea tomorrow. That's a small matter, but you can't set traps in the sea, you know? I want to mention the previous ground traps since the regulations regarding prohibited fishing aren't that detailed yet, but you're skirting the edges. Don't worry. I will definitely follow the organization's leadership and instructions. Now you're getting all formal. Is there anything else? All right, I'm leaving. Zhao Qin thanked him again and stepped out. Before coming, he had already made a decision. He would rather spend some money to handle this matter than push Old Lin to discuss his election for village cadre, as he wouldn't do anything that would cost him more than he gained. Early in the morning, Zhao Qin excitedly danced in bed before getting up to wash up. Just after waking up, he opened the system and found that today's real-time luck value was as high as 65 points. Previously, it was over 70 points, with daily earnings nearing 100,000. With 65 points a day, he could at least make 50 to 60,000. Looking forward to going out to sea today, Zhao Qin had already thought about what to do. He would circle around the nearby uninhabited islands and determine where to drop his traps in the future. He wouldn't go too far, so the small island he went to with Qian Kuan might only be visited once a month in the future. After washing up, he set off for his brother's house, unable to hide his excitement, his face occasionally breaking into a smile. Qin, are you going out to sea today? Asked Lin Lao, heiress wife. No, I just bought a boat, so I plan to test it today. Oh, you bought a boat so quickly. You're quite ambitious. By the way, how much did you buy it for? I haven't finalized it yet. Today is just a trial. Zhao Qin naturally wouldn't tell the truth. So he made small talk until he reached his brother's doorstep. In the main hall of the house, 2 candles were lit, and in the middle, there was a small statue of Mazu, with a small incense burner in front. Why are you so late? Hurry up. The boat is yours. You should light some incense. Xiao Rong urged as soon as he entered. Zhao Qi noticed that he had actually arrived earlier than him. Without greeting anyone, he stepped forward, lit 3 sticks of incense, and sincerely offered them to Mazu, mumbling prayers for safety. After he finished, it was followed by his brother and Ahi. Chapter 89. Setting sail, the 3 of them boarded the boat, and the sister-in-law took out 3 talismans, handing them to each of them to put in their pockets. To ignite later on the boat. I was a bit muddled. Yesterday when you talked about going out to sea, I didn't think to check the date. You can't be so casual on your first trip out to sea. Fortunately, I had someone check for me last night, and today is a good day. It seems our family's luck is really good. Don't forget the firecrackers. They need to be set off before the boat sets sail. In fact, for new boats or boats that have just been bought, the first trip out to sea is usually quite a grand affair. Friends and relatives from the village should be notified in advance, and they would buy firecrackers to set off on the boat. The boat owner also needs to prepare some pastries to distribute to the friends and relatives who come to set off the firecrackers. Zhao Qin bought an old boat, and he didn't want to make a fuss, so he skipped these procedures. 2 for each person, safe and sound, good luck to all. The sister-in-law took out a few boiled eggs and handed out 2 to each person. There are also lunch boxes. I prepared them last night. In this summer heat, we can only eat cold food. Today, I'll buy an electric rice cooker in town, and you can cook for yourselves on the boat. Zhao Qin was grateful to have such a considerate and generous sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, when you come back from town today, please stop by the village committee. I asked old Lin yesterday, and he agreed to give me a maritime qualification certificate. Can you bring it back for me? Got it, but don't get too ambitious. Just circle around the nearby sea. No worries, we definitely want to go far, Zhao Ping replied. Today he just planned to test the boat and didn't even let Zhao Qin bring a fish trap. After receiving a round of reminders from Xiaorong, the 3 of them finally prepared to set off with joy. Zhao Qin thought for a moment and decided to bring along the shovel and sand scoop, but unfortunately, there were only 2 scoops left. Seeing him bring these, Zhao Ping couldn't help but gather a few snakeskin bags and stuff them into a bucket. I checked the boat yesterday, changed the engine oil, and there shouldn't be any other issues. Once on the boat, the 3 of them took out the talismans they had on them, sheltered from the wind, and lit them with a lighter. He also lit a string of small firecrackers, and only then did Zhao Ping start the engine, turning the direction to set off. Zhao Qin noticed that his older brother was steering while also pulling out something that looked like a compass. Brother, what's that? A compass. It's fine near the shore. But if we go far and lose our reference points, we'll need this. Zhao Qin was a bit speechless. Isn't there a nautical map? Akin. This boat also has a marine radio installed. This used to be quite expensive. I tested it, and it works fine, Zhao Ping said with joy, as if he had found a treasure. Zhao Qin didn't understand much and just sat on the side, watching his brother operate. Brother, can I try for a bit? Sure, what's the plan today? Just turning around in the sea? That LL burn a lot of fuel. It's a loss. Zhao Ping wasn't as casual as he had been at home. Now that they were out, if they didn't get anything, it would be a big loss. Bro, I saw there are nets in the cabin. Why don't we try fishing a couple of times? No way. It's currently the fishing ban period. If we're seen by passing boats, we'll be in big trouble. Zhao Qin firmly refused, then looked at his brother and said, Brother, let us first confirm where to place the fish trap before exploring the nearby islands. Okay, actually it's south best to place the fish trap in the mangroves. I know there's a marine trench here with mangroves on both sides, but I don't know if anyone is occupying it. Saying this, he adjusted the helm and headed toward the mangrove area. When they arrived, they circled around and didn't see any obvious buoys, indicating that no one had come here to set fish traps. Of course, placing 50 traps here was somewhat unrealistic, so Zhao Ping continued searching for another spot. Setting fish traps isn't very technical. Most people choose areas with relatively flat seabeds. If there are too many submerged rocks, the traps can get stuck, which would be very troublesome. Once they confirmed a position, they started looking for islands. The first one they found was just a peak due to the tides, and Zhao Ping didn't dare to bring the boat too close for fear of running aground. You take the wheel for a bit, moving away from that little island. Zhao Ping let him take over. Zhao Qin was extremely excited. He viewed the boat as a large toy. Watching others drive was nothing compared to doing it himself. While the boat was in motion, it was affected by currents and tides, so every time they turned the helm, they had to be cautious. Plus, the boat had no brakes, so they had to keep their eyes on the distance and not get distracted while driving. Otherwise, they could miss early warnings of danger. Fortunately, today the sea was calm. Otherwise, Zhao Ping wouldn't dare let a novice like him handle the helm freely. They soon spotted the second island from a distance. Zhao Ping took back the helm, not allowing Zhao Qin to steer anymore, but he slowed the boat down, carefully turning towards the island. This island was quite interesting, surrounded by steep cliffs with massive rocks jutting out of the sea. After circling most of it, they couldn't find a suitable landing spot. After completing a full circle, they were disappointed. This island was definitely not a place to go ashore. Let us go. This one is definitely not viable. Let us keep looking, Zhao Ping said, his face showing frustration. Even though driving the boat seemed casual, it consumed fuel, and boats burn fuel at a rate far beyond that of cars. Hey, brother, it seems like there is something on the cliff. Zhao Qin was lucky. His eyesight was still very good. Zhao Ping looked closely and couldn't see clearly. But he cautiously steered the boat closer, and upon getting near, they discovered that what hung from the cliff were wild kelp. It's wild kelp. No, brother. Look at the cliff. It seems there are a lot of oysters. Getting closer, Zhao Qin could see more clearly. Pingu, these are indeed oysters. So big and so many. He also saw clearly. Zhao Ping looked at the excited two with exasperation. What are you two getting excited about? A small oyster is worth 20 cents, the big ones 50 cents, and those over half a kilogram cost only 1 yuan each. Zhao Qin and he exchanged glances, feeling a bit embarrassed. After going around for so long, they were just happy to see seafood. Damn, it's so cheap, it's not worth much at all. And they got excited for nothing. Brother, why are you going over there again? Such a big one. It looks like a lot. Well, it's not worth much. The quantity could be considerable. We haven't caught anything today yet. Getting some oysters wouldn't be bad. Forget it. It's too cheap. Let us keep looking. Zhao Qin was somewhat unwilling. He felt his luck was high today, and passing up the oysters would be wasting time. It would be a pity to give up such a big one. We still have more than an hour this morning. Let us gather some here first. And this afternoon, we can sail elsewhere. Seeing his brother's insistence, Zhao Qin didn't say much more. However, the cliff was too steep to climb, so they could only work from the boat, using the sand scoop and shovel to knock down what they could reach. This kind of work was much more tiring than usual oyster gathering. So big, this one must weigh over a kilogram, he exclaimed, picking up one he had just knocked down to show off to the others. Only worth 1 yuan. Zhao Qin's comment immediately dampened his spirits. As time passed, they had already gathered at least 200 to 300 jin, mainly because of the size, with the smallest weighing around 6 to 7 liang each. Chapter 90. Returning with a full load, almost done. Brother, let's eat. I'm hungry. After we finish eating, we can go check out other places, said Zhao Qin, not wanting to wear out his left arm any further. His right arm had only just started to feel better that morning, enough to manage eating. Hearing this, Zhao Ping also stopped his work. The three of them took out the lunch boxes that Xia Rong had packed early that morning, each containing a full box of dishes without any division, and each person had 1 box of rice. I'm exhausted, and it's not worth much, he said, throwing the shovel onto the boat with a sigh. Well, we probably burned dozens of bucks on fuel this morning. With these gains, at least we won't lose money today. Zhao Ping had a smile on his face as he looked at the oysters on the cliff, thinking that he must persuade the others to keep hammering after lunch. Brother is right. We can always come back empty-handed, but not today. We're the first to go out to sea, Zhao Qin agreed, realizing that his brother likely had the same thought. Right, so after lunch, we'll hammer a bit more, collect everything we can, and see what happens then, Zhao Ping suggested timely. Neither of the two opposed this idea. Zhao Qin took a mouthful of rice. It was a bit cold, but it didn't matter. Looking at the scattered oysters on the deck, he thought that if only they had a pot, they could cook a few oysters to add to their meal. He murmured softly. While chewing his food, he opened the system panel, and, at that moment, he was stunned because the 65 points of luck he had seen early in the morning had dropped to 42 points. No way, how could it drop so fast? After all, the oysters they were collecting weren't worth much. A couple of hundred would only fetch 1 or 200 bucks at the price his brother quoted. Did he just spend 23 points of luck on such a small amount? That doesn't make sense. Is the system bugging out? Raw oysters are very fresh, right? I should get one to eat, he said, setting down his lunchbox and prying open an oyster with the sand shovel. Zhao Qin didn't stop him, but looked at Zhao Ping and asked, "Brother, are there different varieties of oysters that are more valuable? Our sea is like this. At most, they go for $1.50 when they're expensive. The difference between wild and farmed oysters isn't big. It's mostly recognized by the locals," Zhao Ping replied. Hearing his brother say this, Zhao Qin was completely baffled. The luck value today was too abnormal. If they didn't hammer this afternoon with 65 points of luck, if they could get over 1,000 pounds of oysters, that would be something. Just then, he pried open 2 oysters and handed one to Zhao Ping and one to him. Each had one, and they were very fresh. Zhao Qin had never eaten raw oysters before, but seeing his brother pick one up, grabbed the meat with his hand and toss it straight into his mouth with a look of enjoyment. He glanced at Ahi, who devoured it like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit, swallowing it without chewing. Really fresh. Ahi smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the taste. Quite fatty, Zhao Ping echoed. Seeing this, Zhao Qin couldn't help but want to try it, mimicking his brother's actions by stuffing the meat directly into his mouth. It was a bit salty and had a strong seafood taste. If he hadn't been mentally prepared, that first bite would have made him want to spit it out. But if he got used to it, he could really taste the freshness and sweetness after chewing carefully. Just then, he heard a crunch in his mouth. His teeth had hit something hard, and with a flick of his tongue, he soon squeezed out a hard object, spitting it into his palm. "Brother, a pearl. Can pearls grow in these oysters?" Zhao Qin exclaimed with delight, realizing that the system hadn't bugged out. His luck value was indeed tied to these oysters. Zhao Ping and Ahi leaned in at almost the same time to take a look. Seeing the oyster meat Zhao Qin had crushed on top, "Ahi, get some water to clean it," Zhao Ping instructed. He was already doing so without waiting for the command. After washing it, Zhao Ping examined it closely in his hand. "Brother, is this valuable?" While oyster pearls are rare, they typically aren't worth much, and they are not as valuable as the previous abalone pearl. The reason is that oyster pearls are generally irregularly shaped, small, and have low luster, like grains of rice. But yours looks to be about 1.5 centimeter, and it's so round and shiny. It should be worth something, Zhao Ping said. "Brother Ping, just give it a rough estimate," he urged, feeling somewhat impatient after hearing Zhao Ping's lengthy explanation without a clear value. "How am I supposed to estimate? This is my first time seeing one," Zhao Ping replied, though he couldn't hide his growing smile. He patted Zhao Qin on the shoulder, saying, "You really have better luck. We each get one, and you're the one who found it." Zhao Qin felt it should be worth quite a bit. His brother mentioned that most pearls are small and irregularly shaped, so this one being both large and round, coupled with his system's judgment, surely indicated it had value. "Brother, hurry up and eat. Let us not wander around this afternoon. We'll just hammer everything we can reach." Zhao Ping was all for it, since every trip cost money, and who knew if they would find anything on another island. "Ahi, hurry up and eat, then let us get back to work." "Okay," Ahi said, picking up his pace with the rice. The three of them finished lunch in just 10 minutes, and after resolving their meal, they got busy again. "Be careful. There's a net in the cabin. If it doesn't work, hold the shovel in one hand and the net in the other. You've already dropped several into the sea," Zhao Qin said, looking at the oysters he had shoveled, several of which fell into the water, his face showing distress. "Brother, I did the same this morning." "That's not the same. I didn't know there were pearls inside this morning." Zhao Ping wanted to remind his younger brother that finding an oyster pearl without human intervention would mean that out of tens of thousands, there might only be one. To find that one would be pure luck, and he doubted they would find another. But he swallowed his words. If he explained it clearly, Qin might abandon this idea and want to sail around. The three of them worked energetically, and before long, the deck was covered in oysters. They didn't have time to pick them up at the moment. After working for about 3 more hours and clearing everything they could reach, they finally stopped. "That's about enough. There's not much left, and it's out of reach. I reckon we've got about 2,000 pounds, Zhao Ping said, sitting on the deck, catching his breath while glancing at the sky, estimating it was around 4 o'clock. "Yeah, brother, let us head back. The rest ISNTRs anyway. It's good to leave some seeds for this area, Zhao Qin suggested. I'll drive. You and I can gather the oysters on the deck in bags. If there aren't enough bags, just pile them up. Once we get to the seaside where there's signal, tell your sister-in-law to bring the cart over. Today can be considered a full load return. They divided the tasks, and Zhao Qin and Ahi began gathering the oysters scattered on the deck, while Zhao Ping started the engine. Accompanied by the thudding sound of the diesel engine, the boat slowly sailed away from the cliff island. Chapter 91. All for making oyster sauce close to the shore, Zhao Qin confirmed that his phone had a signal and dialed the landline at his brother's house. When he heard that they were going to pick up the oysters with a cart, Xiao Rong was overjoyed. However, when she learned that they had to deal with 1,000 or 2,000 pounds of live oysters, her enthusiasm suddenly diminished by half. But then she thought, it's worth 1,000 or 2,000 yuan, not bad at all. After deducting the cost of fuel and labor, there was still profit to be made. Nowadays, small fishing boats close to the shore might not even catch that much in a day. After reminding Yuan to keep an eye on his sister, she pushed the cart towards the dock. Old Lin, who was receiving goods at the dock, saw a boat coming in and came over to take a look. Wow, so many oysters. Bring them to my shop. How much? Xiao Rong couldn't help but ask. The size is okay. I usually sell them for 1 yuan each. Given Zhao Qin's face, I'll have to charge 1 yuan. Zhao Qin, who was filling a bag with oysters, straightened up and looked at Old Lin. Old Lin, if you can't speak properly, you can keep your mouth shut. My face is worth only 10 cents, right? How could that be? A little over 10 cents adds up to quite a bit with this many. Xiao Rong looked at Zhao Qin, wanting to see what he planned to do. Sister-in-law, I think we're out of oyster sauce at home. Hearing this, Xiao Rong didn't understand what he meant and just nodded in agreement. All right, let us save these oysters to make some oyster sauce. We'll need it at home. 1,000 or 2,000 pounds, and you want to make oyster sauce. Old Lin's voice became sharp. Yeah, what is it to you? Old Lin almost spat out a mouthful of blood, angrily turning to leave. If you want to sell it to someone else, just say so. Making oyster sauce? That's enough to take a bath with. Xiao Rong chuckled and whispered, Old Lin's price is too low. When we take it to town, we can definitely sell it for an extra 100 or 200 yuan. Zhao Qin didn't explain anything to his sister-in-law. After finishing loading the cart, Zhao Qin dragged it while Ahi followed behind pushing. The two first took the goods back home, while Zhao Ping stayed behind to wash the deck. When they returned home, Xiao Rong saw the two moving things in and curiously asked, Hey, weren't you going to sell them? Why are you bringing them in? My brother said not to sell. We're using them all. Zhao Qin happened to be carrying a bag into the yard, so Ahi replied, Using them for what? There are so many. Are you really going to make oyster sauce? Xiao Rong was anxious. With this many, how long will it take to use them all? Besides, they're worth 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. If you're really going to make oyster sauce, keeping just one bag would be enough. Seeing Zhao Qin come out, she was about to ask again when Zhao Qin handed her something. She took it and examined it closely, asking, What is this? Sister-in-law, it's a pearl found in the oysters. Xiao Rong understood, but still hesitated. Her view was similar to Zhao Ping's. The probability of finding pearls was definitely low. Otherwise, those who gathered oysters wouldn't sell them. They would take the pearls instead. Rather than gambling on an unknown, it was better to sell them for practical use. After all, current cold chain technology was limited and selling oyster meat wasn't feasible. Once opened, aside from eating, they would be worthless. But she couldn't advise him against it. So she turned and ran towards the dock, wanting her man to come back quickly and talk some sense into Zhao Qin. Halfway there, she saw her husband coming back with a tool and a lunchbox. Why are you back again? Qin wants to open all the oysters. I saw the pearl, but there should be very few, right? Zhao Ping sighed, feeling exhausted. The key issue was that he couldn't persuade his brother either. Let's help open them. If that doesn't work, we can make oyster sauce and dry some of it. Actually, the oyster meat left after making oyster sauce could also be dried. But the dried ones wouldn't taste as good as those dried directly after being freshly opened. Hearing her husband say this, Xiao Rong sighed as well. Seeing him also feeling down, she tried to encourage him, saying, Qin has had good luck lately. Who knows, he might really find a few more. That pearl I saw just now had great size and luster. It must be worth something. If he find a few more like it, it might be worth more than selling them directly. Yeah, we found 3 today, but I didn't eat any. He bit into one right away. His luck is really good. Hearing that 1 out of 3 had a pearl, Xiaorong's heart started to heat up again. How much do you think that one could be worth? I'm not sure, but based on its quality, I estimate it could sell for at least 3 to 500 yuan. So valuable. Then let us open them quickly and head home. The two returned home to find Zhao Qin, and the others had already moved all the oysters to the backyard, and Zhao Qin was drinking water. Where? Sahi. I asked him to call the old lady to help. More hands make the work faster. Zhao Qin, being somewhat disabled, was worried that opening oysters could injure his hand, so he dared not use his left hand. He thought that once they sold the pearls, he could give both Ahi and the old lady 100 yuan or so as payment for their help. Why don't you first give the keys and the tool to old Shui? The boat is fine. See if we can get the paperwork done in town tomorrow. Zhao Ping handed over the tool and keys as he spoke. By the way, I took out the money today. You can ask me for it again before you make the payment tomorrow. Also, the proof from the village is ready. Okay, thanks, sister-in-law. I'll go deliver this and arrange with old Shui to go to town early tomorrow. Saying this, he put down the cup and went out, just in time to bump into Ahi and the old lady coming over together. Grandma, I'm going to trouble you again. Why say that? Akin, do you think we can find pearls? The old lady had heard Ahi on the way and thought it was best to sell them, but like Xiaorong, she didn't want to say it directly. Grandma, who can say for sure? But I'm feeling lucky. I want to see if I can find a few more. It would be worth more than just selling them like this, but it's hard work for you and my sister-in-law. Hearing him say this, the old lady didn't know what else to say. She couldn't admit she was afraid of hard work. The two went inside, and Zhao Qin walked towards the village head. The houses in the village were built in 3 different eras. The first was the old houses, like the stone house where Zhao Qin lived, built around the early 1980s. The second batch was from the early 1990s, located at the village head, belonging to the first group of people who became wealthy in the village. The third type was like his older brother S, built at the end of the 1990s and the beginning of the new millennium, generally constructed by the younger generation who split from their families. Old Shui's house wasn't far from the village secretary's house. On the way, Zhao Qin ran into Lin Yang's wife, who was tall and slender. If she wore a short skirt and stockings, she would definitely be a long-legged beauty. In 10 years, if she casually twisted in front of screen, she wouldn't need to use beauty filters. A bunch of guys would rush over with rockets. However, she had a cold temperament. Upon seeing Zhao Qin, she turned her head and walked away as if she hadn't seen him. Zhao Qin naturally wouldn't put his warm face against her cold backside. He chuckled, thinking that even if he did, she wouldn't be pleased. When he arrived at old Shui's house, the latter happened to be home. Uncle Shui, the boat tested quite well. I was thinking we could go to town tomorrow. Qin, I was just thinking of looking for you later. I have something to do tomorrow. How about we meet tomorrow evening instead? Uncle Shui, that's unfortunate. I have to go to the county the day after tomorrow. Good things are worth waiting for. How about we do it the day after tomorrow? If you're worried, I can pay the remaining amount first. And you just need to give me a note. There's no need to worry. Then we'll talk the day after tomorrow. After chatting for a bit, Zhao Qin left. Wanted to get rich, but he also wasn't afraid of delaying a day or two. Moreover, when he returned in the afternoon, the wind had begun to pick up, and it was uncertain whether they could go out to sea the next day. Chapter 92, Opening Oysters Back at Home. Zhao Qin glanced at the sky. Although it was already past 6 o'clock, the sun was still high. It probably wouldn't be completely dark until around 8. The wind had picked up, making it feel quite cool while walking. Just as he returned to his brother's house, he saw Lin Er's wife standing at the door leading to the backyard, leaning against the door, chatting with his sister-in-law. Wow, you guys really had a fruitful outing. Today was just lucky. We stumbled upon an oyster hotspot. Xiaorong felt a bit regretful, thinking that she had only left the doors open for ventilation and hadn't closed them, allowing an unexpected visitor to come in. What a waste to have them all open. If we sold them, they would be worth at least 1,000 or 2. Akin said we open some oyster oil and save the rest to eat. Wow, keeping so many to eat? That's quite extravagant. Akin, you're being reckless. Don't you think your brother and sister-in-law should advise you? After Lin Er's wife finished speaking, she noticed Zhao Qin standing next to her and awkwardly smiled. Akin is back. Sister-in-law Lin, if you have nothing to do, come help me open them. I have things to do. The stove at home is still cooking, so I'll leave first. With that, she turned and left. Zhao Qin didn't mind and sat down on a stool. Not a single one? There can't be that many. Do you regret it? It's not too late to sell the leftovers. Only his older brother could talk to him like this. Let's just open them and see. I'll lend a hand. Akin, if your hands aren't nimble yet, don't do it. Be careful not to poke yourself. It's fine, sister-in-law. I'll take it slow. Zhao Qin stepped on one with his foot, held the oyster knife in his left hand, and slowly pried it open. Zhao Ping glanced over, feeling it was too hard to watch, so he simply opened oysters without paying him any more attention. After a long time, he finally managed to open one, carefully feeling the oyster meat inside and sighed. You're my real brother. Do you really think you're a grandson of Mazu? You only managed to open one. Hearing his sigh, Zhao Ping couldn't help but tease him. Zhao Qin waved his hand by his ear, treating it as if it was just the wind, then picked up the second one to start working on it. This one was even more difficult. He broke a piece of the shell, and the oyster still wouldn't budge. After finally managing to get the knife in and cut the adductor muscle, he was already sweating profusely and thought to himself that if this one didn't yield anything, he wouldn't continue. As soon as his hand touched the oyster meat, his eyes lit up, and he squeezed out a pearl, laughing, "Brother, I really doubt if we're biological brothers." Zhao Ping was initially furious at this remark and was about to hit him. But when he saw the pearl in Zhao Qin's hand, his expression immediately changed from anger to joy. "Wow, you really opened one." Leaning over to take a look, he exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's golden, and its diameter is comparable to the previous one." Golden? The old lady was also surprised. Zhao Qin handed it to her, and she took a look, saying, "The quality is excellent. This one must be worth a lot." Xia Rong didn't mind getting it dirty and rubbed it on her clothes. Under the evening sunlight, the golden light even dazzled the eyes, and upon closer inspection, it had a nice oily sheen, almost perfectly round with no flaws visible. The pearl was passed around among everyone, and Meow Meow, who was sitting in a walker nearby, slid closer, reaching out for it. "Oh, you're so little and already have good taste. Don't rush. When you grow up, your uncle will give you a few." Zhao Qin tried to pinch the little girl's chubby face, but she turned her head away, avoiding his hand. "I can't give this to you. You need to swallow it whole." Xia Rong laughed, and, as if remembering something, she stood up to close the front and back doors. To keep everyone cool, she brought a fan from inside to blow toward them, and then took a small jar to put the pearl in, wondering how many they could open today. Since this one had just been opened in front of everyone, her confidence was boosted. Zhao Qin didn't continue opening oysters. It was too inconvenient, and he needed one good hand to eat. Strangely, the pearl he opened seemed to be the key to unlocking a Pandora's box, as soon after, the old lady also managed to open one, which was even larger than the previous two, although it wasn't perfectly round and was somewhat oval, but with equally good luster. After that, surprise whispers could be heard from time to time, followed by the sound of pearls dropping into the small jar. "Oh, Akin really is good luck. We'll keep our mouths shut about his decisions from now on." The old lady was grinning from ear to ear, noting that they had already opened 7 or 8 pearls. And while she didn't know how much they were worth, they should be worth more than the oysters. "Old lady, I was too short-sighted before, only thinking about selling them without losing out. Now that I see, if I had sold them, I would have lost a lot." Xia Rong, who also had a good temper, readily admitted her earlier mistake. "I just thought the price was low and selling them wasn't worth it. I happened to get one on the boat earlier, so I decided to open them all. It seems I was a good gamble." As he spoke, he stuffed a cigarette into the mouths of he and his brother, helped them light it, and brought in the kettle to refill everyone's water. He couldn't open oysters, so he could only help with logistics. Watching the sun set, they had only opened half, and it seemed they would be working until 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. Zhao Qin's stomach began to rumble uncomfortably. "Arong, you should stop opening them and start cooking. I'm hungry, and the kids must be hungry too." Zhao Ping seemed to have heard his younger brother's stomach protesting and told his wife to start cooking. Xia Rong reluctantly put down her knife, glanced at the sky, and nodded at his grandmother. "Old lady, I'll cook some more rice. You can just manage with a bowl here. I'm sorry to trouble you. Tomorrow I'll have he bring some rice over. This time at your house. Auntie, you don't have to be so polite. You're helping us out. Taking care of meals is just what we should do." Zhao Qin said a word to the old lady and then turned to his sister-in-law, who was getting up to head to the kitchen. "Sister-in-law, just stir-fry some vegetables and make a soup. I'll go get 2 plates of marinated dishes. Just right. Let us steam a few fat oysters." With that, he walked out the door. At old Zhang's house, He packed up everything they intended to eat and had old Zhang fill half a bag with marinated water to soak the oysters in later, thinking it would taste good. Back at home, once his sister-in-law finished steaming the oysters, he directly dumped them into the marinated water to soak. At this point, he had changed his mind. Brother, let the kids eat first. We'll eat after we finish up. I'm a bit tired, and tonight we can have a couple of drinks. Originally, Zhao Ping was still a bit hungry, thinking of eating after finishing, but upon hearing they would drink, he immediately supported his younger brother's suggestion. After working for over an hour, only a little was left. The old lady said to Zhao Qin, Akin, pour them out and count how many there are. Just as Zhao Qin was about to count, he excitedly exclaimed, Brother, mine is also pretty. He turned his head to find he holding up a dark pearl. Taking it in his hand for a closer look, he found it was brown and even had natural patterns on it. Brother, why is this oyster pearl different? Zhao Ping took it, glanced at it, and shook his head. I'm not sure either. This one isn't bad. It probably isn't worth as much as your golden one, but it's definitely better than the white ones. Chapter 93. Coincidentally, Zhao Qin poured out all the pearls. There was quite a size difference. The larger ones were slightly bigger than a 50-cent coin, while the smaller ones were less than a centimeter in size. He counted them twice, and in total, there were 67 pearls, averaging 500 yuan each, which he believed could be sold. There was still half a bag left, hoping to find one or two more. Let's eat first. You guys drink slowly. I'll pick out some oyster meat to make oyster sauce after I finish. The rest, I'll let the old lady take home to dry for later use. He opened the last one he had, desperately waving his hands. His hands really hurt after opening so many. In the end, his older brother opened another one, bringing the total to 68 pearls. Zhao Qin brought a large soup bowl from the kitchen and dumped all the pearls into it, starting to pick through them. Come on, it's time to eat. Everything is ready, and I estimate I need to go to the city to sell these. Zhao Ping urged when he saw Zhao Qin comparing them one by one without picking up his chopsticks. Zhao Qin ignored him and continued picking. A few minutes later, he selected 4 pearls. Fortunately, there were disposable cups on the spice shelf, so he took 2, putting 2 pearls in each cup and handing them to his sister-in-law and the old lady. These 4 are about the same. It's not easy to come across so many. If you don't keep a few, you'll definitely regret it later. Each of you keep 2 big ones, and I'll keep the 2 multicolored ones. Zhao Ping was about to speak, but saw the old lady and Xia Rong happily accepting them, so he held back. His sister-in-law, still young, could wear them herself, while the old lady thought that once he formally proposed, these would be a nice gift for the bride's family. Come on, let us raise our glasses. Everyone is exhausted today. Zhao Qin poured the remaining pearls into a convenient bag, tied it up, and stuffed it into his pocket before raising his glass. After finishing a cup of wine, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating heartily. Eat slowly. You can't eat too fast when you're this hungry, the old lady advised when she saw him. Zhao Qin nodded with his mouth full, acknowledging her advice. After the meal, he didn't leave, but helped his older brother clean the oyster shells. In fact, these shells could be used as a flavoring in medicine, but they were everywhere by the sea, and no one collected them. They could also be saved to feed chickens and ducks, but it was quite troublesome to grind them up. With that time, it would be better to catch some fish or shrimp. After cleaning the oyster shells, Zhao Qin didn't rush home, but watched how his sister-in-law made oyster sauce, as he had never seen it before. He thought it would be complicated, but it turned out to be surprisingly simple. Wash the oyster meat and drain it. Then put it in a pot without adding water and simmer it on low heat until all the water from the oysters was cooked out. When the originally large oyster meat shrank and dried out, add some sauce, then salt and sugar, and simmer a little longer. The oyster meat could then be removed, leaving only the liquid, after which water was added, and it was steamed until the oyster juice became thick. Once cooled, it could be bottled for storage. Zhao Qin tasted a bit with a spoon and had to admit that the genuine oyster sauce was indeed fresh and sweet. He felt that even stir-frying stones with it would make for a long-lasting flavor. Qin, when you go back, bring 2 bottles for the old lady. His sister-in-law said, while putting the raw oyster meat into a basin and adding salt to start marinating it. If it were winter, it could be dried directly, but in summer, without enough salt, it would spoil within half a day. Zhao Qin took 2 bottles and said, Sister-in-law, please give me that C certificate. By the way, don't cook for me tomorrow morning. I'm going to the county early. The appointment was for the day after tomorrow, but going a day early was no problem. He planned to go to the Maritime Bureau in the morning to submit the documents and then check out jewelry stores in the city in the afternoon to see if anyone would buy these pearls. After receiving the certificate, he returned home, first putting away the 2 multicolored pearls and then stuffing the rest under his pillow. Early in the morning, he arrived at the town, but unfortunately, the bus had just left, and he would have to wait an hour for the next one. After thinking for a moment, he left the station, planning to solve his breakfast first. At the noodle shop, he told the owner a bowl of beef noodles with extra beef and extra noodles. The owner looked at him in surprise for a moment before saying, "Young man, do you want 1 bowl or 2? Zhao Qin grinned, 1 bowl. The owner was very friendly, not as nice as Peng Laolu. Before the noodles arrived, a SUV parked nearby. An old model Cherokee wasn't cheap. Just as he was thinking how wealthy the other party seemed, Chun Dong opened the driver's door and got out. "Ah Qin, why are you here for breakfast? Dongge, come and sit with me." He called to the owner again, "Boss," at another bowl. "I'm going to the county and then to the city, but I missed the bus and am waiting here." "Where are you going? Are you going to the city first or the county?" "I just happen to be going to the city. A friend's kid did well on the exam, so we're having a thank you banquet." He didn't know when the thank you banquet started, but when Zhao Qin got into Peking University, he also had one. Many places use it as an excuse to collect gifts, but most local families do it purely for celebration, and many end up losing money. Zhao Qin had heard his mother calculate the expenses back then. They lost over 2,000 yuan. It wasn't that the banquet cost too much, but mainly due to the return gifts. Some of the cash gifts didn't even match the value of the return gifts. "I'm going to the county first." "No problem. I'll drop you off. It's not out of the way." After Chun Dong finished speaking, the noodles were just served, and they stopped talking and dug in. After the meal, the two got into the car. Chun Dong took a pack of cigarettes from the center console and handed it to him. "These are for my friend. You could try them. I can still smoke." Zhao Qin glanced at it. It was Wu Ye Shun. He hadn't heard of this brand before, and it didn't seem to be local either. Upon closer inspection, he found it was a cigarette from Meizhou, Guangdong. He opened it, lit it up, and took a puff. It was pretty good. "My friend says this cigarette is good for stamina." Ha ha ha. Everything can be linked to stamina. Chun Dong laughed too. He didn't believe that claim either. "You're going to the county for the boat license, right? What are you going to the city for?" "I opened a lot of oysters yesterday. With good luck, I found a few oyster pearls. I want to see if the jewelry stores in the city will buy them." Chun Dong didn't seem surprised. Instead, he shook his head and said, "You might be wasting a trip. Those things are indeed rare, but they're not worth much. I've seen them before. They're like rice grains, misshapen and with poor luster. If you had mellow pearls, I could introduce you to someone who would definitely buy them at a high price." Mellow pearls are pearls that are parasitic inside coconut snails. They generally have good shape and luster and are orange, extremely beautiful. "What about the big ones?" "How big?" "Over a centimeter and very round." Hearing this, Chun Dong turned on the hazard lights and pulled over to the side of the road. "Show me." Zhao Qin didn't hesitate and took out the bag of pearls from his pocket. He had thought about it when packing this morning. He definitely needed to buy a bag today to avoid ripping the pocket of his pants. "Wow, didn't you say just a few? Why are there so many?" Chapter 94. How much is it worth? Chun Dong took a glance and estimated there were dozens of pearls, far more than the few Zhao Qin had just mentioned. The moment he opened the bag, his eyes went wide, and he exclaimed, "Holy cow, how come they're so big? Are you sure they came from oysters?" "Yeah, over 2,000 pounds of oysters produced just this many," Zhao Qin replied. "What, you think they're small? Some people might open 20,000 pounds and not find a single pearl. But you really took a big risk here. Most people just sell the oysters after cracking them open. What made you decide to open all of them?" Zhao Qin couldn't hide it and mentioned that he had found one on the ship. "You were just lucky. I've seen a few before, and they were as small as rice grains. I've never seen a fully formed one. All of yours look great. Wow, this one must be as big as a 50-cent coin." Chun Dong picked out the biggest one, rolling in his hand, unable to put it down. He hadn't even seen the largest ones yet, or he would have been even more amazed. When Zhao Qin mentioned selling oyster pearls, Chun Dong was skeptical. Sea pearls are indeed very expensive, but they're almost useless. Freshwater pearls can be ground into pearl powder, but sea pearls are all nucleated and can't be ground down. "Will anyone even buy these?" Chun Dong asked. "Of course, someone will buy them. They're big enough to make a necklace." The sizes might not be uniform, but the quality is there, Zhao Qin reassured him. After selecting a few larger ones and reluctantly putting them back in a bag, Chen Dong handed it back to Zhao Qin. All right. You go to the county in the morning to take care of things, grab a quick bite for lunch, and in the afternoon, I'll go with you. We should be able to get a good price. Am I delaying you? Zhao Qin asked. Not all. It's just a coincidence. If it hadn't happened, it wouldn't matter. It's a small favor, Chen Dong replied, feeling that Zhao Qin was quite decent. At least they could chat. And he thought the kid was lucky. He didn't mind helping out a bit more. All right, I'll trouble you again, Dongge. Chen Dong shook his head and sighed. Your luck, TSK. By the way, at Qin, my uncle is in real estate. He just secured a piece of land, but doesn't have enough money. He asked my dad if he wanted to invest. You're educated. Do you think this is a good idea? Zhao Qin was taken aback. He couldn't remember which year the pre-sale was canceled, but even with the cancellation, real estate at this time was still a game of relationships. They first bid for the land, then used the land to secure a loan. In this day and age, most people played the real estate game through connections. Very few actually put in large amounts of cash. Of course, he didn't know much about it and didn't want to delve too deeply, but since Chen Dong asked, he thought for a moment and said, real estate should still have potential, right? What he didn't know was that this year was hailed as a year of transformation for real estate. The government had introduced several policies starting in early the year to suppress it, so while the market was still decent now, its previous boom was long gone. As they chatted casually, Chen Dong dropped him off at the county hospital. After watching Chen Dong's car leave, he entered the hospital to collect his medical report. He called Lao Luo, who was upset that he came a day early, and told him to just bring it over. After handing over the documents, Lao Luo revealed that he would arrange for his theoretical exam at the end of July, with the practical exam in early August. If all went well, he would receive his certificate by mid-month. He reminded him not to be